Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 141. Who? Me? Let's put off the flower issue for now. The biggest problem right now is that we are being attacked, though only God Nation suffered. Considering the gods have been hurt, who knows when the curse world and the demon world would be affected. Thus, we have to think of a way to stop Argyris. Or, we have to think a way to defeat him. By the way, it seems like Argyris' attack has stopped. We should search for Argyris' power in God Nation. I can feel his power from here and there. However, they are weak, so he shouldn't be attacking. They were probably leftover power. Can we assume that the attack has stopped? Or is he preparing for the next one? I just thought something nasty. However, we should really be thinking about the next attack, right? God Nation, how are we supposed to defend it? Barrier? However, Argyris is in a different space connected to God Nation. I set up a barrier earlier too, but they were almost useless given what happened just now. When returning home from my different space, I can go anywhere within the curse world. Argyris can probably do the same. The fact that darkness can appear anywhere is a good evidence. We need to find a way to protect God Nation and its inhabitants. Curse World King. That voice, Demon World King OU. What's up? I'm used to going on a meeting with a panel, so it's a little strange that it's just voice. If possible, I would like to talk to him in person. However, a World King can't go to another world. We can't go to another world because we would affect the world where he went. It would be nice if there was a place where we wouldn't affect anything. For example, a different space connected to each world, eh? Right. Maybe I could make a different space in the center of the God Nation, the Demon World, and the Curse World, and meet with Demon World King OU and the God of Creation there. I imagined a scene of the Demon World King OU, the God of Creation, and myself meeting in a different space. That's a pretty good image. If I could make this happen, it would be useful. What? I wonder why. Both the God of Creation and Demon World King OU have surprised expressions on their faces. It felt so real. HNN? Real? Peachy. Ouch. I felt a sharp pain on my fingertip. I looked at my fingertips in a panic, but there was no wound nor was it red. It just hurt. Are you alright? I turned my gaze to the one who talked, Demon World King OU. He looked at me with a worried expression on his face and touched my finger when he came near me. I feel his warmth on my fingertips. Warm? I mean, how could you touch me? I felt him touching my fingertips. It's not getting red, right? I'm fine. Thanks. I stared at Demon World King OU. I'm sure he's right in front of me. I mean, where are we? I look around. What is this place? A big, white space. Here, there are Demon World King OU, the God of Creation, and me. I was stunned by the very weird situation. This is a different space, right? I tilted my head to the God of Creation. Different space? Come to think of it, this presence and this pure white world. Right, this is certainly a different space with nothing in it. Curse World King, it was you who created this place, right? Demon World King OU asked so. I don't know. The two gods were surprised at my answer at the same time. Perhaps they thought it was me who created this space. Sure, I thought I could make it, I wished I could create one, I imagined it, and realized it. I guess I made it? I want to talk to you slowly for now, so I'd like a chair. The God of Creation said so, and Demon World King OU nodded in agreement. Could it be that you are requesting me? What if this is really a space I made? I imagined a chair for the three of us to sit on. Somehow, I imagined the chairs on the wood deck since they are comfortable to sit on. I look back upon hearing the two gods. There were 3 chairs that looked the same as the chairs on the wood deck. And table. I recalled the table matching the chairs, and poof, a table appeared in the space. This space was created by the Curse World King after all. I nodded in confusion to the God of Creation. I didn't think it was possible to make a different space just by wishing it was possible. Moreover, I was able to invite the two gods too. I'm amazing. The Curse World King must have more power than us. I put my hand on my chest when the God of Creation said that. Strange. Not so long ago, I wouldn't have had this kind of power. And yet, in just a few hours, my power has increased. What does it mean? I think so too. However, when I met you on the panel before, I didn't feel you had this much power. Did I not notice it because we're talking via the panel? No. When we meet earlier, I'm not this powerful. How could I have gotten this much more powerful? And in just a few hours. What happened? In the last few hours, the only thing that happened was being attacked by Argyris. I don't think there was anything else. Curse World King, are you alright? I chuckle at Demon World King Oyu's question. Yeah. I was just surprised because I created a different space subconsciously. Subconsciously? Demon World King Oyu's eyes widened with my answer. RA? Why is he like that? I wished for it, but I didn't think it would be realized. I see. But still, it's great that you've brought us here. The god of creation nodded in agreement to Demon World King Oyu. The fact that you brought us here means you have gained support of those who are living in God Nation and Demon World. You can't interfere with the other two worlds with the power of the Curse World alone. That's right. If I don't have a lot of support from those who live in each world, I wouldn't be able to do something that will interfere with those worlds. The reason I can find rope in God Nation and the reason I can search into God Nation is because there is a lot of support for me from the inhabitants of God Nation. That's right. I receive a look of respect from the God of Creation, but spare me. The support I got is actually something that should have been directed to the God of Creation. By the way, when I looked at Demon World King Oyu, he tilted his head. Before you brought us here, I was calling you, right? I can only hear Demon World King Oyu's voice, so I thought I wanted to see him. I didn't think it would happen. Even so, I didn't even have a strong desire, but I managed to make this different space. Why? I don't even remember channeling my power for it. In other words, it has been truly a trivial chance that the space was created. If Argyris attack, I wonder if you could divert it to the demon world. The god of creation and my voice are aligned. I mean, I think I just heard some weird words from Demon World King Oyu. Why? Do the evil gods and demons agree? Demon World King Oyu nodded in response to my question. I didn't think those around him were in favor of it. Argyris' attack caused the big tree in the demon world to blossom and even bud. It even bud? To make those buds grow, we need Argyris attack. Or rather, Argyris power. I wonder what power Argyris has. Hearing me, both Demon World King Oyu and the god of creation shook their heads. Argyris power should have been curse power. Even so, there are still many things we don't know. Chapter 142, Attack. Demon World King Oyu. I agree with channeling the attack of Argyris to the demon world, but that's quite difficult to do. Really? Demon World King Oyu tilts his head. Yeah, his attacks are unpredictable. Argyris can move around freely? Demon World King Oyu looked surprised, while the god of creation knitted his eyebrows. That's right. That's why it's difficult to respond. If my companions are nearby, no, it's still impossible. We need to open a path to the demon world before the attack. If we know he's going to attack, we might be able to prepare, but after an attack, no matter how fast we hurry, we won't be able to make it in time. My bad. I heard from sub-leader that you know where Argyris was, so I thought we could handle attack from him. I can only smile bitterly at Demon World King Oyu. We know where he is. It's a different space connected to God Nation, like this place. This place is connected to all three worlds though. Different space. I guess it's impossible. It seems like Demon World King Oyu is also familiar with different space. So, what we need now is to find a way to defeat Argyris and at the same time, prevent him from attacking us, right? I nodded to the god of creation. Even if we can't predict his attacks, if we know where he is, we can attack him, right? Demon World King Oyu's words enlightened me. Right, if we know where he is, we can attack. I thought we had to enter the different space created by Argyris first, but it doesn't seem necessary. Right. Since we know where he is, we can attack. The god of creation noticed it too and his expression brightened a little. In that case, boom 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 boom. Disturbing sounds echoed in the different space. Demon World King Oyu stops speaking and looks around. What is that sound? Crash crash crash. Then, the next sound was something breaking. Did Argyris attack? I could see the god of creation's divine power going somewhere. Perhaps he is checking the state of God Nation. I checked the state of the curse world and found no problem. When I looked at Demon World King Oyu, he shook his head. In other words, those sounds came from God Nation. The god of creation's face grew paler and paler as he raised a startled voice. Are you alright? Demon World King Oyu grabbed the god of creation's shoulder. The god of creation didn't react, so Demon World King Oyu shook him by the shoulder. Argyris attacked planets, destroying and annihilating them. For a moment, I wasn't able to grasp what the god of creation had said. What did Argyris do? Destroyed and annihilated planets? I squeezed my hand hard and my nails dug into my palm. The pain calmed my confused head a little. Calm down. How many planets were affected? The god of creation squeezed his lips to respond to my question. 3 were annihilated. 1 is half destroyed. The divine beasts that guarded the annihilated planets have also disappeared. A tremendous damage. I didn't think he would do this based on his previous moves. What does Argyris want? The attack is still ongoing, but it seems like the Curse World King's companions have set up barriers to prevent any further attacks on planets. So, Rope and the spiders are doing their best. However, I'm afraid some of my companions have suffered some damage. I would like to go to God Nation, but, can I? God of Creation. Invite me to God Nation. I should be able to evade Argyris' attack. If I can get in front of the attack, I would be able to divert his attack to the demon world. However, if I go to God Nation, it will be affected by me. The God of Creation was confused with what Demon World King OU said. I guess he would. If Demon World King OU couldn't respond to Argyris' attack, he might get injured. No, Argyris' power is strong enough to annihilate planets. There is a possibility that Demon World King OU might die. And Demon World King OU is probably concerned about the effects of using his power in God Nation. Once you become a World King, you'll automatically know that your power will affect the rest of the world. I know it too well. How it will affect the world, we don't know. Will it be for the better? Or for the worse? What if something happens to Demon World King OU? Demon World King OU giggles at the God of Creation's question. It's all right. The demon world has settled down and my believers have increased. I'm now stronger than ever. Even evil God Gorua, the former Demon World King subordinate, says that I'm the most powerful Demon World King ever. Therefore, I will not be killed by Argyris. Don't worry about getting injured. That means I'm not good enough. As for the effect, think of it as an experiment. We had to try it sooner or later, don't we? Certainly, even I wanted to know how my power would affect God Nation and the demon world. Though I couldn't request like Demon World King OU did because the risk of a bad influence was too great. Understood. Please. Help me. However, if you think it's dangerous, escape as soon as possible. Of course. I was troubled while listening to Demon World King OU and the God of Creation's conversation. Demon World King OU and Curse World King. If we use our power in God Nation, we will surely affect it. So I think we shouldn't go there now, but somehow, I think we should go there now. Curse World King, what's wrong? I was about to shake my head to Demon World King OU, but stopped. Perhaps my intuition as the Curse World King is kicking. If that is the case, I better join them. Can you invite me to God Nation too? Though I don't know how it will affect God Nation if two World Kings visit. The God of Creation looks surprised. Demon World OU, who is standing next to me, is surprised too. Understood. Demon World King and Curse World King, I invite the two of you to God Nation. At the same time the God of Creation uttered those words, the scene I can see changed. And I opened my eyes wide at the world I saw. Things are worse than I thought. I nodded in agreement to Demon World King OU. Light from attacks can be seen here and there. How are Rope and the others? As expected, I didn't think they were under attack to this extent. God of Creation, can I move on my own? I want to see if I can move before the attack. If I can, I will send the attack straight to the demon world. Please move around as you please. Just be careful. Demon World King OU smiled and nodded, then disappeared. Boom! A loud sound resounded nearby. I looked over to see a half-destroyed building. That's... When I turned my gaze as I heard the God of Creation's impatient voice, I saw him running toward the half-destroyed building. Following him, I call out Rope. Rope! Rope! There was no reply. I feel uneasy. Maybe something has happened to him. Far above. I detected demonic power that shouldn't be existing in God Nation. Demon World King OU. Hopefully, what he planned works out. Everyone, are you all right? The God of Creation shouted at someone. In front of him, I could see some godkins. We are all right. However, God Garua is inside. Hearing the godkins reply, the God of Creation entered the half-destroyed building. After seeing him off, I turned my gaze to the godkins. Are you hurt? From the looks of the godkins, I don't think they were seriously injured, but what about the places I couldn't see? We're all right. We were unharmed in the attack. We were only hurt when we were escaping. Again, the godkins are all unharmed. I thanked the godkin who responded though confused by my presence. I felt demonic power again. The place where I felt it is a little far away from where I felt it earlier. Did he move to another place because he succeeded? When I searched for demonic power, I felt a strong curse power. But then, the curse power suddenly disappeared. Does this mean that he managed to send it to the demon world? When I tried to prove a little further, the God of Creation's power shook unsteadily. It looks like something happened. I hurriedly headed for the god of creation. The power of the god of creation is shaking unsteadily. This is God Nation, so his power being unstable does no good. God of creation, are you alright? Following the power of the god of creation, I entered a room. The room must have been attacked. There were no walls and I could see the scene outside. And blood spread on the floor. God of creation. I grabbed him by the shoulders and realized that he was hugging someone. God of creation, get a hold of yourself. I looked at the god he was holding. He was barely breathing. It's not too late. I heal the god in the arm of the god of creation. Usually, the wound would have closed up quickly, but for some reason, it's not working. God Garua. Tears well up in the god of creation's eyes. I didn't notice it because he was stained with blood, but it was God Garua. It was the voice of God Garua, who sounded as if he was in agony. If this continues, it will be too late. I grasped the hand of God Garua and tried to imagine his wounds healing. After that, heal. I send an enormous amount of divine power to God Garua along with the healing spell. As God Garua is enveloped in light, his bleeding wounds heals up. A few seconds later, God Garua regained consciousness. God Garua. God Garua looked surprised to see the god of creation crying. He's safe now. Chapter 143, Gods. Rope's POV. God was finally injured with our gyrus attack. The lost arm was quickly restored, but the shock of the god received seemed to be too much. The spiders are talking to him, but it will take a little more time for him to calm down. But still, looking at the gods, I think they are mentally weak. Just too weak. They are so weak that they can't even move after just one attack. We almost lost his lordship once because of the gods. But at that time, we all did what we could. Thanks to that, we didn't lose his lordship. However, the gods, this one only lost one arm. Yeah, just losing one arm and he collapsed to the ground, not moving in fear like a scaredy cat. And the gods around him were so terrified that they couldn't move too. The spiders who rushed in were surprised to see the gods like that. Well, they quickly moved to protect them with barriers and heal the wounded. Until now, the gods have been aggressors. Those who may harm God Nation were all attacked by them. No, they're not just attacking, they're destroying them. That is what they thought was normal. Therefore, they never thought about being attacked. Because for them, gods are special. They believe they are special even though they have no evidence to support it. Because they are special, there is no reason for them to be attacked. Rope. All the spiders contacted me. No one was injured. It seemed like they responded immediately by setting up barriers. I was relieved when the parent Spider-san reported that. If anyone had been injured, how would I explain it to his lordship? He will not be angry. I'm sure of it. However, he will be sad. So we have to be careful that no one gets hurt. Rope, our companions will not do anything that will make his lordship grieve, so don't worry. I looked at the parent Spider-san and it tapped me on my arm with its leg. I agree. I can't see the spiders doing anything that will make his lordship grieve. Well, the attacks have stopped. Will it end with that? Or is he preparing something? The attacks have stopped, but we must not let our boom boom, boom, boo boom, Our gyrus' enormous power began to cause explosions everywhere. I didn't expect him to attack so quickly, and he's attacking so many places at once. Check the damage. The parent Spider-san contacted the spiders scattered in various places. After a few seconds, replies gradually began to come in. However, some places were slow to respond, perhaps because they were under attack. The lack of response made me anxious. Something might have happened to the spiders. Being able to contact them wasn't enough. I wish I could see the entire God Nation in an instant. My vision blurred and an image of something floated before me. Is this God Nation? I was stunned by the image that appeared before my eyes. Something glowed behind me and I turned to see an image playing there as well. Then, I noticed that there were images on both my sides too. I certainly wanted to see the whole God Nation, but I didn't think I could. Boo 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 boom. Our gyrus power exploded nearby. There was no problem with that since I've already set up several layers of barriers. However, the sound of impact didn't seem to be suppressed. The barrier seems to be working. The area being attacked is. I'll get to know why these things came up upon wishing for them. For now, I'll use whatever means I can. 21 locations in all? What is that? Some areas are blackened. Rope. The number is unknown, but reports are coming in that planets have disappeared. Planets? I looked at the image in front of me. There are 3 blackened areas. Could those be where the planets disappeared to? Boo 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 boom. At the same time as the sound, more red areas appeared in the image. There are a total of 33 places that were attacked. The attacks are really all over the place. It doesn't seem to follow any pattern. If that is the case, it is difficult to pinpoint the location of the attack. Amazing. When did you learn to do this stuff? The parent spider-san comes next to me and looks at the videos. I just somehow did it. Is his lordship's power increasing? Eh? His lordship's power? Come to think of it, I feel like his lordship's power is stronger than it did a few hours ago. Indeed, as expected of his lordship, I nodded to the parent spider-san. Boom. Well, let's talk about his lordship later. Right now, we have to deal with our gyrus attacks. Ah, yeah, what should we do? If we know where he's going to attack, we can set up a barrier before the attack. Rope. Sorry. I was late to report. It's darkness. Darkness. A loud voice from a grand spiderling forcibly connected to me. I quickly block my ears. Eto, what's with darkness? The power of our gyrus is rapidly gathering in darkness and exploding after. Eh? Seriously? We're currently in darkness, right? In other words, we don't know when this place is going to blow up. How did you find that out? The parent spider-san's obviously panicking as it asked the grand spiderling. Darkness taught me. Eh? Darkness? No, darkness is just there, it can't talk. Are you saying there was a darkness that could talk? I haven't received a report though. Ah, that's the reason it said the report came late. When I was spending my time on watch, I talked with the darkness with the Blackhurst-chan. Darkness? Did you get any reply? No, not at all. However, I thought that darkness and Blackhurst-chans are alike, so I thought it would answer me someday. I thought there should be a soul deep inside them and we just couldn't feel it. I see. I kept talking to it and it started responding. That's great. By the way, how long did you talk to it? On the 4th day, I finally got something like a response. You talked to it for 4 days? The more I talk to it, the more it responds. This morning, it was able to speak, but only in broken sentences. That's how I found out. Our gyrus is using darkness to attack God Nation. I understand. We'll get out of the darkness for now. Why? I nodded my head to the voice. You said he's using darkness, right? That means this place will explode. Ah, it's all right. My new friend the Dark One told the other darkness will take care of our companions. What should I ask first? Is Dark One the name of the darkness that can speak now? No, that is a question that can be put off. For now, I better make sure we are safe. When you say it's all right, do you mean the darkness won't explode? Yes. They are rejecting the power that our gyrus sent them. So, the darkness where you are should be the usual, right? There is no change as it said. Is that so? Thanks. I feel like someone's calling me, but who is it? Is it his lordship? Right. I have to let his lordship know what just happened. Chapter 144. Here I am. Someone's who's trapped in darkness POV. 2 creatures are talking to me over here. No, I can hear countless voices in one of them, so how many are they? Both beings were black. It was not long ago that the silent world collapsed. I was just drifting, trapped by that man's power, and somehow, sound reached me. My life was deprived, my body was taken, and my will stolen. I was just drifting here. This is his pace. Who is he? Well, you know, what has happened since I've been trapped here. I can't remember. I've been in this world of darkness and silence for so long. A place where I could end if I just disappeared, but I can't even do that. I've been here for a long, long time. I thought I was just drifting along, forever, in the hell of eternity, and then, a sound arrives. Something is rapidly building. What? What is it? That surprised me. Are? Hello, good morning. It's that sound again. There was more than one sound. I can see something for the first time in a long time. However, I can't tell what it is because it's blurry. It's moving. What is it? Gradually, a change is taking place. Each time, the sound becomes clearer and clearer. I'm on watch again today. I'm not busy, so come talk to us today. You say talk, but it's just you talking. Yes. Empty. Right, there are more than one sound. I hear many. I don't care about that. Today's Blackhurst-chan is cold to me. No, we're not. Not true. If someone sees us, it will only see a grand spiderlings mumbling to himself. Ki are scary. That's why you're here, right? Blackhurst-chan? Don't get us involved. My bad. It's too late now. Sounds like fun. Yeah. They sound like they're having fun. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm having fun too. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, this is a greeting. I can hear them, but they can't hear me. Too bad. I can see more today than yesterday. And the figures I'm starting to see are creatures, right? 2 pitch black creatures. And here they come again. The other looks the same from yesterday but yet different. It's still blurry so I can't tell for sure. Good morning. The one with a bright voice is pitch black. This one comes to me every day. Good morning. Good morning Desu. God Nation is as dull as always. Darkness, slowly. And the one with multiple voices. It also sounds a little different from yesterday. I guess I'm being visited by different people every day. The way I see them is the same though. These guys who talk to me, I know they can't hear me, but I can't help but respond. Every time I do, I feel sad. However, it doesn't matter. They know I'm here. Good morning. RA? Is it the sound of the two of them? Good, Ning. RA? HNN? Something is different from usual. It's difficult to voice out. Eh? Voice? Yeah, I'm not just making a sound, that's a voice. Ah. There was a reply. I knew you were there. Look, Blackurse-chan. It's here. It's happy. Why? RA? Did you just say response? It heard me? True. Great. Awesome. Each time their voices reach me, I badump, and my visibility becomes clearer. I, who had been drifting in the air, am taking shape. And the two of them are starting to get clearer and clearer. They are pitch black after all. Can you hear me? I can hear them. But for some reason, I'm getting sleepy. Yehez. When I was drifting alone, I couldn't even sleep. Sleepy? Was I just hearing thing? That loud voice made me gasp. RA? Where? Ah, right. Respond, I must. Ah, I hear you. Can you hear it too, Blackurse-chan? My ears aren't going crazy, are they? You're fine. We can hear it too. We heard you. They're happy. I'm happy too. Thanks for replying. THANKS. My voice is getting choppier. But they must have heard me. I can feel their happiness for me. Ah, this is warm. Speaking of which, what happened to the others? Him? I don't know their names. However, they are my companions who suffered from the one who bought us. I used to be able to hear them, but now, I can't hear anyone at all. If I talk to them like I used to, will they hear me? Or would it be useless? No, let's try. Ah. In. Right. Whenever I try to do something like this, I will suddenly feel pain. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. RA? No pain? Are you hurt? Wait a minute. Heal. Ah, I feel like I'm being wrapped in a gentle, warm breeze. Weaker than him, but still powerful. I thought that power is painful, but this is gentle. THANK. Yo, you. I'm glad it worked. Let me know if it hurts again. I'll heal you and make it go away no matter how many times. It doesn't hurt, but I want to say it hurts. However, that's not a good idea, right? I wish I could tell this to my friends. This warmth. I wonder if any of them are nearby. For the time being, let's get the word out to those around me, because I am no longer attacked by pain. Let's get it on. RA? I touched something. Is this his power? No, I feel like my power is slowly coming back. But he's supposed to have taken everything away from me. It's strange that I managed to touch it. He is very powerful but can never touch anyone. Did something happen to his very being? Something poured in me. Is this memory? I was a lesser god. I was too weak that I was sold by my parents. Yes, he was there where they sold me. Yeah, I'm starting to remember things. How much time has passed since then? Because of his experiments, our souls couldn't disappear. I don't know why. However, in this world, we can neither disappear nor be reborn. Yeah, right. It's because of what he did to us, that we became eternal. That's not something I want to remember. Are you alright? For some reason, I can feel sadness in your voice. I am okay. I could speak a little easier again. I'd prefer to be able to talk more easily than remember things. That's good then, but don't overdo it. Thanks. I'm sure I'll remember some things I don't like, but I will voice out to my friends. Because I prayed with them. I prayed with them that one day, we would get away from him. Let's greet my friends who used to be around me. Good morning. I repeated over and over again. Why isn't anything happening? Could they have disappeared? Was it only my imagination when I felt them? Fuwa. Ah, this. The faintest hint of my friend transmitted from his power. I knew they didn't disappear. My friends are trembling. I feel it. Because something has changed. We might be able to escape. Chapter 145, Attack. God of Creation? The god Gara seemed puzzled by the scene before him. Well, there's me, who shouldn't even be here, and next to me was a crying god of creation. Anyone would be confused if they woke up to this sight. God Garua. Are you in any kind of pain? Eh? Now that you mention it, I was attacked. Are? There are no injuries. God Garua tilted his head as he pressed his stomach. It's no surprise that he's acting like that since that's where he was injured the most. His internal organs were even, no, don't remember. God of creation, calm down. You need to suppress your divine power, or things will get dangerous. The moment the God of creation started crying, his divine power began to significantly go out of control. It is dangerous for the God Nation King's power to become unstable while they are being attacked. Hearing what I said, the God of creation took a deep breath in. Boom! 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 I looked outside through the crumbled wall as the attacks resounded. Multiple lights were visible here and there. The attack hadn't stopped yet. Argyrus's attack must be stopped at all costs. However, how do we do that? I'm searching around, but I can't catch Argyrus's power. There should be some trace since his attacking. I'm sorry. Mao, I'm okay now. The God of creation, having wiped away his tears with his sleeve, looks and nods at me. His divine power was still fluctuating a bit, but this much should be all right. Do you remember what Demon World King OU said? If you know where he is, we can attack him back. The God of creation nodded solemnly at my words. This way. With the God of creation in the lead, we headed towards the space connected to Argyrus' different world. I could tell that God Garua was following from behind. You're injured and have lost a lot of power. You should rest a bit more. I'm fine. I'm the rank 1 god and my duty is to protect the God of creation. God Garua strongly denied my suggestion. Glancing back, I saw his sharp gaze. That's the look of someone who's about to do something reckless. Let's just be careful and not let God Garua die. The God of creation needs him. Is it that door? I know that door because I saw it when I was investigating this world in the Curse world. That's the door to the room that leads to Argyrus. I took a small breath and braced myself. Bang! The God of creation opened the door with force and entered the room. Following him in, we entered a vast space. I've always thought that this room is too big even when I was just peeking at it from the Curse world. It's unnecessarily large. The God of creation chuckled when he heard that. I think so too. It's a waste of space. Well, there was a reason for it. The God of creation looked at the floor. That's right, there was a magic circle here. So that's why the bed is placed in the center of the room. It's over there. I looked at the ceiling pointed out by the God of creation, but I can't tell anything just by looking at it. When I gently touched the ceiling with my power, I felt a slight discomfort. I slowly sent power to the place where I felt the discomfort. Curse World King? Your power is? Feeling my power, the God of creation looked at the ceiling curiously. I'm thinking of sending my power to Argyrus' different space and attack directly. Shouldn't I be the one to do it? I shook my head at the God of creation's words. No, I'm better suited for the job. Argyrus is fixated on gods. So if the God of creation's power enters the different space, he might be noticed. As for me, I'll be fine. I wasn't noticed the last time I entered. Didn't I use divine power last time? Well, there's no use worrying about it now. Let's concentrate. Hey, Curse World King. How are you going to send power into the different space created by Argyrus? By channeling it as if to flow through a thin tube. Can you do that? The God of creation looked surprised. Did I say something strange? I've heard from God Theo that Curse World King has incredible control over power. I guess it's true. Incredible control? What the heck is God Garua talking about? What I'm doing now is just like putting a thread on the eye of a needle, but this time, it's a thin string through a thin tube. Once you get to imagine it right, there's nothing difficult about it. I can't believe power can be needed that thin. The God of creation was staring intently at the ceiling, probably watching my power, which had become thin and long, being absorbed into a certain spot above. Making power thinner is something anyone could do with a little bit of training. If you want to make it move, just imagine it move. If you want to make it thinner, do the same. It's not difficult. That's what I thought, but the God of creation shook his head in panic. It seems it's not that simple. Is that so? Is it really that difficult? All you have to do is imagine it slowly as you stretch it out slowly. It's there. I could feel from the power I sent that it had reached the different space created by Argyrus. Attack should be. My power, now in the different space, could sense the curse power around it. That means purification would be some kind of attack, right? I'm a bit anxious, but let's give it a try. I gathered the power that had reached the different space into one spot and imagined it expanding like a sack. Into that inflated thing, I sent my concentrated power. This image was born when I was trying various things to efficiently purify the curses in the underground graveyard. This seemed to be too violent for a purification spell, but since I'm going to use it against Argyris, it should be fine. The sack swelled more and more. I was able to visualize a sack that's inflated quite a lot, but I didn't know if it would work well in the different space created by Argyris. However, I have to trust my own power. Once I purify it, there's a chance of being counterattacked. At my words, everyone looked outside the room. Lights from Argyris attacks were visible in all directions. However, since entering this space, the sound of attacks had stopped. Not hearing anything at all is quite amazing. It's a little too late for that. The god of creation and god Garua shrugged their shoulders. Indeed, it was too late. I imagined my concentrated power exploding outward all at once. And then, purification. Nothing happened? Did it fail? The attacks have stopped. Hearing the god of creation, I looked outside. Indeed, there were no glowing spots within sight. Rumble, 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 rumble. Is it shaking, or not? I thought the ground was shaking, but it wasn't. However, something was shaking, and my body could feel it. Crack, crack, crack. Looking up at the sound from above, I saw large cracks in the ceiling. Let's get out. This place is dangerous. At God Garua's words, we headed for the door. Stepping out into the hallway and looking back, I saw a thick black substance dripping down from the ceiling. What is that? God Garua looked at the black substance with disgust. I don't know, but it's disgusting. When I probed gently with my power, I felt a familiar power. That is, darkness. From that black substance, I could feel the same power as the darkness scattered throughout the god nation. Though this one looked quite eerie. The black substance fell on the floor and began to move slowly. Is that the darkness curse World King spoke of? The god of creation pointed at the black substance crawling slowly across the floor, looking bewildered. It looks completely different, but the power seems the same. Whoa, it's coming this way. Let's go. We closed the door and started running outside. I don't hear any attacks. Just as God Garua said, there was still no sound of an attack. Does that mean the purification worked? Your lordship. That voice is Rope? Are you alright? I was worried because he didn't reply since earlier. I was relieved to see him running. With Rope were a parent spider and a Blackurse-chan. And, on top of the parent spider, a grand spiderling. And they also brought some mysterious things. Chapter 146, Notification. As I step out of the building where the god of creation resides, I stop in front of Rope. Then, I look at Rope and the parent spider. Rope, what are those flying thingies? Black specks are flying around. Around 1 centimeter in diameter? There are countless of them. I don't know how many, but there are a lot. And despite their small size, each one has an aura of a curse. Your lordship. These little ones. They were in the darkness. Blackurse-chan flies around me excitedly. Surprised by that, I thought about the words it said. They were in darkness. That means, there were beings with souls in the darkness. However, when I searched the darkness, I didn't feel any soul. Could it be that there are darknesses with souls and darknesses without souls? It seems we didn't notice they weren't there because they were merged with Argyris power. I tilt my head at Rope's explanation. Merged with Argyris power? According to the Grand Spiderling who they spoke with first, their consciousness, which had been drifting in the power, gradually became clearer. Together? Yes, together. Right. Blackurse-chan bounces joyfully in the air in response to Rope's words. How skillful. And what does it mean by together? Were Blackurse-chan and the others also merged with something? I see. In any case, it means that the Grand Spiderling did a good job. They were in the darkness, right? I look at the black specks flying around. Looking around, I see darkness everywhere. Wait a minute. There are nearly 30 patches of darkness in this space alone. How about the entire god nation? How much darkness is there? Rope shakes his head at my question. I don't know. I didn't check because I thought there were no souls in the darkness. But I think there are quite a lot. I'm sure they are. When I was searching for Argyris, I saw darkness everywhere. The number was truly astonishing. Does that mean that many were harmed? Your lordship, they couldn't speak after becoming like this, but it seems they were gods. Gods? I reach out to the nearby darkness. Are? The sensation when touching it is different from before. Before, it felt intangible, but now it feels like I can grasp it. Is this the change caused by the Grand Spiderling? If so, that's amazing. However, I don't feel the presence of souls in the darkness. They are there, right? Rope nods as I look at him. Does that mean that they are melded into Argyris power so much that you can even perceive their souls or consciousness? That's scary. These little ones want to escape. 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 Blackurse-chan flies in front of me. Escape? Yes. Yeah. Scary one, escape. Can't escape. But want escape. The scary one must be Argyris. Escape, can't escape? They want to escape from Argyris, but can't. I look at the black specks flying around the parent spider. They are little ones who manage to escape from Argyris. I look at the darkness in front of me. What about the little ones inside it? What happens to those whose consciousness hasn't cleared yet? Is speaking to them the only way? Changed. Everyone, come a little this way. Watching. Blackurse-chan spins around in front of the darkness. Are they watching us? Boom, boom, ah. Again. The god of creation looks up at the sky. There is light in the direction he is looking at. Argyris's attack seems to have started again. Your lordship. Argyris is using the darkness to attack. Darkness? In short, he's using the souls of gods? Yes. Argyris is sending power to the darkness and causing it to explode. What? I clench both of my hands. I suppress the power that is swelling inside me. So, you are saying that he's making the souls of the gods explode? Yeah. Anger swells up from the bottom of my heart. I can't believe he even uses the souls of the gods like this. I look at Blackurse-chan. I see the black specks flying around the parent spider. Everyone should be released from Argyris' grasp. From the suffering they've endured, from the hatred, and from the despair that made them give up on everything. But how? Think. There must be a way. Your lordship? Curse World King. I can see Rope and the god of creation are confused. Of course they are. The swelling power inside me overflowed. I'm sorry. While controlling the power, I think about how to release them. Those who are trapped have fallen into a curse, right? From the aura of those flying around the parent spider, there's no doubt about it. Argyris, too, is a being that has fallen into a curse. But they are different entities, so the curse power they use is different. However, from the darkness, I only feel one power, and that is curse power. Is it because they are fused together? Then, we must separate them. If we could do that, wouldn't they be able to reject Argyris' power? In addition, by forcibly dividing the power, we might be able to make them conscious again. Because those trapped in the darkness and Argyris are separate entities. The darkness in front of me changed shape limply. Eh? I'm startled. What happened? Your lordship, that's dangerous. Rope swiftly steps in front of me. I tilted my head. What's wrong? Because we don't know what will happen. Is he trying to protect me? Rope. I'm okay. Rope glanced back at me when I told him that. But he doesn't seem to want to move. Then, thank you. The changing darkness settles down. And after a while, the darkness begins to fade away. It's gone. When the god of creation said that, I looked around. Have those who were trapped really disappeared? When the darkness completely disappears, black specks appear in the same place. And they fly to their companions. It seems they've managed to escape from Argyris's power. But why did that little one undergo a change? Before the change, was it my words? Did they hear me say, those trapped in the darkness and Argyris are separate entities? Since they were right in front of me, it's highly likely. I look around. An experiment should be able to verify it. I watched the changing darkness, but there was no sign of pain or suffering. That means the experiment won't cause them any pain. Barrier. I cast a barrier around the darkness and myself. Your lordship? Rope looks at me anxiously, but a smile appears on my face. It's okay. I take a deep breath so that my voice reaches the darkness around me. Then, just like Argyris did, I focus on imbuing power into my voice. Those trapped in the darkness and Argyris are separate entities. My voice echoes within the barrier. Immediately, the darkness begins to change. It's the same as before. At Rope's voice, I look at the limply changed darkness. But only about half of the darkness has changed shape. The rest hasn't changed at all. My voice hasn't reached them all. Chapter 147, Escape. They managed to escape from Argyris, but only less than half of them. This means that more who weren't saved. How can I make my voice reach everyone? The little ones, together. With the spiders. I tilt my head at Blackurse-chan's words. The little ones, the spiders, together? Does this mean they've spent some time with the spiders too? I guess we can only rely on the spiders to do something, right? But that won't stop Argyris's attacks. And there's also the possibility of darkness exploding as soon as they go in there. I can't send the spiders to such a dangerous place. What happens when they're with the spiders? If we know the circumstances that made the gods be trapped in the darkness, maybe I can come up with another solution. Different power. Warm power. Cozy. Fluffy power. Power? Blackurse-chan's words are quite complex. Eto, different power probably refers to the spider's power, which is incomparable to our gyrus, right? Maybe their power feels warm and fluffy? Is that how the spider's power felt? It was changed by your lordship's power. I turn my gaze toward Rope. Changed? Yeah. Those who reside in the curse world have transformed due to the influence of your lordship's power. Is that so? I hadn't noticed at all. Those who were close to your lordship's power had their powers to protect become abnormally powerful. Perhaps those trapped in the darkness perceived that power as warmth. My companions have become stronger in terms of protecting. The word abnormal bothers me a little though. Really? Eh? I'm slightly surprised because the parent spider seeks confirmation from Rope. Didn't they know? It's true. The power of our companions who are with his lordship has changed significantly compared to when I first met everyone. It's probably because I've been unconsciously leaking my power. I never thought it would alter our companions' abilities. I see. Like his lordship. The parent spider's joyful words prompt grand spiderlings to raise two front legs, seemingly celebrating. Are they doing banzai? Boom, boom, ah. The sound had quieted down for a while. Whether the light source is so far that they're not visible, sounds of continuous explosions resounded again. So, they like the protective power of the spiders, right? My power is probably stronger. In that case, how about delivering my power to the imprisoned gods using my voice? I don't know if my power will immediately affect them though. But even so, doing something is better than just watching. I'll send my power to Argyris and the imprisoned gods. Wait, does that mean that it must cover the entire god nation? Will my power be enough? Even though it will recover quickly, I feel a bit uneasy. However, there's no other choice. If they want to escape, I have to help them. And to stop the attacks, we need their cooperation. Your lordship, what do you intend to do? The parent spider's anxious voice prompts me to smile. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll succeed. It was fortunate that I explored the entire god nation in search of Argyris. Thanks to that, I can easily grasp the entire world. The image of the god nation floats in my mind. I'll channel my power throughout the entire realm. Your lordship. I can hear Rope and the spider's voices. I might get scolded later. Curse World King, I'll send you my power. I'm a bit surprised by the god of creation's voice. Right. The god of creation is here. Thank you. Perhaps due to the many planets of the god nation, an enormous amount of power is required. Even I couldn't fully grasp how much power should be used. But since my power will regenerate soon, it should be all right. Just a little more. While the power seems sufficient, my stamina for controlling it might be on the edge. All right. I've got enough power. Now, I just need to direct the power toward the darkness. Reach the gods trapped in the darkness. And protect them from Argyris. Purification. I felt the power in my body surges to the point of going almost out of control. I dropped to my knees. As expected, controlling power to spread throughout the entire god nation is challenging. But I can't let it go out of control here. I must somehow contain the unruly energy. TCH. Intense pain shoots through my right hand. I held my right hand with my left hand as it's different from any pain I felt before. After a while, I managed to completely stabilize the power. The pain subsides simultaneously. Phew. HNN? I feel the warmth of someone's hand on my arm. Sitting on the ground, I turn my gaze toward the person who's holding my arm. Goddess Aeon? Thank goodness. The sounds of attacks have ceased. Success? No, not yet. I still need to get my voice heard. Phew, thank you for your help. Now, I'll take it from here. The god of creation's voice was trembling, so I looked at him. It seems that using such a massive amount of power has taken a toll on his body. Are you okay? To convey your voice, you'll need power. Given the current state of the god of creation, he probably won't be able to do it. If I give it my all, that won't work. You are necessary for the future of God Nation. My words made the god of creation knit his brows. Now, before the attacks resume, I must reach out to the gods. The power is already accumulated, so that's not an issue. My stamina, though, it's precarious. But Curse World King, your power. Wait? Is it returning? Noticing it, the god of creation opened his eyes wide. Well, even for a world king, I guess this power recovery rate is abnormal. It's all right. Now, Argyris. I'll show you how I'll free the gods. I probably won't be able to save all of them, but I'll protect as many as I can. Your lordship, the darkness. I turn my gaze to Rope. The darkness that was unresponsive until a moment ago is now changing. It seems that the power of purification has affected the gods trapped within. Escape from Argyris. My voice, filled with power, echoes throughout the entire god nation. My accumulated power rapidly diminishes. It's not intense pain, but my right hand hurts. Akira? What's wrong? Are you in pain somewhere? Goddess Aeon looks concerned. I shake my head. I'm just worried if my voice reached them. The god nation falls silent. Normally, there would be a lot of sound coming from the gods and godkins doing or talking around. But now, there's complete silence. Did we succeed? If we failed, the attacks would resume. How did it go? Your lordship. I looked at where Rope is looking. Both the god of creation and I. We hadn't considered what would happen if we succeeded. The massive black particles loom before us. While it's relieving that we succeeded, it's also a quite horrifying sight. What should we do? I'll leave everything to the god of creation. No, sorry. That's probably impossible. That's true. How can we possibly deal with such a vast number of black particles? Each one represents the soul of a god. What's the best course of action? Is the current god nation the right place to accommodate them? Argyris isn't resolved yet, so they should probably get some distance. Over here, this way. I turn my gaze toward Blackurse-chan. That place, together, rest. That place? Rest? Is Blackurse-chan referring to where they sleep? Could it be the lake in the graveyard? Yes. Tired, so rest. We'll rest together. That might be a good idea. Since the trapped gods are cursed, the cursed world might be more calming for them. God of creation, I'll take them to my world. The god of creation solemnly nodded when I said that. Yes, I think that would be more comforting. Thank you. Meanwhile, the black particles are surrounding us. Let's hurry. The underground temple in the cursed world. The lake within the graveyard space. I focus my consciousness on the resting place for them, and suddenly, a door appears right in front of me. Did it connect? I gently open the door to check. Your lordship? The surprised expression of the fairy makes me smile. Thank you for guarding this place. I'm about to send a large number of god souls that became curse. The curious fairy hovers near the door. I told it to keep its distance. Then, I swing the door wide open. Here. Everyone, this way. Blackurse-chan leads the way, and the black particles follow through the door. Looks like the lake is about to be overrun by black particles. Once we return to the cursed world, I'll have to check it. But still, there are really a lot of them. Chapter 148, So It Was You. Prompted by Blackurse-chan, the former gods headed toward the cursed world. The god of creation silently observed their actions. What's wrong? The recording device didn't record their existence. Why is that? Even if you say that, that device should have recorded everything. Was it because it will make them look bad? I'm sure the successive god of creations tampered with the device, but did they really do that? I recall the memory storage device I manage. Since it also functions as a recording device, its performance and features should be similar. So I can say this much. If I had time to do that, I would have done something more productive. I'm sure of it. I thought we had already unlocked it, but is there still something remaining? They can be locked and unlocked? Impressive. Since that device should have recorded everything, it makes sense. After all, it even recorded the embarrassing things I did when I fell into the cursed world. Foo-foo. Embarrassing things like beef bowl or cabbage seriously into empty space. I knew no one was around back then since I checked everywhere first. I tried my best to erase that memory, but it was utterly futile. Well, afterward, I've seen more embarrassing moments I did in the past and eventually gave up. When you objectively view your own life, you would become ashamed of yourself. I didn't want to realize that, but I did. Yeah, that's right. I'll investigate again. I think that's a good idea. Still there. Lost. Blackurse-chan looks up, worried. Are there more of those lost souls? Maybe we should go fetch them? Is it okay? Are you sure? I lightly pat Blackurse-chan and nod. My hand turned black. Heal. Good. Let's take everyone to the cursed world. Yay! Companions. Together? It seems quite delighted. In that case, I'll contact the Grand Spiderlings. They should gather the nearby black specks. Hearing Rope's words, Blackurse-chan happily jumps around. Sounds good. Please. Hearing my order, Rope started talking with the parent spider. They seem to be discussing how to get them all. With this, the lost ones should safely arrive in the cursed world. Born. Everyone, born. I tilt my head at Blackurse-chan's words. What's happening this time? Blackurse-chan, what's being born? Everyone, life flowers, liberation. Life flowers? Could it be the flowers of life that create life in God Nation? And liberation implies setting them free, right? Gods, everyone, changed life flowers. Ah, I see. Using darkness, they can infiltrate anywhere. In other words, it can freely enter the place where life is created. The gods considered the altered flowers of life dangerous. Ooh? I observed Blackhurst-chan's sudden shift to fluent speech. Eto, I was asked to deliver a message, so I swapped places with one of those guys. Can you switch places even outside the graveyard? A Blackhurst-chan is a collection of little ones who became curse. Therefore, it knows how to freely exchange places. But I thought it was only possible near the lake in the graveyard or around my house. Yeah. Somehow, it worked. It worked? When I thought about swapping with a little one close to your lordship, I ended up here. Is it really that easy? I'm currently in another world. Is it because my power has increased? I see. So who was sending the message? From the gods who came to the lake. They all said thank you to your lordship. I see. Are they all settled? Yes. And they entrusted their memories to me. Memories? They mentioned that there was a cursed magic stone that distorted the flowers of life. But the magic stone filled with the curse was taken away by our Gyrus accomplice. They thought it was not good enough. They decided to permeate the curse throughout all the places where flowers of life grow to prevent birth. I heard several important keywords. What should I ask first? An accomplice? The god of creation approaches Blackhurst-chan with great speed. God of creation, calm down. Blackhurst-chan is frightened. Ah, my apologies. I never imagined Argyris would have an accomplice. Well, Argyris' power is indeed appealing, being able to infiltrate anywhere and even use it for attacks like this. However, the accomplice might not be as powerful. Until I or the god of creation acknowledged their existence, Argyris' attacks never harmed the gods. Still, I'm curious about why only their voices reached us. What did the gods say about this accomplice? They didn't know the details. They just mentioned that there's an organization that worships Argyris. An organization? No way. Could it be that the disciples who idolized Argyris formed a group that still exists? After Argyris' death, there are disciples who vilified the twins and sent them to their deaths. Denied by those who knew the twins, their plan didn't go smoothly. Is the group of disciples who gathered for this purpose still active today? Or perhaps? There's another possibility, a group was formed to use Argyris' power. I don't know that much. Sorry. No worries. Just knowing this much is helpful. Can you tell the gods thanks from me? Understood. Actually, I'm connected to everyone, so they're listening. Come to think of it, Blackhurst-chan mentioned that they can share thoughts collectively. I've always wondered how extensive that sharing is, but it seems like they can do quite a lot. Sorry. I'm feeling tired, so I'll disconnect now. Does swapping and conversing require energy? Ah, thank you. Have a good rest. I'll save my remaining questions for when we return to the graveyard. There, I might be able to speak directly with the gods. Talk. No more? You're back. I smile as the Blackhurst-chan spins around in front of me. Thank you. Important. Precious. Okay. Wait, that's not different, right? You'll really experience a lot of strange things when you're with the Curse World King. The god of creation gazes at Blackhurst-chan. Indeed. Rope nods in agreement. I believe that strange things includes Rope and the spiders. Hey. I can't help but laugh at the surprised expressions on Rope and the parent spiders' faces. RA? Was it really okay to have such a leisurely conversation? Something's not right. What do you mean? What happened to Argyris? His attacks have ceased. However, there's still a possibility that he might do something to us, or so I assume. I don't sense anything. I nodded to the god of creation. Since Argyris attacked, I felt a disturbing presence. But now, I don't feel it at all. Could he be immobilized because he lost his limbs? Rope approaches, perhaps done with the discussion with the parent spider. Limbs? Ah, the darkness. He was doing a lot of things using them and then I took them away from him. His must have hold a grudge. Something he can freely manipulate was forcibly taken away. And Argyris must have realized it was me who did it. Tell leader to be vigilant. Argyris might attack the curse world. Chapter 149, Vanished. It's been 5 days since God Nation was attacked by Argyris. I arranged a meeting with the god of creation and demon world King OU. Though it was only through the panel. During these 5 days, we were vigilant about the changes in the world we protect. It was uncertain how the meeting of the three kings in a different space would affect our worlds. The major changes are not apparent, but there has been a slight alteration in the power flowing through the demon world. It seems that a bit of divine power has mixed into demonic power. And perhaps, curse power as well. The god of creation nodded in agreement with Demon World King Oyu's report. That change has also been observed in God Nation. It's subtle, but within the divine power, there's a mixture of demonic and curse power. From the flow of this conversation, I wanted to report that the curse world also contains a mix of divine and demonic power, but the power flowing through the curse world already includes both. My apologies, but since the curse world already contains both powers, even if there were changes due to this event, I think it would be indiscernible. I possess all powers and am constantly releasing them. A slight increase would be completely imperceptible. Right. Curse World King holds all powers after all. Yes. My bad. Any other changes or discomfort? Both the Demon World King Oyu and the God of Creation shook their heads. We were worried at first, but no adverse effects have emerged. Though we are facing a number of problems. I nod in agreement with the God of Creation's words. Indeed, despite our preparedness, there wasn't a single negative change. The Demon World King Oyu's words brought a wry smile to my face. It seems we were indeed prepared. My apologies for involving you so suddenly. When the two gods appeared before me in a different space, I was genuinely surprised. I never thought that merely imagining it would allow us to meet. It's fine. I actually wanted to meet you in person. So did I. The words of the Demon World King Oyu and the God of Creation indicated that they are both fine with it. Perhaps everyone wanted to meet in person, which is why we ended up being brought to a different space. No. Curse World King, I think you've noticed. The God of Creation looked at me and then lowered his gaze. You're talking about Argyris' disappearance? Yes. Today, the presence of Argyris has completely vanished. Until yesterday, I could faintly sense something of Argyris, or perhaps it's better to call it remnants of his power or his presence. But today, I don't feel anything at all. What about the room connected to the different space created by Argyris? The darkness we saw that day had disappeared by the evening, and with it, the path vanished too. We've been monitoring since that day, but there have been no abnormalities. When the God of Creation's words, I can't help but sigh. There's no way for us to search for him anymore. I never imagined that the path would disappear. I considered the possibility that the different space created by Argyris had disappeared, but if that were the case, it should have manifested itself. The lack of report suggests that the different space has not yet vanished. And if it hasn't disappeared, there must be a path somewhere in the God Nation connected to it. Well, that path is likely very small and not easy to find. We have no choice but to remain vigilant against Argyris. I agree with the words of the Demon World King Oyu. It's unclear how much power Argyris currently possesses. Perhaps this incident has weakened him, or conversely, his resentment has grown and he has become stronger. Either way, we must find Argyris. He is not someone we can simply ignore. However, it's impossible to continue searching given the current situation. We must soon focus our efforts on the reconstruction of God Nation. Right now, most gods are searching for Argyris. Considering the current situation, it's reaching a limit. As the Demon World King Oyu said, we must prioritize the reconstruction of God Nation. You're right. The God of Creation solemnly nods. The God Nation suffered significant damage from Argyris' attack. The uninhabited planets aside, planets with many lives have been damaged. A vast number of lives were taken at once, and we must deal with it. If left unattended, many souls will suffer. Right. Is there any problem with the place where life is being created? The imprisoned gods by Argyris protected the place by transforming the flowers of life. It's fine. They said it would be operational as usual shortly. The imprisoned gods said that with their release, the flowers of life were also freed. Indeed, the curse that had been eroding the flowers of life disappeared that day. However, the authority over that place did not return to the God of Creation. The cause was the magic stone taken by Argyris' accomplice. That magic stone controlled everything about the place where life is created. We immediately searched for a replacement magic stone, but it wasn't easy to prepare one that could control such immense power. The God of Creation was about to give up on finding one quickly, but thanks to Rope bringing the magic stone of fortune, the problem was resolved. As expected of the legendary stone said to be created by greater gods. Within that day, the authority over the place where life is created returned to the God of Creation. Moreover, the magic stone of fortune, which replaced the original magic stone, has a will. Rope asserted that if anyone tries to do something, it will retaliate. That's very reassuring. Right. The magic stone of fortune mentioned it has something to tell. Apparently, it discovered something while examining the place where life is created. It wants me to make time so we can talk about it. I nodded to the God of Creation. Something newly discovered at that place? I'm kind of worried. What did it find out? Demon World King OU seems curious as well. Yes. I don't know the details, but from the way the Magic Stone of Fortune speaks, I think it's something important. Could you let me hear about the contents of that conversation next time? Of course, if it's something you can't talk about, you don't have to. The god of creation turns his gaze to me upon hearing my words. Information regarding the survival of the god nation cannot be disclosed. However, I intend to share all other information. There's no benefit in keeping secrets from you. Is that what he thinks? Then perhaps I should tell them about what can be said regarding the curse world. After all, I have nothing to hide. Indeed. As for the demon world, the information that can be shared is, my eyes meet with Demon World King OU, and we both end up laughing. In the first place, we weren't hiding anything. I nod and laugh with Demon World King OU. I've answered everything that was asked. Besides, my companions are freely roaming the demon world, so even if we wanted to hide something, it would be impossible. Because my companions are visiting here and there, the affairs of the demon world are an open book. If that's the case, then the demons who are under your care in the curse world can move freely as well, right? Indeed, I haven't placed any restrictions on their actions. Yes, there's no problem no matter how much they find out. The demon world and the curse world are open with each other. Demon World King OU says so as he laughs. I'm envious. Eh? When I look at the god of creation, he seems genuinely envious of me and Demon World King OU. What's the matter? I ask, puzzled by his demeanor. The gods are really doing various things. We're using the recording device to search for our Gyrus as accomplices, but, well, we're learning various things in the process. That is, the god of creation sighs in resignation. What did he learn? RA? Didn't you also use the memory device for research before? Didn't these various things come up at that time? The god of creation quickly turned his gaze when Demon King OU said that. Ah, I forgot to mention. Before, I didn't have complete control over the recording device. An external power had infiltrated it. An external power? There was darkness in the different space where the recording device is located. I asked Rope to take care of it, so it's gone now. Is that so? Was there darkness in the different space as well? Yes, it must have entered through the path connected to God Nation. When all the darkness moved, I was surprised by the increase of things that I could do. The best part was that the recording device started working faster. Well, I was shocked when the hidden information started to emerge. That hidden information must have included various matters concerning the gods. The problem is that the information about the gods that came to light has increased the time needed for investigation. Sigh. Once again, my sleeping time will be reduced. Were the gods hiding that much information? Well, it feels like something I could have expected. Chapter 150, Times like this are what matters. After hearing what's happening with the Magic Stone of Fortune, we promised to gather again and then cut off the panel communication. Is the God Nation all right? When Leader asked that, I patted his head with a thump. It's fine. The God of Creation is there after all. When Argyrus attacked, the God of Creation was unstable, shaken by anxiety, fear, haste, and anger. But today, he was completely calm. And in these 5 days, it seems he has prepared himself. Although God Nation suffered great damage, he has grown as the God of Creation. The God of Creation now is unlikely to become unstable over minor things. That's good to hear. Yes. Since he became the God of Creation, there have been a series of concerns, but he has settled down where he needed to. I was quite worried, but it turned out well. Indeed. Well, maybe I, the Curse World King, shouldn't be the one to worry. Leaving the office, I head towards the living room. On the way, I look out the corridor window at the courtyard and the square. Today, as energetically as ever, I can see the children and my companions training. Is something the matter? I didn't realize I'd stopped in my tracks until Leader asked me. No, it's nothing. For some reason, the usual scene is very comforting. I am so relieved. While tilting my head at that, I gently look at my right hand. Now there's no pain, and I can move it normally. Are you all right? I smile and nod at Leader. I'm fine. The ropes and spiders must have told him. They saw me enduring the pain. And every time she comes to us, Goddess Aeon, who heard what happened from the God of Creation, she asks, is everything all right? Or rather, these past 5 days, she has been coming to the Curse World every day without fail. Is she so free? I heard that Goddess Aeon is coming this evening. Again? Is she really that free? But that can't be right. She's been busy dealing with the aftermath of the damaged planets. They are worried about you. They? Could it be that the goddess Aeon represents the gods? The gods? I look at leader, and he nods. I've caused them worry during such a difficult time. I see. I guess I need to talk to them about the pain in my right hand. But I want them to wait a little longer. I need a little more time. I'm still in the middle of investigating the cause. Understood. I'll let everyone know. I feel sorry for everyone, but this is something that can't be helped. Is the talk over? As I enter the living room, Koa comes to my side, and Chai follows behind her. As usual, these two are as close as ever. Yeah, it's over. As I pet Koa, Chai's mouth twitches. He probably wants to stop my hand. Even though I know what he wants, I can't stop petting Koa. Sorry, Chai. Your reaction is too cute. Has he been found? I shake my head when Flying Lizard asks that. He's concealed himself. Without any traces, it will be difficult to find him. I see. I'll contact the divine beasts in the God Nation. If they notice anything, I'll have them report it. Thank you. I looked at Flying Lizard and he tilted his head and looked at me. What's wrong? I wonder if Flying Lizard and the others have become close to the divine beasts of God Nation and are feeling conflicted. Do the Flying Lizard and the others not wish to return to God Nation? I'm sure they have companions there and they would feel more at ease there than here. No, not at all. I'm a bit surprised by Flying Lizard's immediate, no hesitation response. The others feel the same. I see. I thought there were more like you in God Nation. If your lordship goes to the God Nation, of course, we will follow. But your lordship resides in the Curse World. Therefore, we have no interest in God Nation. The Flying Lizard has no interest in God Nation. And Koa and the others nod as if to say, I know right, bringing a smile to my face. Eto, thank you, everyone. I'm glad you feel that way. I'm grinning from ear to ear. Your lordship. Perhaps their training in the square is over. The children rush into the living room. Their appearance makes me smile. What's going on? Can you relax today? You haven't been home much lately. Sakura looks at me with a bit of anxiety. Indeed, it's been several days since I've had such a leisurely time. For the past 5 days, I've been checking around the Curse World to see if there were any effects from the meeting of the three gods. I could have observed the Curse World from home, but I wanted to see it with my own eyes. I intend to take it easy today. I found that the effects of the king's meeting are minimal, and I must rest when I can. We don't know when Argyris will make a move after all. Hooray! My words brought cheers from the children. Have I not been involved enough? Your lordship, over here. Over here. Let's have a snack together. Pulled by the Taiyu, I step out onto the wood deck, where tea and sweets are prepared on the table. As expected of leader, no detail is overlooked. Your lordship, let's all have tea leisurely together. All right. At Koa's words, I sit down. Suddenly, the children gather and start playing rock, paper, scissors for some reason. What's going on? Yes. The smiles on Tsuki and Koyo's faces, and the frustrated expressions of the other children. I tilt my head, wondering what happened, and Tsuki and Momiji sit next to me, looking happy. Did they play rock, paper, scissors to sit next to me? Your lordship. The fruit we used for today's sweets are something we picked from the forest. When Tsubasa said that, I looked at the table. Baked sweets with orange fruit on top. They look delicious. It's astringent when raw, but once heated, the astringency disappears, and it becomes delicious. At Tsubasa's words, I nod and reach for the baked sweet. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. I cut the baked sweet into bite-sized pieces and ate. Tsubasa watches me intently, as if curious about my reaction, which almost makes me laugh. It's indeed delicious. With a refreshing sweetness, I could eat a lot of these. Great. Seeing Tsubasa's happy expression, I smile and take a second bite. Great. It's really a flavor I like. I could easily eat 3 or 4 of these. Please have another. After I finish the first one, leader brings a second. I haven't said anything yet, though. Thank you. But it's true that I wanted another one. Looking at leader, he seems somewhat satisfied. It's funny and cute, and I can't help but grin. It's calming. Spending time leisurely is nice. I used to do this often, so why hasn't it happened recently? Right. Maybe I was too anxious to afford such leisure. That's why I haven't taken a break. I can't speak with the god of creation in this state. The issue with Argyris isn't resolved yet, so I can't be at ease. He has collaborators, after all. But the god of creation said he wants to handle the collaborators himself. Since the recording device has started working properly, he should be able to identify them. Well, certainly, they can't escape from a functioning memory device. Your lordship, would you like another one? Eh? I look at the plate, and it's empty. Because I was thinking while eating, I wasted the second one. A third one? No, we still have plenty of ingredients. Then, please, I receive a third serving from the leader. The children are watching me. What's wrong? At my words, the children laugh and shake their heads. Eh? What? Nani? I look down at flying lizard lying at my feet. Everyone was worried about you. I've heard these words from leader earlier. Has everyone noticed that I'm not at ease? I see, it's all right now. Thank you. It's surprising that I didn't notice my own state. I'll be more careful from now on. I watch the children and companions enjoying themselves. Indeed, times like this are what matters. I'm glad I could protect it. The problem isn't solved yet, but for now, I think I've managed to protect everyone. If God Nation had suffered more damage, it would have affected the curse world and the demon world as well. So for now, let's be thankful that we get to spend time like this. There's no need to worry. I'm sure I can keep protecting everyone from now on. Thank you for always reading Dropped into Another World. Today marks the end of the chapter. Neighbors need to be at a reasonable distance. There will be a short break before the next chapter starts, but I look forward to your continued support. TN, end of Volume 5. Chapter number will return to 1 again. Chapter 1, the last arch of the story. Now, what should I do? I ponder as my eyes follow the characters displayed on the recording device. Curse World King, soul disintegrated, initial state. No matter how many times I look, it won't change, won't it? Sitting deeply in the chair, I lean back, letting my weight rest against it. As I close my eyes, I can't help but sigh. Opening my eyes, I raise my right hand in front of my face. There's no pain in it now. But if I were to use magic, I would surely cry out in agony. And this is probably only an initial symptom. My gaze returns to the recording device, and I continue reading from where I left off. Cause, excessive power beyond the tolerance level. The use of power beyond the limit. Yeah, that's also the only thing that comes to my mind. But even knowing the cause, I have no regrets. Even if I had known this would happen, I would still use my power if necessary. Now, what should I do? After reading on, I sigh once more. There is no way to prevent the disintegration of the soul. To prolong life, one must not use power. One must reduce power. Not using power is probably doable. But how do I reduce it? And yet, even now, my power is growing stronger. Perhaps the number of those who believe in me in the demon world and the God Nation is increasing. After all, everyone's saying I saved both the demon world and God Nation. I can't let leader and the others find out the cause. I imagine the faces of my companions. I must absolutely keep my excessive power a secret. And I need to think about what will happen after I'm gone. Hikari can probably handle the curse world. Hikari is the only one from the curse world that can support it aside from me. His power is almost the same as mine. Therefore, he should also be able to support the curse world. But right now, Hikari's power is not strong enough. I need to make him more powerful. However, I can't let him end up like me, so I must check the limit of power Hikari can handle. And I also want to know how he feels. The position of Curse World King is like imposing a burden on him. However, there's no one else who can take on this role. I have no choice but to ask him. I'm reluctant. This position is incredibly heavy. It's a role that protects all life residing in the curse world. But considering the worst case scenario, I have no choice but to ask Hikari immediately. He's a kind boy, so he'll surely listen to my request. This isn't good. When I think about imposing everything on him, my resolve wavers. If I have to do all the hard work, I can handle as much as necessary. But I can't bring myself to make a decision to impose that hardship on my companions. It's a tough decision. I close my eyes and sigh once more. These past few days, I've been thinking of ways not to impose everything on Hikari alone. But there can only be one king in the world. That's an unchangeable world rule. Should I talk to Hikari? There's no other way I can think of other than making him the next Curse World King. As I return from the space with the recording device to where everyone is, I hear a loud cheer. Tilting my head at the sound, I headed towards the plaza. What are they doing? For some reason, in the plaza, the goddess Aeon and the evil goddess Doha were fighting. Well, Doha's still gender neutral, but I've always got this feeling that Doha's female. Since she picked a fight with goddess Aeon, let's turn her to a goddess too. Observing the two gods battle, I sense something is amiss. Is the use of magic prohibited? Since the beginning, the two have been fighting with swords, not once using magic. Well, if those two were to use their full magic powers here, it would be quite a disaster. Your lordship, Welcome back. I'm back. Leader stands beside me, directing his gaze to the battle of the two gods. How did this happen? Just as Goddess Aeon arrived, evil Goddess Jouka also came with some demons. Demons? Ah, I see unfamiliar demons among the spectators. And then? It turned into a discussion about which of them, god or evil god, could be more useful to you. Ooh? How did it come to this? I mean, Goddess Aeon works for the god of creation. And evil Goddess Jouka should be important to the demon world King OU. Neither would concede that they were more useful to you, leading to the current situation. However, since a serious magical attack from a god or evil god would be catastrophic, Flying Lizard prohibited them from using magic in their attacks. Thank you, Flying Lizard. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Now, what should I do? If magical attacks are prohibited, then, well, there's no particular problem. Should we stop them? I shake my head to Leader. As long as the planet isn't harmed, let them be. Both goddesses seem to be enjoying themselves. I agree. They do seem to be having fun. I'm not sure how it started, but both Goddess Aeon and evil Goddess Jouka seem to be enjoying their battle. So, it should be fine to let them continue. Goddess Aeon go. HNN? I turn my gaze toward the unfamiliar voice. Who is that? I ask Leader about the god, judging by the attire, who is cheering for Goddess Aeon. They came with Goddess Aeon. It's a god I've never seen before. I thought so. But what incredible cheering. Well, the demons cheering for evil Goddess Jouka are also quite enthusiastic. The match is decided. At Koa's words, the movements of Goddess Aeon and evil Goddess Jouka come to a halt. Victory to evil Goddess Jouka? Hooray! Well done, evil Goddess Jouka. The demons erupt in excitement at Koa's declaration. Fugyuwa. On the other hand, the god supporting Goddess Aeon lets out a strange cry. Amidst this, the two gods shake hands and sit down on the spot. I'm exhausted. It's been a while since I've moved this much. I've been buried in paperwork lately. Goddess Aeon's words are met with agreement from evil Goddess Jouka. Goddess Aeon too. Have you also been burdened with paperwork? Goddess Aeon nods with a displeased expression at evil Goddess Jouka's words. Currently I'm swamped dealing with the problems caused by Argyris. Just a while ago, I was overwhelmed with handling the fallen goddess. I've really got to push this paperwork onto someone else. That's serious determination. The god who came along with her is giving a wry smile. Akira. Hearing what Goddess Aeon says, evil Goddess Jouka also turns her gaze toward me. Then her gaze wanders a bit. My apologies, your lordship. I acted as I pleased without permission. Evil Goddess Jouka's words cause Goddess Aeon to show a surprised expression. My bad. Yes, I acted on my own accord. Goddess Aeon also apologizes to me with a slightly troubled look. She must have realized that she had been doing as she pleases until now. It's fine. If there were any issues, Leader would have stopped it. Of course. Leader nods as if it were a matter of course. Goddess Aeon's complexion turns a bit sour at his attitude. What's wrong? Is it something about that golem? Evil Goddess Jouka looks at Leader after noticing the change in Goddess Aeon. That's Leader. Not just some golem. Listen, don't ever anger him. Evil Goddess Jouka nods, bewildered by Goddess Aeon's intense reaction. Leader, what did you do to Goddess Aeon? What could it be? I can't think of anything in particular. A little while ago, just a single blow, and nothing special. A single blow? Well, it's fine. Right. More importantly, why have the two goddesses come to the curse world? Goddess Aeon brought a new god, and evil Goddess Jouka brought new demons. But until yesterday, there was no talk of bringing anyone to the curse world. God of Creation instructed me to select a god with superior healing powers and deliver them to the curse world. Healing? The God of Creation must have noticed my condition. Perhaps, he might already have an idea of what's happening to me. I am sorry. I was beseeched daily and had no choice. I tilt my head at evil Goddess Jouka's explanation. Beseeched? They come to me every day, begging just once, I want to see the curse world. Every single day. I really wanted to do something about it. I thought it's just bringing them along, so I came with them. And I think there might be a few more times like this. Are there so many demons eager to visit the curse world? What's their purpose? What do they want to do in the curse world? Could it be that they want to eat something? The cuisine made by demons returning from the curse world is quite renowned. Did they think they could eat even more if they came to the curse world? No, that's not it. We wanted to express our gratitude, and we wanted to meet the curse world king at least once. Desu. From a distance, one of the demons shouts toward me. But what's with the distance of about 10 meters between them and me? Chapter 2, Expose? Not exposed. I've given up on the demons who sneak glances at me from a distance. I just wish they would stop getting excited by merely moving an arm. I don't understand the meaning of it. My apologies. Your lordship is the savior of the demon world. Therefore, while it is presumptuous to approach, many wish to see you at least once. Among those clamoring to see you, I've brought only those who have common sense. Ha ha ha. Well, as long as it's harmless, I'm fine with it. Savior, huh? What a heavy word. I don't want to get in the way of Demon World King Oyu's rule, so I want to change the idea of me being the savior of the demon world. Is that possible? I guess it's not. It may be impossible now, but I believe things will settle down over time. However, the fact that you saved the demon world won't completely disappear. Did I even save it? The only thing I did was to give my companions a go signal. It was the sub-leader and the others who actually took action. In short, it was the sub-leader and the others who saved it, right? You did save us. You sent your subordinates, sub-leader, spiders, and ants to the demon world. They're not my subordinates, but my companions. Well, I suppose they seem like my subordinates to others. I see. Changing their minds seems like it will take time. I should give up. Still, being watched like this is quite bothersome. Maybe because I'm not used to it? If that's the case, I'll just sit by and, no, that won't do. It would only make it more difficult to relax. Phew, I guess I'll have to get used to it. My apologies. Shall I move them to a place where they can't be seen? Perhaps hearing my small sigh, evil goddess Dorher turned her gaze to the demons. No, it's fine. I think I'll get used to it soon. Wait? Didn't evil goddess Dorher say this will happen a few more times? A few more times? When I looked at the evil goddess Dorher, she nodded with an apologetic expression. I'll convince everyone after a few more times. Ah, please do. I'm really counting on you. I guess we can only wait until the demons calm down. Well, they'll probably get bored after a while. I don't think they'll enjoy watching me. So, you were ordered by the god of creation? I look at the god standing next to the goddess Aeon. Tien, I don't know the gender of this god too, so let's assume she's a goddess since she's a healer. Is she a god with exceptional healing powers? Her shoulder-length aqua hair and bright blue eyes are striking. Ah, that's the goddess Autumn. She's a celebrity in God Nation for her outstanding healing powers. I brought her here to heal Akira's condition. A celebrity in God Nation? Was there no god who objected to bringing her to the cursed world? The god of creation didn't decide this by force, right? That could cause problems later on. No, none at all. None at all? There was even a god who said, take her immediately. Ooh? But more importantly, how are you feeling today? Don't just change the topic. When I look at the goddess Aeon, I notice she's looking at me with concern. That brings a smile to my face. I'm fine. No problems. Really? How about your right hand? Didn't it hurt quite a bit? I'm a bit surprised by goddess Aeon's question. I didn't realize that the place where I felt pain was known. Maybe the god of creation told her something? I'm really fine. There's no pain. I wave my right hand in front of goddess Aeon to show her. She stares at it intently, and I can't help but smile a little. Is there really no pain? Even after I showed her by moving it, she seemed suspicious. There's really no pain. Shall I check it out? I also want to find out the cause of the pain. At Goddess Autumn's words, Goddess Aeon nods. Please do. Understood. Wait, what about my permission? Then, give me your hand. Goddess Autumn extends her hand towards me. Well, okay. It seems I've caused concern, so I might as well let them check. Unless they have the power of a recording device, they won't find out the cause. No, it seems the god of creation knows something, so maybe there's no point in hiding it. Are? Did Goddess Autumn just say he wants to find out the cause of the pain? So, the cause of the pain isn't known? Ah, I see. The recording device can only tell about the world where it exists. It only records what happens to the people from other worlds when they actually get in touch with them. The god of creation can't know the cause of my ailment from his recording device. So perhaps that's the reason why he asked Goddess Aeon to do something about my condition and sent Goddess Autumn to help. Yeah, thinking I've been found out is just me overthinking it. When you have something to hide, it's easy to fall into the what-if mindset. I need to be careful. I might spill the beans myself. When I placed my right hand on Goddess Autumn's, she held it with both of her hands. Is it fine to check things out using divine power? Won't it negatively affect the cursed power or demonic power? Ah, At evil Goddess Dorha's question, Goddess Autumn shows a slightly troubled expression. Don't you know? I'm sorry. I don't. Goddess Autumn's hands move away from my right hand. I think it'll be fine. My demonic power and curse power are used to divine power. For now, just try it. If I feel any discomfort, I'll let you know right away. Goddess Autumn hesitated when I said that at first, but then held it with both of her hands again. I'll do it slowly. Ah, please do. When Goddess Autumn closed her eyes, I felt warmth flowing from her hands. This must be her power, it feels warm. Suddenly, my body feels lighter with the gentle flow of her power. Why am I feeling this way? Could it be that I'm in bad shape? What a pleasant power. My whole body is getting warmer. I'm glad to hear you say that. Goddess Autumn responds with a pleased expression. It's done. She said so after a few moments. Then, she let my hand go. How is it? Goddess Aeon looks at Goddess Autumn with concern. No problems were found. So, the cause wasn't discovered after all. Still, Goddess Autumn's power is impressive. She checked every nook and cranny of my body intensely. Really? Goddess Aeon looks at Goddess Autumn with a hint of suspicion. It's true. As far as my power can tell, there are no issues with the Curse World King's body. I see. Goddess Aeon showed a relieved expression which made me feel a bit guilty. But then, why did I feel pain? Maybe you overused your divine power. Well, I'll look into that. I can't tell the truth yet. If I were to tell anyone, it would be my companions first. Goddess Aeon, are you relieved? Yes, I am. Akira's complexion hadn't been good since returning to the Curse World, which made me really worried. But it seems like everything's okay. Eh? Was my complexion that bad? I hadn't noticed. I'm sorry for worrying you. So that's why those around me have been concerned about my health so often. Complexion, huh? Is that one of the early symptoms? But I've been using Heal every morning to regulate my condition, so my complexion shouldn't be poor. Your lordship? Leader seems to want to say something. What is it? It's time for snacks. Did he deliberately change the topic? I see. Then please enjoy some tea and sweets leisurely with everyone. Leader said so. Looking at the wood deck, everything is already prepared. As expected. Let's relax. Leader has prepared everything for us. Hearing me say that, evil Goddess Dorha smiles happily. Thank you. Everything tastes delicious in the Curse World, so I've grown fond of it. Is that so? Do the demons have some too? Leader nods as if it's a matter of course. Thank you for preparing everything. Chapter 3, Want to Stay. I bid farewell to the demons returning to the demon world who are still in high spirits. I never expected their excitement to last until their departure. Ha, are you alright? Goddess Aeon, with a grin, lightly pats my shoulder. I'm mentally exhausted. I've never had the experience of being stared at so intently before. Come to think of it, will there be more occasions like this? Will I ever get used to it? Probably not. Well then, we should also return. No, I will stay. Goddess Aeon looks at Goddess Autumn with a stunned expression. Ooh? Stay? Yes. I think I will stay in the Curse World. Does Goddess Autumn wish to remain in the Curse World? When I look at Goddess Autumn with a surprised expression, she nods seriously. Please allow me to stay in the Curse World. I will help with whatever I can. No, the help is fine, but why do you want to stay? Goddess Autumn possesses exceptional healing powers, right? Aren't those powers highly valued even in God Nation? My friends rely on my power and do foolish things. No matter how many times I tell them, they don't reflect on their actions. That's why I'm thinking of distancing myself for a while. Ah, those guys. Goddess Aeon's face contorted, perhaps thinking of those gods in question. If it won't cause any problems among the gods, I'm fine with it. What do you think, Leader? I look at Leader nearby. Since the One-Eyes are the ones who'll prepare Goddess Autumn's room, their permission is necessary. There's no problem here. We will prepare a room immediately. It seems to be fine. Just for today? Or for several days? Goddess Autumn ponders upon my words. Seeing her contemplative state, Goddess Aeon looks at me. Please make it a month. Eh? Goddess Autumn looks surprised, and Goddess Aeon turns a serious gaze towards her. If you return in just a few days, they probably won't learn their lesson. So, stay away for at least a month. If after a month, they show no signs of reflection, it might be better to extend your stay in the Curse World. If you're going to do it, you have to do it thoroughly. That's true. If you're going to do it, it's better to abandon any naive thoughts. However, if it's more than a month, it would cause quite an inconvenience to the Curse World. Goddess Autumn looks at Leader. It's all right. Once the room is prepared, all that's left is to arrange meals. Leader nods as he says those words, and then looks at me. Since Leader says it's fine, then I have no objections. More importantly, Goddess Autumn's friends. Can't Goddess Aeon warn them? Goddess Aeon holds a considerable position in God Nation, right? If they were reprimanded by a higher being, wouldn't they change their attitude a bit? What exactly are the foolish things that Goddess Autumn mentioned? Not only me, God Theo have also warned them many times. Is that so? Yes. Goddess Autumn's friends, though I don't think they can be called friends. They know there is a shortage of gods, so they have a bit of an attitude. They must feel confident enough to act out due to the current state of God Nation. Well, since the power of the God of Creation has stabilized, the shortage of gods should gradually improve. The maintenance of the planets has also begun. However, it won't be resolved immediately, so for the time being, they too must work hard. Knowing this, they just brush off the warnings. That's quite a favorable environment for the friends, isn't it? At my words, Goddess Aeon gives a wry smile. Goddess Autumn shows a troubled expression. Goddess Autumn considers them friends, right? It seems Goddess Aeon thinks otherwise. Friends, they were supposed to be. Perhaps things have changed from the past. If they are causing trouble, isn't it all right to cut ties with them? That's true, but I haven't been able to make up my mind. However, I must put an end to it, so I decided to take some distance. That's actually the reason why I accepted the request of the God of Creation this time. Perhaps to create an opportunity to distance herself. In that case, you should take your time in the curse world. Being away might give you a different perspective on those friends. Thank you. Goddess Autumn shows a relieved expression, while Goddess Aeon shrugs her shoulders. From her action, it's like she's saying cut ties with them immediately. The way I speak. Goddess Autumn looks at me with a slightly flustered expression. The way you're speaking now is fine. No one here minds about that. Goddess Autumn appears relieved at my words. Goddess Aeon looks at her with a slightly exasperated expression. Goddess Autumn is too serious. Ha ha. Goddess Autumn laughs apologetically at Goddess Aeon. Goddess Aeon sighs at her reaction. They are taking advantage of Goddess Autumn's nature. To not cut them off even after knowing that. It seems Goddess Autumn is too lenient with those she has taken under his wing. The room is ready. Already? Goddess Autumn looks surprised when she heard Leader. Yes. It's just a matter of arranging the inside of the room. I see. Well then, please take care of me for a while. Goddess Autumn bows deeply to Leader. Leader also bows deeply to Goddess Autumn. She's really serious. Everything about her is straightforward. I've dealt with gods before, but I don't think I've met anyone with a personality like hers. That's right. He should live more carefreely. Why don't you apprentice to Goddess Aeon and learn a thing or two? At my words, Goddess Aeon knitted her brows. When you live long enough, you learn to cut corners here and there. Goddess Autumn is rare among the gods. You don't have to say it so forcefully. I entrust Goddess Autumn to you. I must return now. My subordinates are growing impatient. Did you come here to skip work again? Goddess Aeon's subordinates, Mash and the others, must have a hard time. Especially when their superior has a habit of wandering off to the curse world and won't return. I came to introduce Goddess Autumn to Akira. This is a request from the God of Creation, so it's not slacking off. But you were leisurely having tea, weren't you? You know, taking breaks during work is necessary to improve work efficiency. I can't help but sigh at Goddess Aeon's words. 2 hours seems excessive, though. Goddess Autumn, I'm going back. I'll check on their situation myself. Thank you. I'm counting on you. I wonder if Goddess Autumn's friends will ever change their behavior. They ignore even the warnings from God Theo and the others. I don't have much hope for that. As I see off Goddess Aeon return to God Nation, the One Eyes guides Goddess Autumn to the room she will be staying in. While watching him go, I see the children returning from the forest. Today, they were collecting flowers in the forest, weren't they? I wonder if they got them? The flower is said to be one of the medicinal herbs used in the elf country when feeling unwell. For this reason, it was carefully cultivated in Orsaga's kingdom. However, it seems that all of them withered away a few years ago. The elves used the seeds they had reserved for emergencies to try and revive the flowers. But no sprouts emerged, and the seeds rotted away. It was 8 days ago that King Delaus of Orsagas sought help. He wanted permission to search for the original species of the flower somewhere in the forest. I thought about the vastness of the forest and how difficult it would be to find the flower, but I quickly granted permission upon seeing his urgent expression. 2 days later, the ants brought in elves who had been attacked by monsters while searching for the flower. They were very grateful, saying they would have lost their lives if not for the ants. I contacted King Delaus to inform him about them and said I would look for those flowers. I couldn't just send them off with us to take care knowing they could be attacked by monsters. First, I spoke with Woods, who is knowledgeable about the forest. As a result, we quickly found the location where the flowers bloomed. I thought about going to pick them myself, but the children who overheard the conversation raised their hands saying, "Leave it to us." I hesitated for a moment, but Bacha said he will accompany them. When I asked them if they're fine with Bacha accompanying them, they all nodded in agreement. Feeling reassured with Bacha accompanying them, I entrusted the flower picking to the children. Seeing the expressions on the children's faces, I understood that the collection went well. Each of them had a bright smile. Chapter 4, Change. The children showed me the flowers they had gathered. They look like tulips, aren't they? I'm a bit surprised that the flowers they gathered look like tulips. They are about the same size too. Your lordship, look! This flower has such beautiful color changes, doesn't it? I nod in agreement with Sakura. Yes, it's very beautiful. The flower Sakura showed me had a gradation from blue to white towards the tip of the petals. This delicate change is very beautiful. Looking at the other children's flowers, the colors are the same blue and white, but the way their colors appear are different. Some have mottled patterns or a few white lines on blue, without any regularity. Wow, there are so many flowers. Amazing! There are even some that are still buds. Turning towards the lively voices, I see the knights of the Osaga's kingdom happily looking at the flowers. Despite being attacked by monsters and their lives being in danger, they were eager to go searching as soon as their injuries healed. These flowers must be something precious to the elves. It's good that the children collected the flowers fast. Otherwise, they might have insisted on going themselves tomorrow. Even so, if we don't understand the cause of the flowers withering, they might wither just like in the past. Leader, do you know what caused the flowers that used to bloom in the Osaga's kingdom to wither? Plants need soil, nutrients, and water. What they don't need is magic cast upon them. Perhaps they casted magic on the flowers to make them grow better. No, that can't be it. They seem to have been taken care of very carefully, so such a mistake is unlikely. Probably. As expected of leader. I think it's because the river dried up. Because the river dried up? Did they wither due to a lack of water? No way. No, that's not it. Well, of course not. The rivers in this world contain magic power far denser than the ground. That's right. I noticed it when we played in the river. Could the magic power contained in the river's water be the cause of the withering? No, that's not it. He said the river dried up, so magic has nothing to do with it. Why are we talking about the river in the first place? It seems that this flower requires more magic power than other plants. Really? Yes. At the very least, it needs about 20 times the magic power required by a big tree. That much? I hold a single flower and check its magic power. Indeed, dense magic power is overflowing from the entire flower. Perhaps the magic power that was being supplied to the flower came from the river water containing magic power. The magic power sent from the earth was not enough. However, the world as a whole is running low on magic power, and the rivers are disappearing one after another. Because of this, the flowers didn't receive enough magic power and withered. That's my theory. I see. I've heard that the world is overflowing with magic power now, and rivers are reaching all over the world. The forests would be full of rivers if the spirits didn't control them. Then, is it possible to revive the flowers in Osaga's kingdom? Reports have come in that rivers have reached every country. Therefore, there should be no problem in reviving the flowers. The elves, who were listening from a distance, seemed to smile happily after hearing what leader said. I see. That's good. Your lordship, I also picked this up. Bacha hands me a small bag. I take it and check inside. There were many small black seeds inside. Could these be the seeds of the flower? Yes, seeds. Thank you. The elves will surely be delighted. Even if the flowers wither during transport, having the seeds is reassuring. I must contact King Delaus of the Osaga's kingdom right away. He was worried. He was quite surprised when I told him that the children would help. I guess he's wondering why I would send the children into the dangerous forest. There are many strong monsters in the forest. But, leader, how many monsters stronger than the children are there in the forest? None. I thought so. I see. Recently, the number of escorts for the children going to the forest has decreased significantly, so I kind of thought it would be something like that. There really are no monsters stronger than the children anymore. How about that one that flies in the sky? The monster whose head I chopped off. I can't remember the name, but they said it was a pretty strong monster. It's called a wyvern. They'll have trouble facing it alone, but with two of them, they can hunt one with ease. In short, it can be hunted alone, but a little difficult. They've become strong. Yes, indeed. I smile a little at leader, who nods in satisfaction. He looks like a parent pleased with his child's growth. I wonder what the children, having become so strong, want to become? Leader looks at me as I speak. It seems that each of the children has their own dreams. They haven't told me what they are yet, but they seem to be talking about various things among themselves. Is that so? But who did you hear that from? The spiders. They probably know what the children are talking about, but they said it was a secret and wouldn't tell me. I see. So they do have their own dreams. That's a relief. The children lost their memories and became younger because of the gods. I was worried about various things, but... So, they have dreams. Your lordship. Let's celebrate the elves' recovery and the flower gathering. I can't help but smile wryly at Rai's suggestion. A recovery and flower gathering celebration, huh? I feel like I heard a lot of these kinds of celebrations as an excuse to drink. Ah, the boss-san and Shuri averted their gaze. Really now? What will you do? When I look at leader, I notice he's holding several pieces of paper. Glancing at them, I found that they are the list of inventory and locations of wine barrels. It also has today's date and the number of wine barrels. Could it be that the food has already been arranged? Of course. Ah, leader's gaze wanders too. So that's how it is. The elves were healed 3 days ago. At that time, it was called a resurrection celebration, right? I wondered why it wasn't a recovery celebration at the time. I guess it was to create another opportunity to drink. Foo, since it's a celebration, everyone should enjoy. When I said that, cheers erupted from around me. The elves seem a bit troubled. They were made to drink a lot last time. Since the children will be there too, they won't get drunk as much. I said so to the puzzled elves who were looking around. Ah, understood. Thank you for the flowers. The elves bow their heads. You're welcome. By the way, these flowers can be used as medicine, right? I haven't heard the details about what kind of medicine it is. Yes, they are. If a child with a large capacity for storing magic power is in the womb, it can consume all of the parent's magic power, putting both the parent and child's lives at risk. The medicine made from this flower provides magic power to the child in the womb, protecting the lives of both parent and child. I see. I never knew it was a life-saving medicine. Are child? Yes. There have been no new lives for several years, but about a month ago, the king was informed that a new life had been granted. That child wasn't particularly large in magic power capacity, so there was no impact on the parent and child's lives, but it may become necessary in the future. So we hurried the search for the flower. That's how it is. Strange. In the curse world, new life shouldn't be born. Because there's no source of souls. Or is it the soul of someone who died in this world? However, it shouldn't have enough power to give birth to a new life. Could it be the flowers blooming underground? However, although there have been reports of flowers blooming, there have been no reports of changes in those flowers. This needs to be investigated as soon as possible. Chapter 5, Light Heartbeat. I can't help but smile wryly at the elves while I cured their hangovers with heal. What was it about yesterday? Ah, it was the elves' recovery celebration and the flower gathering celebration. At that celebration, the elves were with the children, trying not to drink too much. But perhaps their spirits were lifted by the discovery of the flowers. Before they knew it, they had left the children and were drinking with the demons. The demons are more heavy drinkers than the godkins. Well, the result is the state they're in now. Excuse me. Thank you for the treatment. Ano, did we cause any problems yesterday? HNN? I tilt my head at the elf's words. The way you're asking, could it be that you don't remember? Come to think of it, my companions never lost their memories no matter how much they drank. The kings and knights of various countries that drank with us before never lost their memories either. I glance at the beast knights who have come from the Enter Kingdom. They, too, never lost their memories no matter how much they drank. It's the first time someone can't remember anything, and it's the elves. But why have they lost their memories this time when no one ever did before? There were no particular problem with your behaviors. Upon hearing what I said, the elves show a relieved expression. They were singing and dancing, but they didn't do anything that can be considered as problematic behavior. They were just happily singing and dancing. The elves' complexion turned pale as they learned about their actions yesterday. Because they were dancing so happily, everyone was drawn into dancing as well. That's right. Everyone was lured by the elves and ended up dancing with everyone yesterday. I managed to escape, though. It seems that everyone who drank the liquor with the petals of the flowers gathered yesterday has lost their memories. As I turn my gaze when I hear leader talk. I see that he was holding one petal of the flower the children gathered. That flower has such an effect, and to think the effect is something like this. Yes, I was surprised too. Shuri and the boss-san have also lost their memories. And there are others among the demons who have lost their memories. It must be the demons who were drinking with the elves. I'm a bit puzzled that Shuri and boss-san are involved. However, they're the type who want to join in on any fun. They must have seen the liquor with the floating flower petals and imitated it. Is it just the memory? Are there any other effects? Regarding the memory, even with heal, they can't recall anything. There are no other effects for now, but we are still observing. Understood. Report immediately if anything happens. Yes. Are you heading to the underground temple now? Leader, who had listened to yesterday's story with me, must have noticed what I'm concerned about. Yes. I want to know why new life has been born. Understood. Have a safe journey. I'm off. As I wave to Leader, I think of the underground temple. After a sensation of floating, I feel the hard ground beneath my feet. Looking ahead, I see the temple not far off. Your Lordship, the fairy, noticing my arrival at the underground temple, quickly flies over and circles around me. You're earlier than usual today. What's the matter? I head towards the temple and go to the underground where the flowers bloom. A new life has been born in the curse world. Really? Congratulations! Startled by the fairy's words, I gasped. Did I convey my congratulations to the elves for the new life born? I can't remember. Did I forget to congratulate them? Oh no, that's not good. It's unclear what caused it, but the birth of new life is a joyous occasion. What's wrong? I just realized my mistake and was a bit shocked. Mistake? Yes. I'll convey my congratulations before the elves leave. I look at the fairy flying around me with a curious expression. I came today to check if the flowers have anything to do with the birth of life in this world. You've been patrolling every day, right? Yes. Anything you noticed? While moving to the 4th underground level, I asked about the condition of the flowers. Nothing particularly concerning. No changes either. Sorry. It wasn't today, but about a month ago. No, it was discovered that new life was growing in the womb. So, maybe 2 to 3 months ago? 2 to 3 months ago? That was before the flowers bloomed, right? I nod at the fairy's puzzled words. That's right. If it was 2 to 3 months ago, it was a time when only leaves were present and no flowers had bloomed yet. Let's see, 3 months ago was shortly after I became a god, right? This can't be. Ever since becoming a god, my sense of time has been increasingly strange. Even though I know it's been a month, it feels like an instant, and when I try to remember in detail what happened in that instant, it takes time. Is this the sensation of a god who has lived for a long time? Or is it just my own sensation? Maybe I should consult with Goddess Aeon. If it was 2 or 3 months ago, then it seems the flower is not related. I nod hastily at the fairy's words. I guess so. Well, since I've come this far, I might as well look at the flowers before returning. Your Lordship, are you sure that those flowers are flowers of life? Yes, it's been properly recorded in the recording device that flowers of life bloomed in the curse world, so there's no mistake. When I said that, I was surprised. I didn't expect the birth of new life to be resolved so easily. It also said that flowers bloomed in the big tree of the demon world. Perhaps the flowers that blooms on that big tree are flowers of life. I can't know about the demon world from the memory device in the curse world, but I somehow feel it. And I also feel that the place where flowers of life in God Nation has started blooming as they should be. I should check if Demon World King OU and the God of Creation also feel this sensation. The flowers have increased, haven't they? 4th underground level. I've come to the place where the flowers of life bloom, and there are definitely more flowers than yesterday. However, I can see that the flowers are in full bloom, but I don't know what will happen next. The recording device only tells us that the flowers have bloomed. It can faithfully record what happens in the curse world, but it doesn't tell us about what's going to happen next. It did tell me whether my condition can be healed or not. Your Lordship. Look! The fairy points and approaches a flower of life. As I get closer to that flower of life, I feel something different compared to other flowers. I focus quietly and intently on that something different. Thump, thump. A very light heartbeat. And with that heartbeat, I faintly feel curse power. Could it be that the birth of a soul is near? You think so? Can't you hear it? The light heartbeat. The fairy looks puzzled at my words. Maybe it can't hear it. The sound is quite faint after all. Is it going to be born? I can't say for certain because it's the first time, but I think it's likely to be born. I close my eyes beside the flower of life. Thump, thump. I can hear it all right. I open my eyes and look at the flower of life. The birth of a soul. Amazing. Yes, truly amazing. Chapter 6, New Soul. Witnessing the birth of a soul, I feel elated. But, remembering the purpose of my visit, I let out a small sigh. The birth of a soul is joyous, yet it seems unrelated to the new life bestowed upon the elves. Your lordship, what can you hear from the flower of life? I explained to the fairy about the light heartbeat that can be heard from the flower of life. Upon hearing this, the fairy draws closer to the flower of life, closes its eyes, and listens intently. No way! After a while, the fairy begins to fly around me in frustration. I'm envious. Heartbeat. Seemingly vexed, the fairy flies around in a strange frenzy. I can't help but laugh at the fairy's antics. Calm down. You'll tire yourself out flying around with such energy. The fairy, now free to fly around, had said it was still not used to flying. Yet, it continues to whirl around and around. I hope it doesn't fall. Ooh-wah! As expected, the fairy loses balance and begins to fall. I tried to catch it, but I'm just a bit too short. I pick up the fairy that has tumbled to the ground. Are you alright? I dust off the soil that got on the fairy. Checking its whole body, there doesn't seem to be any injury. I'm fine. Just tumbled a little. It happens often. It does? I pat the fairy's head gently and can't help but smile. But I've gotten better at flying than before, and I tumble less now. Indeed, you've become quite skilled at flying. Before, it could only move up and down or wobble in midair. Compared to that, it's flying quite well now. Shall we look around to see if there are other flowers of life showing changes? Yes. With the fairy in my arms, we walk through the midst of the flowers of life. Your lordship, the leaves are in the way, aren't they? That's true. Even though flowers have bloomed, it doesn't mean the leaves have disappeared. The flowers are sporadically visible among the vigorous leaves. To see the flowers, one must navigate around the leaves. It's quite a hassle. Thump, thump. Did I just hear a sound similar to that heartbeat? I stop and look around. But all I see are densely grown leaves. Could I have misheard? Your lordship, I'll search from above. The fairy flies upward from my arms. I'm counting on you. I watch the fairy as it flies around above. Thump, thump. I can hear it after all. It must be nearby. There must be a flower of life that has changed. I search for the changed flower of life while avoiding the overgrown leaves. Your lordship. To the right. A little more to the right. Following the fairy's instructions, I moved the leaves on the right. Thump, thump. I found it. There was a flower of life and its heartbeat was slightly stronger than the previous one. Fairy can't hear the sound from the flower of life, right? Yes, I can't hear it at all. Why were you able to find this flower of life then? Is there something different about it compared to the other flowers of life? Eto, nothing is happening right now. Nothing is happening? I tilt my head at the fairy's words. Flash, flash. Did the flower just light up? That. I saw that light from above. Is this phenomenon not seen in other flowers of life? Yes. Only the previous flower of life and this one light up. Also, the light of this one is twice as strong. I see. So, the flowers of life are undergoing changes in both heartbeat and light. But why didn't that god Karuata, realize that the blooming flowers here were flowers of life? Now that you mention it, that's true. I showed the blooming flowers to God Karuata, who is knowledgeable about flowers of life, and he said they're not. Leader backed him up and said it was a different type of flower. Is that so? Yes. Did he judge it to be different from the flower of life just by its appearance? But if that's the case, the flowers of life that started blooming in the demon world would surely look different from the ones here too. Should I ask Goddess Aeon to arrange a meeting with God Karuata? I want him, who is knowledgeable about the flowers of life, to check these flowers again. And I'd like to learn about the changes that will occur to the flowers of life from now on. Your lordship, are you there? I turn around upon hearing Leader's voice. But all I see are the thickly grown leaves. I'm here. What's up? Eto, Leader's voice, it came from behind, right? I mean, should I just walk in that direction? Your lordship? Leader is over there. I look towards the fairy pointing in the direction from above. That way, who? While walking in the direction the fairy indicated, I called out to Leader. What's up? I was worried because you hadn't returned, even though it's almost time. Almost time? Did I have something scheduled? Was I supposed to meet with Goddess Aeon and Demon World King OU today? That's right. Did you perhaps forget? My apologies. I completely forgot. I remember the promise to meet. and that it was to be 3 days after the day we made the appointment. Yet, I hadn't realized that today was the 3rd day. As I stepped out of the leaves, Leader came to my side with a worried look. "Thank you, Leader. You've been a great help." "No, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. Just a little disoriented with time. I should talk about it. I might forget various things again." "A disorientation with time?" "Yes, how should I explain it?" It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Well, it's like time is passing, but it's hard to feel it. Ah, that's right. I've become unable to feel the passage of time. Even though I experience the morning, noon, and night, I don't feel the progression of time. I notice Leader and the fairy looking at me intently with concern. It's all right. This symptom started after I became a god, so I'll consult with the god of creation or demon world King Ou. After patting the fairy and Leader on the head, I returned to the 1st floor of the underground temple. "Fairy." "Yes." "What is it?" "Let me know if the flowers of life undergoes a different change than before." "Understood, leave it to me." After parting with the fairy, I headed home. The appointment was at 3 o'clock, right? Now it's 2:30. I can meet them after a little rest. I'll make some tea. Thank you. I sit in my usual spot on the wood deck and look at the courtyard. It's unusually quiet today, since there doesn't seem to be a training session. I feel a sense of discomfort. I can't hear the usual sounds of attacks and collisions. Here you go. It smells good. I take a sip of tea and let out a sigh of relief. When should I talk about that matter? How was the flower of life? Ah, there are 2. I felt the presence of new souls from them. Is that so? New souls are being born in Curse World. Yes. But I couldn't figure out what caused the elves to be blessed with new children. Did the souls of those who died in Curse World get healed and become new lives? When we belonged to God Nation, souls were healed by the power of gods and turned to new lives, but now it's different. I don't have the power to heal souls. I'll have to discuss this with the God of Creation as well. There are many things I want to discuss today. The God of Creation also said he had something to talk to us about, so it seems today's discussion might be long. Leader. Today's meeting might take a long time, so I might not be able to have dinner with you. If I don't come back, please tell the children not to wait for me. Understood. Chapter 7, Recent Status Rapper. The meeting place with the God of Creation and the Demon World King Ou was in the different world I created before. However, this different world has been reinforced with the powers of both the God of Creation and the Demon World King Ou. With this, even if something happens to one of the 3 world kings, the different world can be maintained. That time, I never thought that I would be the first one to make something for all. Sorry, have I kept you waiting? Upon entering the different world, the figures of the God of Creation and the Demon World King Ou were already present. Perhaps I got the time of our appointment wrong? It's all right. I just arrived a bit early. When the God of Creation said that, I felt relieved. I've just arrived myself. Demon World King Ou said so as he swiftly waved his hand, making a table and sofa appear. Please, have a seat. Thanks. As the 3 gods sat down, the God of Creation gestured over the table. I brought them for today. The 2 gods who serve as my guards have brought popular sweets from a planet they manage. It seems they want the Curse World King and Demon World King Ou to try them. On the table appeared a plate with orange-colored jelly-like sweets. These are baked sweets. Baked sweets? They looked like jelly because of their translucent orange color. Taking one from the plate, it felt firmer than I imagined. I tried to smell it, but there was hardly any scent. Itadakimasu. With one bite, a gentle floral fragrance spread. It was surprising since there was no scent of flowers before eating. What a mysterious sweet. And delicious too. The sweetness was just right. I'm glad you like it. When I said thank you, the God of Creation looked pleased. While eating, let's start with a recent status report. Suggested Demon World King Ou. The God of Creation nodded in agreement. The gods have been quite busy since we started the full-scale reconstruction of God Nation. Also, since darkness has not appeared, we haven't been able to find Argyris. Some of those who support Argyris have been identified and secured. A few have sensed our movements and fled, so I've instructed to search for them. The God of Creation, lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, what's wrong? There's a bit of a dispute among the gods about whether to repair or completely destroy the broken planets. Curse World King, Demon World King Ou, what do you think? There are life forms confirmed on some of the damaged planets. However, repairing them would put a significant burden on the gods. If there are confirmed life forms on the planets, it would be better to repair them, even if it burdens the gods. The demon world king Ou nodded solemnly at the words of the god of creation. Is the restoration that burdensome? At my words, the god of creation looked disheartened. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, we are short on gods. Come to think of it, you mentioned there was a shortage of gods, didn't you? Yes. Because of that, you're turning a blind eye to minor issues. Well, that should be just a little grace period before you impose punishment, right? The god of creation nodded at my words. The slight irritation he showed when I mentioned punishment caught my attention a bit. Despite that, they think they are forgiven and behave arrogantly towards the godkins. Don't you think they're too stupid? Ah, I see. That's why his irritation was visible. My apologies. I tend to speak too much because the two world kings are willing to listen. The god of creation, looking a bit embarrassed, made the demon world king Ou and me smile unwittingly. Right. When would be a good time to move the planets? If we wait for the reconstruction to finish, we don't know when it will be. So if the two of you tell me your preferred date, I'll make arrangements to match it. How about in about a week? Suggested the demon world king Ou, and the god of creation nodded. What about the curse world king? After the planets have moved to the demon world, check first to see if it will affect God Nation. Moving planets is a first for me. I think there won't be any problems, but there are things we won't know until we actually move them. Understood. And if there are no problems? Maybe in about 2 weeks. If we leave about a week after moving the planets to the demon world, God Nation should be able to prepare slowly. Understood. I'll start preparing to move the planets in 1 week and 2 weeks. In a little while, there will be more planets in the curse world. I'm looking forward to it. As for the demon world, the flowers that bloomed on the big tree are flowers of life, and a few days ago, they gave birth to a new soul. Eh? A soul? The god of creation's eyes widened at the words of the demon world king Ou. I also have to add something to that. Flowers of life have bloomed in the curse world as well, and it seems a new soul has been born. The god of creation looked at me and the demon world king Ou with a solemn expression. I see. It's already changing, isn't it? I tilted my head at the words of the god of creation. You know that the flowers of life of the god nation are now managed by the magic stone of fortune, right? Yes, since the magic stone of fortune has a will, it won't be possible for the gods to do as they please like before, right? The god of creation smiled wryly at the words of the demon world king Ou. There have always been various restrictions, so it's not like we could do whatever we wanted before. But considering what has happened up to now, it's no wonder we're accused of doing as we please. The god of creation let out a dry laugh. It seems that the magic stone of fortune noticed an anomaly as soon as it started managing the flowers of life. An anomaly? The number of newly sprouted flowers of life was significantly less than in the past. Fewer. Could it be because new souls are being born in the curse world and the demon world? When I investigated, I found that the places where flowers of life bloom had increased. Moreover, when I examined the blooming locations, one was connected to the curse world, and another to the demon world. Connected? Could it be that all the places where flowers of life bloom are connected? The god of creation nodded at the question of the demon world king Ou. It seems so, according to the magic stone of fortune. Also, the magic stone of fortune says that the treatment of souls that have completed their lives on the planets and returned has changed significantly compared to before. Is this related to the new life born under the elves? How has it changed? It seems the gods were not trusted. The god of creation frowned, his expression indescribable. Souls created by the power of the gods often return wounded after a lifetime. Therefore, the gods heal those wounds and cleanse them before returning them to the cycle of reincarnation. I've heard this before. Normally, souls that have completed their lives return after cutting ties with their past lives. However, some are entangled with the ties of their past lives. Most of these are individuals who harbored a lot of resentment in life, and resentment is a powerful obsession that doesn't sever even after the target person dies, returning with them. I've heard this as well. And those souls are more likely turn into curse, right? Yes. The resentment entangling the souls is very troublesome, and the power of the gods cannot heal it. The resentment slowly erodes and torments the soul, and the soul, thick with resentment, falls into a curse. The god of creation sighed. With the three worlds building a new relationship, souls entangled with resentment are immediately sent to the curse world. They come to the curse world before the resentment intensifies? Well, I hope there's no problem. And the wounded souls are sent to the demon world. What about the souls that remain in the God Nation? Demon World King Ou looked at the God of Creation curiously. What I meant by not being trusted is that only the souls that return in a clean state will be handled. Ah, I see. Wounded souls go to the demon world, and souls entangled with resentment go to the curse world. The rest are clean souls. Probably to prevent the gods from using the souls, I guess. The new life born to the elves was because the souls entangled with resentment were sent to the curse world. What happened to the entangled resentment then? It seems we need to keep an eye on the new lives for a while. Chapter 8, Some Kind of Power. The Demon World, the Curse World, the God Nation. There seems to be some kind of power at work in these three worlds. I nod in agreement to the words of Demon World King Ou. I felt the presence of some kind of power in this world when I heard that light magic power had become divine power and, at the same time, darkness magic power had become demonic power. Another instance was when I heard that the God world filled with light magic power and the other world filled with darkness magic power were of the same size. It felt as if some kind of power was trying to maintain balance. I also clearly recognized the existence of this power when I became the Curse God. When the Curse World was born, I was surprised to learn that it held power equivalent to the God Nation and the Demon World. Even though there were no gods in the Curse World at that time, it didn't make sense for it to have equal power since it doesn't even have a king of the world. Well, I realized this was odd when I became the Curse God and understood everything about the Curse World. The nature of the power that affects all worlds is completely unknown to me, but I believe it works to prevent the worlds from breaking. I also think that this power might have influenced the destination of the souls this time. Do you think it's a power that protects the world? What do the two of you think? Demon World King Ou asks, looking at me. I agree. I feel that some kind of power is working to maintain the balance between the God Nation, the Demon World, and the Curse World. I share the same opinion. I think that power decided the destination of the souls this time. The God of Creation shows a slightly sad expression. It would mean that the power stabilizing the worlds has deemed that the gods incapable of healing the souls. Well, even if we talk about this power, we probably won't understand anything. I say after realizing something odd as the Curse God and searching the Curse World for any remnants of that power, only to find nothing. It was as if such a power never existed. Indeed. I also investigated this power in the Demon World, but nothing came up. Hearing me and Demon World King Ou's words, the God of Creation shows a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Do you perhaps know something? Demon World King Ou inquires. The God of Creation shakes his head. No, I haven't even investigated, so I'm not sure how to answer. Ah, I see. There's no need to investigate it right now. The God of Creation has many things that must be done at the moment. A power that doesn't cause problems can naturally be put aside for later. The God Nation is facing a mountain of various issues. There's no time to be concerned about a power that isn't harmful. Is it that busy? Demon World King Ou looks at the God of Creation upon hearing my words. Ah, you must hardly be sleeping, right? Rope was even impressed. There's no time to sleep. Times like these are when being a god is convenient. I laugh at the God of Creation's words. Are you talking about the power of gods remove abnormal status? Gods possess special powers. Remove abnormal status is one of those powers. This power eliminates the need for sleep, food, and rest. In other words, it allows one to stay awake and active indefinitely. Well, having become one, I understand that gods don't really need sleep or eat. I eat with everyone and sleep during their sleeping hours so as not to forget the passage of time. But in reality, it's not that necessary. However, if you ask whether rest and food are completely unnecessary, that's not the case either. Occasionally, they are needed. But if remove abnormal status is activated, even the minimum rest becomes unnecessary. That's right. It's quite good. You don't feel tired at all. Indeed, in the current state of the God Nation, where work keeps coming, it's necessary. Do you feel the passage of time in that state? I'm living normally, but I can't seem to feel time passing. It's good that this topic came up. I wanted to discuss the passage of time. It feels like being outside the concept of time. There's no sensation of time moving. And it feels like it's just a long day? I feel a bit of fear at the God of Creation's words. But it seems the God of Creation doesn't find it scary. Looking at Demon World King Ou, he doesn't react to the God of Creation's words. Could it be a sensation unique to gods? Curse World King, what's wrong? Demon World King Ou asks, and I shake my head. No, that's not it. Eh? Let's make sure to listen carefully to this matter. For the God of Creation and Demon World King Ou, is the passage of time not that important? I find the idea of losing the sense of time to be frightening. The two gods show a surprised expression at my words. It seems there is indeed a difference between the sensations held by gods and those I possess. Probably because I was once human. Time, is it? The god of creation tilts his head. Curse World King was once a human, right? Yes, that's correct. What is the lifespan of a human? In the original world, it's about an average of 80 years, I suppose. I'm not exactly sure, but that should be fine. That's short. I give a wry smile at the words of the god of creation. Well, to a god, it must indeed seem like just a moment. Isn't the passage of time important for creatures with short lifespans? The more time passes, the closer death approaches. Death that comes after one becomes weary of living like a god, and death that comes after just about 80 years to those who still wish to live, are entirely different, aren't they? Lifespan and death, huh? That means I, having become a god with a long lifespan, am liberated from time because death is now distant. But do I feel fear of the passage of time because death, or rather, disintegration of soul is getting close to me? I see. Is that what it is? I'm not sure if it's correct. It's just my thought. I can't help but laugh when Demon World King OU speaks in a hurried voice. I understand. But it fits, so it must be the right answer. In other words, the passage of time is dulled because of being a god, but my fear continues because of the soul's disintegration. What a troublesome body. Curse World King, no. When I look at the god of creation, his gaze is wandering. Demon World King OU also frowns at the god of creation's behavior. What's wrong? Since when? Demon World King OU looks at me sharply in response to my question. Her soul been wounded? Ah, so he noticed that. Curse World King. No, Akira. Are you aware of your condition? That. Yes, I'm aware. Demon World King OU made a pained expression at my response. I feel sorry for causing him to make such an expression. How did you notice? When pain started coursing through my right arm, power stopped flowing smoothly to that part. But I thought it wouldn't be noticeable since I cast heal on it several times just before coming here. I felt a slight discomfort since we met here. From the very beginning? Chapter 9, Now is the time. While surprised by the words of Demon World King OU, he gazed at him. At first, it was a small discomfort. Though faint, your power is vibrating stronger compared to the last time we met. A tremor in power indicates an unstable state. My power is unstable? I didn't notice at all. However, it wasn't problematic enough to be concerned. It was truly a minor tremor. Is it still not a significant issue to worry about? But unstable power can affect the world. Perhaps it's time to take measures. So I thought it was due to fatigue. Fatigue, huh? Indeed, it's one element that can destabilize power. But then, I realized it was the soul. What triggered it, and how was it revealed? I didn't think the faint tremor of power was that important. Being tired is natural for someone in this position. The solution is to rest. But when I spoke about lifespan, I saw something near the chest of the Curse World King. It was your soul, and I could tell it was wounded. It was only for a moment, but I saw it clearly. During the talk about lifespan? Was Demon World King OU flustered at that time because he saw my soul? But why then? There was nothing going on, right? At that time, I was just thinking about lifespan and death after hearing Demon World King OU's story. Yes, about the disintegration of soul too. Hearing the voices of Demon World King OU and the God of Creation, I looked at the two gods. Just now? Just now? I tilted my head at the words of the God of Creation. Just now, the form of your soul is clearly visible. Just now? I was thinking about the disintegration of soul. The moment I spoke, I noticed a subtle shift in the gazes of the two. Perhaps the soul was visible again? Again? It seems like it's unconscious. He nodded at the words of Demon World King OU. How could my soul be in a state where others could see it? Just by thinking about the soul too. Does that now even mean? I looked at Demon World King OU and the God of Creation. Now, neither of the two gods is reacting. Isn't it supposed to be visible when I think about the soul? Is it not visible now? The God of Creation and Demon World King OU shook their heads. I see. Thinking about the soul isn't the trigger? Curse World King. It seems like the tremor in your power has disappeared. Looking at the God of Creation, he appeared relieved as he looked at me. The tremor? Meaning, has my power stabilized? I see. When the tremor disappeared and the power stabilized, did the soul stop showing its form? So the condition for the soul to become visible is when my power is unstable and at the same time, I'm thinking about soul. I need to be conscious of maintaining power stability. And it's also a problem that I didn't notice the power fluctuating. I would have noticed it before. Is this because my soul has been damaged? Curse World King? Why is your soul in such a state? I shrugged at Demon World King Oyu's question. Being originally human, it couldn't withstand the immense power of a god. At my explanation, the two gods gasped. And they looked puzzled. That means, in the near future, my soul will likely perish. At my words, the two gods looked like they just experienced something tragic. Don't look so sad. There's no problem for the time being. I don't know how long for the time being is. It might even be tomorrow. I see. Understood. If there's anything I can help with, let me know anytime. Thank you. I wanted to say I hope they will support the next Curse World King, but perhaps now is not the time. I'll wait for another opportunity. We've been talking for quite a while. This is a different space, and only the kings of the world are gathered here. You can't sense the time moving here at all. But dinner time has probably passed by now. Indeed. It's about time to get back to work. A mountain of paperwork is waiting. I couldn't help but laugh with Demon World King Oyu at the God of Creation's reluctant expression. There's nothing I can do to help with that, he'll have to manage on his own. Do your best, but not too much. The God of Creation gave a wry smile at my words. See you. I watched the God of Creation return to God Nation. Demon World King Oyu lightly patted my shoulder and then returned to the Demon World. Well, time to go back. I closed my eyes and thought of everyone. This image won't do. Ooh-wah! The surprised voices of Koa and Flying Lizard. Hi-ya! That must be the children. Probably Sakura and Koyo? Eh? Your lordship? It's Hikari. Yeah, I did it. Because I imagined my companions, I ended up on the wood deck where everyone is. Usually, I imagine the house's entrance so as not to surprise them. Sorry, I made a mistake. I thought I wanted to see everyone soon, and my imagination turned to my companions. Even though I was being careful. Welcome back. With a lively voice, Taiyu ran up to me. When I patted its head, he looked happy. Are? I noticed something as I was patting Taiyu's head. Taiyu, have you grown taller? Yeah. It's a growth spurt. I'm sure I'll surpass you soon, your lordship. That's not something I would be happy about. But no doubt, it will grow taller than me. The children possess the power of gods, which made them regress to a childlike state, so it wouldn't be strange if they became adults within a few days. Even if they do grow, I wish they would do so slowly. Your lordship? When I turned my gaze at Leader's voice, he was tilting his head, looking at me. What's wrong? There's a fluctuation in my magical power. When I imagine stable power, I can feel the power flowing smoothly through my body. Good, the fluctuation has settled down. Are you okay? I pat Leader's head. I'm fine. Now, I was able to notice a faint fluctuation in power. Why didn't I notice it earlier? Perhaps I unconsciously sought their help? Understood. I'll prepare dinner right away. Thank you. Leader must have noticed something. There's no proof, but Leader wouldn't miss anything related to my condition. But he's patiently waiting until I speak up myself. Now might be the time to talk. Your lordship, everything is ready. Today's dinner is laid out on the living room table. Thank you. As I enter the living room from the wood deck, I stop and turn back to look at my companions. Koa, Flying Lizard. What's up? Koa, who had been lying down, raises his face. I have something to discuss with you about me. Can you make some time later? I'd like you to call our other companions as well. Leader, who's standing next to me, trembled faintly. He must have understood why I'm gathering them. Understood. What about the children? What should I do about those kids? I'll think about it after everyone has heard what I'm about to say. We'll participate too. I turn my gaze at Kuhi and see USA and Hikari there too. Please do. They seem surprised by my response, as if they expected opposition. Your lordship, let's eat first. Everyone will gather in the meantime. That's right. Since it's been prepared, I should eat it while it's warm. Understood. While eating, I also need to prepare myself. Chapter 10. Just wait and see. I let out a small breath in the solemn atmosphere among my companions gathered in the living room and on the wood deck. This place, which is usually lively, is very quiet today. I kept the explanation brief. The human soul cannot withstand the power of a god, and it is heading towards disintegration. It's already too late to stop it. Is what I said. There's no need to inform them of the true cause. Even if I did, the outcome wouldn't change. If so, this is fine. However, when I cease to exist, Hikari will learn the truth. That's my only concern. I hope there's someone to support Hikari. Gently, I look at Leader next to me. Since hearing the story, he's been staring at one spot on the ground. Surely, he's digesting what he heard. Should I tell leader the truth? To have him become a support for Hikari? But his actions are partly why I'm getting even more powerful. If I speak, he'll undoubtedly realize. Leader has helped me a lot. That's why I don't want to say something that I know will hurt him. This is my selfishness. But then, who will support Hikari? I glance at Hikari, who's a little distance away. I can see he's clenching his hands tightly. He's smart. He seemed to realize something in the middle of the conversation. He must have understood that he's going to become the Cursed World King. Your Lordship. I turned my gaze when Koa called me. It's been a while since I've seen such a furrowed brow. What is it? Is it certain that you will cease to exist? Chai, standing next to the Koa, looks at me pleadingly. He probably wants to hear me say no. But I can't lie. Yes. My soul will eventually cease to exist. And that future is probably not far off. I somehow feel it. It's strange. I didn't notice it before telling everyone, but now I feel it. The sensation of something spilling out of me. Like the sand in an hourglass falling. Without anyone speaking, time just passes by. All I can do is wait. Wait for everyone to be prepared for my extinction. Understood. The words of Flying Lizard make the other dragons turn their gaze. I'm going to God Nation. He says that and flies off without waiting for my reply. I'm going too. Following Flying Lizard, Fluffball flies off. And one by one, the dragons head to God Nation. The dragons disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the others looked in the direction they flew off with surprised expressions. I can't help but give a wry smile at their reaction. The dragons are probably searching for a solution in God Nation. Your Lordship. What's the matter? When I look at Leader, our gazes meet as he looks up. Would you like some warm tea? That sounds good. I'll have some. Perhaps because I spoke while tense, my throat is dry. Yes, I'll prepare it right away. Leader heads off to prepare the tea, followed by the other one eyes. I think everyone was surprised by the sudden news. Sorry about that. Well, please continue to support me. After patting Koa and Chai, who are nearby, on the head, I step away from the wood deck. I just wanted to escape that heavy atmosphere for a bit. I didn't want to see everyone saddened because of me. Since Leader is preparing tea, I can't go too far. But I take a little distance from the wood deck. I take a deep breath. The guilt of having saddened everyone seems to ease a little. Your Lordship. Hikari. When I turn around, Hikari is there. Seeing his expression, my eyes widen slightly. The Hikari I saw earlier had a troubled look. But now, it's different. Hikari has a gentle smile on his face. I will support you, Your Lordship. Hikari? Our gazes intersect. So, please forget about the cursed world and rest. I'm sure the dragons will find a solution. Yes, that's right. If I see Hikari's hands clenched tightly. I'm causing him pain. If something happens, I will protect the cursed world. His voice grows fainter. The smile that was there at first turns into a sad one. Hikari is kind. Thank you. Thank you, Hikari. I look into Hikari's eyes. He receives my gaze and nods quietly. When I return to the wood deck with Hikari, Leader had prepared warm tea and sweets. The others are eating the sweets prepared by Leader. Triggered by that, the heavy atmosphere gradually disappears. Thank you. I thank Leader for preparing the tea and sweets. Actually, it's thanks for changing the atmosphere. Triggered by the sweets, we slowly return to normalcy. But watching everyone, I realize. Somewhere, they are forcing themselves. After finishing the sweets, everyone seems to return to their usual places. They call out to me with a single word and wave goodbye as they leave the living room and wood deck. Your Lordship, I'm going back to my room too. I nod at Hikari. Do you have work tomorrow? Hikari recently opened a store in the Beastkin country of Enter and the Human country of Emperors. It's a store for lighting fixtures made by the Farming Corps, 17 and 19. Amazingly, they've completed a lighting fixture that can be used for a month with just one magic stone. No, to be precise, it's a lighting fixture that lasts more than a month. Is the store doing well? Yes. Hikari seems a bit puzzled by my question. I tilt my head at his reaction. Maybe he's thinking that if he takes over after me, he won't be able to run the store? Hikari. You should do what you love. You can keep running the store just as it is. Hikari looks confused at my words. I'm doing what I love, aren't I? Especially your job in the Curse World, Vare? Job in the Curse World? I have no particular job in the Curse World. Or rather, what is the job of the Curse World? The king's job is to distribute power throughout this world. What else? The god of creation listens to the god's opinions and makes various adjustments. Also, checking the state of the planets managed by gods. Detecting anomalies in the planets and notifying the god managing that planet is also said to be part of the job. Then there's the healing of returned souls. Well, it seems that job is gone now. What about the Demon World King OU? Stable power supply and repairing worlds damaged in battle. Especially since unstable power flow seems to stimulate negative emotions, so stabilizing power is a concern. Sub-leader also happily talked about taking in suggestions from demons and evil gods to make the demon world more livable. So, what about the Curse World King? There are no planets yet. There are companions, but no gods. The world is stable with my strong power. Planets are supposed to move from God Nation, but since the planets are already formed, it's just a matter of circulating power. The necessary thing is to gradually acclimatize the inhabitants of that planet to the Curse World. Your Lordship? I got lost in thought about the job of the Curse World King. But compared to the other kings, isn't there too little to do? Well, it's a relief for me though. For now, it's okay to keep running the store. Is that so? I lightly pat the smiling Hikari on the head. I've been preoccupied with power, but let's think about the work of the Curse World King. For Hikari's sake as well. But it's unclear if I, who have done nothing, can come up with anything. By the way, I forgot to mention that a planet is coming from God Nation. But how do you expect me to tell them that in that atmosphere? Yeah, I'll have leader tell everyone tomorrow. TN, his job is, title of this chapter, LOL. Chapter 11, 3 days later. After the talk of soul disintegration, there was a subtle change in me and my companions. Especially the way they looked at me, it was filled with deep sadness. Everyone was feeling down. We can't be of any help, they said. In the midst of this delicate atmosphere are the children and beastkin who hadn't heard the story. The children of the demons and godkin spent their time anxiously glancing around. I said everything's fine, but I think it wasn't very effective because my companions were acting strangely. Still, as time passed, slowly, we returned to our daily lives. On the day we were regaining normalcy, the dragons returned from the God Nation. Seeing their state, my companions must have understood the answer. They all became uniformly disheartened. That night, the dragons came to me. They made their large bodies small, leaned against me as I sat, and quietly closed their eyes. I didn't say anything, and neither did the dragons. It was just a very quiet moment. Seeing the state of the returned dragons, I was worried that my companions would be downcast again, but it was okay. Whether the dragons did something, I don't know. But honestly, I was relieved. The children and beastkin were relieved to see their companions back to normal, and the demons and godkin showed happy smiles at the return to everyday life. Crash! As I was relaxing in the restored days, I heard a sound I hadn't heard in a while. It was unusual because we hadn't been breaking dishes lately, so I went to the kitchen. Are you okay? Peeking into the kitchen, I saw a demon sitting next to a broken dish. I checked to make sure he wasn't injured. I'm sorry, I broke the dish. I'm okay. I shook my head at the demon who looked and bowed at me. It's okay, we can make more dishes, don't worry about it. But it's the farming core that makes them, right? By the way, the dishes have become more ornate than before. That's because the farming core started painting on the dishes. How they learned to do it is still a mystery. Looking at the broken dishes, they were all simple ones. It seems the new dishes were not damaged. Come on, move to the side, I'll clean up. Be careful when you move. A one-eye began giving instructions to the demon, holding a broom and dustpan. Even though it would be faster to clean with magic, the one-eyes use tools like brooms. They say they don't feel like they've accomplished their work if they use magic. I would choose the easier way, but the one-eyes are different. Strange. As I watched the one-eye clean, the magic stone in my pocket trembled. This magic stone, processed by 19, is one of 3 identical stones. The other 2 are held by the God of Creation and the Demon World King OU. And these 3 are interconnected. To use it, one simply has to think of the person they want to contact and focus their power. Just by doing that, the stone of the person you're thinking of will tremble. When I took the magic stone out of my pocket, it had turned white, though it should have been transparent. White for the God of Creation, black for the Demon World King OU. My power will turn it blue. Meaning, the God of Creation was the one who contacted me. I returned to my office and operated the panel. The image of the God of Creation appeared immediately. Hello. How are you? The God of Creation's greeting, knowing my condition, included a word of concern for my health. I'm fine. Besides, you asked that 2 days ago, right? Nothing's going to happen so soon. The God of Creation shrugged at my words. How's the planet you sent to the Demon World? The Demon World King OU reported no problem. And how about you? I'm fine, things have settled down. Now it seems we can proceed with moving the planet. Thank you so much for accommodating the sudden change in plans. We had set a day to move the planet, but we had to change the plan due to the state of my companions. Certainly, moving the planet during that unstable time was impossible. It's fine. There won't be any problems because of that. I smiled at the God of Creation's words and gave a slight nod. Now that things have settled down, I'm planning to talk to everyone about moving the planet soon. Yeah, I'll talk about it tonight. The move is? Leader knows about the moving the star plan, but my other companions don't know. Initially, the plan was for Leader to tell everyone, but everyone's state was more troubled than I thought, so we postponed that. The ones affected by the planet's move are HNN? It's not like the curse world will change significantly just because there will be more planets. The planet coming to the curse world has gods and godkins on it, but there's no plan to let them interact with my companions right away. It will be better if we do that once their powers and feeling calm down. If that's the case, it seems there would be no problem moving it right away. But if it's today and tomorrow? I'd better not. Is it okay to do it 3 days later? Understood. Then, contact me on the morning of the 3rd day. Got it. According to the demon world King Ou, the god of creation, and he could easily move it together. They were both surprised by how uneventful it was. This will be my 2nd time, so leave it to me. I nodded to the god of creation. Thank you. Then, until next time. I operated the panel and turned off the image. 3 days later, Is it about moving a planet? I was startled for a moment by the unexpected voice. When I cautiously looked behind, Leader was there as if it was natural. When did you come into the office? I looked at the door of the office, but I didn't feel like it had been opened, right? Ooh? Just now? Well, that must be it. Seeing Leader tilting his head, I smiled. What is it? Nothing. It seems I was nervous about the increasing responsibilities of the king of the curse world. More stars mean more beings to protect. Moreover, I'll have to hand it all over to Hikari in the near future. It felt like running away after increasing the workload, which was troubling. Such negative feelings disappeared when I saw Leader. He had always been there to support me, so maybe I felt relieved seeing him. Indeed, I would like Hikari to have someone like Leader too. Your lordship? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. That's right. It's been decided to move the star in 3 days. I'll talk to everyone about it tonight. Understood. By the way, we received thanks from King Delaus of the Orsaga's kingdom. King Delaus? Ah, for the flowers, right? It seems the seeds have sprouted well and are growing smoothly so far. Already? Are they fast-growing flowers? That's good. According to Leader, the river is spreading throughout the world, so there should be no problem. But I was still worried. Your lordship. What is it? Woods reported that something strange is happening to the monsters in the forest. Woods is the one I'm managing the forest, right? Something strange happening to the monsters? What kind of strangeness? It seems that several monsters that have never been seen before have appeared. Upon investigation, they turned out to be completely different from their parents. I understand monsters evolving or gradually changing to adapt to the forest, but completely different from their parents. Is such a thing possible? Is it just one type of monster? We are currently investigating that. I see. Please report back when you find out more. Yes. Something unusual happening in the forest? But the power protecting the forest is stable. Then, does it only affect the monsters? I guess I have to wait for the investigation report. Chapter 12, Planets Migration. 3 days ago, I reported to everyone that the migration of planets had been decided. I remember feeling relieved to see everyone happy about the increase in our numbers. But I feel sorry for Hikari, who ultimately has to take on the burden. Today is the 3rd day since I made the report. It's the day the planets will move. This time, 10 planets will move. But for now, it feels like just 10. In addition to the planets moving this time, there seem to be planets inhabited by gods and godkins who wish to move to the curse world. Even with a change in the god of creation, the fear felt towards the god seems indelible. I intend to accept everything, but I'm a little anxious because I don't know how many planets will ultimately move. Well, what will be, right? The curse world is a world filled with the power of curses. They will have to accept a power completely different from the divine power they've known so far. Rope has been explaining all this thoroughly, but I'm worried whether the gods and godkins can handle it. Well, we'll set up barriers, and Leader has made preparations for us to respond immediately if anything happens, but unforeseen circumstances could still arise. For a while, we'll need to keep a close watch on the gods and godkins that come to the curse world. Leader, thank you. A happy aura emanates from Leader in response to my words of gratitude. It brings a smile to my face. But the moment I saw something set up in the courtyard, my smile stiffened. Leader, what is that? 19 made it so that we can watch over everything about your lordship. 19. Huh? When it comes to making tools, it's either 19 or 17. If 19 made it, it's bound to work. Even if I pray or break now, it will probably work without a hitch. Ha ha ha. I never imagined a giant panel would be set up in the courtyard. And there's even a table prepared in front of the panel. You don't mean, I can't believe it. It's a live broadcast. I heard an excited voice and turned around to see a member of the farming corps standing there. 19. Yes. I've improved the panel's performance, so it will display beautifully and clearly. This time, I focused on black. Black? I see. Eto, oh man. I want to sit down and hold my head, but I won't. With this, we can fully record your lordship's great deeds, and even do a live broadcast. Ha ha ha. I can't help but laugh. I never expected such a thing, no. Considering the personalities of these little ones, maybe this was within the realm of predictability. So, I feel like I could have stopped it if I had just noticed. Maybe. Your lordship? Is there something worrying you? No, I'm fine. I went to Demon World King OU to ask about precautions for the movement of the planets. Or rather, I asked, but there were no particular points to note. However, it seems important to create a clear image of the movement. Imagining is my forte, so I wasn't worried. Yet, the moment I learned it would be broadcast live, I was seized with anxiety. I'm not afraid of changes, but I'm not good at being the center of attention. Even if it's just among my companions. Well, it's no use saying anything now. I give a wry smile as I see my companions gathering in front of the panel. Ah, the one-eyes have started distributing sweets. Ha, let's give up. Well then, I'm off. I need to be at the location where the planets will move before the god of creation contacts me. I can move to the place immediately, but let's go a bit early. I want to calm this disturbed heart. Take care. I teleport to the planned location for the planet's migration. Having become a god, I can go to any place I like without using the teleportation gate. And there's no restriction that it has to be a place I've been to personally. Phew. I close my eyes slowly and calm my feelings. According to Demon World King OU, in a state where the god of creation's divine power and my curse power touch, the god of creation will create an image of the planets leaving God Nation, and I will create an image of accepting the planets into the curse world. He said that if these two images are well formed, the planets will move worlds on their own. Is it really that simple? Also I thought, but it's a method that has actually worked well. I shouldn't doubt it. Ah, the magic stone in my pocket vibrates. I immediately took out a small panel. Good morning. Is everything ready? I nod to the god of creation displayed on the panel. Yes, no problems. I'm counting on you today. The small panel made by 17 allows for immediate response even at the destination. Like the giant panel I saw earlier, the image displayed on this small panel is quite clear. Likewise. Let's begin then. I quietly exhale in response to the god of creation's words and direct my curse power towards the god of creation's divine power. I can feel the divine power coming towards me from the god of creation. Is this how it feels? I thought I might feel fear as the god of creation's power approached, but it was different. Perhaps because it's not intended for conflict, it feels very familiar. I thought of this when I was with Demon World King OU, but what is it? Companions. Yes, it feels similar to meeting companions. Companions. Indeed, since we're aiming for the same goal, in a sense, we are companions. We've made contact well. As the god of creation said, the curse power and divine power are touching. Without repelling each other, it's a strange sensation, like hands coming together. It feels a bit ticklish. I felt that too. The god of creation laughs and nods at my remark. Here we go. Yes. I imagined in the space before me of the planet slowly moving from God Nation. Ah. The god of creation's divine power begins to move slowly towards me. This must be the planet. I envelop the moving planet with curse power as if to catch it. A few seconds later, the planets slowly appear in the space before me. It seems to have gone well. Ah, that's right. I must set up a barrier. The inhabitants of the planet will need it until they get used to curse power. Barrier. With this, I can observe the gods and godkins while they get accustomed to the curse power. Now then, shall we move on to the next one? Yes, there are still 9 more to go. Yeah, understood. The movement of the planets was easier than I thought, but it still requires concentration. Now, let's do our best with the rest. Finished. The migration of the 10th planet is complete. As expected, I'm tired. God of creation, thank you for your hard work. I speak to the god of creation on the small panel. Thank you for your hard work. Please, take care of them. It's about the gods and godkins living on the planets, right? Understood. I will protect them well, rest assured. Because of the actions of the previous god of creations and the gods who tried to use them, they abandoned God Nation. It's not the fault of the current god of creation. The gods and godkins living on the planet surely understand that. Yet, they could no longer live in the God Nation. They are that deeply wounded. They can slowly heal their wounds in the curse world. I'm sure my companions will involve them in various activities. They seem to be waiting to get used to the curse power and settle down. I'll make sure not to push them too hard. Well then. Yes, rest well today. The god of creation must be busy with various things, but even he needs a break. The body can be overworked as much as one wants. That's what it means to be a god. But the heart is different. Even as a god, the heart gets tired. If that's ignored, it will break at some point. Understood? I guess I should. Maybe I'll take it easy today. I narrow my eyes at the tired-looking god of creation. It seems like a good idea to remind Goddess Aeon on this one. Yes, refreshing is important. Until next time. I turn off the small panel. Phew, today's goal is achieved. I gaze at the 10 planets that have come to the curse world. From today on, I will protect those planets and the gods and godkins living on them. I'm feeling very determined. Chapter 13, Argyris Resurrection? Argyris Devotees POV. In the darkness, I gaze upon a man enveloped in white light, sleeping. He may be in a deep sleep, but there is no sign of awakening. Argyris-sama. I called out with concern, but there was no response. He is just there, quiet. Had his chest not been moving up and down, I might have thought him dead. Argyris-sama. Please open your eyes. I pray towards the sleeping man. Everyone is waiting for you, Argyris-sama. So, please, as soon as possible. I pray over and over again, hoping my wishes will reach the man. Open. The sound of a door opening brings light into the space. Looking towards it, I see the figure of a god with a displeased expression. I can't help but slightly distort my face at the sight. This is a sacred place where Argyris-sama sleeps. How could one bring negative emotions into such a place? How is it? The god who comes beside me peers at Argyris-sama. God Achuri sighs after observing Argyris-sama's condition. That's disrespectful to Argyris-sama. At my words, God Achuri glances over briefly. His attitude only increases my irritation. Why does that person trust this one? Despite the disrespectful attitude towards Argyris-sama. Sorry. Don't be so angry. With a light apology, I just clench my hand tightly. Otherwise, I feel like I might shout in front of Argyris-sama. So? Why are you here? I take several deep breaths to calm myself down. I can't fall into this man's pace. We've lost contact with our comrades who were working outside. What? Surely not everyone? Everyone. I was stunned by God Achuri's words. The comrades who had been eagerly awaiting the revival of Argyris-sama. Those comrades, have they been captured? Where are they now? I heard a rumor that they have already been executed. The details are unclear. Executed? Meaning, there's a possibility they are no longer in this world. Will this place's location leak from them? That's impossible. I frown at God Achuri's assertion. How can he be so sure? Those who know this place have not been captured. It's only those who were truly active on the surface. I see. I relax a bit at God Achuri's words. It seems unnecessary tension had crept into my body. This place cannot be found by the device managed by the God of Creation. Because this place already existed before that device was made. The device managed by the God of Creation only records what the God of Creation has seen and events that have actually occurred since the device was installed. Therefore, this place will never be found. Is the power likely to return? I shake my head while sighing at God Achuri's words. No. Almost none of it has returned yet. He used up so much power. It will probably take a considerable amount of time. It was planned to plunge God Nation into chaos and bring death to many gods. Preparations had been made for this for a long time, scattering Argyris-sama's power secretly all over God Nation, and then using that power all at once to bring death to the gods. Since the power of the God of Creation had also weakened, it should have been easy to do. And yet, what is that? Our plans were utterly destroyed by just one god. Moreover, by a being who had just become a god. Why was such a being born? Unable to contain my irritation, I grabbed God Achuri by the collar. We've been monitoring the gods to ensure that such a being would never emerge. Yet, how did such a person come to be? No one could have predicted that. Who would have thought that a mere human, who's supposed to be weak, could wield such power? No one could have predicted it. I grit my teeth at God Achuri's words. That's right. No one could have predicted it. How could a being with no power come to be able to control curse power? Moreover, who could predict that he would become the king who births a world and ascends to godhood? Not having a firm grasp on the movements of the gods must also be one of the causes. Yes, I never thought the gods would act so foolishly, to demean and belittle souls to the extent of creating so much negative power. But that power has also become Argyris-sama's. Yes, the massive amount of power produced by the gods. Nowadays, it is called curse power, but that power has also become Argyris-sama's. However, I'm concerned about the gradual change in Argyris-sama's demeanor since acquiring that power. It's as if he's being toyed with by the power he obtained. No, that can't be. Argyris-sama's power is far greater and stronger than any god's. He shouldn't be swayed by something like curse power. When can we create a new weapon? I look at Godachuri, who shakes his head. Is it not going well? That one can control curse power. We also need beings who can wield curse power, so experiments began with materials gathered from various places. To obtain a weapon that can counter that one. A mere touch of the curse power will swallow you up. Everything has become useless. How can that be? Then why wasn't that one consumed? That's right. Among the things we collected, there must have been humans just like that one. What about the humans? No good. They went mad in an instant. TCH. This place is sacred, where Argyris-sama rests. Yet my heart has been disturbed since a while ago. Let's leave this place. Godachuri opens the door he entered through and steps outside. Emerging from the darkness, I squint at the brightness. Perhaps because I've been in that space for so long. My eyes feel a bit sore. Controlling curse power is quite difficult. But that one, he controls the curse power freely. His companions use curse power as well, don't they? Reports have come from those in God Nation who have seen that one and his companions. They were using not only divine power and demonic power, but also curse power freely. So, there must be a way. What about that person? I shake my head at Godachuri's words. I see. The one who most desires Argyris-sama's revival, the one who has guided us. He became disheartened upon learning of the plan's failure. That person needs time, doesn't he? Time, Yes, that's right. He has been moving around for Argyris-sama's sake for so long. So now, he probably needs a break. Godachuri nods at my words. Let's investigate curse power more thoroughly until that person returns. That's about all we can do now. Yes, but we're being tossed about by that curse power. Maybe I should try it. Godachuri looks surprised at my words. But isn't that the best way to understand curse power? You can't. Why not? I thought you would agree. Godachuri's gaze wanders as if searching for words. There's a possibility of being consumed by curse power. What? You think I would lose to such power? Yes. I'm surprised at Godachuri's words. Me, lose? A comrade god has already tried and has been consumed. I didn't know that. But just waiting here for Argyris-sama to awaken is... I won't overdo it. I'll just touch it a little and see how it goes. Godachuri's expression becomes serious at my words. Then, after sighing once, he looks worried. Just touch it. Don't try to control the curse power. Understood. I want to be of some help to Argyris-sama, even if just a little. If I can figure out how to control curse power, I can tell Argyris-sama. If that happens, surely we can achieve our goal. Chapter 14, Argyris Resurrection. 2. That person's POV. Knock knock. As I turn my gaze toward the door, the Godachuri enters. It went well. Is that so? But is that really okay? I look at Godachuri. He holds the greatest power among those who worship Argyris, and he is trusted by the other followers. Wouldn't it be a waste to lose him? Indeed. Yes, there is no other follower with such power as him. It would be a waste, I think. But since the power of Argyris has been depleted and he has fallen into slumber, another puppet is needed. I had thought to choose from those who are out in the open, but they have all been captured. It can't be helped. He is someone who will do anything for the sake of Argyris. Among those we can use now, he is the most manageable puppet. If he could really obtain curse power, it would be perfect. At my words, Godachuri's expression slightly distorts. Is this a sign of having second thoughts? As I recall, Godachuri has had a long association with him. Perhaps it would be better to have someone else monitor him. It's okay. I have my own goals as well. Did he sense something from me? Well, I'll observe for a while. Understood. Don't betray my expectations. Yes. I stare intently into Godachuri's eyes. He looks back without averting his gaze, and a smile flickers across my face. Godachuri looks at me with a puzzled expression. When is he likely to come into contact with curse power? He said as soon as possible, so probably starting tomorrow. Marzaria and I will be on surveillance. Goddess Marzaria, huh? There should be no problem with her. Understood. Oh, and no matter what happens, do not get close to curse power. Eh? Is it also bad to get close? Yeah, although it might be because they are just a bunch of weaklings. Just by getting close, there were reports of going mad. How utterly vexing. Why has it become such a difficult power to handle? It's because that human gave it a name. Since then, everything has gone awry. Damn it. Without being named, it won't stabilize. I had intended to use it in its unstable state all along. How much power does that human, or rather, the curse god, have? Do not call that curse god. I refuse to acknowledge it. That person exists for our purpose. To call that curse god? I will never accept that. I apologize. No, sorry. I've been irritated lately because nothing has been going well. I look at God Achuri, but he doesn't seem concerned. Or rather, he doesn't fear or respect me like the others do. He just needs me to achieve his goal. Well, I feel more at ease having someone like him around. Because he needs me to achieve his goal. About that, human. What have you understood? I look at God Achuri, and his brow is furrowed. What's the matter? Is it something difficult to report? That seems to be a hero that was summoned from the world managed by the goddess Aeon. However, it appears that the summoning failed for the others, and only that human has not returned to their original world. Goddess Aeon, who? Long passage of time has taken away her hope and purpose. So, I judged there was no problem, but that was a mistake. I should have paid more attention to her actions. About that hero summoning, was there something different about it? For that to have that much power, a normal human would surely have died. No, the hero summoning itself was incomplete. It was probably because apprentices, not a god, performed it. Apprentices? Ah, them. They were failures. They are the ones who wasted a magic stone of fortune. They were even given with a magic stone of fortune and yet they gave it to humans. If used correctly, maintaining the planet would have been easy, but to think that it was a successful magic stone of fortune. If I had known, I would have used it myself. To think I was deceived by my former comrades. So, you're saying that you have no idea why that human survived while harboring such immense power? Yes. The only other possibility is the gift given to heroes. The power that turns the powerless into heroes. A divine grace given by the gods, to a human? But was there a gift that could transform the body to withstand such power? No, I checked, but there was none. However, the recent gifts have been quite unstable. Perhaps something happened when it was given to the human. Or maybe, it was that power. Do you think that power had an influence on the human? God Achuri nods silently at my words. That power who? The elusive power I've felt since ancient times. Just when I thought the balance would collapse, that power interfered. And yet, no matter how much I search, I cannot find any trace of it. Did that power act upon that human? Is there a possibility? I shake my head at God Achuri's words. It might be so, but it's unclear. That power leaves no trace. If any other power had acted, there would surely be a trace. Yet, no matter how much I search, I can't even find the faintest sign. Without that power, Argyrus's ideal world could have been realized. And I could have been the only one to support and control Argyrus from behind. It's truly vexing. I had to hide in the shadows, unnoticed by the bearer of that power. I couldn't proceed as planned. And yet, it was so close. But then, that human destroyed everything. Is there a way to kill that human? God Achuri's expression darkens at my words. It can't be helped. I don't want to admit it, but that being has become a god. And even for a god, killing another god is not permitted. I should have dealt with that sooner. I thought that would die, unable to withstand that immense power because that was human. I left it alone, but now we face this dire situation. I will investigate. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Use as many hands as you need for the investigation, though we have significantly fewer now. Because the ones on the surface were captured, the pieces I can move have been reduced by more than half. Moreover, the power of the God of Creation has returned, and the recording device has started working properly. No, don't move now. That's right. The recording device has started working properly. If we don't do something about the recording device, it will be discovered immediately. It's better not to leave here for now. Damn it. I must quickly make the power I've hidden freely movable. Whether it's the power of that human or the power I hid in this world, it's been affected. Because of that, I can no longer handle it as before, and it seems that its will has revived. Well, regarding the will, once I can control curse power, I can do anything with it. Indeed, we must have that one work hard. From the results of the experiments so far, a strong will is needed to handle curse power. A strong will to suppress and make them obey. Chapter 15, Daily Life and a Bit of Change. It's been a week since the planets were moved. There have been no particular problems, and they have been stable. Thanks to that, I've been able to slowly infuse curse power into the divine power flowing through the planets. It's a very slight amount of curse power for now, as I'm letting it blend in slowly. I plan to gradually increase this and spend a year making it possible for them to live in the curse world. Today, there are no problems like always and the inhabitants of the planets are stable. I nodded to Leader's report. Thank you. Have they made any requests? No. I hear from Rope that they seem to be satisfied with the current situation. Rope has been involved since the time in God Nation, so I asked him to take care of things after they migrated to the curse world. The gods and godkins who came to this world would probably feel more at ease with Rope than with unfamiliar beings. I see. They're still not at ease enough to make requests. This will take time. Your lordship. I heard the voice of the earth dragon flying lizard and found that all the dragons were assembled. What's going on? About managing the planets, we've discussed it and decided which planets each of us will take on. I see. Thank you. Once the planets are stable and the curse power within the planet's sustaining power exceeds 50%, I'll connect the dragons to the planets. According to the god of creation, it should be enough to channel the power of the one managing it into the core of the planets. Once I can go to the planets, I'll check the cores. How did you decide who manages which planets? I thought it would be better to let the dragons choose rather than deciding on my own, but I was a little anxious. That is. Flying Lizard hesitates as he looks at the dragons around him. Is it something uncomfortable to talk about? Not at all. When we looked at the planets, we just felt something. Something? I tilt my head at the words of the wind dragon, light blue. Like a sixth sense, an invisible force, something like that? It's hard to explain in words. It's like, the moment we saw it, we just knew this is it. The other dragons nod in agreement with the fire dragon Fluffball's words. I see. So there was never an overlap in the planets that felt this is it. Is it possible to feel this is it for the same planet? Fortunately, that didn't happen. That's why the discussion ended quickly, says the looking pleased Marshmallow, the ice dragon. Marshmallow isn't fond of conflict among peers. That's good to hear. I'll let you know once the planets are ready, I respond, and the dragons nod in agreement. Then they soar high into the sky, heading out to patrol the curse world, which they recently started. It's nice weather today, though it's getting quite chilly. Winter is truly upon us. The fields are also being prepared for next year. Is it cold? I look at Leader. Then, I thought that they might not perceive temperature changes as we do. It's fine. The clothes the three eyes made for us are warm. After all, they're made from real fur. Blessings be to the monsters. Delicious and warm in winter. Ah, I heard there was an anomaly with the monsters living in the forest. What happened after that? I inquired, recalling that the offspring looked entirely different from the parents. What we know so far is that the anomaly appears only in the monsters living in this side of the forest. So, no anomalies in the forests of the new land. And as for the types, should I say there are 8? I look at Leader as he ponders. It is unusual for him as he's typically very decisive. I've confirmed that a certain kind of monster is mainly responsible for it. And that all the offspring look different. You confirmed up to the monster already? That's impressive. And those that resemble their parents. We're still observing, but none of the offspring resemble their parents. Moreover, we've discovered that their powers are also different. Different appearances and different powers. Entirely new monsters born from a single type. What about the powers of the born children? For example, are they unusually strong or have a lot of magic power? We've only just begun observing, so I can't say for certain, but they seem weaker than their parents. Weaker, who? That suggests it's not evolution for strength. But then again, the varied appearances of the children already suggest it's not evolution. Ah, what do we know about the parents? I ask, wondering if the type of parents can tell us anything. The parent type is just one. Is that so? If that's the case, there might be an issue with the parent. Yes. That's what I thought too, so I'm investigating the monster that has become the parent. It seems like it will take some more time. But even if there's a problem with the parent, would the appearance of the born children change? It wouldn't, right? Monsters, monsters, monsters? Come to think of it, Rope mentioned that the former king of Emperor's kingdom used his power to crossbreed monsters. It can't be that the crossbreeding has been undone, can it? That's impossible. Your lordship? No, it's nothing. It's impossible, but for some reason, it's on my mind. Leader. the crossbreeding of monsters conducted by the former king of Emperor's kingdom. Could you look into that a bit? There's no need for a detailed investigation. It's just something that's been bothering me. Are you referring to the unpermitted experiment that was conducted using Rope Dono's power? Yikes! I can feel bloodlust coming from leader. Yes, I'd like you to investigate the monsters used in that experiment. Understood. Right away. No, take your time. There's no need to rush. Understood. I'll have someone look into it when they are free. Thank you. Now then, shall I start today's work? I'm going out for a patrol. Yes. Please be careful. After calling out to leader, I walk around the house, looking at the river that runs around it. Are you guys the guards for today? As soon as I started moving, the guards Ari, Sora, and NEA came running. Yes. Today, we will protect the Your Lordship. I pat Ari on his head in response to his declaration. Thank you. Let's go. There's nothing unusual in the forest around the house. The spirits in the river are still trying to splash me with water. If it were summer, I'd play along to some extent, but now it's winter. It's cold when you get wet, so I defend myself with magic. Hey, don't give off a dissatisfied aura. At my words, the water splashes playfully. These little ones don't really want to splash me, they just want to play. I play a little game of tag with them. Hey, don't increase the number of spirits joining in. There's too many of you. How many spirits have gathered here? Their transparent forms don't feel oppressive, but there are still too many. After playing with the spirits for a while, I move on. See you later. I wave to the spirits who couldn't join in the tag. I hope to play with those little ones next time. I walk along the river towards Yggdrasil, towards Echo. Standing beside a lake, there's Echo. In less than a year, it has grown into a huge tree. Ah, tree ants. Good morning. I greet the tree ants that showed themselves on Echo's branches. Ah, is it the dance of curses today? Today's little ones are excellent. Their movements are flawless. Perfect. Yesterday, one was moving slowly, and I couldn't help but watch. It almost fell off the branch, and I even got flustered. Okay, stop. Perfect. Thank you for today. If I keep watching, it will go on forever, so I have to stop it midway. I approach Echo and gently place my hand on its trunk. The strong vibrations from Echo flow through my hand. With those vibrations, power overflows from Echo and spreads throughout this world. My own overflowing power also rides on Echo's vibrations, traveling around the world. Thank you for today. See you tomorrow. I remove my hand from the trunk and head towards the underground temple. Since flowers began to bloom in the underground flower garden, I've started going there with my guards. That place needs to be protected by all of us. Chapter 16, Subtle Change. Passing through the underground temple, we head to the 4th underground level where the flowers of life bloom. Beat, 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 beat. As we approach the flowers of life, we can hear the faint heartbeats. These little heartbeats are slowly, gradually increasing. However, the birth of a soul has not yet occurred. Your Lordship, good morning, good morning. How are you feeling today? At my words, the fairy flutters up and down. I'm great. Today is another perfect day. The fairy flies around me cheerfully. I nod while watching it. Indeed, you seem energetic. How about the flowers of life? I check the condition of the flowers of life that have markers. There's no change from yesterday, no change at all. It seems the birth of a soul is still yet to come. It can't be helped. Now then, shall we take a look around the 4th underground level? Together, we survey the vast space where the flowers of life bloom. No strange presence or power. No abnormalities in the sounds coming from the flowers of life. There seems to be no abnormalities. Can you check from above as well? I ask the fairy, and it happily circles above the flowers of life. After a while, it returned to me. All is well. It's the same as yesterday. Only those whom I permit can enter this underground temple. Therefore, as long as nothing out of the ordinary happens, this place is safe. But there's always that as long as. So, we must continue to watch over it carefully. I see. Thank you. I pat the fairy's head, and it starts spinning on the spot. You'll get dizzy. Foo foo foo. A smile appears on my face as I watch the fairy fly joyfully. This little one truly enjoys flying. Shall we move on to the next place? The last place to check is the graveyard with a lake. It's hard to believe it's a graveyard, with such a beautiful lake and a warm breeze blowing. We should think of a new name for this place soon. It was certainly a graveyard in the past. But now, it is not. Therefore, I want to give this place a new name. Sora, NEA. Yes? I want to change the name graveyard that was given to this place to something new. What do you think would be good? The three creatures show a puzzled look at my words. Don't overthink it. Just say the first name that comes to mind. Your lordship, this place is where the cursed are healed, a precious place. Therefore, we cannot just casually suggest a name. Upon hearing Ari's words, the other two nodded in agreement. Even if it's a name you thought of casually, it's still a name that came to mind when thinking of this place, right? So I think it's fine. The three creatures shake their heads silently at my words. They seem to truly believe it's not good enough. Understood. A place where those who have fallen into curse are healed, huh? I could come up with a name myself, but, I would surely fail. Because I lack naming sense. I think Chai and the others are still okay. I and the Koa's group too. But the dragons, definitely not. No, even when I named them, I thought it was strange. But I also thought, well, let's just go with that. I never imagined I would come to regret those names so much. Next time, I want to choose a name that I won't regret in the future. Your lordship? Are you feeling unwell? Are you okay? Eh? Oh, no, I'm fine. When I'm deep in thought, I don't hear other words. I'm being careful, but I still have a long way to go. As for the name of this place, maybe I'll ask Flying Lizard and Koa. No, not Flying Lizard. Eto. Hikari, Kuhi, and USA. Yes, I'll ask those kids. I was just lost in thought for a bit. My health is fine. Ever since that talk, everyone has been more concerned about my health than before. I say I'm fine because I won't collapse that easily, but they don't seem to believe me. Well, I guess that means they're worried about me. Honestly, that makes me happy. As I approach the lake, I hear the sound of water splashing. The curses must be energetically jumping around. While sensing the presence around the graveyard, I stand in front of the lake. Are? As I get closer to the lake, I feel a slight discomfort. What's wrong? The fairy seems to notice something is amiss with me and asks with concern. No, I just feel a bit different than usual. The fairy flutters around in response to my words. There's no particular anomaly. What feels different than usual? A faint sense of discomfort. It's difficult to explain. It's not something I understand intellectually, but, sorry, it's more of a feeling, so it's hard to explain. I see. If that's the case, it can't be helped. Do you sense anything, Ari and the others? Along with the fairy, the three shake their heads too. Since it's only our second time here, we wouldn't know if there's a difference. It's a recently liberated place, so it can't be helped. Thanks, everyone. The discomfort has disappeared, so I think it's okay. The slight discomfort I felt when I arrived at the graveyard vanished the moment I tried to probe for it. Was it a coincidence? Or did it vanish upon sensing my presence? HNN? It would be strange for it to flee upon sensing my presence. After all, this place isn't connected to the outside. Everything's fine, right? Splash, splash, splash. Splash, splash, splash. Splash, splash, splash. Your lordship, fine. Came again. One of the Blakers-chan emerges from the lake and heads straight for me, followed by a chorus of voices. Aha. Sorry, could you speak one at a time? Fine? Today too. Over there? I'm fine. Nice to see you. Over there is, which way? Eh? What does over there refer to? They're looking at me, right? I'm back. Welcome back. Today, relax. Another one arrives a bit later and starts flying around me, all speaking at once again. But I can make out what this Blakers-chan is saying. Good morning, I'm back. We're not relaxing today, just taking it easy. We're still doing our rounds. How are you, Blakers-chan? Energetic? Always together? Sleepy. The energetic voices of the Blakers-chan flying around me return. I was about to reply when the first Blakers-chan that arrived, but it hit the second Blakers-chan. Eh? Us? We? Order? Important. Was it a matter of answering in the wrong order? Maki. Aki. Ooh? What do Maki and Akis mean? Sorry. I answered the wrong way. Are you all feeling well? Energetic. Happy. It seems like there's a child in a bad mood. If you're energetic, that's good. I pat the head of the slightly sullen Blakers-chan. Hee. The moment I pat its head, the sullen aura disappears instantly. Simple. Naive. Easygoing. Hey. Don't say things that will make others angry. The second Blakers-chan that came, isn't it a bit rude? Splash, splash, splash. Splash, splash, splash. Splash, splash, splash. As I turn my gaze to the sound of the water splashing in the lake, I see the figure of Blackurse-chan. It looks like the other little ones are coming too. The two Blackurse-chan that appeared above the lake, upon noticing me, flew over happily. But I sense a disturbing presence from the two Blackurse-chan beside me. Let's get along, okay? With no reply, I turn my gaze to the Blackurse-chan beside me, and they avert their eyes. If you can't get along. Get along. Friends, friendship, fut. What? Friends? Are? Have the children inside Blackurse-chan ever shown interest in the others they're with? What's wrong? I feel like Blackurse-chan has changed a bit. It's not just Blackurse-chan. Lately, I feel like everything around us is changing little by little. The changes are so subtle that I can't clearly say it has changed. Isn't that good? I nod at the fairy's words. Yeah, it's a good thing. Chapter 17, Hikari is strong. At the end of my daily rounds, I visit the graceful Iko. Good morning. Rustle, rustle. The leaves sway in response to my words. I gently press my ear against the trunk, and I hear a rhythmic tapping and a soft popping sound. Listening to this sound always calms me. Rustle, rustle. HNN? The leaves seem to be moving more vigorously than usual, or is it just my imagination? I look up at the leaves, but their appearance remains unchanged. Well, never mind. I sit against Iko's trunk and close my eyes. The power flowing from Iko is truly beautiful. Iko possesses the ability to purify the power that flows through the cursed world. I learned this from Demon World King Ou. The power circulating through the world gradually becomes tainted, and it is the graceful trees in each world that cleanse this impurity. In other words, in the cursed world, it's Iko. Creating new power and purifying the returning power, Iko has quite the task. Rustle, the leaves respond again. It didn't react this much before. Perhaps this is another change. Thank you. Don't overexert yourself. Rustle, your lordship. Hikari. After the discussion about my disintegrating soul, Hikari promised to protect the cursed world once I'm gone. It warms my heart, yet I can't help feeling apologetic. I want you to tell me more about the cursed world. Eh? I look at Hikari with surprise on my face. I still don't know much about this world. I want to learn. And I believe I should understand the power that moves the cursed world. That makes sense. Hikari is even stronger than I thought. First, what should we talk about? Your lordship, how did you come to this world? Are? Did I not tell Hikari about that? I heard a little, but I want to hear it directly from you. Understood. I proceed to explain how I arrived in this world, the gods and apprentices involved. In addition, I also talked about the hero summoning of the gods. What should I do? I sense an overwhelming anger from beside me. Your lordship. Yes? No. Why am I being nervous around Hikari? What about those apprentices? They were reborn on some distant planet, retaining their memories. Ooh? Perhaps my words didn't sit well with him, as a powerful force emanates from Hikari next to me. As if responding, the Yggdrasil trembles. Rustle, Hikari, calm down. Iko too. To think they're still alive. A small voice comes from beside me. Apparently, the fact that they're still alive doesn't sit well with him. Even though they're reborn, they're weak beings in that world. Having memories, they'll likely experience humiliation. I see. Yeah. Besides, I don't care about them anymore. Next, I discuss how the children were entrusted by the gods and how these kids, like me, were victims of hero summonings. Originally adults, various circumstances led them to take on childlike forms, and their memories faded. Finally, I tell Hikari that he came from the same planet as me. From here on, Hikari knows too, right? About the attack by the first-rank goddess and the appearance of curses. Recalling these past few years, my life has been quite eventful. It feels like so much has happened all at once. I'm impressed with how well I've handled it. Your lordship. When I look at Hikari, he has a serious expression on his face. What's wrong? With my current abilities, I can't protect the cursed world, can I? Indeed, with the power he currently possesses, he cannot protect the cursed world. Even if he borrows Yggdrasil's power, it's barely enough. No, perhaps it's impossible. That's right. Even if Hikari were to dedicate all his current power to the cursed world, it wouldn't be sufficient. Hikari nods in agreement with my words. To increase my strength, what should I do? How did your lordship enhance your power? Well, in my case, the gifts I received from the hero summoning naturally increased my power. In fact, it escalated dangerously. Unconsciously, I consumed my excessive power, which allowed me to survive. For me, it was thanks to being aided by the hero summoning. Ooh? Hikari looks at me curiously. Hero summoning grants power for the sake of the world they are summoned to. In my case, it was a significant help. Come to think of it, this was before the world existed as the Curse World. My power surged due to various factors, and the dragons on the planet became excessively strong, leading to the imminent collapse of the planet. Compared to that, this time it seems only I will disappear. Is it better than the planet destruction issue? I see. Yeah. So, to increase Hikari's power, we need to explore alternative methods. I did inquire with Demon World King OU. However, it seems that it might put a strain on Hikari's body. Your lordship? Is there any method? Well, I did some research. There is a way. My hesitant words make Hikari tilt his head. What kind of method is it? Well, according to Demon World King OU, there's some strain involved. He mentioned there would be pain. However, that's for the evil gods. For Hikari, the strain and pain might be even greater than what the evil gods experience. Moreover, there's a possibility that it won't suit him. Your lordship, don't worry. It'll work out. Hikari's cheerful voice draws my gaze. I'm sure it will. The method involves infusing my power into the place where Hikari's power is stored. The amount I inject should be just enough to overflow from that place. However, if I put too much power, Hikari's power will get out of control. When the power slightly overflows, the reservoir adapts by increasing its capacity. This method was used by the evil gods to enhance their demonic powers. However, it's not guaranteed that the same results will occur for Hikari, who resides in the Curse World. Receiving power from you to expand my power's capacity. Hikaru murmurs, placing his hand over his chest. The idea of incorporating external power is undoubtedly daunting. If the compatibility is excellent, there should be no pain at all. However, since it's someone else's power, that possibility is nearly non-existent. It seems he'll experience some discomfort after all. I want to try this method. According to Demon World King OU, there are rare cases where this method causes intense pain due to complete incompatibility. Additionally, if the received power clashes, excruciating pain may occur. Is that so? Didn't your lordship has channeled your power on me when you cast a spell before, right? Yeah. To check on your condition and to break the curse on Hikari, I did so using Purification magic. Right. That time, I was unconscious, so I didn't feel it. But even after regaining consciousness, I didn't experience pain. So I believe it'll be fine. No, this time it's different. The location where I'll infuse power is Hikari's core. Yes. The place where I'll send the power is essentially Hikari's core. At my core. Hikari seemed a little surprised. Yes. I'll give you some time to think. It's fine. I believe in your lordship. Let's do it. Hikari's expression makes me smile bitterly. He seems to have made up his mind. Now it's my turn to prepare mentally. Hikari is really strong. He'll likely make a better king than I ever could. Understood. Shall we proceed? Chapter 18, First Step. The first day of enhancing Hikari's power. Perhaps I'm more nervous than Hikari. Are you ready? Yeah. Please take care of me. We sit facing each other on the sofa, and I hold Hikari's hands. After Hikari closes his eyes, I gently send a small portion of my own power to the core within him. When sending, do it slowly. Slowly, slow and steady. Ooh. The moment I thought my power had reached inside Hikari, I heard a pained voice from him. I almost let his hand go instinctively but managed to hold on. According to the Demon World King OU's explanation, there's a possibility that the sent power might flow back. If I were to let my hands go at that moment, the displaced energy would wreak havoc within his body. So, I mustn't let go. However, this phenomenon is only a theoretical possibility. No one has actually experienced a power backflow. Phew. The strength seemed to drain from Hikari's hand that I was holding. Are you okay? Yeah. How was the pain? His voice sounded strained. He must have felt quite a bit of pain. I'm fine. It startled me because it felt like a sudden jolt. I think I'm more tired than anything. Observing Hikari, he indeed looked fatigued. Let's call it a day for now. Hearing that, Hikari's expression brightened. I'm glad our compatibility isn't bad. With this, we can continue. That's right. Seeing the relieved expression on Hikari's face, I truly felt relieved. Even if our compatibility caused pain, I knew Hikari would say, I'm okay, and keep going. But is the pain really just a jolt? Your lordship, don't worry. I was surprised too, but the pain was minimal. Hikari said so, smiling and shifting his body as if he had sensed my thoughts. Understood. Same time tomorrow. I have no choice but to believe in him, don't I? Yeah. After seeing Hikari off from the office, I sink deeply into the sofa. The one-person sofa, jointly crafted by the little Onis and the 3 eyes, gently cradles my body, providing a comforting feeling. Transferring the power within me isn't inherently difficult. Especially how minute I must send to Hikari. Not long ago, I used to transfer my power to magic stones until I felt completely drained every single day. But strangely, today feels much more exhausting than those days when I pushed myself to emptiness. It's probably just my imagination. Perhaps it's not physical fatigue, but rather mental strain. Are you okay? Leader places a warm cup of tea on the table. Thank you. Phew, this is delicious. The warmth of the tea gradually soothes my body. It seems that my body was getting cold due to the tension. I glance at Leader beside me. I recall Hikari, who was sitting on the sofa in front of me just moments ago. As expected, having someone with unwavering support is essential. The time I spend with Leader is what puts me most at ease. Being Koa, Chai, or even the boss San and Shuri brings me joy. No, when I'm with them, it's often more nerve-wracking. Even spending time with Flying Lizard feels reassuring, but being with Leader is still the best. I suppose it's because I trust you the most. Yes? Perhaps because my voice was too soft to hear. Leader looked at me curiously. I want Hikari to have someone like Leader beside him. Yes, I agree. Someone who prioritizes Hikari above all else. Speaking of which, why not have Hikari use his power to create a rock dolls? Rock dolls with Hikari's power? Ah, I see. The reason the One Eyes prioritize me over others is because I created them using my own power. So, if Hikari creates rock dolls using his power, they should prioritize him above all else. I'll urge Hikari to create rock dolls. Understood. It's exciting to have new companions. Are? You refer to them as rock dolls. Why not use the term golems? Rock dolls is the name I gave them. Only when I've learned to communicate that I found out that beings like Leader are called golems. Researching golem abilities, I've noticed several differences from our own. That makes sense. I tilted my head while listening to him talk about golems. Are Leaders and the others truly golems? I asked myself. Thus, we are not golems but rock dolls. I see. If that's what Leaders prefer, then let's go with it. However, everyone else still thinks of you as golems, right? We'll gradually spread the term rock dolls. Okay, perhaps it's best if I don't get involved. But still, rock dolls, I should have put more thought into naming them. Your lordship, take a look at this. Leader places a paper on the table. I picked it up and read its contents. God Nation, Demon World, Curse World. Eto, what about it? Strange Desu. Strange? I look at the paper again. It reads God Nation, Demon World, Curse World. No matter how I view it. What's strange? Regardless of how much time passes, it remains the word representing the world. A word representing the world? Ah, right. It's still stuck on God Nation. According to the God of Creation's account, they should have nearly gained control over God Nation. I nod at Leader's words. The recording device is functioning properly, and I've heard that it can now interfere with all the planets within God Nation. Indeed, it's strange. Considering they've nearly gained control over God Nation, it should have changed from God Nation to God World. Yet, it stubbornly remains God Nation. Come to think of it, I sense the unseen force behind this change as well. The words on the paper shift imperceptibly, and I accept it naturally without any unease. Even though it defies common sense. Your lordship, is God Nation truly safe now? I shake my head in response to Leader's question. Probably not yet. That's why it hasn't shifted from a nation to world. Are? Remember when the gods used to refer to their world as the Great World of Gods? Could they write world back then? Regarding that, the God of Creation confirmed it using the recording device. The inscription read God Place. Not nation, but place? So under nation lies place. We must be cautious to prevent the Curse World from becoming Curse Place. So, your lordship, what do you think is the reason it remains God Nation? I believe it's because we haven't pinpointed Argyris and those who protect him. Despite the recording device functioning properly, we still don't know their whereabouts. They're likely hiding in a place created before the current God Nation came into existence. The recording device only records from the day the current God Nation began moving forward. We discovered this when the Curse World's recording device inadvertently erased records from before its creation. Argyris existed even before the current God Nation. The recording device probably hasn't captured all of his abilities. Is he someone that can be called an ancient god? Sounds eerie. As for those supporting Argyris, what could their purpose be? Chapter 19, Stronger Little by Little. Hikari momentarily tenses his body, but quickly relaxes. Phew. Strengthening Hikari's abilities has been ongoing for 3 days now. Even now, he seems to feel a slight jolt of pain when my power reaches him. Is there any problem? Hikari shakes his head in response to my question. I'm fine. Today's discomfort was slightly better than what I felt on the first day. Perhaps my body is getting accustomed to your lordship's power, or maybe I'm simply getting used to the pain. Which do you think it is? Observing Hikari's demeanor, I release the grip on both hands. If you've grown accustomed to my power and no longer feel pain, that would be great. It's too subtle a change, so I'm not sure. Perhaps it might even be just my imagination. I see. I hope he adapts to my power soon. Hikari, what are your plans for today? While sipping the tea leader provided, I glance at Hikari. Today is a day off. Leader insists that we take at least 1 day off each week. Come to think of it, our companions often train relentlessly or take on various tasks without breaks. Leader emphasized the importance of a weekly rest day. Hikari rarely listens and takes a break, so it's been a struggle. As Leader said those, Hikari's gaze wandered. HNN? What's this reaction? Actually, he's been doing some work in secret. Seeing Hikari's flustered expression, Leader's demeanor turned slightly intimidating. Hikari notices and visibly panics. No, it's fine. I only glanced at some documents a bit, so it wasn't really work. Hikari keeps repeating the phrase a bit. But this seems like more than just a casual glance at documents. Hikari, did you thoroughly review those documents? No, it's not like that. It was just a bit, so it's no big deal. Hikari-san. Leader's tone changes, causing Hikari to straighten up. Yes? You bribed the surveillance spiders with food, didn't you? HNN? Surveillance spiders? Bribes? Yes. The moment I hear Hikari's response, Leader looks up. Following their gaze, I see 3 spiders scurrying away in a panic from the beam above. My goodness. Those little ones were the surveillance spiders bribed by Hikari with food. As always, spiders are quite susceptible to food. May I? Hikari-san? Yes. Fatigue isn't always visible, so you must be cautious. Just saying I've recovered won't cut it. Hikari probably mentioned that because he believes the fatigue has been alleviated by heal. Understood. I'll be more careful from now on. Hikari responds solemnly, but Leader doesn't seem entirely convinced. This makes it the 18th time. That many? I glance at Hikari and he has an awkward expression. Understood. Good. Thank you. On your days off, you can have someone by your side. The surveillance role has now shifted to a one-eye that can't be bribed. Hikari exclaims in surprise at Leader's words. No, I'm really not going to do anything this time. I observe Hikari closely, and Leader sighs. Yeah, too suspicious. The reason I asked Hikari's schedule was because of something. Hikari, how about creating a rock doll? Was that too sudden? But I want Hikari to have someone like Leader. By rock doll, do you mean another one-eye? Hikari looks at Leader with a surprised expression. How it appears is up to you, Hikari. However, I believe you need a supporter who can fully understand and support you. My supporter. Someone who believes in him unconditionally, no matter the circumstances. That will give him strength. Yes, I want that. Hikari said he'd succeed me. I'm sure he's thought a lot about what happens after I'm gone. And he must feel anxious. When I'm gone, I won't be able to support Hikari. While our companions will be there for him, they won't focus solely on him. How about a rock doll created by Hikari then? It will undoubtedly act with his best interests at heart. Leader may have gone a bit overboard, but his actions have saved me many times. Shall we start right away, or would you like to think about the design first? I'd like to start immediately. Hikari responds with a nervous look on his face. Even so, he is smiling faintly. Slam! I turn my gaze toward the sound and see a large rock on the table. Leader extends his hand as if offering it to us. Thank you. Preparations are complete. First, let's imagine the rock becoming softer, and then you can pour your power into it. Understood. Hikari places his hand on the rock and pours his power while maintaining its current state. The sharp edges of the rock are disappearing. Can I assume that the rock has become soft? But perhaps making it softer than this would make it easier to shape. Imagine it becoming even softer. The rock on the table shifts and changes shape. Excellent. It worked. Next, imagine the completed rock doll. Imagine it moving around freely. Also, imagine it assisting you. The last part might be challenging. When I did this, I imagined a fairy secretly helping with shoemaking at night and a helpful robot. The now malleable rock continues to take form, wiggling and adjusting. Seeing that, I tilted my head. Could it be? No, it's not fully complete yet. But it definitely looks like 2 head tall me? It's done. I knew it. Hikari looks surprised by my exclamation. Wait, why me? Can't it be different? I wanted someone to support me by my side. There's no way to ask him to change it now. I see. Well, I understand. It's not confirmed that it will move yet. If it fails, I'll recommend a different form. It moved. Did it move? The 2 head tall me stood up and stared at Hikari. Then, it puts its hand on its chest and bows. My lord, please take care of me from now on. It's moving like a gentleman. Now, it wasn't a 2 head tall version of me, I would be smiling. Succeeded? Hikari, what do you want to name this rock doll? Hikari closes his eyes and thinks about leader's question. After a while, he's still thinking. Is it that difficult? Kumple? I feel like I've heard that somewhere, but where? Kumple, is it? Yes. My partner. From now on, please take care of me. Yes. Please take care of me from now on too. Despite its appearance, it has a certain charm. Hikari, congratulations. Thank you. I'm relieved that I could create something beyond my expectations. Encouraging him to create was definitely the right choice. Hikari, I'd like to teach Kumple about this world. Is that acceptable? When leader asks, Hikari nods, and Kumple bows to leader. He didn't place his hand over his chest this time. Perhaps that gesture is reserved for Hikari alone. My lord's lordship, I would like to borrow your leader for a few moments. My lord's lordship? Let's keep it simple. You can call me Akira. I'm afraid that won't work. Kumple firmly denies, and Hikari looks at me. Having 2 lords is confusing, so you can call me Hikari. Then, may I address you as Hikari-sama? At Kumple's words, Hikari gives a wry smile. No need for sama. Just Hikari is fine. Kumple shakes his head at Hikari's words. I apologize, but that's not possible. Hikari, who has been clearly denied, looks at me with a troubled expression. You should know how leader is, right? He's pretty stubborn, so it's impossible. Despite repeatedly suggesting a more casual tone to leader, it's still a no-go. I guess Hikari can only give up 2. Understood. I'm glad you understand. Looking at Hikari and Kumple, my cheeks relax. Now I feel rest assured. Chapter 20, Argyris Resurrection, 3. Argyris Devotees POV. It has been 7 days since I first touched that power to obtain curse power. Today, once again, I must go to the place where that power resides in order to acquire curse power. Sigh. I've made up my mind to do this myself. Everything is for the sake of Argyris-sama. Yet, my legs refuse to move. On the day I first touched curse power, I woke up in my own bed without realizing how I got there. Upon awakening, I had no memory of what had happened. Perhaps because I had no recollection of getting into bed. Amidst my confusion, Godachuri entered the room. With a concerned expression, he told me, you lost consciousness the moment you touched curse power. While looking at Achuri like that, I tried to recall my memories once more. However, there was nothing I could remember. The day after collapsing, I touched curse power once again. And when I woke up, I was back in bed. The same situation as yesterday. I quickly understood that I had touched curse power and collapsed. Why did I collapse at that moment? Now, looking back, I realize I should have thought more seriously about it. But even if I had understood the cause of my collapse, nothing would change. For Argyris-sama, there is no choice but to continue. Let's go. Ignoring the urge to flee, I head toward the source of curse power. For several days, I touched curse power and fell repeatedly. Then, finally, yesterday, I managed to touch it without collapsing, maintaining consciousness. However, the moment I remembered yesterday's events, an unpleasant noise echoed in my ears. I stopped in my tracks and covered my ears with both hands, but the sound wouldn't fade. In fact, it seemed to grow louder. I remained conscious, and what reached me was a high-volume, grating noise. Hearing it, I felt dizzy and nauseous, and the power within me threatened to go berserk. I hastily distanced myself from the curse power to prevent it from spiraling out of control, but the unpleasant noise persisted for hours. "God Harry here? Are you okay?" One of my fellow believers rushed over, alarmed by my condition. "What's wrong? You look pale. You should go back to your room and rest." He tried to support me and guide me back to the room, but I shook my head. "Apologies, but I have something to attend to, so I must go." My fellow believer furrowed his brow at my words. "In your current condition? That's impossible. Is he seeing me as someone desperately needing to be stopped? I'm aware that that person has given some instructions to God Harihir. However, God Harihir, please take care of your own well-being. Ooh? That person gave instructions? No, it's not like that. That person didn't specifically instruct me. I decided to do this on my own. Yes, this was my own decision. That person didn't command me to acquire curse power. Is that so? He looks suspiciously at me, and I offer a smile and nod. Even so, please take a break today. For a moment, I wanted to cling to his words. But it's no use. I must learn to handle curse power as soon as possible. I'll be fine. Really? Yes, I'll be fine. God Harihir. His sad expression tugs at my heart. Despite his concern, I can't respond to those feelings. I'll take my leave. I steel myself and head toward the source of curse power. I'll be okay. There's no way I'll be defeated by curse power. I won't allow myself to appear inadequate before Argyris-sama. As I reach the designated room, I open the door. I see pitch-black darkness extending deep inside. That's the curse power, the power I must learn to wield. I've heard that the curse power in this world is more unstable than what exists in the God Nation or the curse world. That's why I must obtain it now, before it stabilizes completely, because once it does, I might never acquire it. Suppressing my trembling body, I approach the curse power. God Achuri and Goddess Mars Aria are right beside me. That person was worried, so they followed me. We'll stay here and keep watch. Be careful. I nod slightly in response to Goddess Masaria's words and move closer to the curse power. I notice that my body trembles even more than before. It seems trying to stop the trembling with sheer willpower won't work. As I reach toward the curse power, I take a deep breath. Gently, I extend my hand toward the curse power. The first time I reached out to it, I was astonished. When I extended my hand, a dark shadow seemed to emerge from the curse power, moving toward me. I panicked and tried to retract my hand, but unfortunately, that's as far as I remember. The shadow extending from the curse power gently entwines around my hand. In that moment, a high-pitched, unpleasant noise reverberates in my head. Instinctively, I shake my hand, attempting to free it from the shadow extending from the curse power. However, unlike yesterday when I managed to shake it off, today I can't. Why? I shake my hand repeatedly. The discomfort from the noise is so intense, leaving me unable to do anything else. Ooh-wah! The ground beneath me trembles. No, is it me trembling? Scrayeek! It's a different sound, not the unpleasant noise. It's piercing and unsettling. The sensation clings to my ears, making me feel nauseous. Goo! I feel pain in my temple. No, my whole head hurts. Won't forgive. While I was holding my head in my hands due to the loud, unpleasant and high-pitched noise, I suddenly heard a voice. Eh? But before I could understand what the voice was saying, my consciousness was interrupted. I was in total darkness. Everywhere I looked, it's just dark, dark, and dark. I heard someone screaming. I heard someone crying. Yet, I can't comprehend their words. The sounds reach me, but their meaning eludes me. Suddenly, someone grabbed my arm. Turning my gaze, I see a face with eyes wide open right in front of me. Ooh-wah! I should have screamed out loud. But I couldn't even hear my own voice. Gyu! The grip on my arm tightens, causing pain. I try to shake off the hand that holds me, but wait, why can't I see my own body? It's as if I'm submerged in darkness. Snap! The figure before me opens its mouth. In that instant, I let out a scream. There are eyes inside its mouth, staring at me. A-H-H-H-H-H. I wake up to a familiar ceiling. I try to sit up, but my entire body feels weak, preventing me from rising. My room? I glance around, relieved to recognize the familiar surroundings. Collapsed again, huh? Yesterday, I didn't collapse. But today, I feel like I heard something. I recall the moment I touched the curse power. Ooh! I turn my motionless body sideways and press my hand to my mouth. If I don't, I might vomit. Since last night, I haven't eaten anything, so there's nothing to throw up. Taking my time, I sit up on the bed. My weakened state, could it be because someone grabbed my arm? Wait, did someone really grab my arm, or was it a dream when I lost consciousness? No, I can't tell. But before losing consciousness, I think I heard words. Eto. I remember now. It was won't forgive. When I touched the curse power, I heard overlapping voices saying won't forgive. Won't forgive? Right now, I'm more bothered by the discomfort. Ooh! Suddenly, an unpleasant noise echoes near my ear. Again. I sense my consciousness slipping away. God Achuri's POV. Slam! I close God Harihir's room door and step into the corridor. Today, God Haruhia lost consciousness, covered by the black shadow emitted by the curse power. Just say you've reached your limit already. That way, there won't be any need to touch the curse power. Is it all for Argyris? That one has reached its limit. Is God Haruhia the next doll? Ah, frustrating. Chapter 21, and. Emperor's Kingdom King Ganma's POV. Here are the investigation results. I received the document that Prime Minister Gaji handed to me. As I read the characters written on those papers, I sighed. So, it was indeed slave trafficking. 2 weeks ago, information reached the Night Order responsible for protecting a rural village. The report stated that children had suddenly disappeared from a certain village. The Knights promptly initiated an investigation. To their surprise, not only the reported village, but other villages also had missing children. This was an abnormal situation, and the report reached Prime Minister Gaji. Feeling uneasy, Prime Minister Gaji immediately instructed a special investigation unit to conduct a thorough investigation. The results confirmed Prime Minister Gaji's fears. The children had been abducted for slave trading. According to Commander Marof of the Special Investigation Unit, the victims were in critical condition, and their lives were at risk. I see. The fact that Commander Marof acted swiftly meant the situation was pretty bad. He said I apologized for acting before receiving orders. It doesn't matter. The Special Investigation Unit has the authority to act based on the judgment of the Commander and Vice Commander. Given that it's an emergency, it's acceptable. Please convey my well done to them. Marof was diligent. Yes. There are many victims. The count included 11 beastkin children and 14 human children. The youngest was only 6 years old. Truly despicable deeds. The victims suffered from malnutrition, repeated physical abuse resulting in bruises and fractures. Fortunately, it seems none of the children sustained injuries with lasting consequences. Yes, that's a relief. However, the real issue lies in their hearts. Send someone from the capital who can provide psychological care. Other families already been contacted? We've instructed to reach out to the families once we've identified the victims. As expected of Prime Minister Gaji, instructions were already in place. Your efficiency is appreciated. Oh, do the families need psychological care as well? Yes, I believe some may feel anxious about what lies ahead. Having someone to talk to during such times can provide reassurance. Certainly, we need someone who can support families in the long term. Understood. Now, what has become of those responsible for this issue? I checked the names written in the documents. It mentioned that Count Marsigi had provided funds, but there was no further information. I apologize. I learned additional details verbally after writing those documents. A formal report will be delivered later. Understood. So, they've reported on the victims first. It appears that Count Marsigi funded and provided the place, while individuals hired by merchants were responsible for kidnapping the children. Those present in the building where the victims were found have been apprehended. The remaining individuals will be secured promptly upon receiving orders. Understood. Proceed with the apprehensions. By your will. Prime Minister Gaji signaled to the knight who had been waiting in the room. Oh, by the way. As long as they can talk, the rest doesn't matter. My words elicited a faint smile from Prime Minister Gaji. Did you understand? The knight, meeting Prime Minister Gaji's gaze, smiled and nodded. Of course. Excuse me then. Count Marsigi and the merchants would likely be captured soon. But they persist, again and again. They never learn, don't they? Since I became king, over 50 individuals have been caught in slave-related incidents. Despite all of them being executed, there are still fools who dabble in this trade. Is it because they can't forget the past or because they're blinded by greed? Prime Minister Gaji shrugged at my words. For those who can't forget the past, slaves still hold value. That's why some continue engaging in slave trafficking. If everyone who desires slaves were apprehended, the trade would cease. But it's a complex issue. Indeed. If I asked the spiders or ants, they'd likely find them swiftly. However, relying solely on them would be unwise. Issues within Emperor's Kingdom should be resolved by those who protect it. Speaking of which, the Special Investigation Unit is functioning well. Yes, it does. The Special Investigation Unit was created to establish contact with the kings of the forest and the god of the forest. Initially, I considered disbanding it after our relations with the forest improved. However, beastkin and humans must learn to coexist and support each other. That's the direction our country is striving for. Indeed, the members of the Special Investigation Unit, who returned to the capital after a long absence, had changed remarkably. That's why I decided to continue the unit. I'm sure they'll provide good motivation for the knights. How are the knights doing? They're gradually changing. I see. That's good, then. It will still take time. But if they're changing, there's hope. Phew. I'm a bit tired. I've been holed up in the office for quite some time. Perhaps a change of scenery would do you good? A change of scenery, huh? Come to think of it, I've been so busy lately that I haven't left the palace at all. May I step outside for a bit? At my words, Prime Minister Gaji furrowed his brow. As expected, it's not allowed. A brief outing should be fine. Eh? I thought I'd definitely be met with opposition. Considering the recent challenges, a short break wouldn't hurt. Ah, that's true. Especially the succession issue among the nobles has been dreadful. Who would have thought they'd poison their own family members one after another? Shall we visit the nearest place around the palace? It seems quite bustling lately. The place the knights said to have a lot of good shops. The shops frequented by the royal guards and the knights who protect the capital. I'm looking forward to it. Shall we go? It's a good opportunity to explore the area around the palace. Some things are best understood firsthand. I disguised myself lightly and used an undecorated carriage to go to the said place. How is the construction of the medical facility progressing? It's going smoothly, and we're on track to have it operational by the end of this year. Ah, there it is. Following Prime Minister Gaji's words, I looked outside the carriage. That one? The building appears to be already completed. At this rate, it could be operational within a month. We're currently selecting staff for the medical facility. We won't hire anyone with issues, of course. Certainly. The medical facility is near the shops. This is the place the knights were talking about. This place? Indeed, it's quite crowded. What's that? In front of each shop, there's a big tree around 5 meters high, and some things seem to be placed on them connecting them to each other. They are flat boards. I wonder? I didn't notice this when I was here before. There's no way I'll overlook this, right? That's a spider dono, right? Following Prime Minister Gaji's gesture, I saw the figure descending from the tree that had piqued my curiosity. Are those things in the trees made for the spider donos? Why there, though? Let's ask the knights. Prime Minister Gaji opened the small window on the carriage and called out to the coachman. He was actually a knight in disguise as a coachman. Probably for shopping, I think. Eh? Shopping? As I listened to the knight's explanation, I observed the spider dono. Ah, a shopkeeper is approaching the spider dono. Is that the shop's merchandise? Are they taking offers from the shops? In response to my question, the knight denied it. No, that's not it. They pay properly. Ah, that's true. It seems the spider dono paid for it. Those around seemed curious, but not frightened. Prime Minister Gaji muttered curiously. Well, it's a common sight, so they're used to it. A common sight? So, spider donos frequent this place for shopping? They say the shops they visit have excellent offerings. Whenever a new shop opens, spiders line up on those trees. Ooh, line up? I see. Thanks for the information. I managed to convey my gratitude to the knight and looked at the tree where the spider dono was. I see, those trees are for the spider donos. Chapter 22, a light sphere that reveals one's true nature. Today, once again, I channel my power to Hikari. In that fleeting moment when my power reaches him, Are? Hikari also notices the anomaly, casting a curious gaze upon me. Both of us tilt our heads in unison. Did you not feel the usual jolt? No. Until yesterday, when my power reached the vicinity of the core, it invariably caused a sharp, tingling pain on Hikari. As a result, Hikari's body would always react with a jolt. However, today, there doesn't seem to be any pain. Ah, Hikari places a hand on his chest, his expression one of surprise. What's the matter? Well, it seems like the power inside me has surged significantly. Surged? It's been 10 days since I began enhancing his power. Given the modest amount of power I transmit, I hadn't anticipated such a notable change. Do you have any idea how much it has increased? I can't pinpoint an exact measure, but I can sense that the power I can use has indeed increased. I see. Judging by Hikari's demeanor, it appears there's no strain on his body. Let's conclude our session for today. I nod in agreement with Hikari's words. I agree. Very well. I shall demonstrate this newfound strength to the children. Demonstrate? Oh, I forgot to mention. Since I began receiving power from your lordship, there have been alterations in the light spheres I create. Consequently, I've been showcasing these changes to the children daily. Admittedly, I only noticed the transformation 3 days ago, so today marks the 4th day. I've observed recently that Hikari and the children have been engaged in some activity, but to think he's actually showing them off his power. And what about these changes in the light spheres? What sort of transformation occurred? The sparkle has become brighter. Spar. What? Perplexed, I tilted my head, prompting Hikari to break into an amused smile. This is the light ball I can make. Ah, it appears even brighter than yesterday. Hikari raises a light sphere, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, in his right hand. This is the light sphere. While the core emanates strong power, the overall sensation is remarkably gentle. It seems to mirror Hikari's character. Moreover, the delicate fragments of light that burst forth from the sphere and fade away create a captivating beauty. It sparkles, doesn't it? Hikari asks with a hint of uncertainty, and I respond with a smile. Yes. The fragments shimmer from it, it's sparkling. The quantity of these dispersing sparkles has increased since your lordship began enhancing my power. Ah, that explains why you referred to it as the sparkle has become brighter. I see. How do you create this light sphere? The power I sense from the sphere feels distinct from ordinary power. Eh? Hikari's expression reveals surprise at my question. Was that a strange question? Eto, I created it by harnessing the power around my core. So it's formed using the power near the core. Once you can control your own power, you can create these spheres to figure out your true nature. Does your lordship never made one? It can reveal one's true nature? So, that's why I sensed Hikari's character in the light sphere he made. I haven't. At the time when I gained control over my power, I couldn't communicate with anyone. It's no wonder I don't know. Are? When I learned a bit of magic, I wasn't given an explanation about the light spheres either. I see. It's quite straightforward to create. You merely focus on the power around your core, gather it tightly, and shape it into a sphere. Indeed, it seems simple. Should I try making one? If it's your first attempt, it might be better to do it outdoors. Ah, yes. Although it appears straightforward, I don't know what might happen. Thank you. I'll do that. Together with Hikari, I head toward the square where the children are waiting. For the past 3 days, after completing our power enhancement sessions, he's been heading straight toward the children. Are? Your lordship. At the sound of Taiyo's voice, the children rush toward me, their faces filled with delight. What's the matter? Can we play together today? Tsubosa's words ignite excitement among the children. Really? That would make me happy. Sakura says so as she grabs my hand tightly. Ah, I've always been cautious when the children ask, can we play? If I simply agree, we might end up playing tag for hours. To respond, I shift my gaze toward the children. Yes, we can play, but let's keep it moderate. Well, I can't disregard the expectant gazes of the children. Even while being cautious, the outcome remains the same. Hooray! What shall we do today? The children's voices rise at Koyo's words. Ah, tag is on the table. Perhaps hide and seek next. That seems easy. No, how about a game of hide and seek across the entire forest? Wait, how vast a space are we talking about? Or perhaps kick the can? Relentlessly searching for the kicked can is incredibly challenging. Baseball? Throwing a ball while using physical enhancement could be deadly. Ah, before that, Hikari ni needs to show something. Rai interjects. Hikari ni? I tilt my head at Rai's words. Has he been addressing him that way all along? Right. Hikari ni, please. It seems the other children also refer to him as Hikari ni. Ah, this is it. Hikari produces the light sphere he showed me in the office. The children cheer as they see it. It's even more sparkly than yesterday. His lordship will show his too. Eh? Am I supposed to create it in front of the children? Their eyes, filled with hopeful anticipation, are impossible to disappoint. Since it might be my first attempt, I'll make it a bit farther away. The children look surprised by my words. Creating light spheres seems commonplace among them. Now, being a little farther away should be safe. Eto, I've confirmed the power around my core. Now, gather it tightly, shape it into a sphere, and manifest it in my palm. I gaze at my palm. Though it appears empty, there is something. From the children standing a little farther away, surprised voices rise. It's transparent. Hikari approaches, looking somewhat bewildered, and examines my palm. Indeed, there seems to be nothing, yet it undeniably exists, a tremendous force. I never expected it to be transparent. Is my true nature transparent? What could that possibly mean? Amazing. There's something there, but there's nothing. Futa's words prompt the children to nod earnestly. Their serious expressions make me chuckle. They needn't scrutinize so intently. What about everyone else? Can you show me theirs? As I dismiss the light sphere I created, I look at the children. Of course. One by one, the children create light spheres. Each sphere exudes vibrant strength. RA? The central colors are different for each one. Tsubasa, Futa, and Sakura, orange hues. Rai's sphere is green. Koyo's is blue. And Taiyu and Tsuki's spheres are black? Is this their true nature? What does black signify? No, they are still children. Yes, your lordship? Hikari tilts his head, observing me curiously. It's nothing. Thank you, everyone. I pat each child's head in turn. All right, everyone. Let's play hide and seek today. Taio's words elicit enthusiastic nods from the children. Oh, so that's settled. The spiders and ants that have been eavesdropping join in. Before I knew it, it's become a showdown of hide and seek across the entire forest, spiders versus ants versus children. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. I thought I'd been cautious. Blackhurst-chan and the others are participating too. Weapon usage? How much magic is allowed? Oh, they've decided before I could say anything. Everyone, be careful not to get hurt. Come on. They're all muttering kill together. Chapter 23, Hide and Seek? A sigh escapes me as the game of hide and seek is about to commence. How did it come to this? Yesterday, when the team showdown between spiders, ants, and children was decided, Koa and Chai expressed their discontent. We want to participate too, they said. And so, Fenrir and Direwolves joined in, followed by the Gums, resulting in a 6-team face-off. Karen also expressed her desire to participate, but her colossal form could hardly be concealed even by a large tree. When I told her I think it's impossible, she sulked. Seeing that, Taiyu proposed that she participate as part of the reconnaissance team, spotting enemies from above. Flying Lizard, witnessing this, called upon the dragons to declare their participation. It was agreed that each of them would join a team. And so, due to the need for strategy, hide and seek was postponed to the next day. Odd, isn't it? Hide and seek requires strategy. I always thought of hide and seek as a casual game. However, during the post-dinner strategy meeting, I learned that the hide and seek I knew was slightly different. The hide and seek I knew would end when the seeker found the hidden children. But apparently, it doesn't end there. The found individuals are taken to a secure area designated by their team. And there, they await their allies to come and liberate them. Isn't that a whole new type of game? During the strategy meeting, we assigned roles, hiders, seekers, and the team members storming the secure area. Physical enhancement before storming in? To confuse the enemy team's movements. This hide and seek sounds rather painful. And today, the weather is splendid from morning onward, though chilly. The season for snowfall is approaching. And there's actually a hide and seek in the forest at a time like this? Well, magic can mitigate the cold. Your lordship, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. Sakura's joyful expression brings a smile to my face. If we're going to play, we might as well enjoy it. I've joined the children's team. Given our fewer numbers, the Beastkin Knights and Godkin children joined us. And there are also demons. After lunch and a brief rest, we proceed with the final preparations for the game. First, we secure a location to hold the captured enemies. Once the spot is chosen, we dig the ground slightly and arrange chairs. Sitting directly on the ground is said to cause discomfort due to the cold. Next, we drive wooden stakes into the ground to encircle the secure area and stretch ropes to create boundaries. Within these ropes, physical contact with opponents is permissible. Any moment now, the signal to start will come. When Koyo said that, everyone gazed up at the sky. Shortly after, a resonant boom fills the air, marking the official beginning of the game. Off we go. The children and the Godkin children dashed through the forest happily. Given that they used physical enhancement magic, they vanished in an instant. The knights cheer at their speed. Now, let us depart as well. The demons follow the children into the forest next. They seem to take longer to move than the children. Do the demons have a constitution that is less receptive to physical enhancement? Because they're slower than the children. Dad Avis had a surprised expression and even tilted his head. It's not about a less receptive constitution, rather, it's about how adept one can control magic power. The intensity of usable body enhancement varies based on that. So skillful magic power control results in stronger body enhancement? Dad Avis nods, looking puzzled by my words. I didn't know that. I've always applied body enhancement rather casually. Casually, is it? Dad Davis mumbles something. His voice was barely audible. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. His gaze holds a mix of surprise, curiosity, and perhaps fear. Why are you looking at me like that? What did I do? Oh, they're back. Kimi announces, and I turn to see Taiyu waving. Welcome back. You're early. Taiyu's first find appears to be one of Garm pups. The Garm pup is led into the secure area, looking slightly disappointed. Next, Tsuki returns with a direwolf pup. The pup seems somewhat frightened, or perhaps it's just my imagination. It's all right. QNN. They made a soft whimper, seeking comfort, and cautiously leaned closer. Eto? I'm not entirely sure, but I gently stroked their head and neck. One by one, the pups of Garm and direwolves are secured. And now there's even Fenrir's pups. Indeed, the spiders and ants pose a challenge. The adults too. Rai, who brought in the direwolf pup, said so. Taiyu and Tsuki nod in frustration. Where have you been searching until now? In response to Rai's question, Taiyu and Tsuki described the areas they've explored. When they finished, Rai shared the locations he searched. Here they come. Dardavisa's words send a ripple of tension through the group. It appears that the enemies are approaching, ready to release the captives. Everyone move to encircle the secure area. At Dardavi's command, the knights position themselves around the perimeter, vigilant. Taiyu and Tsuki spring into action, scanning for the approaching foes. My task is to observe the movement of the nearby enemies. However, I've been instructed to maintain a casual demeanor. Going all out would reveal my position. Striking this balance proves quite challenging. I didn't exactly find them, it's just that they are clearly visible in my eyes. Normally, you wouldn't be able to notice them hiding. After all, they're concealed behind a large rock. And on the opposite side of the enemy, another one lurks behind a massive tree. Both of them skillfully hid their presence. What should I do? RA? There are more than just two enemies. It seems one is hiding up in the trees. This is bad. Coming from both sides and above. Sorry, I only reported when they started moving. The knights swiftly move, restraining the two direwolves that charged at them. However, the one hidden in the tree manages to slip into the secure area. Oh shoot! At the same time as Dad Davis screamed, everyone captured already scattered, fleeing in every direction. What a shame. Taiyu and the others return, and I check the time. When enemies breach the secure area, those present are released, but they face a 10-minute penalty. My apologies. I was too slow to inform you. It's challenging to strike the right balance since my eyes can see beyond the ordinary. It's all right. We'll catch them again. Taiyu reassures me. I said thanks. Perhaps my participation might not have been good after all. Hey, shouldn't we verify our allies' positions? Tsuki suggests, and Taiyu and Rai nod. While I believe Sakura and the others are safe, I worry about the demons and godkin children. In that case, let's... Found them. Fluffy's voice interrupted Tsuki. Ooh-wah. Perfect timing. Tsuki exclaims. Right, now we know each team's secure area. Taiyu adds happily. Fluffy's role is to scout the enemy's secure areas from above. With this information, we won't need to wander the forest while searching. I found them. Fluffy descends, and Tsuki and the others greet him with a smile. Thank you. Besides the locations, did you find any of our allies captured? Yeah. The demons are in the secure area created by the ants. The demons got caught. Huh? Ants? Who? Taiyu and Tsuki exchange delighted smiles. RA? Those smiles, there's something off. Chapter 24, Dashing Through the Forest. Yesterday was fun, wasn't it? Hikari smiles at me. Indeed. Certainly, it was enjoyable. The notion of randomness had completely vanished from my mind. However, no matter how it appeared, if we were suddenly attacked by a group, we would be defeated. That was quite vexing. Rai and Taiyu mentioned adding new rules and variations to our game. Eh? New rules and variations? Aren't the current ones sufficient? Really? It seems we could derive even more enjoyment. I see. They experiment, altering rules and gameplay. What new game awaits us now? As long as it doesn't become too extreme. Your lordship? No, just be cautious of injuries, serious injuries. Minor scrapes and cuts are part of playing outdoors. We'll be fine. Everyone excels at healing. I can't help but smile at those words. Indeed, judging from yesterday's events, everyone's healing abilities are remarkable. There must have been some who were not good at it before, but they leveled up before they knew it. Well, we won't overdo it. The light sphere remained the same as yesterday. Yeah, looks like it. Hikari extinguishes the light sphere and rises from his chair. Until tomorrow, then. Hikari said that with a smile on his face. Yeah, see you tomorrow. As I watch Hikari leave the office, I lean back in my chair. What shall I do today? Please, thank you. I sip the tea Leader prepared. Delicious, as always. What are you planning to do after? Let me think. Yesterday, I encountered a creature in the forest that I'd never seen before. Its presence felt distinct from any previous monsters. That piqued my curiosity. I intend to visit the forest. Curiosity demands investigation. Not that I have anything more to do. Indeed, if I search diligently, I'm sure I'll find something to use my time with. Into the forest? Yeah. I wish to investigate a creature that caught my attention. Leader tilts his head at my words. I caught a glimpse of it yesterday. Understood. I shall summon Woods, then. Woods, a one-eye that is assigned to watch over the forest. If he looks busy, you don't need to bother him. Everyone has their duties, after all. However, if we're searching for monsters living in the forest, Woods would be immensely helpful. And I believe he'd be pleased to assist your lordship. Understood. But let's not overburden him. Very well. I shall fetch him. Are you going to bring him here? That seems troublesome. I'll come you. Woods might be occupied, so I'd prefer you to wait here. Perhaps Woods is too busy to respond immediately. How about I go to the forest alone? I glance at Leader. Most likely, he'll object. Understood. I'll wait here. Leader nods satisfactorily and exits the office. Soon, the corridor outside grows noisy. As I look over, I hear a knock on the door. Come in. He looks idle, so I brought him back. Idle? I thought he'd been out in the forest since early morning today. Was I mistaken? Your lordship. You summoned me. Woods, the one-eye with a peculiar way of speaking. Indeed. I wish to investigate a monster I saw yesterday. I'd appreciate your assistance. Woods lightly taps his chest in response. Leave it to me. If you describe how the monster looks, I'll know where to search. How the monster looks, huh? I recall the one I saw yesterday. It had long, black fur covering its entire body, and its face was obscured by the same fur. Other than that, I can't recall any distinctive features. But the dark, long fur stood out. Black and long fur? After a few nods, he looks at me. There are two potential monsters, both have territories not far from this house. Shall we investigate now? As expected of the one who's entrusted with monitoring the forest. He promptly identifies the area we should investigate. Thank you. Shall we proceed? Let's go. After talking to Leader, we stepped out of the office. In the corridor, I encounter 5 young Fenris, the ones assigned as today's guards. We're heading to the forest. I entrust our safety to you. Yes, their tails wag happily in response. Declining their service and saying I'll be fine would only dampen their spirits. So I stop being so reserved. Now, let's get going. Woods leads the way as we dash into the forest. After about 20 minutes, Woods signals us to stop. Is this the place? I slow down, scanning our surroundings. Yes. The dwelling of the creature with long, black fur is nearby. I observe carefully. Although I expect to spot that dark mass moving within the forest, there's no sign. There it is. Between the trees, I glimpse the long, black fur. I cautiously approach a spot where I can see the entire creature. The young Fenris adjust their positions accordingly. I steal a glance at them. Impressive, aren't they? To locate the monster, the Fenris have suppressed their presence and magic power. Even though they're just right beside me, I can't feel anything. I never thought their control had reached this stage. Your lordship. You can see it from here. I move toward his voice. Thank you. Though our conversation remains hushed, it seems it had heard us. The dark mass stirs, lifting its face. I can't see its face at all because of the long fur. Is that a juvenile? No, it's an adult. So, it's not. Apologies. I thought it should be much bigger. In that case. Look over there. Over there? Considering there are 2 potential monsters, does he mean the other one? Your lordship, does the one you are looking for resemble that? I nod in response. Indeed, envision that monster larger still, perhaps elongate snout. In a short distance away is a black, long-haired monster with nose hidden within its abundant fur. Yet, the monster I saw yesterday revealed its snout through its thick fur. Could it be that you are looking for those kids? These kids? Has the Fenris discerned the monster I'm looking for? And why this sense of urgency? Do you know them? Eto, maybe you're talking about one of ours. One of ours? Eh? What do you mean by one of ours? Given the characteristics of those kids, it's plausible. After all, there exist only 2 varieties of black, long-haired magical creatures. The Fenris nod in agreement with Wood's assertion. It is evident that, apart from myself, the others know the monster I'm looking for. Yet, this term one of ours intrigues me. Does this mean they are your kin or something? Fenrir did refer to them as one of ours. In essence, those monsters must have been serving the Fenris. Do Fenris have dependents or something? Remarkable. Every king of the forest have vassals. Eh? Not only the Fenris, but all the kings of the forest? Is that so? The Fenris affirm my query. It seems there are still some things about the forest unknown to me. I don't think there was anything in the recording device written about the vassals. Have I overlooked something? Chapter 25, Nostalgic Taste. In a slightly distant location, the monster I was searching for is there. Covered in long, black fur, its face remains unseen. The only difference from the monster I saw earlier seems to be the length of its nose. Only its nose is visible through the thick fur. And it's kind of cute. Your lordship, are you talking about that monster? I nod in response to Wood's question. Yeah, that's the one. To be precise, it might not be the same individual I saw before, but it belongs to the same species of monster. That one is undoubtedly Fenrir King Koa's vassal. I nod again at the explanation of the Fenris. Koa's vassal, huh? Sounds pretty cool. Is that the only species that's Koa's vassal? If that's the case, then the one I saw earlier must also be part of this group. No, there are 3 of them. Do they all look the same? The Fenris nod in response to my question. So, it's possible that what I saw earlier wasn't necessarily theirs either. By the way, that completely black monster we saw earlier is also a vassal. Eh? Really? Yeah. That one is Fluffball's vassal. The fire dragon Fluffball's vassal? I recall the dragon with its beautiful, glossy red scales. Could it be that all vassals have black fur? Wood shakes his head in response to my question. Only the vassals of dragons and Fenris have black fur. The ones belonging to the boss San or Shuri are different. So, only the dragons and Koa's vassals have black fur. Oh, it's looking over here. I notice that Koa's vassal, who is standing a little distance away, is watching us. Wait, is it confused? No, maybe it's troubled? Ahaha, that one seems unsure about what to do. Seems like it's indeed troubled. Can that one also communicate like the others? It can. Because it's a vassal. I'm a bit surprised by Wood's words. But, I see. It's not a monster, it's a vassal. Vassals are different from monsters. They were originally monsters. By forming a contract with a king of the forest, they break free from the confines of being mere monsters. So they were once monsters. Through a contract, they evolved beyond being mere monsters. An interesting concept, isn't it? Ah, I see. Continuing, I wave my hand. Oh, it bowed its head. It won't come any closer. For that little one, you are a fearsome existence, your lordship, eh? Am I really feared by that little one? Why? Because, for that little one is Koa's vassal. Given how she respects you, how do you think a vassal would act? It's a bit embarrassing to say this about myself, but perhaps it feels like I am an existence above clouds? Also, it's well aware of the difference in power. Probably due to my immense strength. I see. I wanted to touch that long, black fur, but maybe it's better not to. Its appearance is quite beautiful, so I was curious, but oh well. Now that we know the true identity of what piqued our curiosity, shall we head back? I think it's starting to feel a bit nervous. The troubled expression has now transformed into a slightly frightened one. Continuing to watch would be pitiful. Yes, let's go back. Together with Woods, I ran toward home. Are the Fenrir vassals just 3, including that little one? I direct my gaze toward the Fenris who have been guarding me. No, that's not it. Not it. Who? I heard that their connection to the vassals was severed when the cursed world was created. When the cursed world was created. So, during the world's transformation into its current form? After the cursed world settled down, they're contracted with the current vassals. I heard that the contract was only recently re-established. Recently? That's why there was no mention of vassals in the record device. We're back. Woods, thank you for today. No, I'm delighted to have been of assistance. If there's anything else related to the forest where I can help, please don't hesitate to ask. Understood. I'll definitely reach out when the need arises. Woods hurries back toward the forest. He must be busy after all. Thank you all as well. I express my gratitude to the Fenris and move the wood deck. Welcome back. I've prepared warm tea. I'm back. Thank you. Sitting on the wooden deck chair, I sip the warm tea. Although I've magically heated the air around me, this season still feels chilly. Delicious. Please have some sweets. Today's treat. Wait, what? I lift the plate and gaze at the confection. No way? No, but this aroma is unmistakably kinako, soybean flour. And the shape? Ohagi? Yes, it's ohagi. But wait, we haven't found any rice or glutinous rice, have we? Are? Did we find some? No, I don't remember, or do I? Did you find rice? Are? Is ohagi made from regular rice or glutinous rice? My excitement is making it hard to think straight. We harvested it because the plant we found in the new land resembled what you were seeking. Seriously? Rice. Well, ohagi is supposed to be made from glutinous rice, right? Itadakimasu. I cut the ohagi in half with a wooden fork and put it in my mouth. Ooh-wah, the nostalgic taste spreads in my mouth. It's slightly less sweet, but absolutely delicious. Oh, no. I might cry. Your lordship? Thank you. It's incredibly tasty. I had given up on ever tasting this flavor again. I never thought I'd be able to eat it again. Good to see you enjoyed it. Leader looks pleased with my reaction. With a smile, I take another bite of the ohagi. It truly brings back memories. Next year, let's plant it in the field so we can enjoy even more. I convey my gratitude to Leader. Next year? Huh? What's that? Koa, who has climbed up onto the wooden deck, tilts her head as she observes what I'm holding. It's ohagi. A new kind of sweet. Koa's ears twitch at my words. Then she looks at Leader beside me. Do we still have some? Yes, we do. It has a unique texture, but would you like to try it? Of course. Koa's tail wags happily. What about Chai? Even though we're usually together, is Chai off doing something else today? Chai is training the newly born pups in the forest. It's about time they learn to live in the forest. The pups born this spring. What are the pups like? The ones born this year tend to be a bit timid. Timid? Who? I saw them training in the courtyard, but they didn't appear that way. They still can't hunt individually. I see. Here you go. When Leader brings the ohagi, Koa's expression brightens. Itadakimasu. Koa takes a bite of the ohagi. It seems a bit small for Koa. Koa furrows its brow. It has an unusual texture. But it's not bad. After devouring it, Koa gazes at the empty plate. Sorry, there's no more. Koa looked disappointed when Leader said that. Seems like she really enjoyed it. Next year, we'll harvest even more than this year, so please wait. You mean one whole year? Koa's ears droop. I can't help but chuckle. Hey, don't gnaw on the plate. Don't growl. Stop that. When I pet Koa's head, she finally gives up and releases the plate. Oh, what about Chai's portion? Stop. She really liked it, huh? I'm glad she enjoyed that nostalgic taste. Chapter 26, Introduction. Hikari left the office, and Leader came in with tea and snacks. Thank you. Looking out the window, snow was falling. I wonder how much it will accumulate? The snow that started yesterday evening had completely transformed the landscape by this morning. It doesn't seem to be stopping, so I think it will accumulate a lot. I see. From outside, the voices of children playing in the snow could be heard. I sipped warm tea. In the cold winter, slightly hot tea was delicious. And sweet rice cakes. The savory sweet sauce was delightful. Thanks for the treat. Japanese sweets are still wonderful. I didn't used to think that way in the past. Maybe it's because I couldn't eat them for several years? Your lordship, your lordship. I looked up at the voice coming from above. What's wrong? Boss-san asked me to call you. Boss-san? I wonder if something happened. Are? What happened to hibernation? I vaguely remember her mentioning hibernation a little while ago. She said it's not the right time for that now. Is hibernation something you only do when you have no other business? No, that can't be right. But if their favorite food is served at dinner, even if they're in hibernation, they'll wake up. Well, I suppose there are various reasons for hibernation. Understood. Where should I go? She's in the forest. The forest? Who? I looked out the window again. The forest. All right, let's go. For a moment, I almost said, it's too cold, so I can't. But that wouldn't do. Leader, I'll be back. I'll come with you. Leader too? Are you okay despite the cold? I don't feel hot or cold. Right. Leader and All One Eye are made of rock. I had completely forgotten that, even though it's obvious from their appearance. Sorry, let's go. Leaving the office, I entered the living room on the first floor, where Koa and Chai were relaxing. Are you going somewhere? I shake my head at Koa's words. Just stepping out briefly, so no need for an escort. Leader is with me too. I see. As I step onto the wooden deck, a cold wind assaults me. Cold. I hastily warm the surrounding air, but still, I can feel the cold. Your lordship. Turning my gaze toward the children's voices, I see them engaged in a snowball fight. Good luck, your lordship, let's play together. Taiyu invited me while waving both of his hands. Sorry. I have something to attend to today. I see. Too bad. Maybe next time. Sakura looks disappointed. With a light wave, I head toward the forest, watching the children play. Snowball fight. Who? It's a bit heartwarming. No, wait. What's with those lightning-fast pitches? Bash. Whoosh. Thud. The sound of snow being thrown is odd. Even the impact sounds strange. Well, it's their snowball fight. Can't expect it to be normal. I observe the snowballs flying like lightning. I'm glad I didn't join in. Your lordship, over here. This way. As I enter the forest, Boss-san immediately appears. What's going on today? I heard the Fenrir introduced their vassal to you. Since I also have vassals, I'd like to introduce them. Not that I was formally introduced, but about Boss-san's vassals. I'm curious. Understood. Where are they? In response to my words, Boss-san raises her foreleg toward the forest. In the next moment, a large spider appears right in front of me. This one. Boss-san's vassal also looks like a spider. But unlike Boss-san, its body is slender with incredibly long legs. And significantly larger than Boss-san. Nice. Meet you. Its head bowed with vigor. Upon closer look, its body is trembling. Could it be that I'm still feared? Likewise. The trembling has intensified. Boss-san, thank you for the introduction. Feeling sorry for the trembling creature, perhaps it's best to step away early? This one is my second vassal. I nodded to Boss-san. Second vassal? The first one I made a pact with is currently exploring the new lands, so I couldn't call it. The order in which they became vassals. How many vassals do you have, Boss-san? I wonder if there are several large spiders like this? I've never seen anyone venturing into the forest. 3. Not many, just 3. Once spring arrives, I'll introduce them all. Spring? Understood. I'm looking forward to it. Boss-san addresses her vassal at my words. It seems relieved now that it knows it can move away from here. My immense power does seem to evoke fear, after all. I wave goodbye to Boss-san's vassal. After a while, it vanishes silently. They didn't move far enough to disappear completely, did they? That one has the ability to briefly conceal itself. What an incredible power. There's such an ability? Yes. When it became my vassal, that power somehow awakened. Vassals' contracts are truly mysterious. Found. Turning toward Shuri's loud voice, I see her running toward me. Shuri? What's wrong? Someone introduced their vassals to you, so I went to fetch mine from the forest. Did Shuri also bring a vassal? Something seems to be flying behind Shuri. Butterfly? Emerging from behind Shuri is a butterfly with wings about as wide as my outstretched hands. Its wings are black, adorned with a beautiful, mysterious blue pattern. And when it flutters, white light spills from its wings. Your lordship, this is my vassal. Fly, fly, fly. The butterfly gently hovers before me. Apparently, this one can't speak. Nice to meet you. Fly, fly, fly. This creature doesn't seem frightened. By the way, a butterfly? Isn't it in danger if it stayed in the forest? Butterflies usually evoke a sense of fragility. If they were targeted by monsters, they'd be gone in an instant. Your lordship. Boss-san murmurs in a soft voice. I shift my gaze toward them. That vassal. It's impervious to any attacks and has considerable offensive power. It seems this butterfly isn't the delicate type I imagined. Is that so? Yes. My vassal has even been blown away by it. Really? I recall the long-legged spider I saw earlier. And now, I look at the butterfly fluttering before me. Hard to imagine from its appearance. Did I just say something strange? Are you heading back? Understood. Amazing. Can Shuri communicate with butterflies? Oh, there it is again, the peculiar sound. Got it. Could it be? That strange sound is coming from the butterfly? Yes, that's it. No doubt. The butterfly emits that mysterious sound. Truly an enigmatic being. It seems to be leaving now. Bye-bye. I waved to the butterfly as it circled above me and flew away. Well then, your lordship. Shall we return? Yeah, is it okay to head back now? I glance at Boss-san and Shuri, and they both nod. Your lordship, which vassal do you prefer? Looking at Boss-san and noticing their serious expression, I realize Shuri is doing the same. Which one, spider? Or butterfly? I steal a quick glance at Boss-san and Shuri. Honestly, it's hard to choose. Chapter 27, Argyris Resurrection. 4. Argyris devotee God Harihir's POV. The words spoken by God Achuri left me speechless. Are you worried about me? Yes. A fellow believer expressed the opinion of that person regarding me. Please don't involve him in curse power. He said. How did the knowledge of curse power leak out? It was supposed to be a highly classified matter. No, that's not it. The truth was, it had already become common knowledge. Because in just one day, the word shifted from "Are you okay?" to "You must no longer be involved with that." I distinctly remember feeling incredibly frustrated upon hearing that. RA? Why did I feel irritated by their concern when I usually listen to everyone's opinions? This is strange. It's not really strange. That person shows no mercy to those who obstruct him. Eh? That person, could he really be like that? Such a person? I should know him better than you do. He desires Argyris-sama's resurrection more than anyone else, and for that purpose, he would do anything. Anything? Yes. For Argyris-sama. The piercing cries echoed in my ears. Not just one voice, but a multitude, overlapping until I couldn't discern how many. Those voices repeatedly shouted at me, "Won't forgive. If it's for Argyris-sama's sake, would anything I do truly do something unforgivable? What's wrong?" I shook my head at God Achuri's question. Nothing. So, what happened to him? What became of the one who dared to voice an opinion to that person? He was thrown into the midst of curse power. Although he managed to crawl back up, it seems his will has died. Being thrown in the midst of desperate screams, it's impossible to maintain consciousness. After all, it feels like your mind and heart are being pounded. Resentment, hatred, envy, fear. They are the sacrifices for Argyris-sama's resurrection. Where is he now? In an underground chamber. He'll likely be disposed of today. Disposed of? Is that an appropriate term for the followers who yearn for Argyris-sama's return? I want to see him. What purpose would that serve? I wondered what to do. What should I do? I simply felt that I had to meet him. I just want to see him. Understood? Are you okay? God Achuri's words felt strange. Why did he think that? Yes. It was the first time God Achuri had genuinely expressed concern for me. He might think he's hiding it, but I know. His worried expression is just that, concern, but not genuine worry. Yet, this time, his expression is different. He's truly worried. I'm fine. I averted my gaze from God Achuri. Genuinely worried? How absurd. He knows I'm not okay? The place God Achuri led me to was an underground cell where those who betrayed Argyris-sama were confined. But did he truly betray Argyris-sama? Didn't he merely betray that person? No, it's different. He didn't even betray, he merely voiced an opinion. Calling that betrayal seems odd, doesn't it? I entered the room where he was. No windows, dim lighting. Why in a place like this? He sat on the floor, staring fixedly at one point. As I approached, I held his hand. No reaction. What good would an apology do? Nothing would change. But my burden feels slightly lighter. I released his hand and stood up without saying a word. As I left the room, God Achuri was waiting. Are you feeling better? Feeling better. I replied. Indeed, I came to see him for my sake, not his. Thank you. What's your next move? Come to think of it, it's time to visit the room with curse power. Let's go. Understood. With God Achuri, I descended into the chamber of curse power. When we arrived at that place, Goddess Mars Aria was already waiting. You're late. I apologize. As God Achuri and Goddess Mars Aria watched, I approached the curse power. I see. Those two gods are not here to protect me, they're here to monitor me. They serve as overseers to prevent the escape of the sacrifice prepared by that person. Am I the sacrifice now? No. That person isn't like that. Wait, no. He's someone who discards allies in a blink of an eye. And I am a sacrifice. Before me lies a mass of curse power. Endless darkness, a sorrowful existence. My trembling hand reaches toward the curse power. I already know what will happen. It's terrifying. Dreadful. Why did I start this? I watch as my hand becomes enveloped in curse power. Various negative emotions surge all at once. My vision wavers. We can't truly wield this power. After all, it's our fault that they ended up like this, offered as sacrifices for Argyris-sama. All in the name of for Argyris-sama. Pain shoots through my arm, wrapped in curse power. It's a sensation I've never felt before, and I almost scream. I focus on my arm. Enshrouded in curse power, I can't discern what's happening. but an intense pain comes from it. My legs give way, and I kneel on the floor. The malice and hatred directed at me make it hard to breathe. So, I start to apologize but stop. Apologize after committing the unforgivable? How selfish. Someone, please help these children. I beg you. But who should I ask? Perhaps that person. Maybe he can save these children from suffering. Please, help them. Wah! My entire body aches. Danger. Don't come closer, you'll get caught. Damn! We can't let him die. As my body is forcefully pulled backward, I see the curse power receding from my arm. In that moment, a multitude of voices echoed in my head. Gah! The sheer number of voices made my face distorted. But as the curse power completely dissipates, the pain in my arm subsides, and the voices fade away. My arm. I tried to lift my arm, but it wouldn't respond. I directed my gaze toward my arm. My own arm was stained crimson. It's there. Despite the intense pain, I thought it had been torn off. Godachuri's POV. I looked down at the unconscious Godhari here. Then, I let out a small sigh. How is he? Fine. Which part? His arm was bleeding heavily, and his face was pale. He hadn't been able to eat lately. How could this be considered fine? I felt nauseated by my own words. Goddess Mars Arya began treating Godhari's injured arm. Once I confirmed that, I shifted my gaze to the curse power. At the moment Godhari's expression twisted in pain, the curse power swelled dramatically, as if it were about to engulf Godhari. I hurriedly helped him away from it, but what was that? What had just happened? It's done. I'll go report to that person. Take him back to his room. Without looking back, Goddess Mars Arya headed toward that person. For her, Godhari was merely a tool. Someone who would only secure his position. I lifted Godhari and distanced him from the curse power. Snap. Eh? I turned around to see where the curse power was contained. I thought I heard a sound just now. Still holding Godhari, I observed the situation for a while. Maybe it's my imagination. I sighed once and headed toward Godhari's room. Compared to the beginning, he felt considerably lighter. I hope he gets out of here soon. Before he is destroyed. Chapter 28. Something has changed. I was awakened by the loud voice of the fairy early in the morning. Actually, I woke up with a scream when I heard the fairy's loud voice. Because when I woke up, there was a fairy right in front of me, mouth wide open. In my half-asleep state, I thought, I'm going to be eaten. Sorry. Please forgive me. I've never even considered eating your lordship. Yeah, I know. I made a mistake because I was half asleep. Hey, does that mean you didn't realize it was me? No, I knew it was you, fairy. Yeah. I didn't realize. Sometimes it's best not to say too much. Probably, now is one of those times. I see. Well, I guess it can't be helped. There are still lingering questions, but at least it calmed down. That's good. So, what happened this morning? I look out the window. Given how bright it is, I can tell it's quite early. Oh right. The flowers of life. There's been a change in the flowers of life. Flowers of life? Is that true? My head still seems a bit foggy. I can't believe I didn't realize it right away. Yeah, it's true. I've been hearing sounds from it for a while now. Sounds? I've been hearing faint sounds from the flowers of life. But the fairy couldn't hear those sounds. Has it changed so much that even the fairy can hear them now? I see. The change we've been waiting for has finally happened. I need to go see it right away. I'll go right away. Well, let me change first. Wearing pajamas won't do. I get out of bed and quickly change my clothes. These clothes feel really comfortable. Did the three eyes try something new again? Your lordship? Oh, sorry. Let's go. I put on my shoes and hurry to the underground temple. I met Leader on the way, explained the situation, and we're going together. We rushed to the underground temple and moved all the way to the 4th underground level. As soon as we reach the 4th underground level, I notice it. Just as the fairy said, the sound is different from before. Yesterday, when I checked, it was still a faint thump-thump sound. But now, the sound echoing through the space is more like thump-thud. Hey, hey! Isn't the sound amazing? The fairy happily flits around the flowers of life. Then, spotting something, it looked at me. It's not just the sound, it seems other changes are happening too. Where? Over there. The fairy points, and I run in that direction. I quickly notice that there is flickering light. There it is. Avoiding the large leaves that have grown, I approach the flower of life, which is flashing with light. It's quite a strong glow. Shielding my eyes with my arm, I press forward and find it. This one. I observe the flower of life closely. I feel a faint magical energy and a sense of joy. Is this the new soul born in the cursed world? Will this soul eventually become a life brought forth in the cursed world? It feels mysterious. Why do I feel this way when seeing it for the first time? I've already begun to cherish this new soul. Is this what it means to be a god protecting this cursed world? Are? Until I got close, the light was blinding, and I shielded my eyes with my arm. But now that it's right in front of me, it's not blinding. However, the light emanating from the flowers of life hasn't weakened. It's strange. I nod at the fairy's words. Indeed. Your lordship, there's also strong flickering light over there. The fairy points in another direction. Well, I can't see it well because of the large leaves. I see. The changes aren't happening only with this flower of life. Thud thud thud. Different from the previous sound? I shift my gaze back to the flower of life, and the flickering has stopped. Both the fairy and I focus on the flower of life, which has ceased its light show. Thud tad. The flowers of life in our line of sight bursts open energetically. Whoa! I quickly closed my eyes and shielded them with my arm. That startled me. When I opened my eyes and looked toward where the flower of life had been, I saw shimmering rainbow-colored light. It's beautiful. My words made the fairy flit around the light in excitement. Is this a soul? I nodded in response to the fairy's question. Yeah. After a while, the light in front of me vanished with a soft whoosh. It's gone. Your lordship, it disappeared. The fairy circled around me in a flustered manner. It's all right. Yes, it's all right. It didn't vanish, it simply moved toward its new birth. I don't know its destination, but that much is clear. The senses of a god are mysterious. Are you all right? The worried fairy flew right in front of me. Yeah, it went to be born in this cursed world. Perhaps next year, it will be born somewhere on this planet. I see. The fairy looked a little lonely. Thank you for watching over it. I felt reassured because the fairy had been there. Yeah. Leave it to me. There are still many other beings to watch over. The fairy glanced at the overgrown leaves. Although I couldn't see the flowers of life due to the leaves, many others were growing in this space. And not just that. I'm sure more and more new flowers of life will be born from now on. The birth of new souls brings forth life. The successful functioning of reincarnation is evident from the presence of new lives in various countries. The cursed world is functioning smoothly. Even if I leave it to Hikari, I don't need to worry about this area. I feel a slight weight lifted off my shoulders. Your lordship, shouldn't we head back soon? The children are probably waiting. Leader's words remind me that it's morning. Yeah, let's go. And what about fairy? I'll stay here a little longer. Understood. If anything unusual happens with the flowers of life, let me know. The fairy happily flits around in the sky, spinning with joy at my words. Understood. I'll let you know right away. Yeah, thanks. I part ways with the fairy and return to the underground temple with Leader. Your lordship, that's great news. Leader's voice sounds more cheerful than usual. I glance at Leader, who seems to be walking more lightly than usual. Their excitement is palpable. Yeah. Is Leader happy too? Absolutely. I see. As we arrive home, the children rush over, looking flustered. What happened? Is something wrong? Did something happen to the flowers of life? Sakura's words make me tilt my head. How does she know? While searching for your lordship, the grand spiderlings informed us. You were looking for me? Oh, sorry. I didn't tell you where I was going. I glanced at the one-eyes who followed the children. They nod in agreement. My apologies. I got carried away and forgot to inform you. The children showed surprised expressions at the rare slip-up of Leader. Well, Leader's work is usually flawless. So, what happened with the flowers of life? Koyo tugs at my arm. It's okay. The changes in the flowers of life led to the birth of new souls. My words prompt cheers from the children. Even the one-eyes behind them joined in the celebration. Everyone was worried. Huh? I had already discussed the flowers of life with them. The children had even visited it with my permission. But I didn't expect such a joyful reaction. The children have been studying the role of the flowers of life, so they understand its importance. Leader's words surprised me. Is that so? Without realizing it, the children have become quite dependable. It's reassuring. Chapter 29, What's Ahead? Enter Kingdom, Night Girl's POV. While confirming the distance between my comrades, I press forward, pursuing today's prey, the huge serpent. Last time, we succeeded up to this point, but made a mistake and in the end, got deeply wounded. However, this time is different. We discussed and verified our movements over and over again. Stay focused. Ooh, everyone responds to Commander Dadevi's command. Today, we will definitely take down the huge serpent. All of us prepared our weapons and launched a coordinated attack on the huge serpent. Coup! My sword pierces deep into the huge serpent's body, but this alone won't defeat it. Next, I gather strength in my legs, pulling out the embedded sword. Then, I leap toward the huge serpent's face. My aim is its eye. Take this! Closing the distance swiftly, I thrust the sword toward the huge serpent's eye. Being a monster that can cast physical enhancement magic on itself, the huge serpent is quite resilient. As a result, the impact reverberates through my hands. Gua! The huge serpent's death throes echo through the forest. I sense vigilant movements from various other monsters nearby. It's still breathing. Keep attacking until it falls. Be wary of other monsters' movements. In response to Commander Dadavi's command, my comrades mustered their last reserves of strength and continued their assault. I focus my numbed hand, withdrawing the sword, and then, gripping it with both hands, I thrust it with all my remaining might. Oh, the sword sinks deep. My grip is nearly gone. Thud! After how long since our all-out attack began, the huge serpent finally collapses. I manage to hold onto the sword that's embedded, but the recoil sends me sprawling in the forest. Whoa! Are you okay? Vice Commander Kimir extends a helping hand, and I gratefully accept it, pulling myself up. Thank you. Ah! The huge serpent lay fallen before us. I catch my breath, staring at it. Did we defeat it? We came here today with the determination to bring it down. But seeing the huge serpent actually defeated before my eyes fills me with disbelief. Yeah, we did it. We, the Beastkin Knights, took down the huge serpent all by ourselves. Hooray! Commander Dadavis shouts loudly for everyone to hear. In response, cheers erupt from my companions. So, we finally managed to defeat the huge serpent using our own strength. Congratulations, well done. Vice Commander Kimir raises his arm, and I do the same, lightly bumping his. Vice Commander Kimir, you've done well too. Until now, it was the One Eyes, Fenris, and the cooperation of the dire wolves and Garms that helped us. After all, the huge serpent is a magically reinforced monster, exceptionally tough. But we always talked about wanting to defeat the huge serpent on our own someday. That wish has finally come true. Congratulations! Voices from above catch my attention. Parent spiders and spiderlings wave their front legs to us. I wave back in response. Thank you. At Commander Dadavi's words, the spiders descend from the trees. This specimen is one of the largest monsters among the huge serpents. You've all grown stronger. One of the parent spiders playfully taps Commander Dadavi's shoulder. Commander Dadavis smiles happily. Strong, huh? Yes. Since we arrived here, both I and everyone else have truly become stronger. Indeed, that's the case. When we first entered the forest, even an ibis serpent was a challenge for our group alone. Today, let's celebrate with this huge serpent. We've got some preparations to make, so we'll take it back first. You'll probably return after a short rest, right? Commander Dadavis chuckles when the parent spider asks that. Yeah, if I said we'd move right away, I'd probably face criticism from everyone. His words draw the attention of our companions who are down all over the place. Aside from my fallen comrades, the only ones standing are Commander Dadavis, Vice Commander Kimir, and me. I never expected it would be just the three of us. Ha ha. Indeed, they'd get mad at you. The parent spider says with amusement, instructing the spiders to lift the huge serpent. I watch as the huge serpent is carried toward the center of the forest, feeling a strange mix of emotions. We've achieved our goal now. I don't want to go back. What should we do? Vice Commander Kimir looks at Commander Dadavis. Since we've achieved our goal, returning is probably the right answer. Returning? Ooh? I know that Enter Kingdom's First Night Order, Commander Garfa, instructed us to come back. Commander Dadavis seems to be evading that order. At his lordship's request, Enter Kingdom dispatched teachers to teach some children. We came here with them as escorts. Well, the higher-ups' intentions were slightly different. Since then, our relationship with the forest has improved. Hence, Commander Garfa must have decided that we no longer need to be escorts. Yeah, I don't want to go back. Commander Dadavis's words resonate with the feelings of our comrades, who nod in agreement. But Commander Garfa is not only the First Night Order commander but the captain commander. His orders are nearly absolute. Even so, we have no choice but to return. Commander Dadavis sighs. The way he acts makes it clear that we'll be heading back to Enter Kingdom soon. As for me, in Enter Kingdom, I've always faced unjust treatment. Of course, there were people who recognized me, but most averted their gaze from my appearance. Do I really want to return to a place like that? No, Honestly, I don't want to. Since coming here, I've been surprised by the children's reactions. They called me cool. Back then, I didn't know how to react to them. Everyone, stand up. Let's head back for the celebration. Hearing Commander Davi's command, I whip my exhausted body into shape. Gers. Commander Davis walks up beside me. When I meet his gaze, I notice a troubled expression on his face. What's wrong? If we're going back, I need to speak politely. We don't have any status here. That's why my speech has become more casual. But if we're returning, I have to fix that. We'll go back together, won't we? Eh? Looking at Commander Davis, I see him staring at me with a serious expression. Could it be that he thinks I'll stay? For Gers, I know that Enter Kingdom isn't a comfortable place. But? Of course, I prioritize your feelings. If you want to stay, I'll ask his lordship. You don't need to worry. I'll report to Enter Kingdom. Certainly, I wanted to stay. My desire is probably stronger than that of the other knights. In Enter Kingdom, I can't even smile, but my feelings are that I want us to go back together. That's all I wanted to convey. Commander Davis says just that and moves to address the other knights. Watching him, I sigh. Should I return or stay? I think about my past in Enter Kingdom. The insensitive gazes from those around me. Even though we're fellow knights, I've been treated differently. It's been painful. Do I want to stay? Or do I want to go back? I don't know. What do I really want? You still have a little time to think. Eh? Vice Commander Kimir lightly taps my shoulder. You can return to Enter Kingdom once and come back here. I see. I guess I can do that too. Just make sure you won't have regret. Okay. Understood. Chapter 30, You Can Come. I tilt my head and direct my gaze toward the beastkins who are training in the square. Even though they had quite a bit to drink during yesterday's celebration, they're already back at training this morning. They've become surprisingly resilient to alcohol. But what's truly remarkable is that they're hunting huge serpents on their own. When I first saw a huge serpent, I screamed and even fainted. The fire attack magic failed. Normally, such a simple spell wouldn't fail. Something's definitely off. Since the celebratory gathering yesterday, there's been something bothering them. They don't seem genuinely pleased about their successful hunt. Even when I congratulated them, their expressions were troubled. But their goal was to hunt huge serpents to begin with. Their reactions feel incredibly out of place. Could it be that they're more concerned about something else than their hunting success? Is it affecting their focus during training? Davi's barrier magic just ran out. It's not due to running out of magic power, so he must have made an error in controlling it. What really happened? Failed magic attacks or defenses can lead to serious injuries. Even with healing magic, it's not okay to get hurt. That won't do. Let's stop the training. Continuing like this might result in severe injuries. Good morning. As I step into the square where the beastkins are training, I raise my hand. Eh? Good morning. Davis and the others look at me with surprise. Well, that's understandable. I haven't disrupted their training before. Today's training is over. Eh? The beastkins exchange glances. You're all too distracted. Continuing like this could lead to injuries, so we'll end it for today. As I looked at the beastkins, they seemed to realize what I meant. They avoid eye contact, looking uncomfortable. We'll be fine. We'll pay more attention from now on. No, that won't do. This is an absolute order from me. Understood? I wonder if I need to be this stern? They're surprised because I rarely issue absolute orders. Understood. So, what's going on? Davis smiled when I asked that. First Night Order Commander Garfa instructed us to return to Enter Kingdom. So there was a recall order? But we've grown quite fond of this place, so we're reluctant to leave. I see. Until now, he's managed to avoid returning due to unmet goals. But now that they've successfully hunted the huge serpent, he can't evade it any longer. Despite being happy about it, they can't genuinely celebrate. As Knights of Enter Kingdom, it's only natural to return. Davis nods solemnly at my words. If you truly wish to come back here, make a clean break first. Eh? Davis and the others look surprised. Why are they so surprised? You and the children have built a good relationship. So, if you want to return here, feel free to do so. I won't oppose it, but be prepared for some snide remarks from the King of Enter. Well, just brace yourselves for that. I believe their feelings will change once they're back in Enter. After all, their families are waiting for their return there. Oh, is there a possibility they might come back with their families? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Are you sure? When I looked at the person who asked, he had a serious expression. Come to think of it, Gers doesn't have any waiting family for him. TN, so, did Hikari exterminated Gers' sister on their date or something? It doesn't sound like the Enter Kingdom is a good place for him to live. Yeah, it's fine. Just make sure you're well prepared before coming. And you should no longer be a knight. Understood. But I'm still not sure what I want. Take your time to think. Once you're back, observe your surroundings and decide. Gers nods at my words. All right then. Shall we all have a snack? As I glance toward the wooden deck, I see that Leader has prepared something. Eh? Following my gaze, Dad Avis and the others chuckle. Shall we go? Yes. An array of surprisingly elaborate sweets is laid out on the wooden deck. I tilt my head and look at Leader. These are newly created treats after various experiments. Ah, now that I think about it, this is the first time I've seen these sweets here. Thank you. I express gratitude to the One-Eyes who made the preparations, and together with the Beastkin, we enjoy the snacks. There's even an incredibly sour cake, but we all savor this delightful time. Unlike yesterday, Dad Avis and the others talk about the huge serpent hunt with genuine enjoyment. Although that final coordinated attack seemed a bit chaotic, I suppose it was necessary for a successful hunt. As my break with the Beastkin comes to an end, I contemplate what to do next. RA? Just now. HNN? Was it my imagination? I thought I heard a sound. I slowly extend my magic power outward with me as the center, allowing me to detect even minor disturbances. TCH. A slight pain in my right hand disrupts the flow of magic. I exhale softly, adjusting the energy flow. Good. It's back to normal. I glance at my right hand. There's no visible change. I'm still fine. I search for any anomalies using the magic power I've spread around, but find nothing in the vicinity. Perhaps it was all in my head? Removing my spread magic power, I enter the living room. Your lordship. Looking at Leader, he hands me a Blackurse-chan. I accepted the Blackurse-chan while tilting my hand. What happened? It fell asleep on the living room sofa. Eh? She fell asleep? Looking closely at Blackurse-chan, it is indeed fast asleep. ZZZ. Bishu. Snore. Its faint snores bring a smile to my face. I'll go to the lake. Understood. Please do. I never expected to find a Blackurse-chan sleeping anywhere other than by the lake. For those who have fallen into a curse, the lake serves as both a place of repentance and healing. It's where the souls of those afflicted by the gods' actions find solace. For those who have cursed themselves through their own deeds, it becomes a place to atone for their sins. Some individuals face not repentance but the dissolution of their souls. However, this dissolution is accompanied by excruciating pain, lasting from several years to several decades. The severity depends on the transgressions committed. I look at Blackurse-chan in my hand. Only those who have fallen into a curse due to divine intervention can venture outside like this. Those burdened with resentment and hatred cannot leave the lake. Absolutely not. From the underground temple, I head toward the graveyard. Where could the fairy be? Perhaps at the Flowers of Life? The fairy that usually responds to my presence isn't here today. Well, it's probably because this isn't our usual time of visit. As I arrive at the lake, I address Blackurse-chan in my hand. Can you wake up? ZZZ, who, Umenya? I gently pat Blackurse-chan. Still not waking up. RA? What should I do? What's wrong? Uwa. In my moment of distress, one Blackurse-chan emerges from the lake. And upon seeing my hand, it exclaims in surprise. RA? Wait, even though we're near the lake, it seems there are multiple Blackurse-chans inside of it. From the tone of their voices, maybe 3 of them? It fell asleep. What should I do? A2? HNN? You can put it in the lake. Thank goodness. It seems one of them knows what to do. Thank you. I gently place Blackurse-chan, still in my hand, into the lake. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Eto, is it really okay? Even though it sank. I don't know. Probably? The lake's water will take care of it. Thank you. The sound of Blackurse-chan sinking fades away, and it disappears beneath the water. Well then, I'm heading back. Thank you for letting me know. It's fine. It's fine. Eh? Ha ha. Those who said it's fine didn't quite understand me, did they? They're quite cheeky. Plop. I tilt my head at the sound coming from the lake. What could it be? Just now, I felt like I was being called. It wasn't a voice. Yet, I distinctly heard a sound calling me. I gaze intently at the lake, but I can't hear the sound calling me. I'm sure I heard it, though. I did, right? Chapter 31. Who? What? What is it? What's wrong? Blackurse-chan's words draw my gaze. You heard a sound, didn't you? In response to my words, Blackurse-chan tilts its body sideways. Sound? Didn't hear anything. Perhaps Blackurse-chan didn't hear it. Was it just my imagination? Why is that? That sound is incredibly intriguing. I peer into the water of the lake. Blackurse-chans are floating gently in the crystal clear water, just as they always do. Since I became the curse god, I've been able to see them clearly, but no matter how many times I look, it's still a mysterious sight. In the lake, the Blackurse-chans are transparent. Yet when they emerge from the lake, they transform into black, round beings, Blackurse-chan. However, if they stray too far from the lake, a single Blackurse-chan can't maintain its form. It's because their souls are wounded. Because of that, multiple Blackurse-chan combine into one body and work together to sustain their bodies on the surface. Sometimes, there are so many Blackurse-chan inside one, and it's quite challenging to communicate with. The highest I've seen was 8. That time was quite difficult in various ways. With 8 of them speaking simultaneously, I couldn't understand anything, and they were all children who couldn't communicate their intentions. In the end, the other Blackurse-chan took it back with them. I look at the floating Blackurse-chan in the air. What's up? What's wrong? Perhaps noticing my gaze, Blackurse-chan floats up and down. No, it's nothing. Today's little ones seem to be capable of communicating their intentions. It's a bit unusual. Usually, there's always at least one difficult child mixed in. Wait, that's not right. From the number of eyes, there's another one. I didn't notice because I only heard 3 voices. By the way, why are you in that state? Were you planning to go to the surface? With the power reaching from the lake, they should be able to maintain their forms even alone. Are they? I completely forgot. Could it be that they were really on their way to the surface? I'm sorry. It seems I messed up your plans for today. Pokon. The sound from the lake catches my attention, and I hastily shift my gaze. It should have been a noise like water rising, but the lake remains unchanged. Yet I definitely heard a sound. Did you hear that just now? In response, Blackurse-chan, floating before me, tilts to the side as it did earlier. Despite the distinct sound, it claims not to have heard it. Could it be that only I can hear it? I peer into the lake. The sound undoubtedly came from here. Shall we investigate? I extend both hands toward the lake, slowly channeling my power into the water. Slowly, careful not to disrupt the flow of power within the lake. The power contained in the water mixes with my power and spreads into the lake. As my power mingles with the water's inherent power, various negative emotions flow into me. Still the same. Resentment, hatred, sorrow, envy. In the past, these negative emotions almost consumed me. But now, things are different. Something has changed. Somewhere along the way, positive emotions began blending with the negative ones. When I first encountered positive feelings, I couldn't believe it. I never thought that cursed beings could experience joy. Since I found that out, a few weeks have passed. Now, even feelings of happiness and contentment have emerged, especially when they play with the children on the surface. Nothing particularly unusual. To investigate further, I increase the flow of my power. Damn it! In the depths of the lake, I encounter those who turn into curses due to their own actions. The moment my power touches them, a surge of hatred and resentment overwhelms me. It's so intense that I feel nauseous. Collapse? Die? Are you okay? Seriously, die? I won't collapse. I'm fine. And I won't die. I take a few deep breaths to calm my shaken emotions. But those who turn into curses still refuse to acknowledge their own guilt. As a result, their suffering persists. Now, they live within a nightmare, experiencing firsthand all the deeds they committed. Until they admit their guilt, the cycle of nightmares will repeat endlessly. The nightmares gradually deplete the soul's power, and they lead to slow dissolution. Before vanishing, I hope they'll acknowledge their guilt, but it's challenging. I let my guard down. I need to be careful when touching that place. I stop the flow of power. I didn't find any significant anomalies. The true nature of that sound remains unknown. Moreover, it's odd that only I can hear it. I touch the lake. I sense the power contained within the water. It's curse power, but this lake's power is somewhat special. Apparently, a potent healing magic is at work here. Blackurse-chan, who can communicate well, informed me of this and even thanked me. Thank you for casting healing magic. It said, but I have no recollection of doing so. The magic I used near the lake's core was purely for purification. What's this? Something surrounds my hand submerged in the lake. Isn't this curse power? Why is there curse power? Or rather, its movement is strange. Found. I scan my surroundings. I thought I heard, found, but what is it? When I felt something touch my finger, it was curse power. Could this be what it means by found? Oh, it collided with me again. This isn't accidental, it's intentional. Perhaps someone's thoughts are embedded in this power. Oh, it stopped. The curse power touches my index finger and halts. RA? I feel like I've encountered something similar somewhere. Where was it? As I recall, it was Ithar. This curse power resembles what I sensed from the darkness that pervaded the god nation. Darkness, the creation of Argyris. But why is it here? Generally, all the darkness that spread through the god nation was transferred to the curse world. So, is it in the lake? No, that would make found strange. Can I learn anything from this minuscule curse power? I gently extract the minuscule power from the water, ensuring it doesn't vanish. What appears before me is a minuscule power, about 5 millimeters in size. All right. But how should I investigate? Given its small size, I can't even channel my power through it. Hell, P it says. Eh? Snap. The small curse power bursts before my eyes. But just before it did, I heard a voice. Hell, P? Could it mean help? Is someone seeking help from me? But who? That curse power from earlier. It indeed resembles what I sensed from the darkness, the individuals who turn into curses due to the god's actions. However, help doesn't sound gentle, does it? Could there still be darkness somewhere in the god nation? Did leader overlook something? No, that's unlikely. Could it be in a different place from god nation? Similar to darkness. Darkness, it is what Argyris will created. Could it be another different space created by Argyris? A place whose location remains unknown, making it impossible to search? Is Argyris still capturing those who turn into curses? RA? Why is the power of the captured one here in the lake? Could this lake be connected to the different space created by Argyris? That can't be, right? But where did that power enter from? I dip my hand into the lake, create a small force, close my eyes, and pray to the one who sought my help. When I open my eyes, the tiny power has vanished. Chapter 32. After all, suddenly, my consciousness resurfaces. I realize it's morning from the light streaming in through the window. As usual, I try to get up, but at that moment, a sharp pain shoots through my right arm. Unlike before, the pain is radiating throughout my entire arm. However, it's not excruciating enough to contort my face. What is this? Lately, I've been avoiding using powerful magic. But being in this state means slowly deteriorating, I suppose. The disintegration of a soul doesn't stop once it begins. Ordinary souls, like those of the Blakerschans, can be repaired at the lake. But I'm a god. Moreover, an unprecedented existence, a human who apotheosized to a god. This disintegration occurs because a human soul has surpassed its limits, and repair is impossible. I don't want to regret becoming a god. Yet sometimes, I can't help but think about that time, the time I was summoned as a hero. No, it was pointless. Indeed, pondering that past event now serves no purpose. It's all in the past. And thanks to it, I've met everyone. I have no regrets about that. Well, regarding the fact that I got entangled in God's problems and became a god myself, maybe I do regret it a little. When I feel pain, fear creeps in. I've witnessed the soul of someone who couldn't repent and fell into a curse, disintegrating right before my eyes. The intense pain and suffering transmitted from their soul during that moment. Will I end up like that too? Honestly speaking, just thinking about it terrifies me. But for now, thinking about the end won't change anything. The pain has subsided. Lying on my back, I raise my hand toward the ceiling. How much longer can I keep moving? There's so much I want to convey to Hikari. Things I want to leave behind for the children. So, I hope to endure a little longer. Is it because I raised my hand? The grand spiderlings on the beam lift their forelegs. They waved back, which made me smile. Good morning. Good morning. Seeing everyone's lively forms makes me think I'm still okay. Yes, I'm still fine. I only feel pain in my right arm. Shall I get up? I gather strength in my body, rise, and stretch. Knock, knock. Come in. The figure that appeared from the door was Leader. Good morning. Good morning. What brings you here today? Lately, Leader hadn't come into the room even when I woke up. Could something have happened that required a report? Goddess Aeon is here. Eh? This early in the morning? Or did I oversleep? No. You woke up at the usual time. Thank goodness. I got a little worried there. RA? Does this mean Goddess Aeon has something urgent to discuss? I have a bad feeling about this. I quickly change and head to the living room. Goddess Aeon, this early, huh? As soon as I entered the living room, I saw Goddess Aeon in Dajiza. Yep, my bad feeling was right on the mark. What's going on? Before asking why they were apologizing, I needed to hear the details. Eto, this is an apology from the world where Akira was. Yeah, I know. Because I was from that world. But why are you doing it? No need to beat around the bush, just tell me. We found a soul that needs to be accepted into the curse world. Eto, its contents are unknown. So they want me to accept a soul that fell into a curse. But what does contents are unknown mean? Was it hidden inside something like a magic stone? Or is it uncertain whether the person turns into a curse? I don't quite understand. We found it. Their impact made me momentarily hold my breath. That startled me. Samaya and Momo? Yes. Good morning, your lordship. Good morning. Stop bashing on someone so vigorously. Samaya and Momo had changed after I became the curse god, and their powers stabilized. Now they had grown to about 130 centimeters and could speak fluently. The transformation took about 5 hours, and Leader had been there to witness Momo and Sumaya's changes from the beginning. One morning, the grown-up Samaya and Momo burst into my room. It was quite a shock, 2 children I'd never seen before suddenly hugging me. So, what did you say you found? When we infiltrated the God Nation, we discovered something discarded by the god responsible for managing a planet. I heard some peculiar words. Infiltrated the God Nation? There are no angels in the God Nation, though. In the past, I believed there were angels in the God Nation. But I was mistaken. As Goddess Aeon explained, angels serve the god who created the planet. They pledge loyalty to the god who protects the planet and act as a bridge between those who reside on the planet. In other words, angels exist not in God Nation but on the planets created by the gods. Yes, we wanted to investigate if there were angels similar to us. Ah, I understand. They were looking for companions. Now, about what the god discarded, why is it content is unknown? I'm curious about that part. When I asked that, Samaya and Momo looked at each other and nodded. We found a white return box inside the white wooden box. But we can't see what's inside. It's like curse mist, completely black. Samaya says happily and Momo continues. The place where we found it was a spot the god wanted to keep hidden or discarded. So we thought it was something the god had thrown away and decided to bring it back. I can't help but sigh at Samaya and Momo's words. Looking at Goddess Aeon, I see her expression filled with apology. Well, it's not her fault. Goddess Aeon, let's sit down and talk. Everyone else can start eating first. Sorry, the children are waiting in their chairs for breakfast. But honestly, I don't feel like eating before discussing this matter. After apologizing to the children, I led Goddess Aeon and the angels out to the wood deck. The white return box. This box is used to reset an angel's memories or erase their existence. It's a crucial item, strictly regulated, and not easily accessible, as Goddess Aeon mentioned. If I recall correctly, it's only permitted to be used when an angel commits a sin that cannot be forgiven by any other punishment, or when an angel's heart can no longer bear it, and restoration is deemed impossible by divine blessing. RA? If the white return box functions normally, it should either wipe memories clean or erase existence. So, it shouldn't lead to falling into a curse. Goddess Aeon, did the white return box malfunction? No, it's something else. Goddess Aeon hesitated a few times before looking directly at me. The white return box was misused. The gods modified it. They called it an improvement. Misused? Modified? Improvement? But there must have been strict surveillance in place, right? I find it hard to believe it could be stolen so easily. Well, if you manage to involve the gods who are on watch, it's not a problem. And perhaps they exploit their weaknesses. Oh, seriously? Are the angels inside the white return box still alive? And what were they attempting to do? The angels should still be alive. Should be? Does that mean there's a possibility they're no longer with us? The gods attempted to induce a transformation in the angels. Transformation? Yes, to administer divine punishment to those who defy the gods. Divine punishment? Because gods are too powerful, they can't directly aid those who reside on the planets. That's where angels come in. They provide advice on behalf of the gods and offer minimal assistance. But there are things angels cannot do, like harming those who live on the planets. And it seems they wanted to change that. The white return box can erase angels. They tried to use it. What does that mean? They partially erased the angels, intending to create puppets that would move according to their will. Angels genuinely revere the God who created them, but they have their own will, so they don't blindly follow every command. Especially when it comes to divine punishment, they resisted. Apparently, the gods didn't like that. Utterly selfish. Normally, the White Return Box is a place where souls find relief from suffering. But due to the modifications, it became the opposite. The angels might have fallen into a curse due to prolonged agony. However, since we can't clearly see what's inside, we can't be certain if they've completely fallen. Your lordship? Samaya and Momo look at me with concern. I gently pat their heads and shift my gaze to Goddess Aeon. Understood. We'll accept them into the curse world. Chapter 33, White Return Boxes. Angels. 3 white return boxes were lined up in the vacant room. I never expected you to bring them the day after we talked. Goddess Aeon looked apologetic. But they're impressively pitch black, Hikari remarked, approaching the white return boxes and reaching out to touch them. Hikari, don't. Eh? I wondered why Hikari would attempt to touch them so casually. Didn't he realize the danger? This white return box has some kind of magic spell on it. It's risky to touch. Hikari stepped back upon hearing my words, examining his hand with a puzzled expression. Magic spell? Goddess Aeon muttered curiously. Didn't you notice? Are? Goddess Aeon had touched the white return boxes earlier. If that was the case, was it safe to touch? But when Hikari almost reached out to touch it, the protective power around the white return box reacted strangely. Goddess Aeon, how did you investigate the modification of the white return box? Did they use their divine power to examine it? I extracted information from the captured gods. Ah, I see. Speaking of which, what about the god of creation? Do you think the god of creation also failed to notice the magic spell on the white return box? I believe so. In fact, the god of creation attempted to touch it for examination but got injured by some kind of attack. Attack? Injured? Didn't his barrier protect him? The barrier was breached. Despite that, the god of creation still wanted to investigate, but others stopped him. Of course, they would. The god of creation was the sole entity capable of uniting the current god nation. But let me ask you one thing, what if I can't investigate it either? Eh? Why was Goddess Aeon so surprised? Although I possessed greater power than the god of creation, solving this problem wasn't guaranteed. Well, I wouldn't give up easily, but... Goddess Aeon's gaze wanders a little. If it becomes unmanageable, we'll probably seal it somewhere in God Nation. Seal. In other words, the suffering of the angels inside will continue for eternity. I want to prevent that at all costs. As I approach the white return box, the enveloping power around it gently shivers. Ah, this might be the reason why Goddess Aeon didn't notice that the power enveloping the white return box is a spell. Could it be that the power is invisible to them? Goddess Aeon, the power acting on the white return box. It appears like a thin membrane. Can you see it? A thin membrane? No, I don't see anything. Nothing at all? Yeah, I can't see anything at all. Could it be that they truly can't see it? Even though it's so clear to me? What about you, Hikari? And what about Leader? I turn my gaze toward Hikari, who's staring intently at the white return box. I can see it. There's something surrounding the white return box, but it's faint. So Hikari can perceive it, albeit faintly. And Leader? I can't see anything. Leader, who's standing nearby, said so. Leader can't see it. There are those who can see and who can't see. What sets us apart? Is it because Leader is a rock doll? No, I can't figure it out. Rather than dwelling on the differences, perhaps I should examine the state of the white return box. But if I do, will it trigger an attack? Can I suppress it with my power? Can I? I cautiously extend my hand toward the white return box, stopping midway. When touched, some have been attacked, while others haven't. What's the distinction? Goddess Aeon touched it merely to move it. The god of creation attempted to touch it for examination. Did the god of creation get attacked after touching it, or before? Before. Specifically, when he approached the white return box. So he was attacked just by getting close? That means he hasn't yet activated his investigative power. Are the angels asleep? Goddess Aeon tilts their head at my question. They should be asleep under normal circumstances. But given the current situation, it's hard to say. I see. Perhaps the angels are observing the outside of the white return box, deciding whether to attack or not. I gaze at the white return box. Nice to meet you. This is the Curse World, and I am Akira, the Curse World King and a Curse God. I would like to examine the condition of the white return box and the angels inside. I request your cooperation. I gently touch the white return box. Zap. Was that an attack? It wasn't strong, it was just a small spark. I mutter, looking over my body and tilting my head. Was it just a sound? Thank you for your cooperation. That's what it means, right? Eto, I'll flow some power to check, so please don't be alarmed. I slowly channel power into the white return box. I've mixed in a bit more divine power, so there shouldn't be any issues. It seems to have worked. The state of the white return box flows into my mind. The condition of the white return box isn't good. Eh? Goddess Aeon's expression darkens at my words. If we release the angel from inside, it's best to dispose of it immediately. Actually, maybe I should burn it right away. The magic spell on the white return box seems to drain the power of anyone who touches it, using that power to transform the angel. Several gods have already fallen victim. The angels inside are preventing this from the inside. The god of creation was attacked to protect him from the magic spell on the white return box. I, being stronger than the one who cast the magic spell, was judged that I could suppress it. Indeed, I managed to contain it before the magic spell activated. Dispose of it? Shouldn't we investigate first? No, if we release the angels, it will explode. We need to save the angels first. The magic on the white return box consists of 5 parts. A spell that binds anyone who touches it, a spell that drains their power, a protective spell that shields against attacks, a mind control spell affecting those nearby, and a self-destruct mechanism. Hikari's attempt to touch the white return box was likely influenced by the mind control magic. But why, when Hikari has protective barriers? Was it broken like the god of creations? I glance at Hikari. Ooh? There's no protective barrier. Hikari, what happened to your protective barrier? I assumed it was there, so I didn't notice. Ooh? Oh, I was practicing barrier magic with Taiyu and the others, so I had it down. In other words, he forgot to activate the barrier. Hikari, the barrier is essential for your protection. Please be more careful. Hikari nods repeatedly. Given his intelligence, I doubt he'll forget again. Thank goodness. I was genuinely worried that the barrier didn't work at all. Now, let's leave the matter of the white return box here. Next, I need to see if I can communicate with the angel inside. I direct my power toward the angel within the white return box. The interior is pitch black, and I can't see anything, but I sense its presence. My power gently touches the angel inside. The sound reverberates directly in my mind, and I close my eyes, enduring it. This feels familiar. It's like when I first encountered the curse that filled the space in the world's core. I couldn't understand the words, but the voiceless screams were audible. Ooh! An unpleasant sensation, as if my head is being repeatedly struck, overwhelms me. I kneel on the floor, cradling my head in my arms, waiting for the discomfort to subside. People around me express concern and ask if I'm okay, but I can't respond right now. After a while, I realize I'm breathing heavily. I consciously calm my breath and release my head from my arms. Your lordship? Hikari's teary-eyed expression makes me smile faintly. It's okay. I only heard the angels scream from inside. I need to rescue the angels from the white return box as soon as possible. Chapter 34, Angels Purification. Even if I were to release the angel from the white return box, it would be best to first free them from suffering. Purification magic, is it? I've realized something after using various kinds of magic. Purification magic is quite advanced. If I were to use it now, it would strain my body. However, I can't leave the suffering angel like this. Akira, if it's too much, we could just... I'm fine. I'll definitely help. Still, considering what lies ahead, my judgment is likely flawed. Since I don't know the current situation of Argyris, it's better not to use magic that puts a burden on my body. But if I abandon the angels in front of me, I'll definitely regret it. So, I'll help. In the future, I might regret this decision. Now then, shall we begin? I slowly infuse my power into the white return box. Having gathered the necessary energy for purification, I imagine the angel being crushed by a black shadow and then freed, flying away. Purification. The inside of the white return box glows white, and the screams of the angel I've been hearing cease. As the light fades, the angel's form becomes clear. Did it work? The angel's expression appears calm, not showing signs of suffering, but it's hard to judge. If only they would wake up so I could confirm directly. Bam! Whoa! The angel in front of me suddenly enveloped in light, blinding my vision. I shield my eyes with my arm, but it's still a bit too late. That startled me. At Goddess Aeon's words, I gently lowered my arm. Looking around, there are no traces of attack. What just happened? Is the angel okay? I glance at the white return box containing the angel, freezing in place. How did this happen? I shake my head in response to Goddess Aeon's question. Well, even if you ask me, inside the white return box, there was an angel. And she's awakened. Relief washes over me. But why is it a toddler again? Judging by their appearance, they're around 3 or 4 years old. Oh, so cute! I look toward the voices of Samaya and Momo. When did you arrive? Until a moment ago, these two weren't in the room. They just got here. I nod at Leader's words and address Samaya and Momo. Do you know why the angel looks like this? You mean as toddler? Yeah. Momo tilted her head at my question. Samaya seems to be lost in thought. Samaya, thought of something? In response to Momo's question, Samaya gazes at the angel inside the white return box. I think it's because your lordship doesn't ask anything of the angels. Eh? Me? Because I don't ask for anything? Ah, I see. Goddess Aeon nods in understanding, and I shift my gaze. Angels start moving as God's messengers from the moment they're born. It's their job. But what did Akira ask of the angels? What did I ask of the angels? To be freed from suffering and to experience freedom. That's the same as asking for nothing. Well, that's true. I wouldn't want to make the angels, who have suffered, do anything. So, the angel took this form to heal its wounds slowly. Although I think the angel could heal even in an adult form, maybe the angel didn't see it that way. Any issues? Probably not. I feel relieved at Goddess Aeon's words. I wouldn't want any problems arising from my actions. Excuse me. A one-eye enters the room, lifts the angel from the white return box, and leaves like it was the most normal thing to do. Eto? I look at Leader, who nods. No, I mean, why did he take the angel away? What will happen to that child? Goddess Aeon looks at Leader with concern. Bath. Food. Everything is prepared. I see. Goddess Aeon stares at me, seemingly bewildered. But I don't have an answer either, so don't. Next. Since I have no way to answer, I head toward the next white return box. After what happened earlier, I take a deep breath before checking inside. The faint screams still echo in my ears, and I exhale softly. It's all right. I'll release you from there soon. Since this is a continuation of purification, there's no need to create an image. Oh, I wonder if I should ask the angels for work. I look at Samaya and Momo. They seem expectant, floating around the white return box. Well, never mind. All right. Purification. This time, the baby angel is slightly bigger than the one before. Once again, a one-eye took the angel away immediately. I wonder if they are waiting in the hallway? Your lordship, what's wrong? I shake my head at Leader's question. Well, it's nothing. Although I'm curious, let's focus on the next white return box for now. I can ask later. As I reach out to touch the white return box, a sharp pain shoots through my arm. I pause for a moment, but then quickly place my hand on the white return box. The throbbing pain is felt in both arms. The pain increases as I gently put more pressure on my arms. Phoo! The angel screams in pain. It's a bit tough. I stabilize my breath and send power into the white return box. RA? I feel something odd about the angel's scream. The screams of the first and second angels make my head spin with anger. But the last angel's scream is not directed at anyone in particular, it's filled with intense suffering. I need to release it quickly. As I start the purification process, I decide to adjust the image slightly. Since the angel suffering in the black shadow seems worse off than the previous two, I imagine it being surrounded by darkness before being freed and flying away. Purification. The inside of the white return box glows brightly, and then, the light envelops the entire room. Zap, zap, zap. Eerie sounds echo throughout the room, but it's too blinding to investigate. What's happening? Is the angel okay? Bang! With a burst of sound, the light disappears in an instant. I hurriedly check the room, and the white return box shattered. The angel is floating in midair. Was that the sound of the white return box breaking? The words of Goddess Aeon made my shoulders relax. Only the white return box broke. Ah! The voices of Samaya and Momo caused my shoulders to tremble. Why the floating angel's body began to crumble apart. I stared at the scene in shock, not understanding what was going on. Your lordship, what is happening? Hikari's question received only a shake of my head. Why? Why is the angel's body like this? Without answering Goddess Aeon, I continued to gaze at the angel. Then, I noticed a round, glowing sphere within the angel. But that sphere had numerous cracks. Even now, more significant cracks appeared. Crumbling, crumbling. The angel's soul has reached its limit. I understood what was happening. The soul was on the brink of disintegration. There was no stopping it anymore. Soul? Limit? Goddess Aeon reached out toward the angel but stopped. She knew too. Once the soul begins to disintegrate, there is nothing more that can be done. I continued to watch the angel disintegrate. I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. Limbs vanished, lower body vanished. Upper body vanished. In the final moment, the angel's face contorted in pain. I stared at the empty space where the angel had completely disappeared. The pain radiating from both of my arms was severe, and if I relaxed, I might collapse. Samaya, Momo. I apologize. I couldn't save the last angel. My words were met with the two shaking their heads. You saved her. After all, she's no longer suffering. Momo said so and Samaya nodded and smiled. I see. At least the angel was freed from suffering. The only good thing that happened. Chapter 35, Person Soul, God Soul. Good morning. It seems lively today. From the living room, I gazed out onto the wood deck. There, the toddler angel and the beastkin knight, Kimiya, were engaged in a playful chase. Well, perhaps chase isn't the right word. It's more accurate to say that the baby angel was playfully trailing after Kimiya. This scene has unfolded not just today, but for nearly a week now. Every single day, without fail, she chases after him. Doesn't she ever get tired? It's been 11 days since the two angels joined our group. When they emerged from the white return box, their hair had inexplicably changed. What was once pure white now held hues of pale green and bright blue. Goddess Aeon visits daily to check on their progress. When he saw the change in their hair color, her eyes widened. Apparently, this phenomenon is highly unusual. I felt a twinge of unease, but those around me simply nodded and said, it's his lordship's power. Though it made no sense to me, I decided not to dwell on it. The angel with the pale green hair is named Mint. The one with bright blue hair goes by Cyan. They are named similar to Samaya and Momo. Their addition to our group has brought much joy. Good morning. Ah, good morning. Caught again today, huh? I look at Mint who's clinging to Kimiya's head. Her expression was one of pure delight. For some reason, Mint seems compelled to embrace the beastkin knight's head whenever she sees him. Dad Avis bears the brunt of her affection, followed by Gers and Kimiya. Fortunately, it's just a hug, no injuries involved. And Mint gives up after about 5 minutes of pursuit. She knows when to give up. It looks like they didn't get away from her today. No, if you'll excuse me, Kimiya said, bowing slightly as he held onto the clinging baby angel. Having already finished breakfast, he would spend the morning training in the forest. Good luck. Yes. I ate breakfast and watched the children head off to their studies. I am told that there's little left to teach them. Yet each of them still had things they wanted to learn, so study time persisted. Leaving the living room, I embarked on my morning routine. Checking the house, to the garden and orchard. Once that was done, I visited the river to play with the spirits who dwelled there and watched the graceful dance of the Treants. Finally, I go to the underground temple to assess the condition of each floor before heading to the lake. Upon the lake's surface, the Blackurse Chans flitted about energetically. All seemed well. Upon returning home, I made my way to the study. As I entered the room, Hikari was already waiting. Apologies for the delay. It's all right. I arrived a little early. Today marks the 30th day. Since I began transferring my power to Hikari, 30 days had passed. During this time, Hikari's strength had gradually increased, growing more potent. Any discomfort in your body? Given the potential impact of the power I transmitted, monitoring any discomfort was crucial. I'm fine. No issues at all. Good to know. As usual, I sent a small portion of my power to Hikari. Gone were the initial days of excruciating pain. Let's conclude for today. Yes, thank you. I glanced at Hikari. He seemed lost in thought. What could be troubling him? Ano, your lordship. What is it? When a person becomes a god, there's a limit to their souls, right? Yes. Humans and gods are two different beings. Then, will I be all right? I tilted my head when I heard that question. I don't know what he's worried about. I am but a human soul, aren't I? Are? Had I forgotten to mention this to Hikari? Fear not, Hikari. You possess not a human soul, but the soul of a god. Hikari's expression revealed surprise. I had neglected to share this crucial detail during our conversation with Goddess Aeon, hadn't I? My apologies. I inadvertently caused unnecessary worry by forgetting to explain something to you. Eto, it's all right. What do you mean by soul of a god? The gods who once held you captive were researching demonic power. Their ultimate goal was to kill the evil gods. However, in the demon world, divine power is restricted, rendering them unable to slay the evil gods. Hence, they sought to create a new power, one effective even in the demon world. Failing that, they turned to demonic power. Many gods had resorted to dark deeds in their quest to eliminate the evil gods. But why did they harbor such animosity toward the evil gods? Despite inquiries to Rope and Goddess Aeon, the answer remained unknown. To defeat an evil god, one requires power surpassing demonic power. Yet, this power must be weaker than theirs, in case it rebels against them. Above all, only a god, not a mere mortal, can execute the evil gods. They are a bunch of idiots. They are. The gods who participated in the research were all idiots. It was their idiocy that led to the infusion of a god soul into your mortal body, a mere experiment to create an obedient god. Hikari's presence here was nothing short of a miracle. To the gods, Hikari was expendable, a replaceable entity. Thus, they implanted the soul of a dying god, a soul forged through experiments aimed at creating demonic power. Naturally, Hikari could not ascend to godhood or manifest any new powers. He should have perished like the other test subjects. Yet, a certain magic had kept him alive, a beginning to his prolonged suffering. Can a god soul really settle in a human body? I shook my head in response. Typically not. Such souls usually fade within a few days. However, in Hikari's case, a sustaining magic was cast upon you. This magic, too, was experimental in nature. In fact, no one else had succeeded except Hikari. Sustaining magic? Ah, that's why I didn't need to eat or sleep. Hikari said so as his expression contorted with discomfort. Ah, did that magic alter my physical form? Is that why I'm still alive? No, it wasn't the magic. I was the one who altered your body. Ooh? Hikari's eyes widened in surprise. Eto, you altered my body? Indirectly, yes. When you arrived here, you were on the brink of death. Although magic had been cast upon you, your mortal body was at its limits. I see. If you really want to put what I did to you with words, it should be influential prayer. HNN? Hikari tilted his head, clearly puzzled. I didn't really understand it myself. My words carried a force, and they could sway others. When Hikari first arrived, I perceived the magic upon you as a curse, or at least that's what I thought. So, I attempted to purify you, to remove that curse. I sensed that pushing you too hard would be detrimental, so I took gradual steps. Each time, I whispered, regain strength, awaken, and persist. Perhaps? Yes. It seems my mortal body was significantly affected by the power infused into my words. Granted, given the inherent instability of housing a god soul within a human vessel, my words found an easier path. Ordinarily, mere prayers wouldn't alter one's physical form. Hikari, however, was an anomaly, a precarious existence. And now, am I essentially have a body of God? Yes. Though there are still some lingering uncertainties. But fear not, those will dissipate once you ascend to be the Curse World King. Hikari nodded, his expression a mix of emotions. Sorry, eh? Hikari's gaze shifted to me. I unknowingly forced a change to you while not knowing what I'm doing. When Hikari first arrived, his wish had been for death. He'd fervently desired it. Yet I ignored his wishes and yearned for his continued existence. Perhaps my words, imbued with unwavering intent, had become potent prayers. I harbored no regrets. But because it wasn't Hikari's wish, I've always wanted to apologize. Hikari looked at me, his expression a mix of confusion. Sorry for being selfish. What am I doing apologizing now? I'm very happy now. It's true. So thank you for changing me. When I look at Hikari, he is smiling happily. I can't help but smile too. Thank you, Hikari. Chapter 36, Desiring the End. 10 planets descended from the God Nation to the Curse World. News reached us that the gods and godkins residing there had acclimated to the world's power. And they did so without any resistance. They adapted astonishingly quickly. I expected for it to take about a year. My words elicited an air of delight from Leader. That reaction made me puzzled. Everyone seems quite pleased. Especially with the curse power. They said it brings a sense of tranquility. Ah, so Leader took pride in their praise of the curse power. Oh, right. We must connect the dragons and the planets. To become the overseer of the planets, one needed to channel the power of the overseer into the core of the planet. The god of creation had assured me it was straightforward, so problems were unlikely to arise. Regarding that, they're already connected, eh? Who established the connection? The dragons. I see. Although I had intended to do it myself, it seemed the dragons had taken matters into their own claws. Any issues with the planets or the dragons? None at all. Neither the planets nor the dragons have encountered any problems. Good, then. I'll express my gratitude to the dragons later. Your lordship, do you have time today? I do, but what's the matter? Observing Leader, he looked relieved. What's that? I mean, why did Leader bother asking when they already knew my schedule? The gods and godkins residing on the planets wish to meet with you. If you have time, would you receive them? Today? Yes. That's quite sudden. It's fine, but are they coming here? Eh? What did you just do? Leader produced a small envelope with a small green magic stone on it, then promptly made it vanish from his hand. Yes. They're all on their way here. I sent them a prepared letter via rope. All of them? Were they all coming? And this method of sending letters, I'd never seen anything like it. Perhaps 17 or 19 had crafted another peculiar tool. I'm curious. Your lordship. Only the representatives from each planet will be coming here. I see. Of course. It wouldn't make sense for everyone to come. Are? Even though I didn't voice it, my thoughts were exposed. As expected of leader. He looked at me with a little disappointment for some reason. Oh, by the way, what time? They will arrive around 2 o'clock. Understood. HNN? 2 o'clock? But that's in 15 minutes. One of the gods has been feeling unwell lately. Due to his condition, the plans were suddenly adjusted. An ailing god, who? Is it that serious? His previous exertions seemed to have taken a toll on his health. This god had been protecting the godkins who sought refuge there, hiding the planets. It must have been incredibly challenging. Since we're talking about his health, does that mean they'll be coming here? Yes. He really wants to meet you. Could you tell him, if it's difficult for you to come, I can visit you instead? I've already conveyed that. Eh? I assumed you'd say that, your lordship, so I took the liberty of passing on the message. I apologize. No worries. And what did they say? They replied, we wouldn't dare trouble the hand of the king. I see. As long as they don't strain themselves. Shortly after 2 o'clock, a door materialized in the garden. They've arrived. Everything is prepared. Leader confirmed, glancing at the desk. I bet today's arrangements were flawless as usual. Sorry to keep you waiting. Guided by rope in the young me form, the gods and godkins approached. I sensed faint divine power emanating from them, and I held my breath. They were so weak. This could be problematic. Welcome. I'm delighted to meet you all today. As the gods stepped onto the wood deck, I bowed slightly, but their reactions were unexpected. Curse World King Sama, please do not bow to us. HNN? When I looked up, everyone showed a relieved expression. Thank you for taking the time today. The gods and godkins before me exhaled in relief, while smiling bitterly and bowing deeply. Please raise your heads. Let's sit and talk comfortably. I glanced at the one with a pale complexion. It must be the god leader mentioned, the one who had been pushing himself too hard. But it wasn't just him. All the gods seemed to have strained themselves considerably. They were reaching their limits. Troubling indeed. I had hoped they would become the guardians of the planets, even as curse gods. But judging by their current state, it seemed impossible. We extend our gratitude for protecting us and many others. I apologize that it took us this long before we can greet you after migrating to the curse world. The ailing god said as they sat before me. His breathing was slightly labored, likely from overexertion. Don't worry about it. It's only natural to need time to acclimate to a new environment. Feel free to share if there are any issues among the godkins residing in the planets. You're all crucial to this curse world. The expressions of relief on the faces of the godkins spoke volumes. Their experiences in God Nation had likely left them more tense than they realized. No, there's one favor we'd like to ask. When the planets are all fine, and the godkins settle down, the hesitant god's words prompted a nod from me. These gods had already expended their strength. Considering their current condition, it was clear what they desired, an end. Thank you. We'll finally be liberated. The tearful god offered a heartfelt smile. May your final moments be peaceful. I prayed silently, listening to their stories of life on the planets and comparing it to their experiences in the God Nation. From what I heard, there were no pressing issues, and maintaining the status quo seemed feasible for now. Thank you for today. The gods returned to their respective planets, their expressions filled with relief. Not a single one uttered the word goodbye. Your lordship, they've already, Rope said with a solemn expression. I know. Ensure they don't suffer until the end. Thank you. Rope expressed gratitude before heading toward the planets. It must be checking on the gods' well-being. Now, what should I do? The planets had their dragon guardians, so their absence wouldn't cause immediate issues. But it couldn't be a permanent solution. We needed gods with the power to sustain the planets. Urgently praying for the birth of curse gods seemed necessary, and to create curse gods, I needed to channel the necessary power into the curse world. I conjured a certain power in my hand. Your lordship, what is that power? This is curse god power. Back in the God Nation, I had created a power akin to divine power. But when I became a curse god, it transformed into cursed god power. However, this power remained unstable. I had yet channeled it into the curse world. Hikari hadn't received it either. He was a god but not a curse god. Moreover, Hikari already has the most versatile power, which is curse power, so he doesn't need curse god power. No, he definitely needs, it was necessary for becoming a curse god, but how can I stabilize this power? Prayers alone wouldn't birth curse gods. We absolutely needed curse god power. But releasing such an unstable force into the curse world was impossible. I checked the recording device for curse god power. The results are unknown power and still evolving. The unknown aspect was unsettling. Predicting its effects was impossible. Chapter 37, Living in This World. TN, last chapter, I used the term blasphemic power. But given that god power equals divine power and demon god power equals demonic power, I'll use blasphemic power from now on. My other choices are damn power, maledict power, and sacrilegious power. If you didn't like my choice, just let me know. As usual, I send some of my power to Hikari. Lately, something has changed within Hikari. His curse power seems to have become more dominant, suppressing other powers. But is this enough? Curse gods must have blasphemic power as their main power, not just curse power. What's wrong? Something troubling you? Hikari notices my concern and tilts his head. I should talk about the blasphemic power. If I postpone it, I might lose the opportunity. I might forget. Do you realize that the power I've been sending you is curse power? Yeah. It won't be enough to become a curse god. Did he already figure it out? Since I learned about having a god soul, I've been thinking. Gods have divine power, evil gods have demonic power. So, to become a curse god, I need blasphemic power. But within me, there's only curse power. The power I receive from your lordship is purely curse power. So, does that mean I can receive blasphemic power? Hikari's eyes fill with hope, surprising me. Aren't you afraid of blasphemic power? Ah, maybe because I didn't mention it. Eh? Hikari wears a puzzled expression. Blasphemic power exists, but it's unstable. Is that so? Yeah, I checked the records, it's labeled as unknown power, and still evolving. Even when I investigate it personally, there are moments of significant change. That's why I worry about sending it to you and causing issues. Hikari looks thoughtful at my words. I appreciate your concern. But I want to take on the challenge. Eh? You want to try? Yes. Your lordship's power is power to protect. I believe blasphemic power will be the same. Even if something happens, it won't be that crucial. I shake my head at Hikari's words. It's heartwarming that you say that, but blasphemic power is incredibly potent. If anything goes wrong, it might cast a shadow over your entire life. Blasphemic power has become much stronger than divine or demonic power. If problems arise, it will undoubtedly be a serious matter. I think it'll be okay. I'm glad Hikari trusts me, but that's the risk I can't take. Knock knock. Who is it? Evil God Oarju has come. I tilt my head at Leader's words. Why would evil God Oarju come all the way from the new land? Has something gone wrong? Please come in. Apologies for the sudden visit. I have a request that I desperately want you to fulfill. As evil God Oarju enters the room, he looks at me with a serious expression. I feel a slight tension seeing that. Understood. Please have a seat. Thank you. Oh, Hikari? My apologies for interrupting. Evil God Oarju glances at Hikari, who's sitting on the sofa, looking apologetic. It's fine. Since our business is done, feel free to talk. What's the matter? I nod at Hikari's words and turn my attention back to evil God Oarju. Seated next to Hikari, Oarju bows his head toward me. Could you turn me into a curse god? Currently, I'm an evil god residing in the curse world. But I want to live in this world until the end. I want to contribute to this curse world. Kasha and Makasha share the same desire. They also want to become Blasphemer Star. Please, TN, the main reason I chose blasphemic power is due to this. God has godkins, evil god has demons, and curse gods has blasphemer. If you think this doesn't sound right, I can translate them to curse beings starting next chapter. Eh? Turn evil god Oarju into a curse god? And Kasha and Makasha into blasphemers? That sounds good. I agree. Since I'll be the next curse world king, it would be helpful if evil god Oarju becomes curse god Oarju. Wait, what? I wanted to grant the next curse world king's wishes. But as I mentioned earlier, blasphemic power is unstable. It's not possible right now. Are you saying it's impossible for me? Is my power insufficient? Not exactly. The issue lies with the blasphemic power I possess. I told evil god Oaju about the problems of blasphemic power. It really can't be helped since it's still growing, right? Eh? Hikari and I both exclaimed simultaneously when evil god Oaju said that. Why can't it be helped? The curse world isn't fully developed yet. New planets are emerging, and the divine beasts responsible for managing those stars have only recently been decided upon. If the shape of the curse world changes, so will the blasphemic power. Is that so? Seems that way. What do you mean by seems? I asked the former demon world king Borkusrai how one becomes a curse god. He said that if you discard demonic power and embrace blasphemic power, you can become one. But since this world is still evolving, the blasphemic power might be unstable. Well, even if you absorb the constantly changing power, you won't die, so why not give it a try? You won't die? Hikari's eyes brighten at evil god Oaju's words. And then he looks at me expectantly. But even with those hopeful eyes, there's a possibility of falling into a deep slumber, right? Are? Why does former demon world king Borkusrai know how to become a curse god? Oh, that's because it's similar to how gods become evil gods. Gods turning into evil gods? Yes. Gods banished from God Nation are forcibly exposed to demonic power in the demon world, transforming into evil gods. Well, many gods die because they were defenseless against the exposure to demonic power. But transitioning from evil god to curse god seems to pose no problems. How did Borkusrai determine that there would be a no problem? Those in the curse world have already accepted curse power. The foundation is there, so it should be fine. Is that really the case? Evil goddess Dorha, who had come to visit evil god Borkusrai, also said it should be okay. In fact, evil goddess Dorha mentioned that the curse power responsible for maintaining the curse world is a terrifying power. Normally, blasphemic power would be the fundamental power supporting the curse world, right? Well, yes. Since it's functioning well with curse power, I hadn't thought about it deeply, but you're right, the power that sustains the curse world is indeed blasphemic power. I see. It's not right to run the curse world with curse power alone. I guess I'll have to correct this too. Your lordship, will you grant my wish? Well, what should I do? I still feel uneasy about my blasphemic power. I don't believe that your blasphemic power will harm anyone. Therefore, it's safe. The evil god Oaju gazes at me. His serious expression made me sigh. Understood. It seems I need to convert all the demonic power within me into blasphemic power. Can I ask you to slowly channel it to me? I nod in agreement. Yes, lying down would be better than sitting. I'll prepare it right away. Leader responds, arranging a makeshift bed in the corner of the office. Why does such a thing exist in this room? It's for when you're tired from work, your lordship. Tired, is it? But the only work I do in this office is sending power to Hikari. Still, perhaps as the planets multiply, paperwork will accumulate here too. Thank you. For now, having a makeshift bed is a relief. Evil god Oaju lies back on the bed, closing his eyes. I place my hand gently at the center of his stomach, right over his core. Taking a deep breath, I begin to slowly channel blasphemic power into him. Slowly. Let blasphemic power flow into evil god Oaju. I'm apprehensive about how the demonic power within him will react, but he trusted in my power. Surely, it will harmonize with blasphemic power. It has been quite some time since I channeled blasphemic power. I can now sense the blasphemic power emanating from the core of evil god Oaju. Perhaps things are progressing well. In fact, I don't feel any resistance at all. I've assimilated to blasphemic power. Ooh? He opens his eyes, and for some reason, bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, unexpected indeed. Your lordship, I'm probably already a curse god. Can you check? Well, I never thought it would be this easy. Perplexed by evil god Oaju's words, I tilt my head. Already a curse god? I cast an appraisal spell on evil god Oaju. It's true. You've become a curse god. To my stunned murmur, it's not evil god Oaju who rose, but curse god Oaju. I never thought it would be as simple as swallowing the demonic power instead of expelling it. I guess so, but I haven't thought of making it swallow the other at all. Chapter 38, I knew it. Hikari's POV. It was upon hearing the words of curse god Oaju, not the evil god Oaju, that I thought, I knew it. Why? Because the power created by his lordship would never harm our companions. In the curse world, we have accepted the nature of various powers, light magic power, darkness magic power, divine power, and demonic power. Despite their diversity, they coexist without conflict. So, it's only natural that demonic power would quickly fit right in. I asked his lordship a few days ago whether my soul belonged to humans or gods. Honestly speaking, I didn't mind being either. Well, there are certain gods I dislike, but not as intensely as before. I've learned that there are various gods, including the god of creation and goddess Aeon. I merely wanted to resolve my curiosity. However, I wasn't sure how to phrase the question, so I blurted out, "Isn't my soul also a human's?" Perhaps my uncertainty made me appear anxious. His lordship remarked that I seemed worried, and I realized I had phrased the question incorrectly. I really didn't care either way. In fact, I just wanted to check the answers. The revelation that our Lord Soul was nearing its limit and would soon disintegrate surprised me. Furthermore, I was to be the next Cursed World King. At that moment, I felt genuine shock. But upon reflection, I wondered, wait, don't I have a human soul too? There is just no way his lordship would intentionally cause me suffering. So, I considered the possibility that perhaps I wasn't entirely human. Recalling how I had wrested control of this world with evil god Oarju. The power I used that time was certainly demonic power. I thought, could it be that I'm not purely human? The realization settled in, and I understood. I intended to ask his lordship about it, but various distractions made me forget. Because it didn't matter to me whether my soul was human or god. What mattered more to me was the new product in the shop, created with everyone's combined power. Surprisingly, it sold well, and celebrating with everyone was a fond memory. Later, when things settled down at the shop, I wondered if my answer had been correct. So, I asked again. Little did I expect to phrase it so poorly. Even now, standing before his lordship, I can't help feeling a bit nervous. After listening to his lordship, I reported to Flying Lizard. He chuckled and said, "I knew it." USA, Kuhi, along with the children and everyone else, had the same reaction. It seems we all share the same thoughts. His lordship would never choose to harm our companions. Guided by Flying Lizard, I explored the power within me. His lordship had mentioned that my soul was of a god, not an evil god. Yet, I distinctly remembered using demonic power. This discrepancy puzzled me. Upon investigation, I discovered that I indeed possessed demonic power. As expected. And to my delight, I also had divine power, just like his lordship. I wondered when I would receive blasphemic power. The curse power his lordship bestows is vastly different from the ambient curse power in the world. On the first day, my body recoiled from its strength, though only momentarily. Through Curse God Oarju, I asked Demon World King Ou and learned that it's normal for someone to be bedridden for days after receiving someone else's power. Flying Lizard quipped, truly befitting his lordship's might. I, together with USA and Kuhi, who happened to overhear, joined in laughter. "Hikari?" His lordship's voice startled me. "Apologies." "What is it? You seemed lost in thought. What's on your mind?" "Just reminiscing about something from earlier." "But more importantly, have we concluded our conversation?" Curse God Oarju smiled contentedly. I tilted my head in curiosity. "Remarkable, Hikari. The blasphemic power has already become second nature to your body. Eto, is that so? Is it truly remarkable? According to the Demon World King Ou, when one's primary power changes, the body may resist. However, since you're accustomed to curse power, it shouldn't be an issue. But it'll take about a month to fully integrate, meaning you'll wield blasphemic power freely." "Ah, I see. But look at this." Curse God Oarju conjured power at their fingertip. I gasped as I beheld the power. Blasphemic power? Indeed. I can wield it effortlessly now. Impressive, isn't it? With delight, Curse God Oarju makes a glowing white ball using blasphemic power. I can do things like this too. At the same time, Curse God Oarju says that the white radiance transformed into a deep black glow. Remarkable. Truly, he wielded this power with ease. The white light holds potent healing abilities, while the black light proves useful for erecting formidable barriers. HNN? I look next to me and see that his lordship is having the same reaction as me. Wait, why was his lordship reacting the same way? May I ask why you're surprised? It's a power I've kept suppressed out of fear of the unknown. I have no idea what it's capable of. Ah, yes. When his lordship feared something, it usually had the potential to affect everyone. Perhaps they worried about the blasphemic magic running amok and causing harm in our world. Ah, I look at Curse God Oarju. Right. His lordship had succeeded, which meant it was my turn. Lord, I wish to become a curse god too. I declared earnestly. Now that I know blasphemic poses no issues, it shouldn't be a problem. Eto. Evi, no, Curse God Oarju. Is there truly no adverse effect on the body? It's fine. The flow of blasphemic power is smooth, and my control surpasses even demonic power. I bowed my head slightly to curse God Oaju in gratitude. Seeing this, he chuckled. Yeah, I get it. All right. Now I could truly support his lordship. I lay back on the bed, just like curse God Oaju had earlier, and closed my eyes. Uh-oh, my heart raced with anticipation. Let's begin. Yes. From my abdomen, a warmth unlike anything I'd felt before spread through me. Are? Was this the power? Ooh-ah, I can feel it spreading through my body. And it feels great. Feel anything? HNN? Are you okay? Was it over? I focused on the divine and demonic power within me. Ah, they have been replaced by blasphemic power. Wait, when did that happen? What's wrong? Eto, the transition to blasphemic power was smooth, without any resistance. I didn't even feel like it absorbed the divine or demonic power. Perhaps absorption wasn't the right word? I get up and gather blasphemic power at my fingertips, and strangely, my body already feels familiar with it. Wow, you can already do it. Curse God Oaju exclaims as I made a luminous white sphere of blasphemic power. Yes, Anne. I sense another power along with the blasphemic power. Could it be? Next to the white sphere of blasphemic power, I created 2 more spheres. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. 1 with divine power and the other with demonic power. Remarkably, I can effortlessly manipulate all 3 powers. By the way, can your lordship do that too? In response to Curse God Oaju's question, his lordship nods and promptly conjures 3 spheres of power. I recall that his lordship has the ability to manifest any power he wants to use. Hikari possesses the same abilities as his lordship. However, you still can't just use blasphemic power alone. Other powers are still mixed in. Ah, I see. Eto, it might pose future challenges. For the next few days, avoid exerting your powers unnecessarily and observe. Curse God Oaju and I both nodded to his lordship. Though I'm sure we'll be fine. Leaving the office, I head toward Flying Lizard. Ah, what's wrong? I look at Curse God Oaju who came out of the office with me. I've forgotten to ask about transforming Kasha and Makasha into blasphemers. Right, you mentioned that. How can they become blasphemers? Once Kasha and Makasha become blasphemers, I'm sure USA and Kuhi, and even the children, will likely want to be the same. Demon World King Ou said focusing on curse power should suffice. Well, it's been gradually replacing the main power within them lately. Curse power is already beginning to be their main power? Come to think of it, the power I got from his lordship was starting to become the main power in me. It's already changing to blasphemic power. Hikari? Sorry. Later, I'll discuss with Flying Lizard what else blasphemic power can do. Chapter 39, Unleashing Blasphemic Power. Before the Yggdrasil tree named Eco, I stand. Looking up, I see a bunch of colorful flowers in bloom. Beautiful. The variety of flowers creates a harmonious yet chaotic scene, and I find it oddly appealing. Interestingly, I've heard that Yggdrasil isn't typically a flowering tree. Why, then, does the Yggdrasil that's growing in the cursed world bear flowers? I asked Goddess Aeon and the god of creation, but the answer remains elusive. Well, it doesn't seem problematic, so I won't dwell on it. Good morning, Eco. Yesterday, after Curse God Oaju and Hikari left the office, I revisited my research on blasphemic power. The information still points to it being an unknown power and still evolving. Previously, I hadn't delved further. The immense strength of blasphemic power made me wary of any potential out-of-control effects. However, yesterday, I decided to explore it in more detail. Well, I didn't learn much. The more I investigate blasphemic power, the more I realize its immense power and far-reaching consequences. But deep down, I already know. Blasphemic power is essential for the curse world, just as divine energy is vital for God Nation and demonic power for the demon world. Still, knowing the colossal power inherent in blasphemic power, I hesitated to unleash it. By the way, yesterday, Curse God Oaju surprised me twice. First, with a sincere plea to become a curse god. Second, when I thought he'd left, he returned unexpectedly. And the moment he opened the office door, he muttered, "I forgot about Kasha and Makasha. If they find out I forgot, they won't let me in our house." Cuckoo, his choice of words reveals much about their power relationship. Whether he's an evil god or a curse god, it doesn't matter to them. Blasphemers, huh? But even though I already looked into blasphemic power, I still couldn't figure out how to turn a demon into a blasphemer. It seems like Demon World King Ou told Curse God Oaju to let curse power be the main power. But when I asked Leader, he said it would be difficult. Though I heard that adjusting the proportion of each power within one person is possible. However, they said they still couldn't use curse power as their main power. It's challenging to just use a single power like me. Has Hikari mastered it? But even though they were both curse gods, Curse God Oaju couldn't do it. What could be the difference? Is it because Hikari is the overseer of this planet? A floral fragrance tickles my nose. It's a gentle scent. Yesterday, I made a promise to Curse God Oaju to research how to become a blasphemer. He didn't forget, so he should have been able to enter their house. That night, alone, I pondered the method. What occurred to me was releasing blasphemic power into the curse world. Observing Curse God Oaju and Hikari, I realized there wasn't much need to fear. Well, if I were to release all the blasphemic power I carry at once, it would likely cause problems. Thanks to the two gods, I felt it would be okay to do it gradually. Next, I wondered if I could simply let it flow into the curse world as usual. It seemed fine since it was a gradual process, but I felt a slight unease. That's when I heard someone call me Akira. Only me and the Grand Spiderlings were in the room. I initially thought it was them, but I soon realized it was different. The spiders won't call me Akira. Then, who was it? In fact, my companions refer to me as your lordship. No one calls me Akira. Akira. I heard it again. And in the room, I saw the silhouette of Yggdrasil, which shouldn't be here. At that moment, I understood. This voice belonged to Iko. I don't know why I thought that, but it did. Why are you calling me? I approached Iko and gently touched the trunk. Eh? I realized that the blasphemic power I had confined near my core was overflowing. And it was flowing into Iko with tremendous force. Iko? The blasphemic power within me was diminishing rapidly. Inversely proportional to that, Iko was becoming filled with blasphemic power. The floral fragrance intensified, and the leaves rustled softly. But there was no wind. Strange. Normally, I'd try to stop this flow, but now I didn't feel like it at all. Perhaps this is the right answer. Indeed, what was I afraid of? The power that must circulate through the curse world is blasphemic power. It's Yggdrasil's duty to generate that power, nurture it, and flow it into the world. So that's how it is. A faint smile appears on my lips. I acted as a proxy until Iko could fulfill its role. Yggdrasil withered once, then was reborn. Slowly, it continued to grow until it could finally support this world. I sensed Iko stirring from the hand I touched. Looking up, I saw it towering above. Oh, magnificent. Petals fluttered down from above. Could it be that the flowers will no longer bloom? That thought saddens me a little. Gently, the fragrance of flowers spread around. Your lordship. This is. I turned my gaze toward the voice and saw Flying Lizard. My companions had gathered around Yggdrasil before I knew it. This planet. No, Yggdrasil has grown to the point it can support the curse world. Eh? Yggdrasil meant to support the entire world, not just this planet? I nod my head to the confused Flying Lizard. It's true, right? But this Yggdrasil now supports the curse world. Is this evolution? But why? Could it be that since I, who used to complement Yggdrasil's role, became the curse world king, Yggdrasil's focus shifted from the planet to the entire world? Wow, it's beautiful. The sky is sparkling. Sakura and USA's words made me look up at the sky. Indeed, it was incredibly beautiful. Crack, 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 crack. Iko emitted a sound like splitting wood, and I stepped back, releasing my grip on the trunk. The transfer of blasphemic power had already been completed, so there should be no issue. As I looked up at Iko, its branches spread widely sideways. It continued to grow, its presence overwhelming. A gentle breeze, imbued with blasphemic power, blows. Oh, the flow of power in the curse world has changed. Closing my eyes at Hikari's words, I sensed the pulse of the curse world. So this is the true form of the curse world. And slowly but surely, I felt blasphemic power permeate the curse world. Hey, this is, yeah, right? But why all of a sudden? It doesn't matter. With this, we have become blasphemers. Hooray! Tsuki's slightly anxious voice, Sakura's slightly impatient voice, and Taiyo's joyous voice, my gaze shifted among them. Blasphemer? When I appraised the children, they all had become blasphemers. Indeed, it seems that blasphemic power has the power to grant wishes. But wait, if such power filled the world, it would be catastrophic. I had wished to become a blasphemer, but it seems impossible for me. I was relieved when I heard the voice of the Beastkin Knight Dadavis. Not just anyone could become a blasphemer, it seemed. And did Dadavis truly desire to be one? Look, I've changed. Me too. Eh? I turned my gaze to the demons who had come from the demon world to learn cooking. Upon appraisal, 2 of them had become blasphemers. I couldn't do it. Neither could I. It appeared that some demons transformed, while others couldn't. Or perhaps? Weren't you all supposed to return to the demon world? What was the point of becoming a blasphemer? Come to think of it, these 2 were seriously torn between wanting to serve your lordship. Kuhi remarked. Embarrassment played across their faces, yet they seemed oddly satisfied. Ha. I'd have to explain this to Demon World King Ou. Well, he probably wouldn't be angry, though he'd likely be curious and want to study them. Chapter 40, The Impact on Each. When I spoke to the god of creation and the Demon World King Ou about Yggdrasil Eco, both gods displayed a rather bewildered expression. Indeed, it seemed to be quite an unusual occurrence. Well, it's a transition from a mere planet to an entire world after all. The difference in scale is just staggering. Since the release of the blasphemic power, a week has passed today. From the god nation, we received Goddess Aeon, God Theo, and God Garua. From the demon world, evil god Gorua and evil god Bornak. When I introduced Eco, the 5 gods came to a halt. Their expressions of surprise as they gazed at Eco were quite amusing. Over this past week, the blasphemic power has permeated the cursed world. I was concerned that changing the power that had supported us might lead to problems, but it turned out to be an unfounded worry. The impact of the blasphemic power on our companions has been positive. Surprisingly, the potency of healing and protective barriers has increased. Although Hikari is the only one who can wield the blasphemic power, I decided not to dwell on it since it's ultimately beneficial. The children have become blasphemers, but there hasn't been any significant change. However, the children seemed quite dissatisfied with this outcome. Kuhi and USA expressed a desire for improved physical abilities. They can already run faster than me. Taiyu and Sakura, on the other hand, wished for enhanced attack power. Despite their progress, now able to win 1 out of 5 matches against Chai, they still want more. I wonder if the children are aiming to become the strongest in the world? Their future concerns me a little. When I consulted Flying Lizard, he confidently assured me that everything would be fine. Is that really the case? Momo and Sumaya, the angels, have grown slightly. They told me that their height has increased, but I'm sorry, I can't quite tell. More importantly, a significant change has occurred in their appearance. Their wings. What were once pure white wings now have black tips. I worried they might be shocked, but they seemed incredibly delighted. Seeing them like that puts my mind at ease. Are you still just going to watch them? As I watched the 5 gods, Koa addressed me with an exasperated tone. Yeah. It seems they're quite surprised. Certainly. It's been nearly 5 minutes, so may I address them now? Goddess Aeon. God Theo. God Garua. Evil God Gorua. Oh, who were you again? Well, never mind. Seriously, get a grip. The Koa seems to have given up on the name Evil God Bornak rather quickly. My apologies. I never imagined I'd sent such an unbelievable power from a Yggdrasil. The other gods nod at Goddess Aeon's words. Indeed, the current eco exudes immense power. But that's inevitable. After all, it's not just a planet, it now supports an entire world. I'd heard stories, but this is truly remarkable. Evil God Gorua reaches out toward Eco, impressed. Fool. What are you doing? God Garua hurriedly grabs Evil God Gorua's hand. Oh, sorry. I got a bit carried away. I tilt my head at their exchange. Is touching her forbidden? I glance at Eco. It doesn't seem particularly wary of either god. It's not allowed. It's forbidden. Evil God Gorua and God Garua furrow their brows. I see. Judging from their reactions, it's best not to let others touch it. But why? Eco doesn't really mind, but why shouldn't it be touched? Eh? When I asked that, the 5 gods opened their eyes wide. Eh? What? Akira, do you know how the Yggdrasil feels? Understand is a strong word, but I somehow sense them. It's not crystal clear. However, feelings like joy, dislike, fear, or uncomfortable do come through. This has been the case even before releasing the blasphemic power. Is that so? Goddess Aeon looks puzzled. Doesn't the god nation also have Yggdrasil? Well, in the god nation, or rather, on each planet. Yggdrasil is a crucial existence that sustains a planet. But let me clarify, Yggdrasil, which guards the planet, doesn't possess such immense power. That's something I already understood without being told. Furthermore, even for the gods who oversee the planets, touching Yggdrasil is generally not permitted unless it's an emergency. The other gods nod in agreement. Eh? Is that so? Eto, I've touched it quite a bit. As I say this, I gently stroke Iko's trunk. Yes, I sense its feeling of joy. Silently, the 5 gods look at me and Yggdrasil. Then they all sigh. I thought some things might become clear if we observed, but it seems impossible. Evil God Gorua glances at Goddess Aeon and God Theo. That's right. The more we observe, the clearer the differences between Yggdrasil in the ordinary planets and the one in the curse world become. God Theo playfully taps evil God Gorua's shoulder. Goddess Aeon chuckles. Same here. Seeing evil God Gorua give up, evil God Bornak nods in agreement. So, has Iko truly become so different from other Yggdrasils? Perhaps it's because of my interactions with it. I sense Iko's feeling of joy. Considering our conversation, does this emotion mean it is happy about being different from a regular Yggdrasil? If that's the case, I'm glad. Iko, take care of the curse world. Swish, swish, swish. In response to my words, the scent of flowers grows stronger. By the way, Akira, what's that? God Theo points in a direction, and the Traiants notice our gaze, waving their forelegs. Oh, those are the Traiants. They've been guardians of Yggdrasil all along. Without the Traiants, I wouldn't have met Iko. Are they dancing? God Garua, looking a bit perplexed, observes the Traiants. Yes, it's their dance. Another change occurred when I released the blasphemic power, the Traiants transformed. According to them, the power's release led to the completion of a new dance. Although I can't quite connect the dots between power release and dance, that's how they see it. The newly added dance is the Dance of Despair. Now, their repertoire includes the Dance of Curse, Dance of Ruin, Dance of Revelation, Dance of Death, and the Dance of Despair, totaling 5. As I watch the Trents dance, I feel a little nervous. Will they ever ask me, which dance is this? If they do, I'll honestly apologize for not being able to tell them apart. I did try my best initially to discern the differences between each dance, but I gave up quite quickly. Honestly, I can't distinguish between them. I can tell they're twirling right and left, but as for the angles of their forelegs, impossible. Chapter 41, Sneakily, awakened by the pain in both arms. The pain today is worse than usual. I had hoped that when I released a bit of my blasphemic power, perhaps it would delay the disintegration of my soul, but no. I thought maybe I can escape the disintegration of my soul. But reality remains unchanged. It seems that releasing blasphemic power cannot prevent the disintegration of my soul. Or perhaps it's because the balance within my body has shifted, exacerbating the situation? Well, there's nothing to be done. Slowly, I adjust the flow of power within me while taking deep breaths. I realized yesterday that reducing the flow of power to my arms helps alleviate the pain more quickly. Although the pain itself won't disappear, the duration of excruciating suffering is reduced. Good morning, everyone. As the pain subsides, I sit up and address the grand spiderlings on the beam. In unison, their forelegs rise. It's curious how these spiders, who change every day, always align perfectly each time. Good morning. HNN? I tilt my head at leader who just entered the room. What's wrong? An envoy from the god of creation has arrived. Eh? An envoy from the god of creation? Has an emergency occurred in God Nation? Though separated by a panel, I converse with the god of creation and the demon world King OU once a week. We spoke just 2 days ago. So why send an envoy all the way to the curse world? That seems to be the case. Eh? I raise an eyebrow at leader's words. That seems to be the case implies something more, doesn't it? If you were to guess who the envoy is, who would it be? A question here? What is this? It's different from the usual leader. Well, either Goddess Aeon or God Theo, gods I'm acquainted with. If the two are busy, perhaps God Garua or Goddess Kashuria. God Garua and Goddess Kashuria, is it? Yes. These two have been clamoring to visit the curse world for a while now, it seems they're quite eager. And both of them have met me before. Goddess Kashuria, in fact, has been to the curse world once, so the likelihood of their selection is high. Let's refrain from saying that they are making a commotion in God Nation. Is that so? Yes. Originally, confirming Yggdrasil was meant to involve only Goddess Aeon and God Theo. But for some reason, God Garua insisted on being present. It seems they persuaded everyone, saying, this is an exceptionally crucial matter, and I need to see it with my own eyes. From what Goddess Aeon said, it was more like coercion than persuasion. By the way, God Theo seemed to be troubled, muttering, it must be Goddess Kashuria. Could it be that the messenger is Goddess Kashuria? Since they didn't come for the Yggdrasil matter, perhaps they're here for something else? No, it's different. This is a god I've never seen before. I find leader's words peculiar. While we're building good relations with God Nation, it feels like we've only taken the first step. they should be careful on who they use as messengers. So why would they send an unfamiliar god as a messenger? You also find it strange, don't you, your lordship? Is that why you asked that question earlier? Yes, indeed. Is this messenger in the office? Certainly not. I won't let anyone just enter the house. However, because he truly are a messenger, he's on the wooden deck. I see. Thank you. I hurriedly changed and headed to the wooden deck. Ooh, this divine power is, but the appearance. No, it's probably her. Goddess Kashuria? I sensed surprise from Leader when I said that. Incredible. You figured it out. I deliberately made my appearance unrecognizable, and I even masked my divine power. Goddess Kashuria seemed excited, though her appearance was entirely different. How did you know? She asked curiously, and I let out a sigh. More importantly, why are you in this form in the curse world? Surely it's not to counter God Garua? Or is it? I wanted to visit the curse world too. Yet, only God Garua received permission. Isn't that unfair? That's it. Seriously? Are both God Garua and Goddess Kashuria just bored? I'm not bored. Ha ha, the unpleasant tasks just keep piling up. Dealing with gods who show no remorse is incredibly draining. All I do is punish them. I observe Goddess Kashuria's tone dropping. Is she truly not tired from work? That's why I wanted to take a break in a completely unrelated place once in a while. She must be quite exhausted from work. If I ask, are you okay, she'll probably answer, I'm fine. By the way, it seems like your relations with the Godkins have improved. Shall I switch to an entirely different topic? Eh? Oh, we've only just begun. That's what Arafer, Goddess Kashuria's assistant among the Godkins, said. Lately, they've taken an interest in us, she said. Even Goddess Aeon asked, how can we improve our relations? Arafer seemed delighted. She reported it with a pleased expression, as if being praised for the first time. I see. And she, Goddess Kashuria, shows a happy smile. I hope this small diversion lifts her spirits. Tea and sweets are placed before Goddess Kashuria. Apparently, she's been recognized as the messenger of the god of creation. Did something happen to God Nation for the god of creation to send a messenger? I had completely forgotten about it because of how Goddess Kashuria looks. Eh? Did Goddess Kashuria herself forget it? There's no particular issue. It's more of a report. HNN? A report? Yes. Actually, blasphemic power has been gradually flowing into God Nation since the day it was released. Is that so? I haven't heard anything from the god of creation. Yes. It finally settled 2 days ago. Any issues in God Nation? None. There were no problems at all. I feel relieved by Goddess Kashuria's words. Who would have thought that blasphemic power would flow into God Nation? Could it be that blasphemic power has also flowed into the demon world? You're aware that the god of creation erected a barrier around God Nation, right? Yes. After absorbing all the darkness, the god of creation erected that barrier, though it was slightly unstable. Indeed. However, that barrier was incomplete. Was that why it was unstable? Or is it even safe to discuss such a crucial matter? Yesterday, we confirmed its status. The barrier is now complete. Eh? You mean blasphemic power enhanced it? It's true that the barrier seems to respond to strengthening barriers. Blasphemic power reinforcing a barrier created by divine power? Can such a thing happen? The power to strengthen it? I see. I believe it's good that the barrier is complete. But blasphemic power played a role. What did the god of creation think? The god of creation was overjoyed, so there should be no issue. Eh? Other gods were also thrilled, saying, as expected of the power of the curse world king. I see. I suppose it's fine if they're not concerned. As long as the support gathering around the god of creation remains unwavering, all is well. But it's still a problem. Thank you for the treat. It was delicious. Goddess Kashuria, who managed to finish the sweets equivalent to 4 servings, stands up. I'm going back to work. Yes, that's good. I'm sure they're worried about you. Given that she changed her appearance, there's a possibility she sneaked away unnoticed. Probably. Goddess Kashuria smiles, looking somewhat pleased. Give my regards to Arafer. In response to my words, Goddess Kashuria nods happily. Their relationship has improved far beyond what I could have imagined. Thank you. You're welcome. If she's had a change of pace, that's good. Chapter 42, Severing Ties with the Past. Second-rank Goddess of God Nation, Goddess Kashuria's POV. Returning from the curse world, I make my way to the office assigned to me. Upon entering, welcome back. I am greeted by the godkin Arifer, with a warm smile. She is my cherished aide, the one who proposed what I've done this time. I'm back. Her presence provides a much-needed distraction from the weight that has been pressing on my mind. Now, shall I prepare some tea for you? And perhaps a sweet treat? Having already indulged in food within the curse world, my stomach is full. Just tea will suffice. Understood. I settle into the chair at my desk and reach for the final judgment confirmation document placed before me. Approximately a month ago, judgments were passed upon the gods who committed crimes. This document serves to confirm those judgments. In the past, investigations into crimes within God Nation were rare. Why? Because if greater gods or their favorites were involved, those who dared to investigate would face punishment or even disappear. The greater gods and their favorites, no matter what crimes they committed, were beyond reproach. This had been the norm in God Nation. But this time, thorough investigations were conducted for every revealed crime, resulting in definitive judgments. Except for the gods whom the God of Creation judged and punished independently, all others became subjects of scrutiny. This turning back from tradition is unprecedented in God Nation. Thus, both gods and godkins alike watch closely as this judgment unfolds. Can we truly sever ties with the old ways of our world? I shift my gaze away from the final judgment confirmation document and glance at the stack of boxes beside my desk. These boxes contain evidence, testimonies from gods and godkins, and statements from those accused of crimes. Please. Thank you. I express my gratitude to her and take a sip of the tea she prepared. Delicious. Though I've tasted superb tea from the curse world, there's something uniquely comforting about the brew Arifer makes. Have you reviewed everything? Arifer's gaze shifts to the stack of boxes. The spacious office is nearly half filled with these numerous containers. Yeah, I've reviewed them. It was quite an ordeal, but these are precious materials. Lesser gods and godkins scurried about, gathering evidence and testimonies. It is my duty to meticulously examine each piece of their hard work one by one. Arifer's gaze then falls upon the final judgment confirmation document. The judgments have already been rendered. Now, I verify that there are no errors in these judgments. Once confirmed, I will sign the document. I glance at the lower section of the final judgment confirmation document. The names of the God of Creation and the 5 greater gods are already inscribed. Only one blank space remains. If I provide my attestation there, the judgment will be sealed, and the gods will face their punishment. This past month has been filled with anxiety, wondering when this document would arrive. Signing it means meting out penalties to former comrades and dear friends. Yet, I hadn't anticipated it taking a full 24 days to reach my hands. I run my finger over the signed names. Perhaps each god needed time, just as I did. Holding the pen, I add my own signature to the final judgment confirmation document. Strangely, my emotions remain calm. I had expected trembling hands or a sense of suffocation, but none of that materialized. I glance at the boxes containing evidence and the testimonies from brave godkins and lesser gods. I see. It's because I'm thoroughly convinced. The stacked evidence and the courage of those who stepped forward provided me with the strength to make the right judgment. Are you all right? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. She wears a concerned expression, having witnessed my despondency since the arrival of the final judgment confirmation document. Truly, I am fine. Somehow, I managed to sort through my feelings regarding them. I lightly tap the list of gods who stand accused, which arrived alongside the final judgment confirmation document. Among the names listed are those of former comrades who once held higher god status. And there, too, I find the names of dear friends who supported me for so long. I must make sure they pay for their sins. The companions among the greater gods exploited the godkins, casting them into the demon world. As for my trusted friends, no, perhaps I should say those I once considered friends, they leaked information about me to the former rank 1 goddess. Their intention? To prevent me from growing too powerful. Indeed. For the sake of changing God Nation, they must face the consequences of their own actions. Yes. Now that I've signed, within a week, each god will receive their punishment. It will mark our final encounter. 2 days after I signed, the gods detained in the square before the dwelling of the God of Creation stood in a row. I was a little surprised at how quickly they responded. Among them, I spot a former companion, my best friend, or at least someone I believe to be a friend. It seems like you still think that there will be a greater god who will help you. I can't help but sigh hearing what God Garua had said. They are actually looking for greater gods to protect them. Not only them, but all the gods gathered in this square. Right. They still think that the current God Nation is what it used to be, and the god they were waiting for will be coming soon. But she'll be in the same place as them. Murmur started from the gods gathered in the square. And there it is. Many of them are already asking her for help. The 5th rank goddess, Cassia, a goddess who maintains neutrality, keeping a distance from factions. She is known for her quick temper but unwavering sense of justice, earning her respect. Yet, it's clear she secretly supported numerous crimes, eliminating bothersome gods and godkins. Release me! I am the 5th ranked goddess. Such actions cannot be tolerated. Her furious voice echoes across the square, accompanied by a surge of divine power emanating from her. Why? How? She attempts to break free using her strength, but it's futile. This square is equipped with control devices that suppress divine power. No matter how potent her abilities are, they won't yield the outcome she desires. I glance at the control devices. It was crafted by 17, a companion of the Curse World King. To be honest, I was perplexed by the existence of such a tool. Yet, when 17 casually said, "If you need it, I'll provide it," I couldn't help but laugh. Apparently, it was a device created from personal experience, protection against attacks by gods, with no specific plans to use it. Damn it! Damn it! It's you! If only you were dead! Cassia, the 5th ranked goddess, shouts at the god of creation. Her anguished expression tugs at my heart. As fellow goddesses, we've shared conversations and even worked together to enhance our divine powers. So, even if just for a moment, I wish she'd acknowledge the crimes she committed. Chapter 43, Until today, from now on. God of Creation's POV. The assembled gods in the square receive their respective punishments from the god Garua. Among them, there are those who resist, those who curse me, those who scream, and those who attempt to shift blame onto their friends and companions. When I looked at these noisy gods, they looked down. None of them truly believe their actions were wrong. The gods gathered in the square are remarkably self-centered and foolish. Just a little bit, I had hoped. There was ample time until the sentences were pronounced. I hoped someone would come forth to reflect on their past deeds. Yet, my hope was spectacularly betrayed. No, it wasn't betrayed. I had merely set my own expectations. I won't accept this punishment. I don't deserve any of this. Goddess Cassia shouts at me. She received the most severe punishment in the god nation. An eternal obligation to provide divine power as long as she lives. It sounds simple, but it entails being forcibly drained of power, imprisoned in darkness. Both physically and mentally, it's akin to hell. Moreover, magic prevents easy death within that darkness. Losing one's sanity is not even permitted there. Given all you've done, this punishment suits you perfectly. Accept it. Nonsense. How dare you do this to me? My comrades will never forgive you. Goddess Cassia's words make me chuckle. Damn it! Release me! 3 other gods restrain the struggling goddess Cassia. Clearly, she dislikes this situation. Her expression grows even more grim. You may let her go. At my words, the gods holding goddess Cassia let her go. She immediately charges toward me. I extend my hand, enclosing goddess Cassia within a barrier. Then, I forcibly extract her divine power. Gia! Goddess Cassia's anguished scream echoes across the square. The once noisy gods fall silent, witnessing what's happening to her. I observe the gods and godkins gathered in the square. Some wear expressions of astonishment. Some widened their eyes in fear. Some averted their gaze. Some looked confused. Some stand aghast. And some were taken over by panic. After seeing the reaction of the gods and godkins, I return my attention to goddess Cassia. Though there is no strict need to pronounce sentences in the square, I deliberately chose this venue, anticipating her rampage. Publicly delivering punishment serves as a deterrent. This time, some gods have been forgiven. Their minor offenses or lack of significant transgressions warranted lenient penalties, and I granted them clemency. As for those who harbor ill intentions, those who might instigate further trouble, I used this occasion to broadcast a message: regardless of your status, consequences await. If you commit sins, be prepared. Fear is evident in the expressions of the gods assembled in the square, as well as in the faces of the onlookers. I find solace in the modest success achieved. Goddess Cassia, forcibly stripped of her divine power, now lies unconscious. The pain must have been unbearable. Inwardly, I offer her words of gratitude. Thank you. Your contribution helped achieve our purpose. Every god has received their sentence. After witnessing this, I return to my office. I murmur, just before entering the building. I glance back at the barrier enclosing goddess Cassia. I almost forgot. With a wave of my hand, the barrier dissipates, and goddess Cassia collapses to the ground. Deprived of her divine power, she'll likely need half a day to awaken. And where she'll regain consciousness, light will not reach. Will she ever regret her actions? Well, even if she does, it's too late. Turning away from the square, I head back to my office. This incident will likely leave me feared by gods and godkins. But it was a path I chose willingly. I have no regrets. I'm fine with this. I mutter upon returning to my office, exhaling heavily. Good work. Let's take a short break. I'm tempted to nod at Godfio, but after glancing at my desk, I hesitate. It's all right. Nothing urgent awaits. Heaving a sigh of relief at his words, I sat down onto the sofa. There was a time when I felt betrayed by Godfio. However, as we conversed, it became evident that an entity sought to rupture our relationship. Due to this entity's interference, the assistants Godfio had arranged were diverted elsewhere. Instead, they assigned their own agents to assist me. Despite the ensuing complications, the current assistants, whom Godfio trusts, now support me. By the way, what happened to those who tried to sever our ties? I recall not seeing them in the square. There was a minor mistake. A mistake? I raise an eyebrow. Godfio reacted with a nonchalant shrug which surprised me. Due to that small mistake, they are currently in the demon world. What? How did they end up in the demon world due to a mistake? Something doesn't add up. When my previous assistant, different from the intended one, was revealed to be an imposter, I heard the explanation. Due to a minor mistake, the assistant Godfio prepared couldn't make it. So, we assigned our own replacement. Was this related to? I glance at Godfio. His smirk makes my cheek twitch. Eto, what exactly are they doing in the demon world? Well, they seem to be working hard. Weren't they incredibly negative about the evil gods? They used phrases like worthless existence and unforgivable beings during our conversations. I can't even remember how many times did I want to punch them. And now they're working hard? What exactly are they doing? In the demon world, they're investigating the transformations when a god becomes an evil god. They're the test subjects. I see. Yeah, perhaps it's best not to inquire further. Knock, knock. Come in. Excuse us. Gods Godgarua and Goddess Kashuria entered my office. And when they saw me and Godfio, they tilted their heads. Is something wrong? Godfio shakes his head. Nothing at all. Right? Yeah, nothing. They went to the demon world by mistake, so it should be their own fault. Although I was a little surprised, it's a consequence of their own actions, so they must work hard in the demon world. God of creation, all the gods have been moved. Thank you. I apologize for burdening you with this difficult task. I was a little worried when Godgarua said let me be the one who'll punish the gods. Given the harsh words thrown at him in the square, I wondered how he'd handle it. It's all right. His expression suggests genuine calmness. Goddess Kashuria, on the other hand, appears somewhat troubled. Goddess Kashuria, are you all right? You can take a few days off if needed. She had a close relationship with Goddess Kashia, after all. Witnessing her transformation must have been shocking. Goddess Kashia shakes her head. I'm fine too. I see. Just don't push yourself too hard. When Godgarua notices my gaze, he nods. If anything happens to Goddess Kashuria, he'll handle it. Let's sit and have some tea. Godfio says so, placing tea and sweets for all four of us on the table. We each take a seat and sip our tea. Phew, the three gods were surprised that they sighed in unison. They exchanged surprised glances. PFF, ahahaha. After I laughed, everyone followed. Yes. Their agonizing struggles have come to an end today. This incident marks a turning point for God Nation, and many things are going to change. Today is both the worst and the best day. Chapter 44, Umi and Aniu. Orsaga's Kingdom's King's little brother, Delpho's POV. I direct my gaze toward the woman sitting before me. She appears quite nervous, her complexion slightly pale. Thank you for coming today. No, the honor is mine. She replies with a trembling voice. Is Abi-chan really that intimidating? I glance at my side. Abi-chan, my dearest friend, lifts one of her forelegs. Clatter, clatter. The sound draws my attention to the female guard who has her hand on her sword. Steez! The woman calls out in a panic, stands up and bows deeply. My apologies. Steez it's fine. Everyone reacts the same way at first. Abi-chan, an Abafermi, my best friend. I feel sad when people fear her, but I've grown accustomed to such reactions. And Abi-chan doesn't mind at all. It's all right. Please, have a seat. Steez, you can relax too. Abi-chan has no reason to attack anyone. While it's incredibly frightening when someone directs hostility toward me or those I care about, she won't resort to killing. Punishment should follow Orsaga's Kingdom's laws. Steez bows deeply at my words. Now, about the lady's attendant nearby, how is she holding up? Is she alright? Her complexion is quite alarming. Aphis, take a short break. The woman, who noticed my gaze, hurriedly urged her attendant to take a break. She hurriedly gestures to the attendant, who looks somewhat hesitant but lowers her head apologetically and heads for a break. Let's pretend I didn't notice the haste. Ano, why did you invite me to this tea party? I wanted to talk with you. The woman looked a bit confused upon hearing my answer. This woman's name is Misuria. She's someone Aniu is interested in, or rather, someone he loves. And it's clear that Misuria feels the same way about Aniu. Yet, despite their feelings, these two haven't made any progress at all. In the past, I would have understood Aniu's predicament. Due to the curse, he didn't know how long he could live, and if he entered a romantic relationship, her life would be in danger too. However, those worries no longer apply. We've strengthened our defenses, so there's no issue. Therefore, I want them to nurture their love without fear. Yet both Aniu and Misuria only exchange formal greetings. I can tell from their glances that they're aware of each other's feelings. During Aniu's recent birthday party, I created opportunities for them to be alone together. I tried my best, but the outcome? No progress whatsoever. At that moment, I wanted to scold Aniu. It's my fault he doesn't express his feelings for her. Well, phrasing it that way might irk him. But my presence is an obstacle to their relationship. Aniu, who was once cursed, insisted I inherit the throne. He's recovered, so he should forget those words. Yet he dutifully adheres to them. As a result, he's decided not to marry. But that's not what I want. You see, I have dreams. I don't want to be king. Observing Aniu, I realize how burdensome that position is. I'd prefer a simpler life. Of course, I'll fulfill my royal duties. But the weight of ruling a country is too much for me. It's beyond my capabilities. So I want to be the support Aniu needs. Hence, I sincerely hope Aniu and Misuria marry. And perhaps, they'll have an heir. Well, that's a gift from above, so I won't force it. If they can't produce an heir, then I'll consider becoming king. But first, their relationship must progress. When I'm unsure, I turn to Abi-chan for advice. Thus, I consulted Abi-chan. The result was today's tea party. Today is the day their relationship will progress. Because this time, I have a reliable ally. I'm sure it'll work out. About what? What do you want to discuss? Yeah. Abi-chan seems to have taken a liking to Misuria. Eh? Ooh-wah. My apologies. She misunderstood the phrase taken a liking to. Seeing her almost tearful expression, I want to immediately say, that's not it. But I must leave this misunderstanding unresolved. Del pose. Ah, thank goodness. I was already getting anxious thinking he wouldn't come. What's wrong, Aniu? Abi-chan raises her foreleg in response to my words, and Aniu's gaze wavers slightly. Del, no. Why is she here? I put on a smile for Aniu. It's crucial, so I brace myself. Abi-chan seems to have taken a liking to Misuria. Her, you mean? Come on, Aniu, hang in there. If you don't say it now, you might lose her for real. Misuria declared she'd remain single for life, despite her parents' persistent efforts to convince her otherwise. But if Abi-chan, a companion of the god, requests something, we can't ignore it. To prevent that, Aniu needs to take action. Misuria is intended to be my fiancé. So, Abafermi Dono, I apologize, but please give up. Just as I'm about to shout all right, I feel a gentle tap on my back. I glanced at Abi-chan and braced myself. Thank you for stopping me before I yelled. Eh? Is that so? Were we already lovers? Yeah, I think so. Aniu looks utterly bewildered, a sight I've never seen before. Yes, well, indeed. Fu, Misuria says, equally flustered but pleased by Aniu's words. So what? Even if she becomes your fiancé, that doesn't mean she can't be our conversation partner. Wait, a conversation partner? Both of them wear surprised expressions at my words. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes, we wanted someone to join our breaks and listen from a woman's perspective. I respond with a smile, and they both visibly relax. So, when will you have the engagement announcement party? Indeed, taking too much time might lead my brother to hesitate again. In situations like this, Princess Eritotir of the Enter Kingdom, whom Abi-chan introduced, would say, push forward. When? Well, it's not decided yet. For the sake of the women who are aiming to be at Aniu's side, it's better to announce it sooner. Before those vying for the queen's position make any strange moves. But, Considering the preparations and the schedules of the invitees, how about 2 months from now? What? My brother looks flustered as he gazes at Prime Minister Grua. As her fiancé, you must ensure that everyone acknowledges it. Is there any inconvenience? Aniu hesitates, but then nods. No, I suppose not. I caught Aniu glancing at Misuria. She noticed it too, and her cheeks turned red. Good, it worked out. When Grua and I exchange glances, he smirks. He truly is a reliable ally. He probably played on Aniu's uncertainties at just the right moment. He was the most anxious about the lack of progress between the two after all. Del. No, Del pose. I apologize. Aniu bows his head toward me. He's genuinely considerate. Aniu, becoming the Knight Captain Commander is my dream. That's why I'm currently undergoing specialized training with the instructors Abi-chan introduced. I've grown stronger. Since the former Knight Captain Commander's capture, the position has remained vacant. I want that position because it allows me prioritize Aniu's protection above anything else. Is that so? Yeah. Aniu, will you support my dream? Yes, of course. Abi-chan glances at me and affectionately pats my head with her foreleg. It seems she's praising me for achieving all our goals this time. Thank you, Abi-chan. You're welcome. It's all thanks to Del-chan's hard work. I have to thank Eritotia-sama too. Maybe Abi-chan can deliver a letter for me? But still, from now on, Aniu and Misuria will become my Aniu and sister-in-law. I need to be cautious. Fufu, both of them look so happy. I hope that someday I'll find someone I love too. Orsaga's Kingdom's King Delaus POV. After bidding farewell to Misuria, I returned to my office. Congratulations. Prime Minister Grua's words made my cheeks heat up. I avert my gaze, replying simply, yes. I never imagined I could make Misuria my fiancé. I feel guilty toward Del, but I'm genuinely happy. By the way, Del aspires to become the Knight Captain Commander, doesn't he? Today, I heard about my younger brother's dream for the first time. Who would have thought he'd aim for the position of Knight Captain Commander? Is he undergoing special training? Yes. Eto. Does Del have the potential to become the Knight Captain Commander? I promise to support him, but what about his actual abilities? If I use my royal influence, I could make him Knight Captain Commander immediately. But without the necessary skills, it's a tough world out there. Delpo-sama, your brother already possesses the ability to defeat the former Knight Captain Commander in a matter of seconds. Ooh? What did Grua just say? It's true. Delpo-sama can defeat the former Knight Captain Commander in mere seconds. But he's still a child. Yes. However, Amirani Adono and Golem-sama have been training him, so he's rapidly improving. Amirani Adono and Golem-sama, both remarkable individuals, are teaching him. What is Del aiming for? He said he wants to be the strongest Knight Captain Commander in history. Recently, Golem-sama has been instructing him in strategy and tactics. I see. Del asked for my support, but does he really need it? Chapter 45, Argyris Resurrection, 5. Argyris devotee God Harahir's POV. The sound of someone's scream reached my ears which stirred my consciousness. Are? Looking around, I recognized this place as my own room. And I had been asleep here. However, I couldn't recall when I fell asleep. Lately, I haven't been able to sleep due to the voices emanating from the curse power. So, my current state was nothing short of mysterious. Open. You're awake. Godachuri, the god who entered the room, seemed to widen their eyes slightly when they looked at me. It was a fleeting expression, so I may have seen it wrong. What do you mean by awake? My own voice sounded hoarse, and it felt strange. It was as if I hadn't spoken in ages. As I tried to sit up, Godachuri stopped me. Just stay as you are. You've been asleep for 10 days. Well, it's more accurate to say you lost consciousness. 10 days? That's why my voice felt odd when I spoke. But what happened 10 days ago? I couldn't remember anything. What happened? You were consumed by curse power. Ooh? Consumed by curse power? Right. So, I finally succumbed to it. But wait, something's off. If I'd been consumed by curse power, why was I still sane? Those who fell prey to it lost their sense of self. Yet here I was. Seemingly fine. Could it be that Godachuri saved me? No, that couldn't be it. A few minutes after being consumed, God Harahir was freed from the curse power. And you've been asleep ever since. I see. The doctors examined you and found no issues. Are you feeling all right? Yes, I am. Why was I still sane? If my sense of self had shattered. No, that wasn't it. I made a decision, didn't I? That person said to get you some rest. It seems you can avoid dealing with curse power for a while. Godachuri's words surprised me. That person said that to me? No, that's not it. For a moment, I thought they were genuinely concerned, but that's not the case. I've been deemed a long-term asset. Even after being consumed by curse power, my sense of self remained intact. That person doesn't worry about anyone. Let's not make that mistake. Foo-foo. Understood. But I'm fine now. We'll resume tomorrow. My words made Godachuri knit his brows, but I ignored it. I understand. With an air of resignation, Godachuri left the room. It seemed he genuinely cared for me, even though he's a pawn of that person. I gazed at the ceiling and exhaled slowly. Relaxing my body, I closed my eyes, preparing for tomorrow. As I stepped out of the room, both Godachuri and Goddess Mars Aria were there. After a brief greeting to the two gods, I headed toward the curse power place below. Upon entering the space where curse power was confined, I approached the mass of curse power. Godachuri and Goddess Mars Aria waited by the entrance. Everyone, it's been a while. In response to my voice, the voices from the curse power surged. I clenched my fists, feeling their voices resonate in my head. Once again, let's do this. I reached out toward the curse power. I had made up my mind. I wouldn't shy away from their voices. No matter how many times I fell, I'd continue listening until the end. That was all I could do. As my fingertips touched the curse power, I braced for the expected impact. Ooh? But no impact came. I tilted my head at the absence of sensation. The mass of curse power remained unchanged, tightly gathered as always within the confined space. Are? Something touched my hand. When I looked, a small light appeared at my fingertips. From that tiny glow, warmth and a mysterious power flowed. Gently, gently. The moment I became aware, a small black sphere emerged from the mass of curse power and circled around me. The tiny black sphere flew toward the light I saw at my fingertips. I stared at it intently. What was happening? I had no clue about the nature of this light. But one thing was clear, the small light at my fingertips felt incredibly warm. Could it be that person? No, it can't be him. There is a world that accepts anyone who fell into a curse. Could the king that rules the curse world heard my plea? If that's the case, I looked at the mass of curse power. Maybe I could help them. The small black sphere floated gently past me. What is that? I observed it emerge from the curse power. But the curse power shouldn't possess such abilities. After all, it consisted of souls whose essence had been drained, unable to maintain their forms. Yet, I had witnessed the small black sphere emerge from the curse power with my own eyes. In other words, no. I couldn't figure out the true identity of this mysterious sphere. But for now, that didn't matter. What mattered was whether the plea had reached the curse world king. Then, I clasped my hands tightly and closed my eyes. Please, I beg you. Help everyone here. Free them from suffering. My fingertips grew warm. The small light flickered. And then, right before my eyes, it vanished. Has it reached them? Or had it simply disappeared? No, I believe it did. Just as my previous plea had been heard. God Harry here. Goddess Masaria's voice called my name, and my body tensed. Right, they were here. What should I do? It would be best if no one knew that my plea might have reached the curse world king. Stay calm. What's the matter? What's that? I tilted my head as I looked at Goddess Mars Aria. What about that black thing? What was it? Hearing Goddess Masaria's question, I kept my face down, hiding my expression. What should I do? It seemed they had noticed. How do I deceive them? It's something like a fragment of curse power. Nothing to worry about. God Harry here, is that true? Goddess Masaria's suspicious gaze made me smile. Calm down. Everything's still fine. Yes, it's true. Can I take a closer look? Godachuri's words caught me off guard. Go ahead. Goddess Mars Aria and Godachuri approached the mass of curse power. Gently, gently. A small voice escaped me as the black sphere floated nearby. This is it, right? Goddess Mars Aria said, her expression stern as she examined the small black sphere. In the next moment, she collapsed toward the curse power. Help! Somebody help! I watched Goddess Mars Aria get swallowed by the curse power. The shock was so great that I couldn't even reach out to stop it. Why? I turned my gaze to Godachuri, who had pushed Goddess Mars Aria. Goddess Mars Aria noticed an anomaly in the curse power and slipped. It was an accident. Godachuri's explanation made me look at the mass of curse power. Gently, gently. The small black sphere floated near me. I see. I could still keep this a secret from that person. An accident? Indeed. I'll report it to that person. Is it okay for you to return alone? Yes. I'll be fine. See you tomorrow. I left the room without saying a word and returned to the space assigned to me. Sitting on the bed, I exhaled. Godachuri had thrown Goddess Mars Aria into the curse power. But I would have done the same thing. Finally, there was a chance to save them. I couldn't let that person interfere. Until they're saved, I'll protect them. Chapter 46. Nothing has changed. Enter Kingdom's Night Girl's POV. Commander Dadavis didn't throw a tantrum, nor did he ignore it. He did his best, but in the end, it was decided that we would return to Enter Kingdom. Well, delaying the return by a few months is quite an impressive feat already. Not enough. As soon as I started organizing the room I had borrowed, I noticed that I didn't have enough bags. I glanced at the pile of things that have accumulated. I didn't realize it has grown this much. When I first arrived here, I had the bare minimum of clothes. The most abundant items were weapons and armor. Now, the room is filled with clothes. All of these were made by the golems. Since they were all made for me, I want to take them with me. What should I do? At first, I was surprised. It was our first week since arriving here. The little guys known as the Three Eyes, which are golems, delivered the clothes to me. I was at a loss for how to respond, so I went straight to Commander Dadavis. But even he was fumbling with the clothes that had arrived, so I couldn't help but laugh. He glared at me back then, but thinking about it now, I guess it's a good memory. After discussing the matter with Leader, we decided to accept the clothes. Apparently, as soon as they heard that we have few clothes, they started making them. Come to think of it, I was surprised that the first outfit I tried on fit so perfectly. Even though they hadn't measured my size, how could they create clothes that fit so snugly? I glance up at the ceiling. They're probably there, the little ones known as grand spiderlings, although they're too small to see. Well, yeah. Some things are better left unknown. Yep, that's it. It's just the size of clothes. I shouldn't worry about it. More importantly, what should I do with them? Should I borrow a large piece of fabric to wrap them up? But is there any fabric big enough to wrap all these clothes that have piled up? Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, come in. I hastily opened the door at the sound of Leader's voice. Please take this. What's offered to me is a sling shoulder bag. As I take it, I tilt my head. If it's just that amount of clothes, it will all fit in this bag. Leader's explanation catches me off guard. Could it be the bag that knights have been talking about, one that can hold an infinite amount of luggage? Is it okay? I haven't explicitly asked for it, nor has he offered it. Does this mean he's lending it to me? The reason our luggage increased was because the Three Eyes were doing as they pleased. So, I'll present this to you. Feel free to use it. The Three Eyes doing as they pleased? I don't fully understand the meaning, but it seems like the bag is a gift. Thank you. This will be incredibly helpful. As I express my gratitude, Leader nods and leaves. I bow slightly in return and return to my room to organize the clothes. How did he know I don't have enough bags? I glance up at the ceiling. Eto, did you convey it to Leader? Thank you. Talking to myself feels embarrassing. I look up at the ceiling. Are they there? Or perhaps not. Knock, knock, knock. I smile at the faint sound. Good, even though I can't see them, they're definitely there. In fact, I've grown accustomed to this environment. 3 days after packing my belongings. Today, we will finally return to Enter Kingdom. I express my gratitude to Leader and the others who have taken care of us. Returning, Your Lordship. Being in front of his Lordship still makes me nervous. Come to think of it, I've been a little nervous even when facing Hikari recently. I wonder why? It's strange. Yes. We're returning to Enter Kingdom. After all, I am a Knight of Enter. But what lies ahead is unknown. I see. No. Maybe I want to convey that I might come back. But how should I put it? As I mentioned before, make sure to settle things properly before coming here. His Lordship looks at me, smiling. Seeing that smile, I nod. Yes. Understood. His Lordship opens a gate right next to Enter Kingdom using teleportation magic. When I came here, I rode on the back of a dragon. I never expected that the return trip would take less than a minute. I wave to the children and step through the gate. The gates of Enter Kingdom come into view, and I feel a sense of nostalgia. As I step through the gate into Enter Kingdom, I'm greeted by a gathering of many knights. It surprises me a little. Even Commander Dadavis seems taken aback, his expression showing surprise. Why are they all gathered here? Commander Dadavis addresses a nearby knight, who responds with a warm welcome back. It appears that many knights have assembled to greet us. Well, I'm not sure if I'm included in that welcome. Commander Dadavis and the others head to the royal castle for their report. As ordinary knights, we disperse here, planning to hear about our future from Commander Dadavis tomorrow. I walk slowly through Enter Kingdom. I sense unfriendly glances from various directions. Nothing has changed. Feeling a little fed up, I head toward the house I've been renting. Seeing my own home, I can't help but sigh. I had requested cleaning and garden maintenance during my absence. I paid the money promptly, yet the garden is overgrown with weeds, and some of the windows in the house are cracked. I cover my face with my hands, trying to suppress the unpleasant feeling. Alright, time to clean. Yeah. I turn my gaze toward the voice I hear from behind. We've come. I was taught not to point, but the situation is so extraordinary that I can't help it. Kuhi. USA. Why are these two here? No, they've come to see me, haven't they? Come to think of it, I didn't see you earlier. Yeah. The Spiderlings were making a fuss about Ger's house being in trouble, so we came to check. Hearing USA say that, I look at my house again. Right. You had asked to get it cleaned up. True, taking money and not delivering is like a scam. Kuhi's words provoke an angry expression from USA. How do they know about that? Well, they've been studying under his lordship, so it's probably easy for them to learn such things. Yeah. Well, there's no helping it. Given my appearance, it's not surprising. Taking payment for a job and then abandoning it is a crime. Ger's appearance has nothing to do with it. Using that as an excuse is a despicable mindset. If you don't like the client, you can simply decline the job. USA's words bring a smile to my face. His lordship's companions truly didn't say anything about my appearance. The children even went so far as to call how I look cool. Their acceptance meant more to me than they could imagine. All right. Let's do this, Kuhi. Yeah, let's start with the garden. I hurry after the two who are heading toward the overgrown garden. Are you really planning to clean it? You could ask someone else to do it again. At my words, both of them tilt their heads. There's no need to bother asking someone else. We are here. No, I mean, the garden is reasonably large. Even just pulling out the weeds would be quite a task. Now, let's get it done all at once. USA says this and casts magic toward the garden. In the next moment, the grass that covered the garden pops out of the soil and gathers in one spot. Gers. Were you planning to grow something in the garden? This method leaves magic power residue in the soil, so if you want to grow plants, you'll need to remove the leftover magic. No, I don't have any such plans, so it's fine. What kind of magic is this, anyway? What's wrong? Kuhi looks at me, wearing a curious expression. Well, that magic just now. Oh, that's one of the spells his lordship invented. It spreads magic throughout every nook and cranny of the grass, strengthens it, and then uses wind magic to pull it out. Since the grass is strengthened, it can be pulled out without breaking the roots. Enhancing grass like that, what a creative idea. And USA's magic control remains impressive as ever. Next up is inside the house. Kuhi reaches for the door. Oh, I need to get the key. Click. Wait, the door wasn't locked. I have a really bad feeling about this. Gers, it looks like the inside of the house is empty. Some things never change. Chapter 47, Still, I Hope. Enter Kingdom's Night. Gers POV. I survey the empty room. Whenever I leave home for an extended period, things tend to disappear. That's why I don't keep anything valuable here. Yet, gazing at this barren room fills me with emptiness. Is this the work of a thief? Yeah. USA and Kuhi examine the interior of the house, then look at me. What should we do? I shake my head at USA's question. I've complained about thefts countless times, but no one has ever investigated. After realizing that complaining was a futile exercise, I stopped doing anything. This time, even if I report it, it'll likely be the same as before. Leaving thieves unchecked is unacceptable, right, Kuhi? Yeah, USA. They must face the consequences for their actions. When I glance at USA and Kuhi, they're both smiling. Or rather, are those smiles? Alright, let's start by visiting the home of Viscount Miss Himizu, who was entrusted with managing the estate. He has the key to the house, so we need to hear the details. Well, there's no doubt he's one of the culprits. How does Kuhi know about Viscount Miss Himizu? And why is there talk of a culprit? That's right. We must listen to what he'll say first. Perhaps, just perhaps, there's some reason behind the theft. Though he was boasting about it, maybe the Grand Spiderlings just misheard something. Grand Spiderlings? Wait, we'll be back. Wait, I'm coming with you. I can't let these two run unchecked. Come to think of it, His lordship once said, USA and Kuhi despise injustice. Perhaps they can't tolerate someone receiving management fees while also being a thief. But it's me. Gers, is this sort of thing common? I avert my gaze at USA's words. Yes. It seems so. Fufu. That means no need for mercy, huh? USA and Kuhi's words prompt me to hurriedly stop the two. I'm fine. It can't be helped. Whoa. I halt abruptly as USA and Kuhi come to a sudden stop. What's going on? Gers, can you say those words even in front of his lordship? Eh? In front of his lordship who praised my appearance and kindness? There's no law that says if it belongs to Gers, you can steal it. Taking Gers' belongings without permission is theft. Theft is a crime, plain and simple. There are no other facts. So, Gers, it's perfectly reasonable for you to be angry about being a victim. Kuhi's words make me grip my hands tightly. I'd given up on everything until now. No matter whom I complained to, no one paid attention. If I continue to do so, I'll only experience more violence. So, I chose silence. It spared me from getting hurt. But deep down, Gers, let's go. Kuhi's words propel me forward. I've always felt frustrated. Why should I be denied so vehemently just because of my appearance? Fufu. We must make him pay up for everything he has done. As we walk, the unpleasant stares from those around us increase. In crowded places like this, things will inevitably happen. TCH, you're not dead? Just disappear already. I see a burly beastman hurling a stone at me. In the split second I confirm the trajectory to dodge it, the stone ricochets back toward the beastman. Several times faster. Eh? Swoosh! Hi! The stone embeds itself deeply at the beastman's feet. The onlookers, instead of staring at me, gape at Kuhi. Are? Why did it hit the ground? You should have aimed for his legs and shattered them. USA cheerfully remarks, and the beastman's expression turns to rage. Oh, this could be dangerous. Bastard! What the hell are you doing? I merely retaliated against someone who intentionally threw a stone at a person. Is there a problem? Person, you say? That one's a beast. We're different from him. I didn't know. So that's how it's perceived in the Enter Kingdom. At USA's words, the beastman who threw the stone seeks agreement from those around him. The surrounding crowd nods as if in accord. We'll need to confirm this with the king of the Enter Kingdom. Ha, idiot. It's not easy to ask the king something like that. The beastman's words prompt laughter from the onlookers. No, I think it's quite possible. It might take some time, though. Spiderling, can you go to the royal palace now and report everything that just happened? USA's words cause everyone around to freeze. Also, does this country not recognize Gers as a person? If so, tell his lordship to not allow him visit again. Following Kuhi's words, the beastman who threw the stone and the others exchange bewildered glances. Understood. Any other messages? A voice from above captures everyone's attention. In the sky, a spiderling with outstretched wings hovers. Ah, no. The beastman's flustered voice makes the spiderling glance briefly at him before returning its gaze to USA and Kuhi. Well, you see. There's a thief who stole furniture and other items from Gers' house. I'd like to know what kind of punishment they'll receive. Punishment for thieves. Understood. The spiderling raises its foreleg, then floats gently upward and heads toward the royal palace. Now then. Clap. USA clasps both hands together, and everyone nearby trembles. Then, in a panic, they flee. Even the beastman who threw the stone scurries away, tail tucked. They ran away. USA's words earn a pat on the shoulder from Kuhi. Don't worry. Look! Kuhi points, and when I looked in that direction, I saw a spiderling. And on its foreleg, I recognize a familiar device. Isn't that? That's 17 and 19th creation, the shooting machine. Nicely captured. Kuhi remarks, and USA nods in satisfaction. As expected of a spiderling. You're the man. USA's words make the spiderling lift its foreleg happily. I never expected it to go as far as taking photographs. Theft and being stoned. Normally, I might have felt disheartened after being pelted with a stone. Ha. But now, it's different. When I recall the thief fleeing earlier, it's almost comical, so absurd. And to think I used to fear them. USA and Kuhi turn their gaze toward my laughter. What's wrong? Eto. I'm not quite sure how to express my current feelings. But I definitely want to say thank you. Thank you for helping me. My words elicit smiles from both USA and Kuhi. Now then, let's proceed. Off to Viscount Mishimizu's estate. At Kuhi's words, a distant scream reaches our ears. Everyone turns their attention in that direction. A portly beastman sits on the ground, his face pale. USA and Kuhi exchange puzzled glances. But I know. That's Viscount Mishimizu. Why is he here? Well, there's no need to barge into my house anymore. Heh, interesting. That's... Kuhi's fine, but USA's that doesn't sound right. Hello. USA greets, and Viscount Mishimizu trembles visibly. Then he looks at me. What's going on? It feels like he's accusing me of something. Viscount Mishimizu, seeking help from Gers, whom you've oppressed all this time, is that wise? Are you an idiot? Eh? Help? I looked at him with a feeling of no way, and saw him trembling. Seriously? I instinctively muttered those words. He must have heard that. Viscount Mishimizu looks at me. Up until now, you know. No, my bad. It seems he hasn't truly reflected on his actions. When a spiderling aims the shooting machine at Viscount Mishimizu, thud. Perhaps out of fear, he loses consciousness. His pitiful state makes me sigh. Even though we haven't said anything yet. How troublesome. USA remarks, and Kuhi shrugs. Hey, Viscount Mishimizu, wake up. Pack. Kuhi lightly taps the Viscount's cheek. Viscount Mishimizu regains consciousness. When his eyes meet Kuhi's, he rolls his eyes, and collapses. Ha! Aha! Kuhi's exasperated sigh and USA's amused laughter fill the air. The spiderling wraps Viscount Mishimizu securely in web. And then it looks at me. Mission accomplished. Heh. Thank you. Oh, earlier, that little one brought someone. Following Kuhi's gaze, I see the winged spiderling carrying someone. USA, Kuhi, long time no see. I widen my eyes as a figure lands on the ground. Wait, is that Princess Eritotea? With the first princess of the Enter Kingdom, King Esmeruit's daughter's appearance, I straightened my back. Eritotea is here? USA's words make Eritotea smile happily. Yes, I came as a representative. Father was quite troubled by Spiderling San's report. So, is this the troublemaker? The one who fled after we reported it? Don't worry, we have photographic evidence, so we can identify the culprit. This is Viscount Mishimizu, whom Gers entrusted with managing the estate. But instead, they committed theft. I see, a criminal. Eritotea chuckles, and USA joins in. I discreetly avert my gaze from the two. Gers. Yes? I need to confirm something. Why did you entrust Viscount Mishimizu with managing your estate? That's... Gers? It's an introduction from my superior. He's one of the people who worries about me. Since he's a relative of his, I thought it would be okay. Yes, have you reported this to your superior? No, I haven't. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to say it. Understood. USA, leave this to me. Got it. Oh, it seems this little one is willing to help. At USA's words, the spiderling, which had been taking photographs, raises its foreleg. Thank you. I'm counting on you. Her Highness Eritotea gazes directly at me. Gers, I apologize for everything until now. As one of the rulers of this country, I feel deeply ashamed. I want you to bring to light all the harm and losses you've suffered, and hold those responsible accountable. So, please continue observing this country for a while longer. After that, feel free to make your decision. Does she think I'm planning to go to his lordship? Well, it's true that my feelings have grown in that direction. I look at Her Highness Eritotea. I nod at her earnest expression. I will. Maybe I don't need to make a decision just yet. Chapter 48, Prayer for Help. Hikari's growth differs from that of other curse gods. What stands out particularly is his ability to survey the curse world. This power is one of the abilities of a curse world king. Could it be because he is my successor? Take care not to push yourself too hard. Yes, I'll be fine. Currently, Hikari is using his surveying power to examine the state of the planets we invited into the curse world. It seems to require considerable concentration. Sweat drips from his forehead. It's been about 20 minutes. Should I stop him? It seems Hikari's hand is gripping mine firmly. Hikari, let's wrap it up soon. Phew. Hikari breathes out. Maybe I should have stopped him a little earlier. Are you okay? I'm fine. With this surveying power, I can study various things. Is that so? Yes. After all, I need to evenly expand my power to every corner of the planets. Maintaining that delicate balance requires intense focus, which also helps train my concentration. For me, when I want to see something, the images just appear on their own. So I've never thought about evenly spreading it or needing concentration. Is it different for your lordship? Hikari notices my puzzled expression and tilts his head curiously. Yeah. I've never consciously used blasphemic power for this. While I use blasphemic power to cast spells, I've never really thought about how to use it. For me, it's all about the imagination. Right. Your lordship is amazing after all. No, you're the impressive one for maintaining such prolonged concentration. 20 minutes, yeah, I'd have given up midway if it were me. Fufu, I'm glad you say that, your lordship. Oh, by the way. What is it? The planet I just saw. Yes? Hikari had been examining a planet that housed about 50 godkins. About a month before coming to the Curse World, we heard that the god who had protected that planet had passed away. It seems all the godkins have become blasphemers. The last one even celebrated becoming a blasphemer. I see. Since the Curse World began revolving around the Yggdrasil Eco's power, changes have also occurred among the godkins residing in the planets. At first, they seemed bewildered, but eventually, they began to embrace the transformations, which put my mind at ease. Shall we stop here for today? Yes. If Hikari has the ability to survey the Curse World, could he also touch the authority of the planets? Perhaps I'll investigate that tomorrow. Within the planet's authority, now that the flowers of life have bloomed, it's possible to give birth to life on the planets. Conversely, it can also be used to extinguish life on a planet, so handling this authority requires caution. It's different from magic but is one of the Curse World King's abilities. After bidding farewell to Hikari, I step outside to check on Eco. Thunk. Eh? The sound I just heard, it's reminiscent of the one I heard by the lake before. Could it be the same curse power I felt back then? It's a different kind of curse power from what exists in the Curse World. It is similar to the darkness that was in God Nation. I'm curious. Let's head to the lake. I hurry toward the underground temple. Thunk. So it was that sound after all. Upon reaching the space where the lake is, the sound is clearer than before. However, the Blackurse chants emerging from the lake pay it no mind. Just like last time, they seem oblivious. Here again, for the second time. Feeling tired. I have some business. I'm not tired. A Blackurse chant flits around me. I kneel by the lakeside, observing its movements. Thunk, thunk. The sound seems stronger than last time. I gently dip my hand into the lake. Ah. Immediately, I sense a curse power slightly different from the curse worlds within my palm. I protect it with my own power to prevent it from dissipating and gently lift it from the water. Its size hasn't changed. In my hand lies a tiny power, about 5 millimeters in size. But the power it conveys is incomparably stronger than before. You're here. Help them, is what I hear. Indeed, they're seeking help. And the sensation from this power, it's the same as the darkness. It seems safe to assert that Argyris is involved. The location, not God Nation, but a different space created by Argyris. If I search earnestly, it would require a significant amount of power. Given my current condition, please, even if it's just for them. They are victims. Are they? Although I thought this voice carried curse power, I sense divine power. But wait, from this tiny power, I also perceive curse power. Curse World King. Ah, it's a voice. I only sense divine power when I hear voices. This must be a prayer infused with divine power, pleading for help. But then, why the curse power? Could it be that the curse is protecting the source of this voice? Your lordship. Eh? When I turn around, Leader is there. I'm slightly surprised. It's rare for him to come this far. What's wrong? I felt like your lordship needed to do something. Ah, I see. Impressive. Do you object? No. There's no point in questioning your lordship's actions. I am here merely to support you. Thank you. Good. With Leader here, I'll be fine even if something happens. Now, it's a matter of whether my body can endure. I gradually infuse blasphemic power into the power in my hand. Slowly, slowly, I dip my hand into the lake and release the small power. Guide me. I close my eyes and follow the movement of the tiny power. Images of the lake's interior appear in my mind. The rapidly changing scenes slightly confuse me. I calm myself with a deep breath. Darkness? The small power is enveloped in light, so I won't lose sight of it. But where am I? This way, this way. A voice? Not the same as before. This way, this way. Help that child. That child is different. Ah, yes. It's the same as the Blackurse chants. Multiple curses are joining powers to deliver their voices to me. I must infuse them with blasphemic power. TSK. Sharp pain shoots from my fingertips to my arm. This sensation. This way, this way. Ah? I sense divine power strongly. So, there is indeed a different space created by Argyris within God Nation. Ah, I lost sight of the small power. Where is it? There it is. Since the visual remains pitch black, losing sight of it makes me feel like I'm lost. Oh no. The pain is making me lose consciousness. Eh? Suddenly, a bright image flashes in my mind, breaking through the darkness. The abrupt change brings clarity to my consciousness. Thank goodness. This seems to be some kind of space. Although the room is quite barren, it's surprisingly spacious. And in the depths, I sense a cluster of curse power. Cough. Your lordship. Eh? I look toward the hand covering my mouth, and it's soaked in crimson. Whoa, this is bad. I withdraw my hand from the lake and lie flat on my back. Your lordship. I'm all right. No, am I really all right? I can't feel anything in my left hand, the one I had submerged in the lake. I direct my gaze to my left hand and try to clench it with all my might. It doesn't move. Heal. This can't be, it won't budge. My left hand may be sacrificed, but at least I've pinpointed their location. It's better than gaining nothing. Come to think of it, when I was in the space with the curse power, I felt someone's gaze. Who could it have been? If it's someone who reached out to me, that's fine. But what if it's Argyris? If it's Argyris, the person who reached out to me might be in danger. But, moving right away seems impossible. I place my right hand over my chest. Not yet. Don't break just yet. Chapter 49, My Duty. I woke up in pain. I exhale softly, allowing the blasphemic power to flow through my entire body. I focus most of my power on my left arm compared to other parts. After a while, I tried lifting it up. The movement is a bit awkward, but I'm relieved that it's working today too. 3 days ago, I expended a massive amount of power to locate someone in need of help. Since that day, my left arm can move from the shoulder, but everything below that remains immobile. However, by consciously channeling blasphemic power to my fingertips, I've discovered that it can move to some extent. Still, I need to perform this ritual several times a day. On that day 3 days ago, my condition quickly became known to my companions. Seeing the chaos that followed, I couldn't help but laugh, though I thought it's inappropriate. Perhaps my laughter helped everyone calm down, at least, I think it did. I got up and stretched both arms upward. The way my left arm rises is rather delicate. Good morning. Good morning. Let's have a productive day. The most challenging aspect of my current state is changing clothes. I used to rely on both hands to change clothes, so managing with just my right arm has been tough. I've adapted somewhat in these 3 days, but buttons remain impossible. Fine motor tasks are beyond my reach, even with movement. That's when the 3 eyes came to my aid, crafting buttonless garments in a hurry. After changing clothes, I head to the living room. Meals aren't too troublesome, I can at least hold a plate with my left hand. Well, lifting it is out of the question. Good morning, everyone. The children respond energetically to my greeting. Good morning. I sit down on a chair, listening to the cheerful voices of the children. Good morning, your lordship. Good morning. Koa and Chai, good morning. For the past 3 days, Koa and Chai have been in the living room in the morning, just like the old times. They're probably keeping an eye on me to prevent any reckless actions. Please. As the greetings conclude, a warm soup is brought over. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. The children steal glances at my left arm while eating breakfast. Clearly, they're quite concerned about its condition. It's okay, it's the same as yesterday, I say, and the children smile with relief. I feel apologetic for causing them worry, yet there's a hint of happiness too. It's a complex mix of emotions. After finishing breakfast, the children begin their study time. Meanwhile, I keep watch over our companions. Your lordship. A voice calls out as I return from my rounds to the wood deck. There, I found a slightly bigger than me flying lizard. What's wrong? Flying lizard seems a bit downcast. Has something happened? I apologize. Eh? Why would flying lizard need to apologize? Well, I can't recall any specific incidents. What's wrong? We searched, but we couldn't find anything. Even though we were saved by your lordship. Flying lizard lowers his head. I can't help but smile. Thank you. In my current state, I can't assure them that everything will be fine. So, I'll express my gratitude to the dragons instead. You were researching in God Nation, right? Rope, who's been worried about the dragons' frequent trips to the God Nation, secretly investigated and informed me about their activities. They're asking various dragons and other divine beasts about soul disintegration. He said, considering the countless divine beasts in God Nation, it's quite a task. But they persevered without giving up. However, we found nothing. Flying lizard, I appreciate everyone's concern. As for the disintegration issue, what words will satisfy flying lizard? Don't you think my life is quite extraordinary, eh? Flying Lizard tilts his head curiously at my statement. It all began when I was caught up in the hero summoning of the apprentices. And then, I was dropped into another world where my existence was hidden to cover up their failure. That's right. They mess up everything. There's a hint of anger in Flying Lizard's voice. Stay calm. They've already faced their punishment. Reincarnation while retaining their memories. And quite a humiliating existence at that. While they brought it upon themselves, I can't help but feel a little sorry for them. After all, they were also used. I thought I'd surely die when they dropped me into this world, but the gift from the hero summoning they attempted turned out to be my salvation. When I consider that, it's quite fascinating. Fascinating? Yes. The apprentice gods tried to kill me, yet their actions ended up saving me. Moreover, that gift was powerful enough to help everyone. It was like having gifts for several people. If just one thing had been different, the outcome would have changed significantly. Ah, isn't this what they call a miracle? Flying Lizard chuckles softly at my cheerful demeanor. A miracle? Who? Well, maybe more miracles will happen. I wonder. Probably unlikely. I sense that my time is running out. Flying Lizard, I worried more about leaving behind the children than my own annihilation. Flying Lizard gazes at me, but lately, that worry has eased. The children have grown well and are looking ahead. And I've realized we have many reliable companions. So, I don't particularly harbor any dissatisfaction about my own annihilation. But, Flying Lizard seems bewildered by my words. He probably didn't expect me to say, I have no complaints. Since 3 days ago when we discovered Argyrus's location, my fear of death has strangely diminished. Perhaps that's why any lingering dissatisfaction has also faded away. Although the pain has increased, I want to do something about it. Your lordship, have you already accepted disappearing? Yes, I suppose I have. I can say I've accepted it. Flying Lizard, I'm grateful for my current state. Why? Being caught up in the hero summoning and unable to leave anything behind for my family was my initial predicament. But now it's different. I've left various things for my companions and the children. That brings me joy. The children, transformed into blasphemers through the release of blasphemic power, genuinely delighted me. I could leave something behind for them. Your lordship. Flying Lizard, once I've restored my condition, I intend to fight Argyrus. What? Have you located his whereabouts? Yes. He was clinging to the God Nation. I have no idea how it's constructed, but there was a different space attached to God Nation. Is it your responsibility, your lordship? Probably something only I can do. Argyrus' power remains an enigma. I have no idea how much power he has stored. Therefore, as someone who no longer has a future, I'm the most suitable candidate. I see. Yeah. Flying Lizard, I'm counting on you to take care of the rest. Leave it to me. Thank you. Oh, how about the planets? The planets where Flying Lizard's power can be utilized. Is everything okay with them? They're fine. We're protecting them diligently. I see. I'm relieved that the planets are in good hands. Moreover, we're still planning to move more planets from God Nation. Oh, Flying Lizard, do you ever consider having offsprings? Ra? Eto, if we have more planets, we'll need divine beasts for them, right? Flying Lizard and the others might find it overwhelming to manage them on your own. Oh, that's not a problem. If necessary, each of us can give birth to offspring. Each of us? Flying Lizard, can you also give birth? Yeah, I can. Really? I always thought Flying Lizard was male, but maybe it's female? What's wrong? Well, I was surprised because I thought Flying Lizard was male. Gender doesn't matter for divine beasts. We can change our bodies as needed. I see. Good to know. Flying Lizard gives off a masculine vibe, after all. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Talking to your lordship drains my power. Relax, not that. It's exasperating. Flying Lizard stares at me. I can't help but shrug my shoulders at that. It's not intentional, even if said that, it won't change anything. Chapter 50, Unwanted Realizations. Earth Dragon Flying Lizard's POV. The serene smile on his lordship's face made my heart ache. Compared to us, his lordship is still young, yet they have resolved to face the threat spawned by God Nation with this fragile body. One glance at his expression reveals his unwavering determination. His lordship has made their decision, how he'll use that life. We sought out the divine beasts residing in God Nation, searching for a way to prevent his soul from disintegrating. Surprisingly, each divine beast was cooperative, though none held the answer within their memories. We knew that rope was checking out our movements, but we couldn't halt our course. We refused to acknowledge the reality that we might lose his lordship. Being near his lordship brings immense solace. His gentle power radiates tranquility. Speaking of which, it was this very benevolent power that led us to his lordship. Since that day, his power has evolved, growing stronger and changing form. Yet his kindness remains unwavering. As I gaze across the courtyard, I spot a small, round figure, a creature known as Blackurse-chan, playing with the children. Even this being, who harbored only negative feelings toward others due to their curse, has been transformed by his lordship's kindness. His lordship truly is a miracle. His existence embodies the miracle bestowed upon our world. What's wrong? His lordship regards me with curiosity as my eyes look upon the sky. I sense that spring is near. When will his lordship's health improve? There are days when I wish fervently for his recovery. Will we all welcome spring together? Yes. Winter will soon yield to spring. Since the day Yggdrasil assumed its role as the pillar supporting the curse world, our world has changed. Whether his lordship realizes it or not, our world is very different from the god nation and the demon world. Especially since Yggdrasil shoulders half the burden of the current world's king, and so will the next king. Hikari will find life considerably lighter. And we, the divine beasts, also underwent transformation. The divine beast's duty is to safeguard the planets. In God Nation, gods create and protect life forms on the planets, while angels serve as intermediaries between gods and mortals. As for us, the divine beasts, our role is to shield the very fabric of the planets themselves. When other gods attacked the planets, we stood as their shields, our bodies absorbing the blows. However, when the former first-rank goddess assaulted this planet, we were powerless to defend it. We vowed to protect it next time, but shielding it with our bodies would never be an option again. Why? Because the barrier woven from blasphemic power can't even get a scratch from a full power blow of the divine beasts in God Nation. The divine beasts, who weren't able to scratch the barrier, marveled at its strength. Later, young gods who had observed us expressed their desire to test their mettle. I readily granted permission. I wanted to see if it could withstand divine attacks. The result, the gods couldn't harm the barrier fortified by blasphemic power. In the curse world, the planet's protective barriers were once woven from curse power, but now they rely on blasphemic power. Consequently, our role as divine beasts became obsolete. Perhaps due to this shift, our purpose in the curse world transformed from guarding the planets to overseeing the curse gods. When I first set foot on this planet, I sensed my duty naturally shifting. Initially bewildered, I now accept it. Our crucial task in overseeing the curse gods is to prevent their rampant behavior. This responsibility lies not in the present, but in the future. As the blasphemic power enveloped the curse world, changes rippled through God Nation and the demon world too. Spiders and ants, emissaries from each world, chatted animatedly about their experiences. In the demon world, even without magic beads, individuals no longer suffered the repulsion of their powers when near others. Previously, lacking magic beads led to clashes between their powers. But one day, that changed, the day blasphemic power was unshackled. All denizens of the demon world were astonished, and many expressed gratitude toward his lordship. And in God Nation, changes occurred within the once unstable planets. When the gods who shaped the planets vanished or turned away, the planets became precarious. Leaving them as they were would affect neighboring planets, necessitating intervention. However, due to various reasons, the diminishing number of gods struggled to address the instability, leading to a significant crisis. Then, one day, stability returned. And that day, the day blasphemic power was unshackled, marked a turning point. Previously, the majority of God Nation already supported his lordship. But since then, support from the gods has continued to grow. His lordship's influence extends not only to the curse world, but also to God Nation and the demon world. His lordship's slightly troubled voice draws my attention. There stands Goddess Aeon. Although busy with work lately, it seems she has come to inquire about his lordship. Akira. His lordship retreats, clearly flustered. Understandable. Goddess Aeon appears quite furious. Why do you persist in such recklessness? Rely on us more. Goddess Aeon's words stopped midway. Then, her expression becomes pensive. We can't be relied on. No, it's not right for Goddess Aeon to say that. After all, she holds a prominent position among the gods. We lack power. We lack knowledge. Besides, the gods themselves lack the ability to solve problems. Goddess Aeon's words pass, leaving us speechless. His lordship, too, wears a puzzled expression. Akira. Goddess Aeon approaches his lordship, furrowing their brow as they examine the left arm. And his lordship smiles. Thank you for your concern. Since that day, his lordship no longer says, "I'm fine." Perhaps because it lacks conviction given his current state. Ha! Goddess Aeon sighed and settled into the chair beside his lordship. Leader promptly brought tea and sweets. "Thank you, leader. Please enjoy." Goddess Aeon responded with a smile to leader's words. "How's work?" "Well, it's manageable." His lordship's expression turned exasperated at Goddess Aeon's response. But Mash said, "You're useless in this state. You're just a hindrance. Come back when you're fully recovered," and kicked me out of the office. "You were so out of it that even your subordinates told you that?" "You shouldn't have." Goddess Aeon looked at his lordship and nodded, their expression a mix of laughter and concern. "Indeed. I'll be more careful from now on." Goddess Aeon must have sensed something when looking at his lordship. After sipping tea and nibbling on sweets, she stood up. "Back to work. I'll visit again." Until next time." His lordship smiled at Goddess Aeon, and the goddess returned to God Nation. "Always so busy." Their gaze wandered into the distance as he said that. Goddess Aeon, even upon returning, would likely struggle to focus on work. As his lordship's eyes met with mine, they wore an incredibly serene expression. Neither we nor she can stop his lordship now, nor can we offer any assistance. Chapter 51, Argyris Resurrection, 6. Argyris POV. Strange. What is happening? Why can't my power reach God Nation and the demon world? Why has this happened? When did things become so wrong? Everything was going according to plan. Well, there were a few interruptions along the way, but each time I dealt with them thoroughly. I erased all those who dared to obstruct me, investigating their connections and turning them into research materials. Thanks to that, the nuisances disappeared, leaving only the gradual decay of God Nation to witness. Yet somehow, unexpected events unfolded. Even when I subtly intervened, things no longer went as I desired. And now, both God Nation and the demon world seem impervious to my influence. Has the very last connection been severed? Neither the gods nor the evil gods realized that they were mere tools to destabilize the world. They remained connected to ME, subtly shaping the world. And there are so many of them, so it is impossible to eliminate them all at once. Yet, when I extend my power, there's no response whatsoever. Not long ago, they responded promptly, but now, what has transpired? Come to think of it, I sensed a powerful disturbance some time ago. It emanated from the curse world. Did the one who created the curse world meddle with something? The person summoned from the world guarded by Goddess Aeon. An individual harboring inconceivable power, an annoyance to me. Could it truly be that human? Damn it. If only I had noticed the abnormality in the hero summoning sooner. I initially thought the apprentice's failure caused the mishap, but that's not the case. Hero summoning is strictly limited to 4 individuals, each with their own portion of power. So, there's no way he could have been involved. Who, then, granted that human the strength equivalent to a hero? As Godachuri asked, is there really a power that's beyond our comprehension? From ancient times, I've sensed an elusive power, an enigma I cannot grasp. Even when I believed equilibrium was about to falter, this power obstructed me. Worse yet, it leaves no trace, an eerie power that defies detection. Always meddling, always. What should I do? The last remaining connection has been severed. Now, neither God Nation nor the demon world feels my influence. How can I alter this state? Yes. Perhaps I should discard it all and start anew? The preparations are already complete. Indeed, the items I created for contingencies may prove useful. To succeed, whom should I manipulate? Oh, if only Goddess Mars Aria was still alive to entrust this task. I never anticipated she'd fall victim to the curse. Despite my caution, she foolishly ventured too close to the curse's power. And now, Godachuri is being a nuisance. His objective lies with his brother. Honestly, he should just give up. Yes, I'll have that human kill Argyris. Right. That's the solution. By doing so, all worlds will lower their guard, creating an opportune moment. I'll exploit that opening, weaving a different world within both God Nation and the demon world. Yes, that sounds good. To bring a human here, God Harry here is the ideal choice. Speaking of which, God Harry here has gradually accepted by the curses. I can make use of that. I'll make the curses appear drawn to the curse world. God Harry here will likely turn a blind eye for Argyris' sake. I'll subtly encourage him with a reassuring it's fine. That should set God Harry here in motion. As for how to bring that human here, I'll consider it later. Once that human arrives, he'll definitely go after Argyris. When that human realizes that the curses are dying for Argyris' cause, that human will surely slay Argyris. That human is but a newly ascended god. That human likely doesn't comprehend the gravity of a god slaying another god. If he was to kill Argyris, not only to him but curses would also fall into the curse world. But what happens when curses infest the curse world? For gods and evil gods, they eventually succumb to the curse. However, were the inhabitants of the curse world already tainted by the curse? Well, considering the world is cursed, madness should be inevitable. First, I must deal with God Achuri. Yet lately, God Achuri has gained God Harihir's trust. If I handle this carelessly, will God Harihir grow suspicious? No, Argyris is God Harihir's most cherished existence. If I were to imply that God Achuri intends to harm Argyris, no, perhaps it is better for him to witness it personally. But how? I see. If I make it appear to God Achuri that I'm trying to kill his little brother, he will definitely attack me. If I use that to my advantage, it will look like God Achuri is attacking Argyris. How simple it is. To ensure success, I need to push God Achuri a little further. Perhaps I'll hint at some abnormalities in his little brother. That should naturally drive God Achuri into a corner. A faint smile graces my lips. Lately, frustration has been my companion, but today is going to be a very good day. Well, it's regrettable to abandon everything thus far, but it can't be helped. All of this is to create a god nation for me. Chapter 52, Feelings of Frustration. This morning, I circulate my blasphemic power, assessing the state of my body. Alas, it seems further recovery is beyond my reach. But I had steeled myself for this outcome, so I'm not surprised at all. After breakfast, I bid farewell to the children and started off my usual rounds. Stepping out onto the wood deck from the living room, a faint sense of something missing tugs at me. It must be the absence of the knights engaged in their rigorous training in the courtyard. According to USA and Kuhi, everyone who returned seems unharmed. My concern for Gers was alleviated when I learned that he has grown close to Princess Eritotea, daughter of King Esmeruit. To be precise, it appears that Eritotea has taken a liking to Gers. Surely, no one would harm the princess's favorite, right? Still, I'm kind of worried. Thankfully, USA occasionally checks in on them, so I guess he will be fine. As I glance across the square, I see the ants and spiders diligently honing their skills. Curiously, no other children are present today. There's Karen. This is unusual. Or rather, she's being pursued relentlessly by the spiders. Attacking with sheer numbers is rather underhanded. True, the spiders chasing Karen are a little too many. Roughly 100 of them, small parent spiders and larger spiderlings, form an ardent pursuit. Yet Karen isn't beaten up one-sidedly either. She retaliates fiercely, rendering the pursuing spiders increasingly incapacitated. The contest boils down to Karen's stamina versus the spider horde. Who will falter first? Impressive. Karen emerges victorious. I won. Her joy is evident, though she lacks the energy to fly anymore. Just a little longer, and the spiders might have won the match. As I pass through the square, I make my way to the fields. Good morning. In response to your words, the farming corps, grand spiderlings, and grand antlings raise their hands or forelegs. There are a number of amoebas, I mean spirits, too. Observing everyone, it appears they are in the midst of sowing seeds. As I gaze at the fields, I walk along the riverbank. Here, I must remain vigilant against attacks from the river. Pakhan, Payu. As expected, they've arrived. Good morning, everyone. The spirits reveal their faces from the river. Submerged in water, they appear as amoebas, yet they are unmistakably spirits. Pakhan, Pakhan, Pakhan. Avoiding their consecutive attacks, I make my way toward the orchard. Although I set up a barrier to prevent myself from getting wet, I instinctively dodge the water they fling at me. The vast orchard continues to thrive, with various fruit trees being added. Last year, we discovered and transplanted cherry trees here. Now that it's warmer, their blossoms adorn the branches. They resemble cherry blossoms, even in size. In this world, cherries grow large, about 5 centimeters in diameter. Hence, I was curious about the size of their blossoms. Though the fruits are big, are the blossoms small? Pink flowers bloom on the cherry trees. They resemble a full-blown sakura. Standing beneath a cherry tree, I look up. The fluttering petals brought a smile to my face. Truly beautiful. Leaving the orchard behind, I head toward the underground temple. The space containing the underground temple and the lower area are currently undergoing renovation by the One Eyes. And while they were doing that, we fixed the entrance to the underground temple near the graceful Iko. Good morning, Iko. When I address Iko, a gentle breeze stirs, rustling the leaves. I interpret it as Iko's greeting. No matter how many times I see it, it feels nostalgic. The red torii gate. Passing through it leads to the underground temple. Weird, isn't it? After passing through the red torii, you'll immediately see a building made of white stones. Is it just me, or does it feel slightly peculiar? The building, crafted from white stone, reminds me of the Parthenon, yet the true origin remains elusive. At the entrance leading underground from the temple, there stands another torii. However, this one is white, as the red would have been too conspicuous. I wonder why I'm fixated on these gates. Am I just being too curious? Passing through the white torii gate, I step into a vast space. Your lordship. Good morning. The fairy greeted me, so I greeted it back. It can fly freely now. It's hard to believe it was once struggling. It is an essential protection for the underground temple. Within this vast space, 4 torii gates stand. 1. The space where ancient ruins once existed now houses my stone statue, the sanctum of the Curse World King. 2. Another leads to the chamber housing the big magic stone and rope's main body. 3. The third opens into the place of the flowers of life. 4. And the final gate leads to the lake inhabited by curses. My attempt to remove my stone statue during this renovation has failed. Curiously, only the space containing the statue allows unrestricted passage. First, I move toward the chamber with the big magic stone. In the center of this expansive room, a magnificent pedestal supports both the big magic stone and the magic fortune stone. The arrangement exudes an undeniable elegance. When you walk beside the big magic stone, a gentle breeze stirs. In that gentle breeze, the fairy shows a pleasant expression. Rope, thank you. Rope, resembling the child me, and rope the magic fortune stone. Though their wills are intertwined, each possesses its own consciousness. As I bid them farewell with a wave, a faint glimmer seems to emanate. Next, I proceed to the place of the flowers of life. Upon entering, I hear rhythmic sounds. Talk, pish, pish. Occasionally, these blend with sharper notes, pish 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 or pish pan. You are blooming beautifully today. I no longer need to search for blossoming flowers of life as before. In this space, the first thing you'll see are flowers of life blossoming. Your lordship, look! When I wished for companionship, it happened. Eh? I tilt my head at the fairy's words. Companionship must refer to fellow fairy companions. True, I had been slightly concerned since there was only one. So, companionship is indeed a welcome development, but did it really happen? Beside the fairy stands a single flower of life, one clearly distinct from the others. Why? Because it bears fruit instead of flowers. Eto? From now on, I will share my experiences with it. I see. If the fairy says it's the same, then it must be another fairy. At first glance, I don't feel any discomfort. And indeed, I sense a presence akin to that of a fairy. It's wonderful to have a companion. Yes. Thank you, your lordship. I haven't done anything. True, I haven't done a thing. Did the flowers of life fulfill the fairy's wish? I gaze at the blooming flowers of life. The prospect of new life emerging fills me with excitement. What kind of beings will join us? If the curse gods increase, perhaps new species will arise from the planets from God Nation. Humans, beastkins, elves, or maybe something entirely different. The curse world will continue changing. I guess I'm a bit frustrated. I won't witness the curse world's transformation alongside everyone else. Your lordship? When you gain more companions, you'll have to teach them various things. Sure, leave it to me. As essential allies safeguarding the underground temple, I'll provide proper guidance. I affectionately pat the reliable fairy's head. Finally, I head toward the space with the lake inhabited by curses. Warm breezes and radiant light fill the expanse, and more than half of this vast area is occupied by the lake. As I approach the lake, the Blackurse-chans greet me energetically. Good morning. Good morning. Yo, beautiful weather, isn't it? Foo-foo. Ah, today, we're together. Together. How rare. About half of them greeted us. Good morning. Today, the fairy is with me. Good morning, everyone. The fairy fly above the lake. Initially, it was wary of the Blackurse-chans, and given they are curses, but now they're on friendly terms. Well, it will return completely black, but that's part of the deal. Purification. I apply purification to the returning fairy, dispelling their curses. The Blackurse-chans cheer as the once black fairies revert to its original form. It seems they find the transformation back to its true self delightful. Peering into the lake, I see numerous souls who fell into curses due to the actions of the gods. Here, they undergo gradual purification, eventually embarking on new lives within the curse world. If it can happen even a little sooner, they'll be freed from suffering and sorrow. Yet, there's a slight concern. One of the Blackurse-chan seems to say, maybe things are fine as they are. Perhaps the existence of the Blackurse-chan won't disappear after all. Well, if that's what they wish. The future holds promise. As if responding to my words, the little ones within the lake sway gently. Still, I feel a tiny bit frustrated. I wanted to look forward to the future alongside everyone else. Chapter 53, Tea Party of the Three Gods. Together, the god of creation and demon world King Ou combine their powers to create a different space. In this newly formed space, they conjure a table and sofas. Leader places tea and sweets on the table, completing the preparations for the tea party. Perfect. Please have a seat. Allow me to recommend these delightful sweets. He gestures to the chairs for the two other gods. Demon World King Ou sits down and eats one of the sweets. That was fast. It's been a while since we met in person, though I heard from you just a week ago. How have you been? These sweets have the perfect level of sweetness. Quite delicious. Observing Demon World King Ou devour a second sweet, the god of creation chuckles. I'm doing well. These fruit-based pastries are delightful. But speaking of wellness, are you sleep-deprived, Demon World King Ou? Despite his apparent vitality, the dark circles under Demon World King Ou's eyes raise concern. Demon World King Ou glances at me and continues to enjoy the sweets, devouring a third and fourth. I'm surprised by how much he appreciates them. Well, I've been engrossed in researching the flowers of life. After finishing my duties as Demon World King, I hardly find time to rest. It's been about 7 days. That's not good. You need to sleep. 7 days without sleep? Unbelievable. The flowers of life bloomed, and I wanted to investigate further. I understand his passion for research, but even 7 days is excessive. Sleep is essential. Ha ha. You sound just like evil god Gorua. It's probably because he's sincerely worried about you. His concern is appreciated. But lately, evil god Gorua has become quite naggy. Is there any way to change that? I can't help but roll my eyes at Demon World King Ou's words. Perhaps if you paid more attention and didn't ignore him. That's why he keeps repeating himself. Eh? Ou looks surprised. He must wonder how I discovered his habit of ignoring evil god Gorua's advice. If you put evil god Gorua's mind at ease, the nagging might decrease. Demon World King Ou furrows his brow at my words, deep in thought. He must be contemplating ways to continue his research. His passion for it is truly boundless. I glance briefly at the other god present, the god of creation. Since arriving here, his silence has intrigued me. Ah, that expression. Despite my decision being for my own sake, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Silly of me. I shouldn't let it bother me. God of creation. I apologize. The god of creation responds, bowing their head deeply. Demon World King Ou places a hand on their shoulder. Lift your head, god of creation. Demon World King Ou, but... In 7, the god of creation hesitates, their face contorting as if trying his best to suppress his tears. I can't help but smile at his struggle. Good grief. No matter how much I tell them not to worry, it won't work. The same is true when I tell him he doesn't need to feel guilty. Now, how should I address this? It's because I should be the one who have to solve that problem. Is that so? Shouldn't those capable handle it? I let Curse World King to carry all the burden. But I wasn't coerced or forced by anyone. So, saying you burdened me isn't accurate. I made this choice myself, and carrying it was the right decision. The god of creation looks bewildered at my words. I decided this on my own. I vowed to defeat Argyris. That may be the case. But if God Nation could have defeated Argyris, Curse World King wouldn't have needed to act. Besides, if the gods hadn't acted foolishly in the first place, Curse World King wouldn't have. The continuation would likely be have faced disintegration or have been entangled in the hero summoning. Indeed, that's true. But dwelling on it now serves no purpose. The god of creation's gaze shifts to my left arm. He must have received a thorough report from Goddess Aeon. God of creation, it is my duty to defeat Argyris. Eh? The god of creation looked at me with a strange expression. I'm doing it to put my mind at ease. If I were to vanish, leaving Argyris behind, I'd worry about the cursed world and my companions. Disappearing might alleviate those emotions, but until the very moment of vanishing, I'd remain restless with concern. So, defeating Argyris, while I still can, is for my peace of mind, even if using magic to do so accelerates my own demise. I felt fear upon learning about my impending disintegration. The pain in my arm has also evoked terror. Yet now, those emotions don't surface at all. It's odd, but I'm grateful. I don't have time to be consumed by negative feelings. Peace of mind? Yes. If I mention that defeating Argyris is for my peace of mind, they'll likely worry. The purpose of defeating Argyris is to put my mind at ease. Demon World King Ou smiled, but with a hint of sadness in his smile. Understood. Thank you, Curse World King. You're welcome. The god of creation smiles, albeit awkwardly. I hope that, even if only a little, there will be no scar left in his heart. The three of us enjoy tea and sweets, relaxing together. Come to think of it, this leisurely gathering with these particular members is a first. Oh, right. There's something I wanted to discuss with the two of you. I turn my gaze toward the god of creation. There's an organization in God Nation called the Five Gods, tasked with monitoring the gods. It's separate from the hierarchy that evaluates all gods based on strength. Do you think this organization is necessary for God Nation? The god of creation's question leaves me pondering. While monitoring the gods seems essential, it's a complex matter. If the organization functions effectively, then it's necessary. Otherwise, it becomes superfluous. Ah, indeed, that makes sense. If the organization isn't functioning properly, it might be better to do away with it. Functioning but, well, it's in a delicate state. How do you select the five gods for monitoring? The god of creation's brow furrows at Demon World King Ou's question. They are chosen from the upper echelons of God Nation's hierarchy. Since there's a need to restrain gods that are running out of control, if there are no issues, the top 5 ranked gods become the 5 gods responsible for monitoring. Ah, that top ranked one. So, the head of monitoring was the one who's most out of control. Yes. The god of creation admits, and his expression is somewhat forlorn. Demon World King Ou looks mildly troubled by this revelation. I turn my attention back to the god of creation. Frankly, the current monitoring organization might be better off disbanded. Seems like it. The god of creation sighs heavily. However, I still believe a monitoring system is necessary. Monitoring the gods, perhaps through godkins? That's impossible. The power gap is too vast. The god of creation shakes his head at Demon World King Ou. What about your world, Curse World King? Demon World King Ou looks at me. I've entrusted it to the dragons. The god of creation was surprised when I said that. Dragons, you say? You mean the divine beasts? Yes, the dragons in the curse world are as powerful as a curse god. They're stronger than the dragons in God Nation. Rope informed me of that. Speaking of which, the dragons living in the world possess extraordinary abilities. Indeed. Divine beasts, ho. But God Nation's divine beasts are weaker than the gods. If we want to use them for monitoring, we'll need to enhance their strength. The god of creation mutters. Watching this, I slowly enjoy the sweets. Very well. I'll appeal to the divine beasts. Ask them to strengthen themselves further and take on the role of monitors. Appealing to them, huh? I can't help but chuckle at the god of creation's words. Ah, it's already evening. Soon, everyone will gather for dinner. All right, it's time to disband. I'll tidy up before returning. You two can head back first. The god of creation gasps audibly at my words. Demon World King Ou lowers his gaze. Yes, indeed, it's time to disband. Demon World King Ou says, lifting his head and smiling in his usual manner. I smiled back. We won't make any further promises. Thank you. The god of creation says so and I pat his shoulder. God of creation Milfies and Demon World King Ou. I entrust Hikari to you. If he ever feels lost, please support him. Both gods responded with a nod. Then they each returned to their respective worlds. Curse World King Akira, thank you for saving the demon world. Curse World King Akira, thank you for calling my name one last time. Likewise, thank you. The two gods disappeared. Name, who? I couldn't quite bring myself to say the god of creation's name for some reason. Perhaps there's lingering resentment toward God Nation. Though he's not at fault, that feeling remains in the recesses of my heart. Well, it seems even that has dissipated now, and that's a relief. Chapter 54, I Love You Dearly. One Eye Leader's POV. I sensed his lordship's awakening earlier than usual and made my way toward his room. As I was about to knock the door as usual, my hand inexplicably hesitated. Clenching my fist, I took a deep breath. All will be well, yeah. Knock knock knock. Come in. His lordship's room was remarkably simple, containing only a bed and a sofa. There are no clothes in the room, as the three eyes would bring in his daily attire. Good morning. His lordship greeted me with the usual gentle smile. While that smile usually warmed my heart, today it tightened my chest with an unfamiliar ache. Good morning. Normally, I would inquire about today's schedule. However, there was no need. All of us, including myself, knew what his lordship is going to do. Yesterday, his lordship had meticulously toured the house, courtyard, river, fields, and orchard. He had even explored the underground temple and its connected spaces. In the evening, he met with the god of creation and the demon world king. After that, at supper, he called everyone out and he ended it with a heartfelt thank you and a smile. So we all realized, today, his lordship would embark on a battle, perhaps never to return. I've always wondered about something peculiar. Even before becoming a curse god, his lordship faced dangers. Yet they always sought ways to avoid it, struggling to survive. But this time, despite apparent hesitation, he accepted his fate. Why? No matter how I pondered, I couldn't fathom the reason. Why won't he fight harder? Why won't he rely on us more? What's troubling you? I don't remember when I looked down, but when I looked up, his lordship was looking at me with concern. As I gazed upon him, the question formed in my mind, why won't you fight harder to stay alive? But I must endure. It is his lordship's decision. So, despite my lack of understanding, I shouldn't ask. Why have you given up on living? Why won't you rely on us more? It's impossible, isn't it? His lordship has accepted disintegration, but I cannot accept it. Death would allow for rebirth, but disintegration holds no such hope. Thus, I remain unable to accept it. Have I given up? Sorry about that. However, I've been relying to all of you. That's a lie. You don't rely on me at all. I hadn't intended to say such a thing. After all, I know his lordship trusts and relies on us. But, it's true. I'm heavily reliant on you. It's all because I can rely on everyone that I believe that things will be fine even after I'm gone. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Because of that, I can go out there and fight with peace of mind. But I don't want you to go out there and fight. However, for the sake of all worlds, it is indeed a problem that needs to be resolved. Are we of help to your lordship? Of course. You golems, rock dolls are my greatest allies. That's what he used to call us. Not golems, but rock dolls. How nostalgic. And that will never change. And that will never change. Is it? His lordship believes that even without him, we can support everyone. Well, of course. He has entrusted everything to us, and we will protect it absolutely. Deep down, I understand it all. Is your lordship happy? Yeah. Incredibly happy. Meeting the finest companions and entrusting them with everything brings immense joy. As I looked at his lordship, a gentle smile graced his lips. The ache in my chest, which had been a constant companion, now seemed to warm slightly. Well, the issue with Argyris still remains. But perhaps we can overcome it with a colossal spell. I couldn't help but smile at his lordship's words. A colossal spell? Despite my studies in magic, his lordship's magic always exceeded expectations. Your lordship would undoubtedly defeat him. His lordship's expression remained serene, devoid of fear or hesitation as he's all prepared for battle. Even the prospect of disintegration didn't seem to frighten him. If his lordship's heart remained calm, I would say no more. Is this what my little sister calls unrivaled? I tilted my head at his lordship's words. Occasionally, his lordship will mention his little sister San. She is a family member connected to his lordship by blood. What kind of person is she? Come to think of it, he could have asked Goddess Aeon about his family, but his lordship never inquired. Why is that? Why didn't you ask Goddess Aeon about the family you left behind? That's, I suppose. I lacked the courage. I was surprised by his lordship's unexpected answer. Courage? Yes. But perhaps I should have asked. His lordship admitted, and a hint of regret can be seen in his eyes. Yet that expression vanished quickly, replaced by a smile directed at me. Leader, I'm about to unleash my unrivaled power. Was this about wielding immense strength? Honestly, his lordship had already demonstrated considerable prowess, becoming a hero and achieving unrivaled status. Isn't that what my little sister calls being awesome? His lordship had always been in an awesome state, hadn't he? Well, it's his lordship after all. Yes, it's his lordship after all. Leader. I entrust everyone to you. He's really leaving, isn't he? Yes. I will protect everyone. I am fortunate to have you, leader. And thank you for everything. His lordship raised his hand, smiling up at the sky. Then, with a gentle sway of his blasphemic power, he vanished, gone. Your lordship, I wanted to go with you. But as the one entrusted with the world you created, I will remain here to protect everyone. Yet my chest aches terribly. I am a rock doll. Normally, I shouldn't feel pain, but the world you shaped grants us this sensation. Right now, it's almost unbearable. Leader. I turned toward the voice and found Hikari Dono. He came to my side and hugged me tightly. Thank you for seeing him off. I should respond yeah, but I don't know why. Why can't I speak? I want to be strong, but I can't. Not now. Your lordship? Your lordship, I love you dearly. Always and forever. Tien had to stop a few times when translating this because of feels. Chapter 55, Anomaly. Argyris devotee God Harihir's POV. Something is amiss. Since yesterday, God Achuri has been visibly agitated. Whenever I inquire about it, he dismisses my concerns with a curt no problem. Yet, deep down, I am certain that something has indeed befallen him. Is there nothing I can do to assist him? God Achuri has always been my savior, and yet here I stand, powerless to aid him. As I make my way to our usual meeting place, I release a heavy sigh. No, it's too early to give up. I shall ask God Achuri once more. Upon arriving, I take a deep breath. Lately, the room has been devoid of the jarring screams that once echoed within its walls. Still, one can never predict what lies ahead, so I remain vigilant. Good morning. I greet as I step into the room, drawing closer to the mass of curse power. Are? The familiar voice reaches my ears, but it lacks its usual vigor. What's going on? I edge a little closer to the mass of curse power, risky, considering God Achuri's absence. Yet, curiosity gnaws at me. As I approach, the mass of curse power ripples gently. My attempt fails, and I am once again consumed by its ethereal embrace. Gentle, gentle, gentle. The curse power emanating from the mass of curse power now drifts through the room like a gentle breeze. For the first time, I behold these floating wisps, transfixed by their otherworldly dance. Gradually, the power dissipated into thin air. Vanished? I scrutinize the mass of curse power. This mass of curse power differs from the usual ones. Normally, they are shapeless remnants of souls drained of their essence. Yet, within this formless mass, countless fragments catch my eye. Could these be soul shards? But they shouldn't maintain any form. Indeed, there was a time when a small black sphere emerged from the mass of curse. And now, within this very mass of curse power, I see those fragments. Is change taking place? The question remains, is this change for the better or worse? Will the Curse World King arrive in time? Before their power is fully depleted. I whisper, extending my hand toward the mass of curse power. As expected, no shock today. Ever since that day when the black sphere burst forth from the mass of curse power, touching it no longer jolts me. It's as if the power has accepted me. God Achuri has repeatedly warned me not to let my guard down. Yet, the absence of that shock fills me with a strange joy. It brings me closer to those cursed souls. Curse World King, please come swiftly. I don't know how long their power will last. Until recently, I believed it only natural to offer everything to Argyris-sama. Ignorance is terrifying. What deeds has Argyris-sama performed? Your cries have opened my eyes. I implore you, hurry. Softly, softly. Once again, curse power dances through the air. What's happening today? Boom. The tremor of immense divine power sends me sprawling. What happened? I recognize this power. It belongs to God Achuri. Has something befallen him? Forgive me. I dash from the room where the mass of curse power resides, seeking the source of this power. Traces of power guide my way. God Achuri, please be safe. God Achuri is stronger than me. Surely, he'll be fine. And here, the source of the power leaves me bewildered, because it came from where Argyris-sama resides. I burst through the door, my heart racing. Before me lies a confusing sight, Argyris-sama being protected by that person, and God Achuri lying injured on the floor, blood seeping from his wounds. Good. Finish him off. The words of that man almost took my breath away. Why? God Achuri attacked Argyris-sama. He's an enemy. Was the surge of power I sensed earlier from God Achuri directed at Argyris-sama? I turn my gaze to God Achuri, his pained voice echoing in the room. He's looking at me. I approach, lifting him gently. God Harihir, that creature tried to kill Argyris-sama. We must end him now. My hand trembled as that person said that. God Achuri tried to take Argyris-sama's life. Wait, yes. Argyris-sama. But Argyris-sama has committed terrible deeds. God Harihir, are you betraying Argyris-sama too? He worked tirelessly to improve God Nation. No, perhaps Argyris-sama did strive to better our God Nation. Yet, his actions were misguided. I shake my head at God Achuri's pained voice. Placing my hand over his chest, I cast healing power. But his injuries run deep, and though the bleeding momentarily stops, it soon resumes. Forgive me, my divine power falls short. Why is my strength so feeble? Forgive me, I am powerless. I want to aid God Achuri, yet I cannot. Why? Why would God Harihir seek to help that creature? That person's frustrated voice demands my attention. Argyris-sama is wrong. What are you saying? That person's voice grows low, making my body tremble. Argyris-sama's methods are flawed. Sacrificing fellow gods, even for the sake of improving God Nation, is unacceptable. I desperately want this message to reach him. Together, we must stop Argyris-sama. But God Achuri's grip on my hand tightens, and I catch my breath. What do you wish to convey? Tell me. I lean closer to God Achuri, but all I hear is ragged breathing. TCH. Eh? I glance up at that person, whose face remains hidden beneath their deep hood. Yet, I sense his frustration directed at me. If you cannot act for Argyris-sama's sake, then you are also unnecessary. Die! That person's intent to attack me becomes clear. Barrier. I created a protective shield instinctively, but their assault shatters it effortlessly, sending searing pain through my body. I collapse over God Achuri, feeling blood flow from my wounds. How disappointing. I believed you would never betray Argyris-sama. Is this where I die? I vow to protect those cursed souls. Suddenly, a firm grip tightens, channeling divine power into me. No, stop. This power belongs to God Achuri. If I accept it, he will die. I want to push his hand away, but I no longer have the strength to do so. Someone. Chapter 56, Liberation. Farewells were settled the day before, and I declined the send-off. I am not strong enough to part with everyone while smiling. To put it bluntly, if I were sent off, I would definitely cry. That face will be my last memory of them, right? I absolutely wouldn't want that. Among everyone, I wanted to keep smiling until the end. So, I allowed myself one last selfish request. Leader stayed by my side until the very end. I am truly grateful to him. Thanks to Leader, I could remain true to myself until the end. The moment Leader disappeared before me, tears flowed. It was a decision I made myself, so I have no regrets. Yet, I still feel sad. Now then. Shall we go? Wiping away my tears, I leap toward the place indicated by a faint power. In an instant, as the brightness intensified, I lost track of my location. What I see are two massive barriers. Touching one of them, I realize it's a barrier created by divine power. Does this mean it's outside God Nation and the cursed world? I never expected to end up in a place like this. I touch the other barrier. Yes, there's no doubt. It's a barrier created by blasphemic power. Or rather, it's a barrier I created. The place I should go is clung to God Nation. It's a different space created by Argyris. There it is. I direct my consciousness toward the discovered different space. My body is pulled smoothly, and I emerge into a pristine white corridor. Is this the different space made by Argyris? An oddly quiet space. There should be gods who sided with Argyris, but there's no presence. It's a different space brimming with divine power. Perhaps that's why it feels similar to being in God Nation. If I didn't know I was in a different space, I might mistake it for God Nation. Indeed, this different space is suffused with a power akin to God Nation. Due to this power, perhaps it remained hidden from the outside. Now, which way should I go? I stand in a corridor. I glance left and right. Which path should I take? Shall I try going left? For now, I won't know anything unless I move. I'll place 5 layers of barrier on me to avoid any surprises. Alright? I raise both hands to eye level. I can move easy. Why is that? And the persistent pain that haunted me has vanished. Well, never mind. Let's consider it fortunate that I can move more easily. If I end up fighting Argyris, being agile now is better. Well, considering I've never fought before, I wonder how far I can go. I said I'd defeat them, but will I be okay? It would have been nice if I had experience battling monsters. I recall everyone's training efforts and shake my head. It's beyond my capabilities. I start walking to the left for a few minutes. Is it a dead end? So this wasn't the right way. Too bad. As I turn to go back, I feel something odd about the wall. Gently pushing the wall, a section disappears, revealing a staircase. A hidden staircase? Impressive, me. I'm not usually good at noticing such things. Is this power curse power? I sense faint curse power from below the stairs. Perhaps I noticed the curse power, which made the wall feel strange. Descending the stairs while sensing the subtle curse power. It's getting stronger. With each step down the stairs, the curse power intensifies. There must be significantly potent curse power beyond this staircase. At the bottom, there's a single door. I don't know if it will open, but I turn the doorknob. It opened. Stepping inside, I see a black mass ahead. A creeping discomfort emanates from it. And I hear their screams. It seems like solidified curse power. I approached it for confirmation. Without a doubt, it's curse power. Strangely, it's condensed into a single entity. The owners of this curse power, what has become of them? Is there no trace left at all? No, they're here. As I gaze at the mass of curse power, I see fragments of those who fell into curses. Tiny, minuscule fragments. Yet, they are here once more. I apologize for being late. I've come to fetch you. Now, I want to guide this mass to the curse world. What kind of space is this? The curses in the curse world are free. They swim in a lake, soar through the sky, slumber indefinitely, and even visit as curse chans. However, those present here seem to be trapped, devoid of freedom. Stepping away from the mass of curse power, I survey the room. Somewhere, there must be something, whether an object or magic, that's holding them captive. I can't find it. Is it neither an object nor magic? But there's no other plausible explanation. Softly, softly, softly. Ooh? From the mass of curse power, tiny wisps of curse power float out. And then, they come near me, brushing against the wall before vanishing. The wall? I touch the wall and slowly let curse power flow, examining it. Nothing in particular catches my attention. Yet, this phenomenon likely didn't occur by chance. I believe it's trying to convey something to me. Perhaps I'm just wishful thinking? But I can't completely dismiss the possibility. Let's investigate a bit further. I allow more curse power to flow than before, expanding my search range. I found it. There's something here. Thank you. You've been a great help. As I express gratitude toward the mass of curse power, it seems to shift faintly. But simultaneously, I witness the fragments fading away. We can't delay any longer. Every fragment within the mass of curse power is truly tiny, on the verge of disappearing. If I want to save them, I must send them to the curse world immediately. Sending curse power to whatever I sensed within the wall, a magical circle materialized on the surface. Observing it, I furrowed my brow. This is a magical circle, isn't it? While studying magic, I'd also learned a bit about magical circles. But my understanding was quite limited. The characters used here were unfamiliar, and intricate patterns adorned it. How should I proceed with this? The power moving the magical circle is divine power. Given the divine power I sense from the magical circle, that seems accurate. If I can halt this divine power, I should be able to stop the magical circle's movement. How to stop it? Perhaps I can simply envelop the magical circle with a barrier that doesn't allow divine power to pass through? Yeah, that feels feasible. First, I need to imagine the barrier. The divine power that moves the magical circle, what's the equivalent? It's like electricity, right? If so, I need an insulator. Rubber is a common insulator. A barrier resembling rubber? Something's off. Actually, what if I just imagine my usual barrier deflecting divine power? Yes, the image forms effortlessly. Good. A barrier to envelop the magical circle. The magical circle floating on the wall becomes enveloped in a radiant white light. Crack. Eh? I hadn't imagined destroying the magical circle. I merely intended to cover it with the barrier. Yet, the magical circle exploded. Why? Oh, I hope it didn't cause any harm. Did the magical circle's explosion affect the mass of curse power? Hastily, I approached the cluster of curse power, assessing the situation. Poof poof, poof poof, poof poof. Have they been freed? The once clustered curse power crumbles into fragments, filling the room. Thank goodness. Now, all that remains is to guide those who fell into curses within this mass of curse power to the curse world. As I envision a lake, I sense a familiar curse power. I create a path toward that power using my curse power. Now, go. You'll be fine. The floating curse powers begin to move slowly, inching toward the curse world. I feel relieved as I witness everyone heading toward the curse world. Come to think of it, no one's interfering. I half expected someone to appear and disrupt our progress. Are they hiding somewhere? I widen my eyes as I glance at my left hand. I didn't notice because there was no pain. My gaze falls on my left hand. The pinky finger and ring finger are missing. The disintegration of my soul has truly begun. I need to find Argyris quickly. Chapter 57, Where is Argyris? Upon returning to the initial location, proceed down the corridor to the right. This different space is unusually vast. Moreover, the corridor is completely white, so even if I walk in circles, I might not notice the same spot. There's no trace of magic, but I can't shake this unease. Ah, the corridor splits into two paths. Should I go straight or turn left? Where could Argyris be? I glance at my left hand. My index and middle fingers have vanished. Until I defeat Argyris, please don't let me disappear. Ra? Is that the presence of gods? It seems to come from the end of the straight corridor. There are multiple of them. But something feels off. Are they unusually fearful? Have they sensed my presence? No, it doesn't seem that way. For now, let's try asking about Argyris' whereabouts. Well, they probably won't tell me. Maybe they know something about Argyris. Let's meet them, at least. As I step forward down the corridor, I sense a familiar power. This is curse power. It's quite weak, but within this different space filled with divine power, it's unmistakably curse power. Is there still a mass of curse power somewhere, like the previous one? If there is, I want to help those trapped within it. Where is it? I've been cautious using my blasphemic power, since I don't know what kind of spell this space has. I wonder if I could use it. Perhaps the curse power would react to my blasphemic power, though I don't know how much my blasphemic power would react to Argyris' divine power. This different space won't collapse, I believe, but unexpected situations can arise. Still, I'm running out of time. Alright, let's do this. If it collapses, well, I'll figure it out then. No, at that moment, I'll escape. Placing my hand on my chest, I release my blasphemic power into the different space all at once. As usual, it flows freely. Ah, at the end of the straight corridor, I sense the hurried movements of multiple gods. Are they coming this way? Ra? Their presence is fading. Well, not completely gone, but I can still sense it. Did they conceal their presence to launch an attack? But are they moving away from me instead of toward me? Could they be fleeing? If they don't attack, I can leave them be. I never expected them to run away. Ah, there they are. My blasphemic power, dispersed into the different space, reacts. I glance down the corridor that veers left. It seems there's a cluster of curse power here. And nearby, powerful beings, 4 of them. Or is it 3? One is? I can't quite discern. I hope Argyris is among them. I turn left and proceed down the corridor. The closer I get to the 3 approaching figures, the more my tension rises. Phew. I pause, take a deep breath. Defeating Argyris means either capturing or killing them. To kill or not to kill. Capturing would be ideal. But there's a chance it might come to killing. When I resolved to defeat Argyris, I thought I was prepared. Yet, it's still frightening. Even if it comes to killing, I'll stop Argyris. If I don't defeat Argyris, he'll remain a threat to the world. So, I'll be the one to stop him. I won't leave any uncertainties in the world where everyone lives. No matter how strong Argyris is, I'll definitely defeat him. I steel my resolve and head toward the location where my blasphemic power reacted. Stopping before a door, I steady my breath, turn the handle, and step into the room. Eh? What kind of situation is this? Upon entering the room, I freeze at the sight before me. Could it be 3 people? No, perhaps 4. I never imagined that 2 out of the 4 would be on the brink of death. The one whose divine strength remains unclear is one of the near-death figures. Who are you? I direct my gaze toward the person who addresses me with fear. Their face is obscured by a deep hood, but they appear elderly. I am the Curse World King from the Curse World. I steal a glance beyond the hooded figure. A man lies on the bed. From around him, I sense curse power. Yet, this sleeping man also exudes potent divine power. But where exactly do I sense the curse power from? I turn my attention to the pain voice. One of the collapsed men looks back at me. He seems desperate to convey something, but his injuries prevent him from speaking. He needs urgent treatment. Both are breathing, but their condition is perilous. Please, help us. I look at the hooded figure. Those 2 attacked Argyris-sama. The hooded figure stands guard over the sleeping man. So, the one asleep is Argyris. I've come to defeat Argyris, so I can't aid you. I apologize, but I have no intention of helping Argyris. However, if he's asleep, I can capture him. Yet, this slumber isn't normal, because after all this fuss, he's still sleeping. I looked at the sleeping man and wondered if he's really Argyris. What's this? Something feels off. Is he truly Argyris? Perhaps I should examine their powers. I envelop the 4 gods' divine power with my blasphemic power. Defeat them, and rescue those who were manipulated by him, please. I tilt my head at the hooded man's words. Manipulated? Yes. Argyris took hostages and commanded us. If you want to save your loved ones, follow my instructions. So that's why the gods were fearful. We were unknowingly ensnared by magic, unable to defy Argyris all this time. I surveyed the room. This room is also brimming with divine power. Incredibly potent divine power, in fact. Enough to sustain this vast different space indefinitely. I look at the man sleeping on the bed. His power is undeniably strong. Not overwhelmingly so, but definitely formidable. That's what's odd. If he truly is Argyris, he wouldn't be able to maintain this different space. Because the sleeping man's power is far too weak for that. I see. In this different space filled with Argyris' divine power, it seemed that very divine power is mixed with the divine power of the three gods presently in this room, and I could only find information about the strongest divine power upon checking. But by excluding Argyris' divine power, I can examine the remaining power. And what I've discovered makes sense. Indeed, it seems like he's holding hostages. I approach the two collapsed men, stretch my hands out to them, and hesitate to do something. Since they are gods, should I heal them using only divine power? Or would a blend of blasphemic power be acceptable? Heal. I treat them with a mixture of all energies, including blasphemic power. If any side effects remain due to my intervention, I apologize. Given their critical condition, relying solely on divine power felt risky. Why? I glance at the hooded man. I can't see his face beneath the hood, but his bewildered tone comes through. He probably thought there was no way I'd heal them. Indeed, when I cast heal, the divine power in this different space interfered. Well, I managed to deflect that interference with my stronger power. Who are you? The man who had been pinned beneath the others awakens. Tears stream down his face as he looks at me. I'm a bit puzzled. Why tears? The man who had been trapped groans, seemingly waking up. I lift the weeping man and move him beside the other. My apologies. I should have healed you first. The tearful man directs an apologetic expression toward the one who had been pinned. Seeing this, the man smiles faintly. Both of them will be fine now. Although they can't move due to the blood loss, they'll recover enough to move soon. Now, I turn to the hooded man, Argyris, with a smile. I've come to defeat you. It'd be helpful if you surrender without resistance. I don't have much time, so let's get this over with. After all, my left arm from the elbow down has vanished. Chapter 58, I Can Save You. Upon hearing my words, Argyris, who had his hood pulled low, paused slightly in his movements. It seemed he was surprised. Nevertheless, that hood was quite bothersome. His obscured expression made him appear eerie, as if he lacked a face. What are you saying? Argyris-sama is right there. The hooded figure pointed toward the slumbering individual. No, surely he cannot be Argyris? No, that is Argyris-sama. Why is he insisting on labeling him as Argyris? What drove him to do so? I came here to defeat Argyris. In other words, the true Argyris would have the imposter Argyris defeated. Perhaps Argyris desires survival. He intends to use the sleeping man as a decoy. My apologies for not being fooled, even though you have to go through the trouble of preparing a scapegoat. Oops, my choice of words sounded rather condescending. Perhaps my irritation toward Argyris played a role. Argyris was responsible for turning those unfortunate souls to curses. He exploited their suffering even further. I cannot forgive him for that. I glanced at the partially open door behind Argyris and sensed the presence of multiple gods. Had they come to investigate out of concern? What are you saying? Argyris-sama, the power of that guy sleeping there is just too weak. Sustaining this different space is impossible for him. Weak? What's the matter? Even though you are Argyris, you didn't notice? That guy would perish the moment he'll create a place like this. His strength is that limited. Argyris emitted a menacing aura in response to my words. He seemed frustrated by my lack of compliance. To maintain this different space, substantial divine power is required. It's truly vast. Then it's beyond my capabilities. Can't you see? I lack such strength. Indeed, the divine power within you is the weakest among the four gods. Now, the one possessing the most divine power is the slumbering man. Next in line are the two fallen gods. The divine power held by these two gods is nearly identical, and Argyris possesses the least. Is that so? How do you propose I maintain this different space with such limited power? Well, perhaps it's merely because you constantly use it. Is Argyris inherently weak in generating divine power? Sustaining this different space alone would deplete his divine power. If only I could amass a more divine power, he could build up divine power in his body. Silence. Who? That hood is still bothersome. Can't I just pull it back somehow? I'm curious about the true face of Argyris. What if I use wind magic to blow the hood backward? Is that feasible? My imagination is quite clear. Alright, now to execute it. Wait, hold on. What am I even attempting to do? It's inappropriate to pry into someone's face like this. But I really want to see Argyrus's expression. After all, I intend to defeat him. Since it's our final encounter. Yes, my curiosity won out. Let's be a bit selfish. Recalling the mental image, I casted my blasphemic power-infused spell. Wind. BZZT. RA? It seems Argyrus's divine power deflected it. In that case, I'll infuse even more blasphemic power. Wind. A gust of wind sweeps through the room. RA? Whoa. Argyrus' body slams against the wall, and his face peeks out from the hood. That was surprising. It appears I've lost control over my power. Could it be related to my disintegrating soul? Well, at least I've glimpsed Argyrus's face. Objective achieved, I suppose. You're quite young. Argyrus appears to be in his late 20s to early 30s. But when did Argyrus come into existence? He seems older than anyone in God Nation, doesn't he? Right, I blew him away with wind magic. What are you doing? I can't just say, I merely wanted to remove your hood. My apologies, I miscalculated the force. Damn it. Argyrus glares at me with resentment. His expression is telling more now that it's visible. Why do you obstruct me? Because you tormented my friends. Also, I cannot condone the world Argyrus envisions. Well, in the end, I only interfered. I didn't intend to thwart Argyrus's plans. After all, I wasn't even aware of Argyrus's existence. Hey, aren't you disintegrating away? My left arm is already gone. Finally, Argyrus seems to have noticed. Yes, that's right. And? What? Why? He widened his eyes, perhaps surprised by my straightforward answer. I used to be human. I became a god, but my soul couldn't endure it. So now I'm disintegrating. That's all. The two nearby gods seemed to hold their breath at my words. I glanced briefly at them. Are you all right? Yes. The god who had been pinned down nodded, and the other lowered their head. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. And you? Aren't you the one who asked for my help? Yes. Ano, please rescue those who are captured. I beg you. I pat his shoulder while he is bowing. Don't worry. They've already arrived in the curse world. But these children in this room, are they on these beds? Argyrus' appearance momentarily distracted me, but I hadn't forgotten that a faint curse power lingered near the sleeping man. It's so subtle that perhaps only I noticed it. And yet, he remains unresponsive. This isn't normal. Eto, heal. I cast a healing spell toward the slumbering man. It seems to have worked, but he still doesn't wake. Why? He won't wake up. Something's wrong. But I can't save him. The god who had been pinned down now grips the hand of the sleeping figure. I sense their connection. These two gods are brothers. The slumbering man is likely a hostage. I reach out toward the lingering curse power. RA? The power around him resembles curse power, but it's different. Wait, I've encountered this before. Yes. Back when I was dropped into another world, the black shadows that enveloped the forest. This residue is the remnants of curses emanating from the afflicted. During the forest-wide curse, those shadows held immense power, but this is different. I gently hold my hand out to the sleeping man. If he's cursed, I'll just purify him. Purification. A radiant light envelops his body, and the black shadows emerge, dissipating into the air. There, he should be fine now. You insolent. Argyrus hurls a mass of divine power at me. I deflect it with my hand. Bam! A sizable hole appears in the wall. Impossible. You just brushed it off? I glance at Argyrus. He looks pale. Amazing? For some reason, the two nearby gods exclaim in surprise. Is it really that astonishing? Ha ha ha. My apologies. Argyrus smiles at me, tilting his head. I vented my frustration. I truly apologize. It seems his attacks were ineffective, so he changed his approach. How much time do I have left? Can I afford to engage in Argyrus's conversation? I glance at Argyrus. He smiles, but his eyes remain devoid of mirth. If he's going to deceive me, he has to try harder. But what will Argyrus do if he can't win? He won't surrender quietly, and perhaps he'll take everyone down with him. I looked at Argyrus. He seems capable of such a desperate act. Perhaps he'll trigger an explosion within this different space. After all, this realm is saturated with Argyrus's power. I steal a glance at the door. More gods are observing from outside. I can't help but chuckle at that. I look at the two gods nearby. They've shifted their positions, guarding the sleeping one from Argyris. Once you reach God Nation, will you tell everything? I ask the two gods in a hushed voice, and they nod. Please. Yes, I won't allow any god to perish needlessly. That means I need to buy some time. Is that so? I gradually channel my blasphemic power into the different space, carefully mimicking Argyris's divine power to avoid detection. I look at Argyris. He remains oblivious. When Rope taught me how to infiltrate the gods' record devices, I learned a useful technique. Back then, it was just for fun, but it's proving handy now. Thank you, Rope. Curse World King, would you consider aiding me? Dangerous. I almost responded for no, I won't reflexively. What are you talking about? Such immense power. Don't you think it's a waste to fade away? If you cooperate with me, I'll save you from disintegration. And together, we can seize control of all worlds. No, I don't need that. Ah, wait. What? You don't want to be saved from disintegration? I don't really need saving. What do you mean? Don't you value your own life? I value my life, but I believe this is the right path. Argyris's expression distorted. Could it be that someone in the cursed world possesses even greater power? No, I'm the strongest. About a third of my curse power has dispersed. This different space is unnecessarily vast. I must persist. If that is the case, why don't you fight to survive? Do you think there's no way to avoid disintegration? It's all right. There is a way. If you don't disintegrate, you can still wield power in the curse world, can't you? The curse world will be fine without me. I've entrusted it to my companions. Really? And you believe they'll protect the curse world you've safeguarded? They might betray you. No, I trust they will. Argyris's expression fades at my words. Chapter 59, Change. I observe Argyris, who has become expressionless. It seems something has touched him. A rage unlike anything before surges within him. Protect? Trust? Gya-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Argyris mutters, then falls silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. His eerie laughter causes the two nearby gods to stand back. Argyris's power is currently unstable. Being close to him is dangerous. I wrap the three gods with a protective barrier and gently move them using wind magic. Though I sense the gaze of the other two, I ignore it. I cannot let Argyris realize that I've moved them. How idiotic. Many have likely followed you, drawn by your power. Drawn by my power? Well, perhaps that's true. The initial goodwill from Koa and the others was likely due to my strength. They merely submitted to your power. It wasn't genuine admiration for you. Is that so? Certainly, our relationship began because of my strength. But now, I believe we've built a genuine bond. If you were to disappear, conflict would erupt in the curse world. Those who aimed to replace you would cause chaos. And those you wanted to protect would shatter the curse world. What trust they will protect? Nonsense. Utterly foolish. I don't think there is anything to fight about. After all, only Hikari stands in a position similar to mine. Curse gods exist, but their power isn't yet formidable. You truly are naive. I've witnessed many gods throughout my existence. Every single one, the moment the higher-ups vanished, sought that position. Yes, they'd do anything for it. Isn't that because Argyris turned those in God Nation crazy? Have you forgotten? Foo, it's always been like that. Always? That's right. The gods claimed to believe in me, yet they betrayed me. Betrayed, is it? I told them I would make myself stronger, and I even showed them my successful creation. But they condemned me, saying, you can't do that, and tried to exterminate me. Wasn't that what you deserve? And when you mention a successful creation, are you referring to your own children? Unbelievable. Did they really use their own child as an experiment, showcasing it as a successful creation? Yes, indeed. They envied my achievements. So, I captured those who dared to advise the god of creation about me. Argyris, interpreting my muttered words favorably, continues with his unpleasant tale. Should I listen to this? No, I don't really want to hear it. Cuckoo, the expressions on their faces when they were caught. It was the most delightful feeling. My blasphemic power survived in the different space, causing Argyris's divine power to accumulate. Argyris's power is divine power, isn't it? There's a faint but unsettling sensation. What is it? They could have apologized, and I would have forgiven them. But they continue to condemn me with tragic expressions on their faces. So, I took their divine power. Then, I sold those who were suffering to those who had supported me. The despair on their faces at that moment was truly amusing. Besides, even those fools made excellent experimental subjects. Truly despicable. Many gods supported me. Yet, the god of creation, feeling threatened, criticized my achievements. Life should not be sacrificed. Sacrificed? No. They were weak, useless. I transformed them into something meaningful. Wait a second. Argyris was only referred to as a god after he died, right? During the frequent power swaps, they were called the people of light. Although Argyris was powerful even among the people of light, he wasn't specifically called a god. So, there was a god of creation? Argyris. Wasn't that during the time when you were still called as people of light? No. I have been a god since the moment of my birth. Could it be that the information gathered by Demon World King OU was incorrect? Well, there's a possibility. It happened so long ago. But I still trust Demon World King OU. That's not true, Argyris. You were supposed to be one of the people of light, not a god. Wrong. I have been a great god since my birth. A massive flame surges toward me from Argyris. I brush it away with my hand. Whoosh! The flame hits the wall and spreads rapidly. Water! I splash water onto the flames, devouring the wall. Crack! Thud! 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 Ah! The impact of soul disintegration. I can't control my power at all. Unbelievably, the water I summon to extinguish the fire ends up attacking and destroying the wall. Well, it can't be helped. My lack of control is due to disintegration, not my own fault. Probably. Oh, my right pinky. All right. Shall we end this? There's no time to listen to his boasts. Argyris. You weren't a god. Because you. Shut up. How dare a mere human defy me? Ha ha ha. Argyris, perhaps excited, breathes heavily, and within him, his divine power trembles. The unsettling feeling grows stronger. I want to examine his power a little more. Let's absorb it into the barrier. Barrier of absorption. But I'll need him to attack me. You're losing to a mere human, Argyris. Die! Annoyed by my words, Argyris releases a surge of power, striking me with a barrage of divine punches. I resist the urge to swat them away and wait patiently. Watch out! I hear a voice from behind. Hey! I turned, surprised. I thought there were only two, but now there are three. They're safe and awake. Good. The barrier continues to absorb Argyris's attacks one after another, and it reacts to my curse power. Oh, so that's why I felt that unease. Come to think of it, he felt it too. I turn around once more to look at the awakened god. Damn it. Realizing his attacks are ineffective, Argyris picks up a pointed staff and heads toward me, but the barrier blocks him. Boom! Ooh-wah! As the staff-like object touches the barrier, it turns into black smoke and dissipates. I've got you. I didn't intend to catch him, but he came close enough for me to grab him with my right hand. Thank goodness, my fingers are still intact. If they were missing, I wouldn't have been able to catch him. Ku, let go. How are you doing that? Argyris looks puzzled at my words. Why haven't you turned black from the curse? I want to know. He swallows hard, showing signs of panic. The unsettling feeling from his divine power. Its true nature is remnants of curse. It has mixed into his divine power. I sense my curse power swelling within me. I'd like to control it, but it's impossible, so I'll just leave it be. Zap! Ooh-wah! Wah-ha-ha! When Argyris shakes off my hand, he falls to his knees, clutching his head. I tilt my head. It's just static electricity, it shouldn't hurt that much, right? Gah! Eh? Argyris trembles violently in place, then lets out a loud cry. A few seconds later, his appearance begins to change, and I widen my eyes. His once flawless skin darkens rapidly. His hair falls out in clumps, and his body grows increasingly emaciated. The transformation leaves me speechless. What happened? I glance sideways and see the god who had informed me of this place. He was under a curse. I don't know how he concealed it, but somehow he reacted to my power and went berserk. I don't fully understand, but Argyris' appearance has changed. Wide-eyed, he looks at me, and I have a bad feeling about it. Chapter 60, Bye-bye. Get away from here. Eh? The god looked bewildered at my words. Thank you for showing me this place. It's dangerous here, so I'll immediately send everyone except Argyris to God Nation. Hurry and go with them. The god hesitated at my words. But when he saw Argyris, his expression turned sad and went down to the two gods. Is the Curse World King coming too? I directed my gaze at the three gods. I won't. The gods' faces distorted in sadness at my reply. Seeing them like that, I smiled. And then I looked back at Argyris. I won't forgive you, I won't forgive you. Not just you, but all of you. You worthless beings who keep interfering with me. Argyris shouted in anger, his voice echoing loudly. His skin turned black, and the remnant of the curse gradually obscured his form. That's enough. Seeing Argyris in this state, the gods behind him would surely awaken. I didn't know if they were devoted to Argyris, but I don't have time to find out. The different space was filled with my blasphemic power. Therefore, I could send all the gods to God Nation. I closed my eyes and imagined the gods moving to God Nation. All right, I can do this. Transfer. The gods behind Argyris disappeared, leaving no trace. What? What did you do? Vanished. What have you done? Everyone except Argyris vanished from the different space. I simply moved them to a safe place. As I spoke, the remnants of the curse trembled. How is he converting the curse remnants into his own power? Normally, when someone was cursed, they lost their physical form and became a soul. Even as a soul, the pain won't disappear, and it will continue until the soul is extinguished. Argyris maintained his form somehow. How? Ha ha ha. It's over. Your right arm has completely vanished. What do you say? Won't you join me? It's not too late now. You won't have to die. Argyris's words made me glance at my right arm. Well, it can't be helped. But I'm prepared. Regretting what was lost wouldn't change anything. Even in my current form, I still possess the power to defeat Argyris. So, I would be fine. TCH, why won't you take my hand? You're going to die. No, you're going to disintegrate. No, this is bad. My blasphemic power was accumulating too slowly. It seemed that the effects of disintegration were affecting me as well. Death is frightening. So is disintegrating. But I've already had my fill of life. Would this buy me some time? By staying alive, you could have achieved an even more satisfying position. No, I didn't need more than this. Argyris, you've outlived every other god. Have you ever felt content? I had too much power. Eventually, it would lead to unintended consequences. There were already dumbasses in God Nation trying to elevate me to the status of the god of creation. Great power serves its purpose and then fades. What's needed next is the ability to maintain an era of peace. I lack that power. So, it's time to pass the torch. Fortunately, I found someone trustworthy to inherit it. I have no regrets, even if I vanish. I've done everything I could. Argyris remained silent. What was he thinking now? He was defeated in strength and had no position. At a time like this, there were no comrades to shield him. Loneliness enveloped him. Damn it. After I kill you, I'll wipe out everyone dear to you. I'll shatter the curse world. I bought some time, but my blasphemic power was still insufficient. Could I extend the conversation a bit more? Argyris, you were never a god. Converting curse remnants into power, what was Argyris now? And how had he become a god? He was even using divine power, right? No, I am a god. The greatest existence in this world. Argyris's muttered words revealed that the remnants of curses sustained him now, far from the divine power. But you're not using divine power. It is remnants of curses that empower you. Shut up. I am a god. Argyris grumbled. Covered in the remnants of curses, his form remained hidden. The remnants of curses floated down toward me. When I gently touched them, countless screams echoed. Then, a scene unfolded before me. Many gods suffered and died in agony. And Argyris watched with a disturbing delight. It seemed the curse originated from the prayers of the slain gods. I'd like to grant their wishes. Besides, I didn't want Argyris to exploit their prayers. I am a god. I will become the supreme god. You're in my way. From the black shadows, murky green eyes stared at me. Die! Argyris hurled a black mass made from curse remnants at me. Quintuple barrier. Crash crash crash. Damn it! Argyris shouted in frustration. Thankfully, I had blocked it. But 3 barriers had shattered. Just moments ago, none had broken. I needed to reclaim all the blasphemic power filling the different space. Argyris emanated immense strength. It seemed he decided to use every ounce of it to kill me. I'm in trouble. Even if I exhausted my current power, I might not purify all the curses on Argyris. The killing intent from the black shadow before me made my body tremble. Argyris had truly lived a long time, far more terrifying than the fear I'd sensed from the fallen goddess. Time was scarce. I had to purify the curses using only the reclaimed blasphemic power. Are you okay? HNN? I heard a voice, but where was it coming from? I'll transfer my power to you. RA? My chest is warm. Was it my core? Did it have its own consciousness? Transfer. Power surged through my entire body. It wasn't blasphemic power, but it felt reassuring. Thank you. I apologize. You became my core, and now you're disintegrating with me. I am an existence better off disintegrating. Don't worry about it. Understood. I directed all my power toward Argyris, channeling a purification spell. Purification. This time for sure. Argyris retaliated with an attack. As his attack met my purifying light, it dissipated. Perhaps in panic, the curse remnant surrounding Argyris shifted. He likely tried to escape but was enveloped by the white purifying radiance. The curse remnants transformed into light and dissipated. The sight of their gradual disappearance was beautiful. Yet within that fading light, I noticed something that made me distort my face. No, not distort, realization dawned upon me. My body has disintegrated. Was it a close call? Or did it disintegrate completely with my final purification spell? More importantly, had the purification defeated Argyris? It seems like everything went well. From Argyris, who had lost all the curse remnants, several stone-like objects rolled out. When they hit the floor, they crumbled to pieces. What were those? Seems like cores. Cores? But why were several rolling out from Argyris? Even among gods, there was usually only one core. Could he have stolen cores from other gods? Was that how he masqueraded as a god? What's happening? Argyris, sitting on the floor, reached for the crumbling cores, trembling. Gya! He screamed in agony and began rolling on the floor. What had transpired? It's the curse. Ah, that explained it. His extreme reaction made me flinch. Was it truly that painful? Hi Arheth. In the different space, screams echo. After a while, the screams cease. Honestly, I'm relieved. I wouldn't want to hear those cries indefinitely. Bang bang. Argyris staggers and falls on the floor. Do I really need to witness this until the end? Certainly, that's not something no one wants to see. Regarding the pain of a soul's disintegration, I didn't feel any discomfort. Could it be that someone had been shielding me all along? It's not just my power. The prayers of many have alleviated the pain. I see. I was protected, then. Batan, para. Argyris's body gradually turns to sand, and even when that is happening, parts of his body are ratting around as if they're in pain. He truly suffered until the very end. I wish he'd suffered longer, but this outcome is for the best. Indeed. My role is fulfilled. But why didn't you reach out to me sooner? If you had, we could have enjoyed many things together. I was in a deep slumber, and my consciousness only returned recently. I was surprised. I thought I had saved you, yet when I woke up, you were on the brink of disintegration. I apologize. Looks like we are almost there. Yeah. Can I meet everyone one last time? A sensation tugs at me, and I see my companions. Incredible, I can move. Hikari's blasphemic power has grown stronger. I, as the Curse World King, has officially died. Now, only my soul remains to fade away. Thank you, everyone. Right. If I can move, I'd like to check the state of various countries. Here we go. This is the Emperor's Kingdom, right? RA? Eh? Why is there a statue of me in the square? Did I authorize this? No, I didn't. People are praying to my statue. HNN? What's that procession? Spiders and ants forming a queue at the food stalls? Seems like they've built good relations with them without me knowing. More stone statues. Waha. This is no laughing matter. Wait, is it only the Emperor's Kingdom? Could it be next? Eto, is this the Enter Kingdom? There it is. There's a stone statue in the square. And here, too, people are praying to it. What about the Orsaga's Kingdom? Right. Your stone statue here is the biggest. That's right. When did they even make it? If I had ordered them, they would have stopped. I would have given it my all. What's next? Maybe the demon world? Can I go there? I closed my eyes, feeling a strong pull. When I opened them, I was in the demon world. Incredible, I made it. Perhaps because I exist only as a soul? Hey, look at that. They have them here too. Why is there a stone statue of me in the demon world? Is this okay? I'm the Curse World King. Everyone seems happy, so all is well. Indeed, the demons around the stone statue are smiling. But I wonder, is there one in God World too? It seems this is as far as I can go. I'll never know if there's a stone statue of me in God World. I'm sure there is. Maybe there isn't. No, there definitely is. Well, the possibility is high, I suppose. Ah, I'm disintegrating. Thank you for being with me until the end. You're welcome. Right, with my remaining strength, may peace continue in the Curse World, Demon World, and God World. Bye-bye. Chapter 61, Since then. Hikari's POV. Good morning. Good morning. When I entered the conference room, Demon World King OU and God of Creation Milfies were already there. Is everything alright? Yes. Everyone is cooperating, so it's fine. Demon World King OU's usual words. And how many times have I responded with it's fine? It's been 5 years since the disappearance of his lordship. During these 5 years, each world has changed significantly, but there have been no major disturbances. A peaceful tranquility prevails. Of course, various things have changed, but all for the better. Now, this conference room where we are is a place that came into existence after his lordship disappeared. Interestingly, this space doesn't belong to any specific world. It's a new space at the center of the God World, Demon World, and Curse World. The Central World. When his lordship was still with us, they used to meet in a different space. But now, we've decided to create a dedicated space for our meetings. This is to show everyone in each world that the three gods get along well. After his lordship's disappearance, this approach helped ease the anxiety felt by many, especially among the godkins. The Central World was formed by gathering the power of each world's king. However, relying solely on the three of us made it unstable, so Rope lent us his strength. The magic stone of fortune is truly remarkable, as Demon World King OU marveled. Rope, are you here? Yep. Good morning. A new person appeared in the conference room. It was the youthful form of his lordship. In truth, one of the highlights of these meetings is encountering Rope. It makes me feel like I'm meeting his lordship again. Have there been any significant issues in each world? In response to my question, Rope nodded with a reassuring smile. No problems. Rope oversees the management of the Central World. He also monitors each world. However, it only intervenes in major issues that could impact the worlds. For everything else, the kings of each world handle it themselves. The response from Rope brought a relieved expression to the face of the God of Creation Milfies. Thank goodness. We managed to capture everyone, but I was still anxious. During the previous meeting, Rope had informed Milfies, in the God world, several gods are planning to experiment with soul power. The God of Creation's enraged expression upon hearing this had been quite intense. Now, 1 month later, it seemed that the issue had been resolved more quickly than expected. Perhaps the cooperation of the One Eyes had played a role? The Central World, which had initially consisted only of a meeting room, had expanded significantly due to strong requests from various worlds, especially from the godkins, blasphemers, and demons. It had become a hub for interaction among these races. In the center of the Central World stood a large square with a statue of his lordship, erected based on everyone's wishes. I gazed out of the window at the square and couldn't help but smile. What's amusing you? Demon World King OU asked after noticing me smiling. Oh, it's just how enormous it is. Demon World King Out also looks at the window and smiles. It's massive all right. I bet if his lordship is still here, he might be angry or perhaps just exasperated by the size of the statue. But it couldn't be helped, it was what everyone had requested to the three gods. It became gigantic, but that's inevitable. When I looked at the beautiful statue of his lordship again, I noticed that the rock dolls were polishing it. Which ones are on duty today? Ah, the little Onis. As I continued to gaze at the gigantic statue of his lordship, a slight pang of sorrow tugged at my heart. I realized that his lordship had truly disappeared. It's been 5 years since then, but it's only been 5 years. The meeting concluded smoothly, and we made plans to reconvene in a month. Leaving the meeting room, I encountered Kumple, a rock doll I had made. Hikari-sama, aren't you tired? Kumple, who bore a resemblance to his lordship, asked. Thanks to Kumple's presence, I found the strength to persevere. When I had become the Curse World King, he had addressed me as Curse World King Sama, so I persuaded him on returning to the original's Hikari-sama. It had been quite a struggle back then. It's all right. There were no issues today. So, I only met with Demon World King OU and the God of Creation Milfies. It's great that everything's fine as always. I agree, I replied to Kumple as we returned to the Curse World. Are? That's Gers, right? Gers, what brings you here? Are you here to see USA? Ah, you brought your child with you. How cute. In Gers' arms is a child that looks like him. He married Her Highness Eritotea, the daughter of King Esmeruit. Rumor had it that Eritotea had been quite persistent in her pursuit of him. Hikari-sama, it's been a while. I was invited by USA Dono to come here today. Invited? Ah, yes, I recalled that Princess Eritotea had recently conceived and had just fully recovered after her pregnancy. She must be planning on spending some leisure time. And where is Princess Eritotea? Well, I raised an eyebrow at his evasiveness. Oh, Hikari! Sakura's voice interrupted our conversation. She was inexplicably wearing an apron, and suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Could it be? Gers nodded silently. Kaya! Princess Eritotea's scream echoed. Ah! Sakura looked awkwardly at me, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Just don't hurt yourself. Princess Eritotea was determined to feed her beloved Gers homemade meals. Despite her cunning, intelligence, she was surprisingly clumsy, so much so that USA and Sakura often despaired. Eventually, she'll learn to cook something edible. Gers laughed in response. I'm sure of it. I heard Leader Dono is teaching her himself. Ah, so Leader had finally stepped in. That was quite an achievement in itself. Kaya. Yes, someday she will master the art of delicious cooking. After all, Leader was guiding her. It's peaceful, isn't it? I mused, gazing up at the sky where dragons soared. Beside them were their offspring, newly born to protect the planets that had arrived from the god world. For the sake of those children, let us continue this tranquil peace. Your lordship, fear not. I will continue to protect the world you protected. A young girl's POV. I'm home. Welcome back. Snacks are in the cupboard. Mother's voice echoed from the depths of the house. Got it. Thanks. Was she still working? I entered the dining room and slid open the sliding door leading to the Japanese-style room. I'm back, Oni-chan. In my line of sight was a photo of my smiling Oni-chan. I eagerly showed him a book. Listen. It's the latest work by my favorite author. It's been 3 years. The previous one was about a boy transported to another world. But this time, guess what? The protagonist is the daughter of the Demon King. You see, her father, the Demon King, reincarnates in our world, falls in love with a woman he meets there, and they have a daughter. It's her story. I bought it yesterday and read it during class today. I sat before the family altar and looked up. There, my beloved Oni-chan rests. The Demon King reincarnated because humans attacked the demon world. They accused the Demon King of releasing monsters into the human world, but that was a lie. The humans were after resources like minerals from the demon world. At the time, the Demon King was just a child. Yet, due to his immense power, he was destined to become the next Demon King. His parents, the previous Demon King and Queen, were attacked by humans. They were framed and killed. The demons protected the next Demon King, who was still a child, and somehow, he ended up in our world. I look at Oni-chan and smile. Oni-chan would probably say, how did that happen? But of course, it's magic. Magic is all about imagination. If you can imagine it, magic can do anything. I'm sure of it. I glanced at the book. On its pages, an adorable woman was depicted. The Demon King's daughter, Alice, has been enjoying life in this world, immersing herself in manga and anime. But when Alice turned 15, she was unexpectedly reincarnated alongside the Demon King in the demon world. There, she witnessed a desolate land ravaged by humans. The demons were enslaved, and the grieving Demon King resolved to reclaim the realm with Alice's help. And you know what? Alice's ice magic is the strongest. After all, she has honed her imaginations in our world. Hee. I can just picture Oni-chan tilting his head in confusion. The idea that imagination alone could make magic the mightiest force intrigued me. I imagined Oni-chan furrowing his brows as he scrutinized the book. Are? Aren't you having a snack? I am. But Oni-chan will probably want to hear my thoughts again. Perhaps next time, I'd share with him stories from a new Otome game. Chapter 62, Lasting Peace. Curse God Calms POV. Glancing at the clock, I feel a slight sense of urgency. The appointed time is drawing near. Good work. I say to my remaining companions in the room, then hurry down the corridor. Will I make it in time? Ah, this present's unavoidable, isn't it? What a hassle. If it isn't Curse God Calm. To think we'd meet here. While carefully masking any expression, I direct my gaze toward the one who addressed me. Long time no see, God Otto. How have things been? Surely, you haven't caused any new problems, right? I refrain from saying such things aloud. Ha, everything's fine. Eto, meeting here must be fate. I'd rather sever that fate, but... What brings you here? Well, I've been a bit worried. Concerned that the issue might come to light. Foo, how stupid of you. He still hasn't realized what happened. No need to worry. The documents won't see the light of day or fall into anyone else's hands. You can rest assured. Indeed, the documents will never surface. But the fact that the problem occurred is already known, I believe. No, of course, I trust you. But can't we have that disposed of? Are you implying that you don't trust us? Despite our dedicated efforts to resolve the issue? Dispose of them? God Otto still hasn't caught on, it seems. How foolish. No, of course, I believe you. However, found you. I came to fetch you since you weren't coming. Who? God Otto? You know the curse god Calm? Quite unusual. Considering God Otto belongs to the Birth faction. Arma-san, another god, suddenly appears. Seeing this, he covered his mouth with his hand. God Otto's complexion worsens at Arma-san's unexpected arrival. I almost burst out laughing. But well, it can't be helped. Our meetings are confidential, after all. The Birth faction makes quite a fuss. No, they assert that they won't acknowledge curse gods. Even though the curse world has existed for over 400 years now. I shift my gaze from God Otto to Arma-san, who is smiling with evident delight. Clearly, Arma-san knew God Otto was coming here to fetch me. I had warned God Otto not to engage in conversation after resolving an issue. It's better to act as if the problem never existed, to avoid cornering oneself. But really, any problems that occur in the God world can't be completely erased, no matter what we do. No, we're not acquaintances. It was just a brief greeting. Excuse me. He hurries away, and Arma-san waves goodbye to him. Once God Otto is out of sight, Arma-san turns to me with a serious expression. Could it be that he hasn't noticed? Yeah, not at all. It's truly baffling. These gods who request our help to solve problems, despite receiving proper divine education, seem completely oblivious. Arma-san holds her head in frustration at my words. Unbelievable. Everything that happens in the God world is recorded by the God of Creation's memory device. So hiding anything is impossible. Yet they come to us, asking for discreet resolution. We're the problem-solving department, but no one ever said we'd handle things secretly. And now, after resolving the issue, they want us to dispose of the documents detailing the problem and its solution. As if it matters, the God of Creation already knows. Ah, time! Arma-san glances at the clock, flustered. Oh, sorry. Time is indeed pressing. We hasten toward the central square, the largest in the central world. Today marks the day of the passing of the Supreme God. On this day, all beings gather to express gratitude to that Supreme God and pledge to uphold peace in the future. As we arrive at the square, I see numerous gods, curse gods, and evil gods already present. Among them are representatives from the godkins, demons, and blasphemers. We're a bit late, aren't we? Yeah. We step into the square and join the orderly queue. Ahead lies the statue of the Supreme God, where we can offer our thanks and prayers for continued peace. Do you know? What? Arma-san gazes at the statue of that Supreme God. Believe it or not, that Supreme God was quite petite. Really? I hadn't heard that from my mother. I tilt my head, and a nearby curse god turns around, smiling mischievously. It's true. In the forest of the Supreme God, there's a life-sized statue. It's even smaller than me. What? You've seen it? You've seen it? Arma-san's excitement prompts her to grab the cursed god's hand. Yeah. I serve under 8 dono of the Rock Doll Corps, so I had the chance to see it. The aura around the statue was truly awe-inspiring. 8 Dono, the commander of the Rock Doll Corps, tasked with protecting the curse world. Perhaps I could ask my mother if she could arrange for me to see it. I used to think leveraging her position was inappropriate, but now I'm curious. I'll ask her when I get back. Once our turn arrives, I look up at the statue. The benevolent smile of the Supreme God radiates divinity. I express gratitude for the current tranquility and pray that it continues. The Supreme God has saved both the God and demon world, liberated the imprisoned, and created the curse world where they now reside. My mother and her friends always say, without the Supreme God, there would be no peace. Shall we? I ask Arma-san, and we explore the square together. It's beautiful again this year. Arma-san remarks, and I nod, admiring the blooming flowers. The square has been adorned with delicate pink flowers for as long as anyone can remember. These blossoms only appear around the time of the Supreme God's passing, lasting for a couple of days. At other times, they remain dormant. But what's even more mysterious is the type of tree that bears these pink flowers. Cherry blossom. It's not a specific pink-flowered tree, and there isn't just one type of tree growing in the square. Instead, various trees of different species bloom with identical flowers on the same day. Everyone refers to this phenomenon as the gift from the supreme god. As I watch the pink petals gently flutter down, I can't help but admire their beauty. Look, everyone's here, Ama-san says, gesturing toward the familiar figures. We see Araba-san, a godkin, Ryu-san, an evil god, and Mimi-san, a cursed god, all waving at us. We return the greeting and rush over to join them. Today, the square is lined with numerous food stalls. After offering our prayers here, we'll engage in lively conversations and enjoy delicious food. It's all part of the festivities. Oh, there they are. Ryu-san points excitedly. The procession of ants and spiders is back this year. It seems they've taken a liking to that particular stall. Shall we join them? Definitely. Mimi-san declares so as if to support Araba-san. We all laugh as we queue up together. As the line progresses, a sweet aroma fills the air. So it's a sweet stall. Mimi-san's remarks cause Ryu-san to show a surprised expression. You got in line without knowing what it's for? Yeah, Araba-san and Ama-san burst into laughter. I look at Mimi-san, surprised. Did she really declare her intention to queue up without even knowing what's being sold? As I glance at the stall, I see an array of cute pastries with delightful colors. Maybe I should get some to take home for my mother. But then again, tonight is the grand revelry in the forest of the supreme god, a once-a-year event where even elusive dragons gather. I'll need to be careful not to get caught up in any mischief with Boss-san, Shuri-san, and the others. Come, this way. Mimi-san tugs my arm, leading me to the next stall. Araba-san and the others follow, laughing. We're not done eating yet. Mimi-san declares, fully committed. Brace yourself, it's going to be quite the feast. Looking around, I see gods, evil gods, and cursed gods all mingling together, enjoying this special day. The peace that Supreme God wished for, it's right here, I believe. May days like this continue for as long as possible. Dropped into another world is now officially complete. Thank you so much for continuing until the end.